Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him.
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics, an era of square dealing and fair play, an era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George.
Nice going for you, as good as in.
Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize?
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing. I think it's terrible of you to do this, Andy Bradford. I think
Here we are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you?
Here we are, Mr. Bradford.
Thanks, Dexter.
Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford?
No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either.
Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor.
Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forget you for this, Andy. Seems to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that if
All right. I owe everything to you. I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it. You expect me to believe that after the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew.
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about this?
No, Claudia. Not real. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
No, I'm not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'm not going to treat me like this. If it weren't for me, there'll be nobody. I'll never...
Hello, Andy.
What's the devil?
Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now.
Ray Stevens.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Stevens. I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. They're saying that since you got to be a big shot, you're forgetting a lot of your old friends.
Ray, how did you get us?
You mean you ain't heard?
I know.
Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guard to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that
In heaven's name, man, not so loud.
Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want to know you and me were cellmates.
Don't mention that word.
Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy...
Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight.
Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movies.
Shut up, I said.
Well. You still pack a gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How's it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up...
Get out. Get out, or I'll...
You what, Andy?
Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will.
Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headline. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom.
Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Joliet?
What do you mean?
Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff.
Just as a punch, is it?
Oh, that's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. You got things fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see?
You rat.
What do you want? Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want.
Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited.
But your wife ain't.
My wife? Listen, Seaver, if you...
I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married an ex-con.
Why, you...
It's almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it?
Ray, you can't do this to me.
It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery.
Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world.
We're friends once, Ray. Good friends.
But I told the boys, Andy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down.
And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election.
Until after election, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in.
It would, Ray. It would. Well, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then.
There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise the dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else.
How much?
200 grand.
200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount.
Shut up! 200 grand is a price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. You got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool.
Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands where I can see them.
You can't get away with it, Andy. I always talk...
Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want you to...
Extra candidate for governor murdered, player escaped. Paper, read all about it. Big mystery surrounds murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper. Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. This candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Stanton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
The solution might have been offered to satisfy the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence
The
shows
evidence
that...
shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended
Mine is just beginning. Will you come along?
Wow, gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look, don't do that. Oh, you win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it'd be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Bradford should be in.
Well, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton?
Yeah.
Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear
So
rude.
you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspaper.
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demand. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes. I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whim. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain. If you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of that...
But it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
But look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah, I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it
Mr.
out...
Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one, we know, came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, what's it prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector?
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we are not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's a crack at me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Suppose we forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't
Yes,
come in
we
here.
can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. As plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your books?
Because I pride myself in putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
That right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me? What is this anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see?
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you say that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm.
Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now,
Well,
look.
you're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, Bart. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse, and when Dexter here went to put it back, there was Seaver, sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bart. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape as everyone would think he could.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go
There's
on.
considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
No.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. The dried mud on the wide end where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Pipe down, Junior. What now, Bart?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder. I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Where are we going to take this thing, Bart?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
Where's Mrs. Bradford?
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like the implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady. Bart's a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm running to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Think she's mad?
Mad. Clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he starts halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping Judas. And that means that Seaver couldn't have. But who put the ladder there and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was going to... Came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah, from one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
Yeah. There's the door and it's open. Come on.
No, wait.
Huh?
That door is open for a purpose. Follow me. Let's try this window. It's locked.
Well, shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yeah.
Careful, Inspector. You don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Bradford if it can be helped.
Bradford?
Yes. She will got Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it easy like and...
Oop. All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handled that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in mind.
I've no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Denton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. That you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cool one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. And Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband's. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gant at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector! I'm looking at this tail. I'll do it, Later.
Hey, Bud, what the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bud?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby?
Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 66 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Short Distance to Murder. Inspector Denton and I had been requested to attend a political convention that was being held in a fashionable hotel not far from New York. More than 200 guests were present. And during the early evening, we were invited to enjoy a concert on the hotel grounds.
That's a pretty interesting number, eh, Bart? That band is really doing itself proud.
Interesting is hardly the word to describe Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Inspector.
Well, it's interesting for my dough. Who is this fellow Beethoven, anyway?
He was a composer, Inspector.
A songwriter, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who dreams up his titles. What did you say the name of this number was?
The Fifth Symphony.
Huh. He should have talked to the guy who wrote Cement Mixer Putty Putty if he wanted a title. Hey, what are you looking at?
That group over there near the fountain.
Yeah?
The old gentleman seems to be in trouble.
Yeah. Looks like he's sick. Say, isn't that Alfred Emerson?
I believe it is, Inspector. Well, I guess it isn't anything serious. He's going into the hotel unassisted.
It better not be anything serious. Emerson's going to be our next governor.
Yes, you're probably right. Unless Cliff Goddard gets the nomination.
Goddard hasn't got a chance.
We'll see.
Oh, for God's sakes. Now what's the matter?
Emerson's wife seems to be arguing with that dark-haired young man.
Looks like Emerson's secretary, Kent Leslie.
Yes, it does.
Say, that Mrs. Emerson is a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's much younger than her husband, Inspector.
Yeah.
Since Leslie's going into the hotel, he seems to have won the argument.
Probably Mrs. Emerson figured her husband wasn't feeling well or something, and wanted to go up and see if he was all right.
And apparently Leslie persuaded her that he should go instead.
Well, that makes sense. If both the Emersons left, the party would be a bust. Oh, might as well get back to Beethoven. I guess nothing exciting is going to happen after all.
Did you expect something exciting to happen, Inspector?
I gotta be on the lookout. That's what they're paying me for.
Always the adventure at heart, eh, Inspector?
Well,
now will you please sit back and enjoy the music?
Say, how long does this number last?
The first movement should be over shortly, Inspector.
First movement? Yes. Do you mean we gotta sit here and...
Look, Inspector.
Huh?
Someone to see.
Oh, hello, son. What's on your mind? What? Speak up.
I don't think he wants anyone but you to hear, Inspector.
With all this noise? Huh? What was that? Good gosh.
Something wrong, Inspector?
I'll say something's wrong. Alfred Emerson has just committed suicide.
Please get out of the way.
All right. Gangway. Break it up.
I beg your pardon.
Come on. Let's through here. Come on, Bart.
I'm right behind you, Inspector.
Crowds like that remind me of vultures.
Sudden death never fails to attract a mob, Inspector. Well,
Glad you're here, Inspector Danton. I'm Cora Emerson.
Cora Emerson. I thought you were down listening to the concert.
I was.
you got up here rather quickly, didn't you, Mrs. Emerson?
Quickly? I don't believe I understand. I was on my way up when the shot was fired.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains it. I hadn't noticed that you left the garden.
Where's the body? I mean, your husband, Mrs. Emerson.
In the bedroom. You'll just step in here, please.
Say, Bart,
Hmm?
for a lady who's just lost her husband, I wouldn't say she was exactly heartbroken, would you?
No, I wouldn't, Inspector.
Sir, I tell you, you're crazy. Oh, am I, Leslie? We'll see. Oh, well, here's Mrs. Emerson now with the policeman.
Cora, this crazy loon says that I did the work.
Gentlemen, this is my husband's secretary, Mr. Kent Leslie. And this is Mr. Ralph Dexter. Inspector Noah Danton and Barton Drake.
Hi.
How are you, gentlemen?
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have arrived just in time. Why so?
He's going to tell you that I murdered Mr. Emerson, of all the crazy fools.
Calling me crazy is a poor defense, Leslie.
All right.
Let's save that until later. Where's the body?
Alfred is lying there on the bed, Inspector.
On the bed. Oh, my gosh. Then some dumbhead moved him.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I don't mean you, lady. He's too big for you to lift. Don't look at me, Inspector. I didn't move him.
Neither did I.
No, of course not. Now, look, somebody...
Inspector, suppose we take a look.
Good idea. And nobody leaves this room until I say so. Understand?
Look, Inspector, come here.
Yeah, what, Bart?
By the position of the body, I'd say he could have fallen across the bed after he was shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
The bullet made a clean hole through his head. That means we should be able to locate it here in this room.
What good will that do us? We haven't got the gun. The gun is on the floor at your feet, Inspector. Well. So it is. Imagine that.
Be careful of fingerprints, Inspector.
I'll be careful. Nobody'll touch the doggone gun until the fingerprint boys get here. What are you looking at, Bart?
Powder burns, Inspector. There are definite traces on the right side of Emerson's head.
A close-range shot, eh?
Possibly.
That means it could have been suicide.
Unless it happens that Emerson was left-handed.
Yeah, that's so. Now,
Don't waste your time, gentlemen. Alfred Emerson was right-handed.
This guy seems to know all the answers, Bart, so how's about us asking a few questions just to keep the balance even, eh?
I think that's a good suggestion, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, have you gentlemen decided that Emerson was murdered?
Why do you insist that Alfred was murdered, Ralph? I'm positive it was suicide.
And why are you so positive, Mrs. Emerson?
Alfred was suffering from a heart ailment and had an attack during the concert. He was morbidly afraid of being a helpless invalid.
Look, lady, a man who is about to become elected governor doesn't go shoot himself just because he has heart trouble. Not for my dough, he doesn't.
You wouldn't say that if you'd known Alfred Emerson, Inspector. He had a phobia against a lingering illness.
You've got to think of better ones than that if you want to get out of this, Leslie.
Listen, Dexter, why don't you shut up? Why do you insist on being such a sorehead just because I talked Mr. Emerson out of that political job for your son-in-law?
Watch your lip, you young pup.
Ralph, you know that you're letting that incident prejudice your thinking.
Prejudice my... Oh, all right, Cora, and why not? You know I dumped enough money into your husband's campaign to ask for a few favors.
You should know that Alfred never sought votes by offering political favors.
Oh, no?
Bart, you know, there's one interesting thing about this deal. We don't have to ask questions to get the answer.
Trouble is, Inspector, we're not getting the right kind of answers.
I guess we better take over, eh?
An excellent idea, Inspector.
All right, now. Who discovered the body?
I did. I was in my room at the end of the hall. I heard a shot, came directly here, and found young Lester standing over Al's body.
That's a lie. I wasn't anywhere near the body. I was there by the door.
You're going to have a sweet time proving that, son.
Suppose you tell us your version of the story, Leslie.
Sure, I'll tell you. I haven't anything to hide. Good. Mr. Emerson had a heart attack during the concert. He said he was going up to his room. Cora wanted to go with him, but we dissuaded her. After Mr. Emerson had gone, Cora was still worried, so I said I'd go up. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Probably in the bathroom. Mr. Emerson? In the bedroom. Mr. Emerson! Stop. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson. He's dead. I better call him. Dexter, what are you doing here?
Something wrong, Leslie?
Where'd you come from?
Oh, just checked in, heard the shot, and came down to investigate. Got tired of waiting, eh, Leslie?
What do you mean I got tired of waiting? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, son. Are you sure that you wiped off your fingerprints?
Wiped off my fingerprints?
From the gun. That's always the first thing a murderer should think of, you know.
Murder? Take that back or I'll...
Attacking me is only going to make it look worse. You better be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful. What's the matter, Dexter? Did Cliff Goddard turn down your offer of money for that job for your son-in-law?
As a matter of fact, I didn't ask him. I didn't have to.
Oh, no?
No, I talked to your boss over long distance this morning, and he promised to take care of everything.
It's a lie. I happen to know that... Who's that?
Ken?
It's Cora. Got to keep her out of there. Cora, don't...
Ken, is Alfred all right?
Cora, go back into the other room. Don't come in here.
No, let me. Is that Alfred on the bed? What's happened to him? Ken, he's been shot.
That's right, Cora. Shot. And who do you think shot him?
Shut up, Dexter.
Why? I'll have to talk later. Why not now? Cora, your late husband, trusted secretary, seems to have murderous instincts.
Kent, you didn't...
Of course I didn't. Mr. Emerson shot himself. I heard the shot and went in to investigate. Dexter found me there and immediately jumped to conclusion.
I'll say I did. Jumped and hit the bullseye.
I don't believe that, Ralph. Not a word of it. Kent, I think you'd better get a bellboy and send for Inspector Danton. He's in the garden with Barton Drake.
And that's the way it happened. None of us has touched anything till you two got here.
Well, that's an interesting story. How about it, Dexter? Is that the way it happened?
That's good enough. There wouldn't be any good in the kid lying.
Of course I wouldn't lie. I've got nothing to hide.
Mrs. Emerson, a few minutes ago, you said you were on your way up here when the shot was fired.
That's right. I was on the stairs.
According to Leslie's story, considerable time elapsed after the shot was fired before you arrived. You must have been down on the second floor.
Well?
I'm just wondering if you could have heard that shot from down there.
I didn't say I heard it. I said I was on my way up here when the shot was fired. I just reasoned that the shot must have been fired at that time.
I see. Leslie?
Yes?
Is this the door that you tried to open and found locked after you heard the shot?
Yes. Only it wasn't locked. It was stuck. Mr. Emerson has been complaining about it ever since his arrival.
Huh. Well, possibly you're right, but I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I'll explain in a minute. Inspector, I think you'd better send for the medical examiner and the fingerprint men. In the meantime, suppose we try and locate that bullet that passed through Emerson's head.
Okay, first I'll phone the... You won't have to waste your time looking for the bullet, gentlemen. There's a hole in the closet door on the other side of the bed.
By golly, Bart, he's right.
Yes, I see he is, Inspector.
I imagine you'll find your bullet somewhere inside the closet.
I'll take a look.
You have sharp eyes, Dexter.
Thank you. It's easy to figure out what happened, isn't it? If Emerson were standing up, his head would be in a direct line with the hole in the closet door.
Does that mean he didn't commit suicide? Find it, Inspector?
Yep, here it is. It was caught on the sleeve of a coat hanging in the closet.
What caliber is it?
Looks like a .38. Same as the gun.
So?
Well, we still don't know if Emerson shot himself.
You would if you knew anything about wood, Inspector.
Wood?
Wood, Inspector. That closet door is made of white oak, which is a pretty hard wood.
Well, what about it?
What about it?
Yeah.
Why, that's a clean hole through the door panel.
Quit talking in riddles. So, what if it is a clean hole?
Well, if you know anything about wood, you'd know what I was talking about.
What Dexter's trying to say, I think, Inspector, is that if the speed of the bullet were retarded by passing through Emerson's head, it wouldn't have had enough momentum to penetrate the heavy oak of the closet door.
That's it, Drake. Therefore, Emerson couldn't have committed suicide. And let me get this straight.
The bullet that killed Emerson didn't have enough speed to penetrate the closet door. All right. Now, there is a hole through the closet door. That means that 2 shots must have been fired.
You are catching on, Inspector.
2 shots weren't fired. I was in the other room. I know.
Sure you know, Leslie. Now let's see you talk your way out of it.
Dexter, I've got a half
Just
a mind
a moment, please. Dexter, you've been riding rather high, wide, and handsome in this case. Suppose you stop advancing theories and accusations and answer a few questions yourself.
Not a bad idea.
I should be very glad to accommodate you, gentlemen.
Fine. You told us a few minutes ago that you heard a shot and came up here to investigate. How many shots did you hear?
2.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, nobody asked me.
Oh, wise guy, eh?
Excuse me, Inspector. Now then, if 2 shots were fired, what happened to the second bullet?
That's your problem, son. You'll have to find it yourself.
We'll try to, I assure you, Dexter. That door over there opens onto the hall, doesn't it, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, it does.
And there's a door which opens into the hall from the sitting room, which means, of course, that Emerson's murderer could have escaped into the hall while Leslie was still wrestling with that stuck door.
Say, that's right.
Oh, that's what I call grasping at straws.
Is it, Dexter? What do you think, Mrs. Emerson?
I suppose by that you mean that I could have shot my husband.
I mean that you had the time and the opportunity. So did Dexter. And certainly Leslie was in an excellent position to do so.
Then you're quite sure that Alfred didn't commit suicide?
I know he didn't, Mrs. Emerson. He was murdered. And I know who murdered him. That's probably headquarters, Inspector. You'd better answer.
Yeah. Hello? Danton speaking. Yeah, hello, Charlie. What's the story? It was, eh? Emerson died as a result of a gunshot, Bart. His heart was okay.
Well, I'm not surprised. Are you, Inspector?
He ceased being surprised at the age of 12. Go ahead, Charlie. Is that a fact? Well. Okay, thanks. What do you know? No fingerprints on the gun.
I didn't think there would be. Did you, Inspector?
No, I guess not. Would have made things too easy. Well, let's go in and arrest the guilty party.
No, wait a minute. Not so fast, Inspector.
What's the matter? You said you knew who murdered Emerson.
I do, Inspector, but as you know...
Yeah, I know. We've got to have the proof before you go accusing anyone.
Right.
Well, look, if we haven't got the proof now, how are we going to get it?
I don't think it's going to be too difficult.
You don't, eh? We haven't found that second bullet yet, you know.
That's because it went out the window, Inspector.
Out the window? How do you know?
What other answer can there be? We've searched every inch of this room and found no trace. The window was open when we entered,
So it went out the window. That means that Emerson must have been standing in line with the window when the shot was fired. I still don't see...
Never mind, Inspector. Now, suppose we go and have a talk with our suspects. 1 or 2 more questions, a little stratagem, your able assistance in a plan I have, and I think we'll be able to corral our murderer.
you, Kent.
Yes, Cora.
Are they still in there?
Yes, but I can't hear anything.
Do you think they'll find the other bullet?
I don't know. I suppose so. If there is another bullet.
Kent, there's something I want to tell you.
Hmm?
I did hear the shot fired, Kent. I wasn't on the second floor. I was right outside the door to the bedroom.
You couldn't have been. There wasn't time.
There was time, Kent. Listen, I was down on the second floor when the first shot was fired. I didn't hear it. No one did but Ralph.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I couldn't.
No, Kent. Let me go on. I came up here and was just about to enter the living room when the second shot was fired.
You couldn't have been. Don't you see you couldn't? Ralph came into the living room before you did. Cora,
Yes, Kent?
you're lying. Deliberately. Why?
Oh, Kent, don't you see why? Can't you understand that I'm trying to...
Sorry to keep you folks waiting so long, but we were... Oh, something wrong here?
No, everything's all right, Mr. Drake.
Where's Dexter?
He went back to his room.
Oh, he did. He's got a nerve. Now, I've half a
I
mind
don't
to...
think we've anything to worry about, Inspector. Dexter will be around when we want him. Right now, I think we'd better listen to what Mrs. Emerson and Leslie have to say.
What we have to say? What do you mean?
Haven't you something to tell us, Leslie?
No, we've told you everything we know.
Have you? How about you, Mrs. Emerson?
Oh, what's the use? You're bound to find out sooner or later, and I suppose it will be worse.
Be careful, Cora.
You're right, Mrs. Emerson. If you're hiding something and we find out later, it will be worse.
All right. Kent and I are in love.
Good night. Is that all?
Is that all? Well, to us, that's rather important, Inspector Danton.
Well, to me, it's a lot of...
Inspector.
Huh?
The inspector and I guessed that you and Leslie were in love some time ago, Mrs. Emerson.
You knew?
Yes, the fact that your husband's secretary addressed you by your first name, plus the fact that you were so little disturbed by Emerson's death, was ample evidence.
I see. Oh, but you must believe that there was nothing sordid about our regard for each other. Alfred knew. He was quite willing to give me a divorce. But we decided to wait until after the election.
Everything just hunky-dory with all parties concerned, eh? Nope, I'm not buying that. I've heard that routine several times before.
But it's true, Inspector Danton. Every word is true.
Sure. It's also true that it gives you and your boyfriend here a motive for murder. Bart,
Yes.
how about putting that excellent plan of yours into execution and get this over with? Or are we running an advice to the Lovelorn Bureau?
Inspector, your sarcasm is a stimulant.
Yeah.
Is Clancy still on guard out in the hall?
He is, unless he's fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame him if he did. This is about the
Splendid.
dullest.
I'd like to talk to Clancy a minute, and then the four of us can call on Mr. Dexter in his room and enact the final drama, right? May we come in, Dexter?
Oh, please do. Well, now that we're all together again, sit down and make yourselves comfortable. I'm standing. This isn't any tea party, you know. Oh, suit yourself, Inspector. Well, Drake, I suppose this is the big moment. You're going to identify the murderer of Albert Emerson.
Not quite, Dexter. The murderer is going to identify himself.
That'll be a good trick if it works. Well, tell us about it.
First, let me tell you what happened this evening. Do you mind?
No, I'd like to hear your version of it. His version will be right. You can bet your boots on that, mister.
Thank you, Inspector. When Emerson got up to his room after leaving the concert, the murderer was waiting for him. He was in the bedroom. Emerson didn't see him at first. He walked over to the window, opened it to get a breath of air. While he was standing there, the murderer shot him.
And the bullet went through his head and out the window, eh?
That's it exactly, Inspector.
Well, that sounds simple enough. And then what happened?
It was simple, Dexter. The murderer then carried Emerson's body to the bed and arranged it so that it would appear he had fallen. And at this moment, the murderer heard someone come into the living room.
Right, so far, Drake. It was I. I'd heard the shot and came running down.
It couldn't have been you, Dexter. It was I.
It's your turn to claim it as you, lady. Go ahead, Bart.
The murderer then shot a second bullet through the closet door.
Why?
So that it would appear that Emerson had shot himself while standing near the bed. And so that the person who was in the living room would hear the shot and discover Emerson lying on the bed, thereby making it appear to be suicide.
Then there were two shots. I did hear one.
You couldn't help but hear it, lady, if you fired it.
If I fired it,
Cora couldn't have fired it. I know.
Oh, you do? What happened then, Bart?
Then, Inspector, the murderer hastily wiped off his fingerprints and went into the hall from the bedroom and entered the living room.
Sort of a merry-go-round deal, eh? Get to the point, Drake. Who was this murderer?
Under the circumstances, Dexter, I'll have to ask you to... What was that?
What was it? It was a shot. Clancy must be in trouble. Come on, Bart.
Right you are. Either that or we've made a mistake and our murderer is at large.
Which way did the shot come from, anyway?
Down this way, I think.
No, it wasn't. It came from that direction.
How about it, Dexter? In which room was that shot fired?
Well, how should I know? I'm not a mind reader. You're the detective.
You see, Dexter, the murderer did identify himself, didn't he?
Oh, you're pretty smart, Drake. Now let's see if you're smart enough to figure this one out.
Look out, Bart! I'm ready for him, Inspector.
What's that they're playing now?
Beethoven's Fifth, Inspector.
Doesn't that band know any other number? They were playing Beethoven's Fifth when we left. This crowd must be gluttons for punishment, and they want to hear it twice.
They're not hearing it twice, Inspector. This is the last movement we're hearing now.
The last move. You mean the same number has been going on all this time?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Holy smoke. That fellow Beethoven must have worked nights to turn out stuff that long. By the way, Ralph Dexter was a lumber dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he certainly was, Inspector. That's why he knew about the bullet going through the closet door. He had to advance the murder theory because he was afraid that someone else might remember that the speed of the bullet would be retarded.
Uh-huh. And the reason he wanted his son-in-law to get the political appointment was because the kid had thrown a lot of business his way, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Apparently, he and Emerson quarreled, and he shot him in a fit of anger.
You know, that was pretty cute, the way you made Dexter show his hand.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. You remember when we first questioned Dexter? He said he was sitting in his room when he heard the shot? And he came directly to Emerson's room.
So he said.
Mm-hmm. But Dexter was quartered some distance down the hall, and I wondered how he knew where Emerson's room was located and how he knew that the shot came from that room.
Yes, sir. Pretty cute. When Clancy shot off his gun, Dexter didn't know where the shot came from any more than anyone else. The trouble with Dexter was he didn't know that...
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For this evening's drama, I selected case history number 67 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Murder Bound. It was the middle of last winter, and in a remote hunting lodge in northern New Hampshire, a brother and sister and their two guests were preparing to sit out a blizzard which threatened to be one of the worst in years.
Hello, Jim. Can you hear me? I wouldn't try to get through if I were you. Well, I'm calling from the cabin, and it started snowing about 6 this morning. No, we'll be all right. Look, we'll expect you in a couple of days. Right. So long.
They're not going to try and make it, eh, Cal?
No, they're driving that old station wagon, and getting through would be too uncertain.
I think this is too exciting. Really, I do. 4 of us marooned, snowbound, far from civilization, cut off from the world. Oh, it's too thrilling, really.
All I can say is I hope we're not caught here more than a couple of days.
Oh, Don, you're so unromantic, really.
Well, being a psychiatrist, Don means that we might begin to wear on each other's nerves because of the forced intimacy.
Don's an alarmist. Why, we've known each other for years. This is going to be fun.
Bruce is right. You know, being cut off like this gives one a sense of adventure. So let's enjoy ourselves, huh?
All right. Look, how about a couple of hands of bridge?
Oh, let's set up the table in front of the fire.
Hey, speaking of the fire, I'd better get some more wood.
Hey, let me go, Cal. It's only a step, and I need the exercise.
All right, Superman. You insist.
Oh, I think this is going to be grand fun, really. Huh? Pull up your chairs, everybody, and after a little bit, I'll make some coffee.
Man, put the coffee on now. I'll need a cup when I get back. Oh, good morning, Peg. Oh, it's chilly in here.
Calvin, is it still snowing out?
Of course it's still snowing out. That's a silly question.
Oh, well, really, Calvin, you don't have to be rude. I merely asked.
And you don't have to be so dumb. If you want to know if it's still snowing, look out the window.
Really, Calvin, just because you're my brother...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peggy, stop saying really.
But, Calvin, really...
Good morning, Peggy. I've been looking for you. How about a game of casino?
Oh, really, Bruce? Casino bores me. It does, really.
How about getting an armful of wood for the fire, Bruce? It's pretty low.
How about getting it yourself, old boy? I got it the last 3 times.
Well. Here we are. Just one big happy family. How's for a spot of coffee, Peg? Can't do a thing without coffee in the morning.
Really, Don, am I a servant? Aren't you capable of making your own coffee?
That's telling him, Peg. Who was your servant last year, Don?
Bruce, do you have to prefix your cliches with that silly laugh?
Well, it's no worse than pigs, really.
Really, Calvin, must you be so obnoxious?
Cal is obnoxious, isn't he?
Quit that laughing.
Shut up, Don. I'll do my own fighting.
Really, Cal, just because we're snowbound...
4 days of snow so thick you can't see 10 feet.
It's bound to stop sometime. It always has.
Can't you say anything without laughing, Bruce?
Really, must we quarrel? The others will be here soon.
Peg's right. Let's quit this getting on each other's nerves.
Sure, let's.
Well, that's okay with me.
Really, that's the most sensible thing. Oh, really, Bruce? Must you make love to me? It's so boring.
Why not? There's nothing else to do.
Well, really?
If I hear that guy laugh again, I'll kill him.
Hey, be careful, Bruce. That gun's loaded.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to kill anyone.
6 days of snow. It's getting us. I knew it would.
Who was that? Where did those shots come from?
Hello? Who's there?
Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Calvin, I heard some shots. Oh, where's Bruce and Don? Oh, really? This is dreadful.
Well, they must be outside. Come on, let's
No,
see.
wait. Here comes someone now.
Well, who is it?
I can't tell. It's snowing too hard. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, really? I can't understand. Oh, it's Don.
What happened? Where's Bruce?
Dead. He shot himself. Either that or someone murdered him.
Holy smoke, Bart. Where are we now?
I can't see anything but snow, Inspector. Here, let me wipe off the windshield.
Wiping off the windshield won't do any good. The only thing that'll help us now is about 3 days of good California weather.
Yes, that would certainly solve our problem, wouldn't it, Inspector?
Yeah, maybe this is funny to you, but to me, freezing to death is a heck of a way to die.
We've all got to go sometime, Inspector.
Yeah.
Inspector, we're stuck.
Now, what do you think of that?
I told you that we shouldn't have tried to come through tonight.
Oh, sure, you told me. You knew the storm wasn't going to let up. You know everything.
Inspector, do I detect a note of sarcasm in your flattery? Come on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and find a habitation, Inspector.
We haven't passed a house since early this afternoon.
Which means there must be one nearby. The law of averages, you know, Inspector.
Well, by golly, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't want to freeze to death.
The trick is to keep moving, Inspector.
I'm going to sit right here.
Okay, Inspector. I'll have them pick up your corpse early in the morning.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Wait a minute, doggone it. I'm coming.
I thought you'd think better of sitting there alone, Inspector.
We're going to find our way through this storm. It's pitch dark, and it's snowing so doggone hard.
I think if we keep that light in our line of vision, we'll be all right, Inspector.
What are you talking about?
That light over there, Inspector. The one that's winking at us through the street.
Well, I'll be... Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
You saw that light all the time, didn't you? You were kidding me.
Kidding you?
Yeah.
I, Inspector? Oh, come on, let's go. Almost there, Inspector. Are you tired?
No, what gave you that idea?
Oh, it's just a passing fancy.
Yeah.
Hey, Inspector. There seems to be some sportsman's hunting line.
So what if it is? Let's get inside.
All right, Inspector. If you're arrested enough...
Phew. Good to get out of that wind.
It'd be even better to get inside where it's warm.
Yeah.
Well, Sheriff Metcalf. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Well, I had no idea you'd even try to get through in this storm. Lucky for us you did, though. Who's this young man with you, Sheriff?
Oh, just a minute, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. You don't know who I am, of course. I'm Smith, Calvin Smith. It was I who called you on the phone and explained about the suicide.
Suicide?
Yes, a chap by the name of Bruce Stearns. Didn't Sheriff Metcalf here explain it to you?
No, he didn't. You see, Sheriff Metcalf has a way of keeping those things to himself until he makes sure of the facts.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose that's smart. However,
just a minute. There's some explaining to be done around here.
Well, I don't know what else I can tell you, Sheriff. Bruce was depressed, financially as well as mentally, I mean. And then on top of that, Peggy refused to marry him. So he went down to the pond and shot himself. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah, I see it is. Only...
Oh, are these men, Cal? Certainly not the sheriff. You're not the sheriff, are you?
No, I'm not.
I hate attractive men who are sheriffs. Well, Calvin, dear, do introduce me. Really, you're being most rude.
Gentlemen, this is my sister Peggy.
How do you do, Miss Smith?
As you can see, she enjoys the sound of her own voice.
Oh, Calvin, really?
Oh, be still, Peg. This is Sheriff Ira Metcalf.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't let me say something...
There, you see? The sheriff wants to talk, too. Oh, Calvin, sometimes you're so difficult. What's your name?
Name? It's John.
John. Oh, how too divine. I've always wanted to know an attractive man named John. May I call you John?
Yes, of course.
Oh, how wonderful. And you must call me Peggy.
Peggy, will you stop running off the mouth? These men are here for a purpose. Sheriff, I suppose you'll want to view the body.
Okay, I give up. I'm the sheriff. Where's the body?
Oh, I think this is so exciting. Oh, I do hope that poor Bruce was murdered. Well, I mean, since he's dead anyway, why not have him murdered? Because it's so dull around here.
Shut up. Now, if you gentlemen will come with me. The corpse is in the woodshed. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I'm not able to think. That talking machine sister of yours left me kind of dizzy.
Well, don't worry, Sheriff. Peggy won't bother you out here in the woodshed where it's cold.
Good. Now, maybe I can explain who...
Sheriff.
Huh? Who are you calling sheriff?
You, Sheriff. Now, Mr. Smith, if Bruce Stearns died down on the ice pond, why is his body here in the woodshed?
Oh, I see what you mean. We shouldn't have moved the body.
No.
Under the circumstances, I think we were justified, however. You see, the ice pond is partly roofed over, but the snow is drifting in fast. Another day, and we might not have been able to locate the corpse. Now, look over here.
Oh, the body is in a perfect state of preservation.
Yes. As you know, the temperature in this locality hasn't risen above zero for the past week. And at this time of year, it isn't likely to for another month. Oh, hello, Don. Come in. Gentlemen, this is Dr. Donald Shumway, one of our guests. Don, this is Sheriff Metcalf, and John... what did you say your last name was?
Sawyer, Johnson Sawyer.
Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Peggy told me the local law had arrived. You chaps must be badly in need of a murder to come out here on a night like this. Who said it was murder? Oh, that's a sharp question, Sheriff. And I always thought Rube Hawkshaws were comic strip characters. Well, are you going to answer the question? Sure, I'll answer it. I didn't say it was murder. As a matter of fact, my guess is that Bruce shot himself.
Did you examine the body, Doctor?
Yes, I examined it. He was shot twice through the head. I got to him 5 minutes after it happened.
That's right, gentlemen. Don called me and asked me to help him carry Bruce up here to the woodshed out of the storm.
So, did you hear the shots, Mr. Smith?
Oh, no, naturally not. You see, the ice pond is some distance from the house, and, well, the storm is making a terrific roar.
Did you hear the shots, Doc? Of course I didn't. No one heard them.
Then how did you know that you arrived at the ice pond 5 minutes after it happened?
Well, I'll be darned. Cal, who was it said these hick cops were dumb? Never mind that. Answer the question. I'll answer the question, Sheriff. You don't have to get tough. I happened to overhear the tail end of the quarrel between Bruce and Peggy.
But, Don, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, why should I? I heard Bruce threaten to kill himself. Why make an unpleasant situation worse by talking about it?
So you followed Bruce Stearns down to the ice pond in the hopes of stopping him from carrying out his threat. Is that it, Doctor?
Yes, that's it. Only I got there too late. By the time I arrived, Bruce had shot himself.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Stearns didn't shoot himself. He was murdered.
Oh, he was? Now, look, you rube cops might be pretty smart, but I happen to be a doctor, and I
Being
say...
a doctor, you should be the first to realize that Bruce Stearns couldn't have committed suicide.
What the devil are you talking about?
Bruce Stearns was shot twice, through the head. A man who shoots himself once through the head doesn't live long enough to shoot himself a second time. Sheriff, I suggest that we wait until daylight and then visit the scene of the crime. Perhaps we will uncover some more items of interest. Tired of shoveling, Inspector?
Yeah, let's stop and rest a minute.
All right. Well, at least we're fortunate that the storm blew itself out in the night.
Yeah. Say, when are we going to stop this play-acting, tell that bunch who we really are?
Inspector, do you object to being regarded as a rube sheriff?
No, Rube Sheriffs are as good as anyone else, only.
That's just the point, Inspector. We know they are, but Smith and his friends seem to think that any local law enforcement is rather stupid.
Yeah.
As long as they think that, we have the advantage. Don't you agree?
Well, maybe you're right at that. Well, let's get on with the shoveling.
Right you are.
Think maybe we'll find a suicide note pinned to the ice, eh?
I'm afraid we can't hope for that, Inspector.
But what if Doc Shumway was kidding us about the spot where he found Stern's body?
Inspector, come here. Look.
Where?
Just a minute till I clear away the last of the snow. There. Now, can you see it?
Well, I'll be darned. The Doc wasn't kidding after all.
No, he wasn't, Inspector. There's the perfect outline of a man's body sunk in the ice.
What's the hair for?
Listen, Dr. Shumway said that he followed Bruce Stearns down here and that he arrived 5 minutes after Stearns died.
Well, what's wrong with that? Being a doctor, he'd know how long the guy had been dead.
But, Inspector, do you think a man's body lying here on the ice could have made an impression such as this in 5 minutes' time?
Say, maybe you got something there, Bart.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. Now, let me see. No, I think that theory's all wrong.
Well, make up your mind, will you? I'm getting cold.
Yes, it's definitely wrong, Inspector. There's no doubt about it.
Stearns committed suicide after all, eh?
No, Inspector. Stearns was murdered, but not by being shot. I'll bet my last dollar he died from a blow on the head followed by freezing.
Hey, Bart, this is the woodshed. The house is up there.
Yes, Inspector, I know. I want to have another look at the corpse.
Let's get it over with fast.
This won't take a minute. Yes, there it is.
There's what?
The thermometer on the wall, Inspector. I noticed it last night. What does it say, Inspector?
Let's see. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked.
Yes, that is pretty cold, isn't it, Inspector? Let's take another glance at the corpse.
What are we going to look for this time?
Well, those bullet wounds really don't tell us very much, do they, Inspector?
Only that the guy's dead.
But not necessarily from the bullets. It's possible that both of them could have merely grazed the skull.
If it were my skull, I'd give up and admit being dead.
Look, that slight abrasion behind his left ear. That could have been made by a blow from a heavy instrument. Yes, I think that explains it.
You think what explains what?
It explains the manner in which Bruce Stearns died, Inspector. The motive for his having died, and the identity of his...
What's that? What's that?
Someone close the shed door. Come on, Inspector, quick!
Oh, we're being spied on, eh? Well, it's locked.
Yes, of course it's locked, Inspector. It was locked by the murderer. I'm afraid he has us neatly trapped.
What do you mean, trapped? Open the door. Hey, open up, I say.
No use, Inspector. That door is made of oak logs. Don't waste your strength.
Don't waste my strength. Well, what would you suggest? Are we going to just stand here and freeze to death?
I think that's the fate that our captor has in mind for us, Inspector. What did you say the thermometer registered? 10 degrees below zero?
Yeah, and us wearing light top coats. Jumping Judas, we got to do something. Maybe if we began to yell, someone would hear us, eh?
I'm afraid that isn't very likely. This shed is in the rear of the house, and the heavy logs would successfully deaden our voices. Besides, if the murderer is as smart as I think he is, he's going to convince the others that we've quit our job. No, Inspector. We've got to figure some way of getting out of here, and we've got to do it fast. 10 degrees below zero is a lethal weapon that we can't afford to fool with.
Calvin, whatever happened to that attractive man? John, I believe you said his name was. Oh, he's so attractive.
How should I know what happened to him?
Oh, no, really, Calvin, you're being most rude. The car's gone, you know.
What? Whose car's gone?
The sheriff's car, of course. Oh, really, Calvin, don't pretend you don't know.
Pretend I don't know. Why should I pretend I don't know? Besides...
Well, they've gone. Quit. I knew those country bumpkins wouldn't figure anything out.
Oh, really, Don? You don't have to make such an effort to impress us. We're quite aware of the fact that you murdered Bruce.
What? What the devil are you talking about, Peggy?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. She's crazy.
Oh, Calvin, must you be so rude? Really, after
Peggy,
all...
if you don't stop telling me to stop being rude, I'll sock you one.
Calvin!
You see? That proves my theory, doesn't it? That proves that Bruce committed suicide. I don't care what that thick-headed sheriff says. I tell you, there's just so much of this sort of thing a man can stand. I'm a doctor, I know.
Oh, really, Don?
Stop saying really.
See? That's what happened to Bruce. We've been here too long, shut in by the storm. Bruce couldn't take it. He got sick of looking at us and hearing our voices. I don't blame him. I'm sick of it, too.
Oh, you are. Well, don't think we're not just as sick of you. You and your big talk.
See? We're all sick of each other. See?
Oh, really, Don? If you say see again, I think I'll scream.
And if you say really again, Peggy, I'm going to do more than scream.
Well, it would be interesting, Calvin, to see just what you would do. You've always been such a mousy little man.
Why, you little fussy old cow. Quit it, quit it.
This is what happened before. We don't want it to repeat itself.
You stay out of this, Don. I'm going to teach her a...
All right, Smith. Leave her alone.
Drake!
How did we get out of the woodshed? Is that what you were going to ask, Smith?
Woodshed?
Yes.
What about the woodshed?
Never mind the woodshed right now. Didn't I just hear you call Drake?
It slipped out.
How stupid of you, Calvin. Really?
You knew, too, didn't you, Miss Smith?
Darling, of course I did.
That's so.
Oh, I've admired your pictures in the papers so many times. You're so attractive.
So you were all kidding us, eh? Well, for my dough, that means just one thing. You were trying to cover up something.
Of course we were. Bruce was murdered. Do you think that...
Oh, so he was murdered. I thought you said it was suicide, Doc.
Naturally I did. These people are my friends. I wanted to do everything I could to protect them.
Which, of course, makes you an accomplice some way. Miss Smith, how far down the road did you drive our car?
Why, Barton, you don't think that I...
Yes, we think that you. In fact, we know that you.
Really? But I don't
We
see
saw
how...
you, Miss Smith, through a crack in the log walls of the woodshed.
And through the same crack, we saw your brother going back into the house after locking us in the shed.
Locking you in?
Yeah.
Then... Oh, but how did you get out?
Chopped our way out some way. Woodsheds usually have axes in them. This one had two. The exercise kept us from freezing and gave us our liberty.
So now that that's all cleared up, we'll arrest the murderer and be on our way.
Oh, Inspector, do you know who the murderer is, really?
You should have.
You all know who the murderer is, really. You've known from the moment it took place. Two of you have kept from telling us because you were afraid the same thing would happen to you that happened to Bruce Stearns. And you didn't have any real proof.
Have you?
Oh, yes, we have proof, Calvin.
Well, who is it? Get it over with.
By the process of elimination, you must be it, Shumway.
By the process of elimination, eh? Well, I'm not quaking in my boots yet, Drake.
Both Smith and his sister made attempts to keep us here because they wanted us to get the proof that neither of them could obtain.
And darn near froze us to death in the attempt.
Oh, you wouldn't have frozen to death. I only wanted to keep you locked up long enough to give Peggy the chance to drive your car away.
So you two dirty...
Really, Don? You were most naive to think that we weren't aware that you had murdered poor Bruce. It was so easy to pretend that we believed your suicide theory.
So that's it. You're all ganged up against me. Well, get this. You can't prove a thing. My testimony is better than any you can turn up. I'm a doctor. I can prove that Bruce shot himself.
And we can prove that Bruce Stearns didn't die of bullet wounds, Shumway. He was frozen to death.
That's a lie.
Is it? Now, let me tell you what I think happened. You and Stearns quarreled. In a fit of rage, you struck him. You're a much bigger man than Stearns was, Shumway. I think he ran away from you and you chased him down to the ice pond. One of you had a gun. You struggled for it and it went off twice. Both bullets grazing Stearns' skull.
That's exactly how it happened. It must have been.
You didn't see anything, so shut up, Cal.
No, Smith, I don't think you did see the fight. It was snowing too hard. Shumway knew this. He wiped his fingerprints from the gun and came up to the house and got you.
Yeah. Naturally, I had to accept Shumway's statement that Stearns was dead, only he wasn't.
And the argument that you leave the body in the sub-zero temperature of the woodshed to preserve it until the police arrive seemed logical, too.
Only the police arrived sooner than you expected it. All right, Shumway, drop it.
You fools. Didn't you think I'd be prepared for this the minute I knew you were Drake and Danton? This is one time.
Oh, really, Don? You're being most difficult.
Peggy, look out, girl. Why, you...
Don, you should have ducked, you know. Really.
Gosh, Bart, did you see the way she tossed that vase? Really?
Oh, really, Barton? You were magnificent. You really were, you know.
Oh, thank you, Peggy.
And you're so attractive. Really, you are.
Well, I'm very flattered.
Oh, slice.
Oh, really, Inspector Danton? Must you be so crude?
Are you envious, Inspector?
No, I'm not envious, but now I can see why everyone went nuts around here. Really, my gosh, now I'm saying it.
Oh, never mind, Inspector. You won't have to put up with it much longer. Before you leave, however, Drake, I'd like to know one thing.
What's that, Mr. Smith?
Well, how in Tunket did you know that Bruce wasn't killed by those shots?
Well, the answer to that's quite simple. When the inspector and I shoveled away the snow, we found a depression in the ice where Stern's body had lain. You had previously told us that the thermometer had not risen above zero since before the storm started. That meant, of course, that the depression in the ice could only have been made by the heat from Stern's body, which meant he must have been alive.
By George, that's right, isn't it?
Oh, really, Barton? You're too wonderful. You really are, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, Bart, tell her why you're too wonderful, and let's get out of here.
Well, I can only guess at what you mean, Inspector. I suppose you mean that you want me to say because mystery is my hobby, and it really is, you know.
Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You're going to lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any right...
Murder? What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Danton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. You, Crane, told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah, what kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Say, he's a real tough character, isn't he?
Oh.
Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish throws, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up,
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans, as a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes a cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bart, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that horse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in the shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You can just see it there through the trees.
Yeah, not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. All right, crouch down, Inspector, and listen.
You're a fool to come up here, mate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Mean it? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were fun, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry Hugh.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, he asked me this morning. I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him.
Yeah, all right, brother. Take it easy.
Take your hands off me. Let me alone.
Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Hey, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty... Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot, what do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Tut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motives. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of a husband so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's it.
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
So that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Hold it. You two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. we still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
Look, Bart, I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's the hotel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Help! Help! Keep away from me! No! Stop! No!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector?
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well, if it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here. No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and fight cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit?
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No.
John is dead. His body was found,
Not
wasn't
John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
Now, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice, and that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John. Put down that bottle around.
Duck, Inspector.
I'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Hit the Inspector right between the eyes. He's heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
I can quit it.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Crane had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did. Huh? Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the great Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Robert, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
Naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't
Tony,
the pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. His nibs there might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, eh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony,
thinking
no,
that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this pantyweight.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony, why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing it a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double cross nobody.
I didn't double cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double cross nobody.
I'm glad you feel that way, Tony.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told her. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a burlington dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby, not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony, I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Ah. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll look at it.
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two.
Oh, no.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Paul Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me, and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Boy, that... Hey, what's he think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Wasn't I at your going-away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look...
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside him with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector, all right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with a safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here, Dan.
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep. He says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No. He only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Thanks.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket, sir.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
Very good.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
What, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on that.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Arnold could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity,
Nor
Paul.
I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot, Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying, he might...
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling, come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt. That's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes.
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane,
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we the points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
You want to see me, sir?
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda. Come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the lights went out, please.
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'll cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen, Bart.
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Denton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
So what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Roberts, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
But look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the doors of the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
Look out, he has got a gun in his hand.
Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you.
Why doesn't somebody turn off the light?
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door. Come on.
Right.
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Hand back or I'll shoot.
All right.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Robert, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Robert.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Robert said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Robert, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Maybe they won't think they were so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Tonight's story began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him in the...
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics, an era of square dealing and fair play,
an era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George.
Nice going, boy. You're as good as in.
Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize?
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing. I think it's terrible of you to do this, Andy Bradford. I think
Here we are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you?
Here we are, Mr. Bradford.
Thanks, Dexter.
Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford?
No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either.
Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor.
Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forgive you for this, Andy. Seems to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that...
All right. I owe everything to you, and I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it. You expect me to believe that? After the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew!
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about me?
No, Claudia. Not really. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
You're not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'll not let you treat me like this. If it weren't for me, you'd be nobody. I'll not...
Hello, Andy.
What the devil?
Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now.
Ray Seaver.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Seaver. I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. They're saying that since you got to be a big shot, you're forgetting a lot of your old friends.
Ray, how did you get it?
You mean you ain't heard?
Why, no.
Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guards to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that
In heaven's name, man, not so loud.
Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want to know you and me were cellmates.
Don't mention that word.
Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy...
Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight.
Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movies.
Shut up, I said.
Well. So you still pack a gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How does it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up...
Get out! Get out, or I'll...
You're what, Andy?
Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will.
Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headlines. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom.
Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Joliet?
What do you mean?
Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff.
Get to the point, Seaver.
Oh, that's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. We got things fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see?
You rat. What do you want?
Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want.
Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited.
But your wife ain't.
My wife? Listen, Seaver, if you...
I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married an ex-con.
Why, you...
Be almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it?
Ray, You can't do this to me.
It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery.
Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world.
We're friends once, Ray. Good friends.
But I told the boys, Mandy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down.
And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election.
Until after election, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in.
It would, Ray. It would. Ray, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then.
There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise the dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else.
How much?
$200,000.
200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount.
Shut up! $200,000 is the price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. You got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool.
Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands where I can see them.
You can't get away with it, Andy. I always...
Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want you to...
Extra. Candidate for governor murdered. Slayer escaped. Paper. Read all about it. Big mystery surrounds murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper. Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. Says candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Danton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
Solution might have been offered that satisfied the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence
The
shows
evidence shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended.
Mine is just beginning. Will you come along?
Well, gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look, no, I didn't. Don't do that. Oh, you win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it would be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Bradford should be in.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton? Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear rude.
But you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspapers...
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demand. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes.
I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whims. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain, if you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of Andrew Bradford.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I demand that you both leave.
It's up to you, Inspector.
What a lovely spot it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah. That's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
But look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah. I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it...
Mr. Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, you know, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one, we know, came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, what's it prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector?
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we are not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's a crack at me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Suppose we forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in
Yes, we
here.
can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your books?
Because I pride myself in putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you. Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
That right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me?
What is this, anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see?
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you state that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm.
Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now,
Well,
look.
you're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, boss. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse, and when Dexter here went to put it back, there was Seaver sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bud. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape as everyone would think he'd do.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go on.
We've considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
Oh.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. There's dried mud on the wide end where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Pipe down, Junior. What now, Bud?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder. I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Hey, where are we going to take this thing, Bud?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
There's Mrs. Bradford.
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House, and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like your implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady. Bart's a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm going to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Think she's mad?
Mad. Or clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he stopped halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping Judas. Then that means that Seaver couldn't have. But who put the ladder there and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was going to...
Came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah, from one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
There's the door, and it's open. Come on.
No, wait.
Huh?
That door's open for a purpose. Follow me.
Let's try this window. It's locked.
Shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
Okay. That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yep.
Careful, Inspector. We don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Bradford if it can be helped.
Mrs. Bradford?
Yes. She who shot Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it easy like and...
Oops. All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handled that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in mind.
I've no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Danton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. But you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cool one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
Yeah, I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. Now, Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband's. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gander at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector!
I'm looking at this chair. I'll do the trick.
Hey, Bart, what the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bart?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby?
Mystery is my hobby.
I had received another of those mysterious phone calls. This time, the speaker urged me to go at once to the Matthews estate on Long Island. Kenneth Pringle, the famous polo player, was in danger of being murdered. Now, I had a strong suspicion that my good friend Inspector Noah Danton was responsible for the call. And this time, much to the old gentleman's astonishment, I was comfortably seated in the police car when he entered, saw me, grunted, and gave directions to the driver. Well, Inspector, here we are again.
Yeah. And what I want to know is how come Barton Drake always shows up when there's something hot in the offing?
You should know, Inspector.
What do you mean I should know?
Nothing, except that the man who called me this morning said that you had been notified.
Notified of what?
That Kenneth Pringle is in danger of being murdered this afternoon.
Ha! What a nonsense.
Perhaps. On the other hand, this isn't the first time Pringle has come close to a tragic end.
Friend of yours?
I've met him once or twice, although he probably won't remember me. My picture of Pringle is that he has 2 careers, polo and women.
What's the connection?
Pringle's been unfortunate in attracting women who have made, shall we say, previous commitments.
Married dames, eh?
Right.
Nothing new about that.
He's a dashing fellow, this Pringle. And the fact that he's Eastern polo champion adds to his allure.
Those horseback riders. Say, that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector?
This Paul Matthew, the guy who owns the place where we're going now, isn't he an Englishman with a lot of money, kind of old?
That's right. Yeah. Recently he married young and beautiful Diane Carter. They're very happy, I understand.
Yeah. I remember reading about it. She used to play around with Pringle before she married Matthew.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Let's not be gossipy.
It's beginning to make sense. Matthew throws a big party at his Long Island estate, invites Pringle, then calls us and says Pringle's going to be knocked off. Huh?
Me, Inspector, that hardly makes sense. A man who contemplates murder does not invite the police to witness a crime.
Then who did make the telephone call?
That, Inspector, is what we'll have to find out. Well, here we are, Inspector. Oh, rather extensive ground.
Yeah. Matthews must still be in the chips. Hey, what are those people doing over there?
They appear to be engaged in an archery contest. Stop here. Looks like an important gathering. Some of those faces are quite famous.
Yeah. And who are we going to tell them we are?
Welcome. Hello there.
Well, hello. Where did you come from?
I was walking behind the shrubbery, wishing that something exciting would happen, and it did.
Oh, so?
You arrived. You won't disappoint me, will you?
Yeah. Well, I'll do my best.
Oh, now I know.
Know what?
You're Bill Rogers, and this must be your father.
Father? Well, look
I'm
here.
Diane Matthews. Paul said you were coming. You're friends with his brother Charlie, aren't you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Paul didn't say that Bill Rogers was... Well, I mean, I never did think of any of Paul's friends as being so young and attractive.
Thank you.
Good gosh, he's eating it up.
Let's go up and meet Paul. He's dying to see you.
Splendid. Come along, Dad.
Now, listen, I'm not going to... Oh, good gosh.
Jolly good technique, what?
By Jove, I say, you can't be old Tom Rogers. Exact opposite of the way I'd pictured
But
you.
he is Tom Rogers, Paul. Who else could he be? And this is his son, Bill.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, so you're the young man I've heard so much about. I must say, Charlie didn't exaggerate there.
Well, perhaps I'd better explain. You
By
see...
Jove, this is jolly. Now, see here, I've a bit of an apology to make. Servant trouble, the war, you know, and all that sort of thing. Do you mind shifting for yourself a bit?
Not at all.
Diane, darling, show the gentlemen their rooms, will you? You know, the best we can do. I say, look there. Pringle's done it again. 4 bullseyes in a row. Quite a chat.
Tell me, that's Kenneth Pringle, the polo player, isn't it?
Yes. Would you like to meet him?
Well, later, my dear. No time now for
Ken!
introductions.
Oh, Ken, darling.
Oh, hello, Diane. Paul. Nice shooting, old fellow. Rather puts the rest of us in the shade.
Ken, darling, this is Tom Rogers and his son, Bill. They're old friends.
How are you?
Glad to know you. Thank you. You seem adept to all forms of sports, Mr. Pringle.
Well, matter of coordination, I guess. By the way, haven't we met before, Rogers?
Possibly. I've watched you play a good many times. Yes, I believe once we were introduced.
A guy could do a lot of damage with a gadget like that bow and arrow.
Yes, an arrow has tremendous striking power if the bow is handled by an expert.
Ever kill anything with it?
Oh, yes, indeed. I belong to a hunt club whose rules forbid the use of any other weapon except the bow and arrow.
Ken hangs on to his bow and arrow as though they were something precious.
They are, to me. A good sportsman takes care of his tools.
Show the folks how good you are, Ken.
I say, let's wait a bit. Time for that later. Right now.
Let him do his stuff. This arrow shooting business is something I'd like to see.
Well, but the contest, we can't interrupt a tournament.
We don't have to go over to the range. There, shoot at that tree, Ken. It's out in the open.
Well, okay. Only take a minute.
No, I say, Pringle, you might hurt someone. This is a lot of nonsense. Now, look here, old chap. I say, let's wait until the range is clear.
Paul, come back here.
Look out, Matthew.
Hey.
Paul's been hit.
You puppy fool.
Hey, the arrow's sticking in his shoulder.
Oh, the idiot stepped right in front of me.
Say, by Joe,
And the arrow only went through his sleeve. Here, I'll pull it out.
narrow escape was mighty careless of you, Pringle, old chap.
Careless of me? Why, you deliberately...
You're as white as a sheet.
Why shouldn't I be? I might have killed the guy.
You sure might have, brother. Would have busted you all up, too, I'll bet.
What the devil do you mean by that?
Well, what do you think?
No, I know. I said, let's forget it. Just an accident.
You're quite willing to let it end there, Matthew?
Oh, yes, of course. Just an accident. Hey, driving at?
Nothing, except I don't agree. I don't think there was anything accidental about it.
I don't get it, Bart. It doesn't make sense. Why would Matthews deliberately try to get himself killed?
He didn't.
But doggone it, you said that the arrow shooting business wasn't an accident.
It wasn't.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't catch on easy. So it wasn't an accident. So now we've been here at Matthews's 5 hours, and Pringle's still alive, so we're a couple of suckers, huh?
Inspector, you sound so unhappy.
Okay, so I'm unhappy. It's night. It's raining outside. This room they put us in is cold and damp, and you won't even let us have a light on. And besides that...
Besides that, they don't even know you're the great Inspector Danton. You're supposed to be my father.
Ha, ha, ha. Very funny. Very funny indeed. Yeah, well, I don't just like sitting here in the dark. Hey, what are you going to do over at the window?
I'm just looking out at the rain. Reminds me of the time we... Inspector.
Huh?
Come over here by the window.
Yeah. What do you see?
Look down there, behind that shrubbery.
Yeah, I see them. 2 people. Say, they must be crazy standing out there in the rain like that.
On the contrary, they have an excellent reason.
Who are they?
Diane Matthew and Kenneth Pringle.
Mrs. Matthew and the polo player.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised. Say, what's the matter with him? He looks kind of funny.
Yes, and I think I know... Oh, so he's leaving him and going around to the rear of the house. And Pringle's heading for the front door. Inspector, come on.
Huh?
This is what we've been waiting for.
Hey, what was that?
Somebody fell in the hall downstairs.
Yeah, somebody just went through the front door.
Hurry up, Inspector. Let's get down there.
Yeah.
It looks as though we're too late.
I say, what's all the rumpus about? This is Swift.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the floor. An arrow stuck right through his throat.
Yes, as I expected. Somebody killed by an arrow that was shot by the hand of an expert.
By Jove, I think you're right.
Grab hold, Inspector. Let's move him out of this hall.
Yeah. All right, I got him. Here we go. Yeah. I say, this is dreadful. Awfully decent of you to help out like this, messing things up, you know.
Okay.
Bad enough trying to keep things cleaned up with no help, but this...
Killed instantly, I'd say. Who is he, Mr. Matthew?
A chap named Folsby, Arthur Folsby, I believe.
Friend of yours, is he?
Oh, hardly. A servant. Agency sent him down. Arrived about an hour ago. Arrogant sort.
Arrogant?
Began by telling me he wanted 2 evenings a week off. Must have comfortable quarters. An increase in wages at regular intervals. And all that sort of thing.
Oh. Did any of the other servants know him?
Oh, I couldn't say, really.
Well, somebody must have known him. Somebody must have wanted him eliminated.
I say, you don't think the chap was deliberately murdered?
Oh, no. He stuck that arrow in his throat because it tickled. He liked it.
Look here, aren't you being a bit sarcastic? I say, what's the meaning of all these questions? What I mean is, it should be I who does the questioning, shouldn't it?
Well, now, think of that. He wants to know.
Dad, Mr. Matthew's right.
Yeah. Now, listen.
This is a serious matter, Mr. Matthew. I think we'd all better explain exactly where we were when Folsby cried out. Later, we'll give the others a chance to do likewise.
Yeah, good idea. It'd be necessary to notify the police, I suppose. Oh, possibly we can have the thing cleared up by the time they arrive.
The police?
Dad, you see, Dad and I were up in our room. We heard the screams and immediately came down to investigate.
Yeah, saw you myself. Clear as you 2 chaps, all right.
Thank you, sir.
And now, where were you, old thing?
I? Well, in the kitchen, of course. I thought you knew.
No, we didn't know. We are not mind readers. What were you doing in the kitchen?
Well, really? I was talking to Folsby.
Oh, talking to Folsby. So someone walked in with an arrow.
Dad, suppose we let Mr. Matthew tell us exactly what happened. Huh?
Right. Really, Rogers, I can't understand your attitude. I was giving Folsby his instructions. Assigning him a room, that sort of thing, when the doorbell rang.
The front door?
Yes. Folsby, I say, just pop out there and see who it is. A good chance to do your stuff.
And did he pop?
Precisely.
And what did you do?
Oh, I sat in the kitchen and waited. Wanted to give Folsby a chance, you know.
Then what happened?
Well, really, the same thing that happened to you. I heard the front door open, then Fallsby gasped. I jumped forward and ran forward to the rescue.
Matthew to the rescue, eh?
Yes, I got there too late, though. Culprit was just escaping through the front door when I rushed into the hall.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Now, I think perhaps you're right. We'd better notify the police.
The police? Now, look. Hi, Joe.
What is it, Mr. Matthews? Yes?
I say, this is awkward.
What the devil are you talking about?
Yes, my soul, this is really... Now, look here. This jacket that fellow's wearing, it's mine.
Oh, so?
Yours. Well, now.
Yes, I remember. You were wearing it this afternoon. That means that whoever murdered Fallsby intended you to be the victim, Mr. Matthew. Come in. I was examining your husband's excellent collection of books while waiting for the police.
Books. Such a boring way to pass the time. Don't you think, Bill?
Well, that depends upon what substitutes there are.
Oh, you're cute. Would I do for a substitute?
Does that answer your question?
Bill, you're marvelous. Tell me, who do you think murdered that man, Fallsby?
Any of a dozen men to whom your husband would appear as an obstacle?
How amusing. You still believe that Paul was the murderer's intended victim?
I can only say the way I would act if I were annoyed by such an obstacle.
Oh, Bill. Really?
You are a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Matthew. Or may I call you Diane?
Oh, please do. Bill.
Splendid. As your husband would say, this is jolly.
Isn't it? Bill.
Yes?
You're really very charming yourself.
Well, thank you.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Well, not at all. Your husband...
No, Paul. He's so stuffy. No, shall we say, romance between us.
I see. Mr. Pringle, then?
Ken, what do you mean?
Oh, a man has his honor. I wouldn't want Pringle to feel that I was...
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, but I saw you and Pringle earlier this evening standing out in the rain.
Well, what difference could that make?
Forgive me, I didn't mean to upset you. By the way, Edna wanted me to give you her love.
Edna?
My sister, Edna Rogers. You remember her, of course.
Oh, yes. How is dear Edna?
Splendid. Except for one thing.
Oh, really? What's that?
I have no sister Edna.
Very clever of you, Barton Drake.
At your service. Mrs. Matthew, would you mind telling me why you pretended not to recognize Inspector Danton and me this afternoon?
I had my reasons.
And your husband and all the others, they had their reasons too?
How should I know? The others mean nothing to me.
Including Kenneth Pringle?
Well, what are you getting at?
That Inspector Danton and I saw you and Pringle in, rather an amorous position.
So
I think that Pringle's madly in love with you. So much in love that he would remove any obstacle that stood in your path to freedom and your husband's fortune if you asked him to.
You're being insulting.
Am I? There's only one other person in this house who is skilled enough at archery to take a quick shot under cramped conditions and drive an arrow through a man's throat.
And who is that, Mr. Expert on Crime?
The name of that man is...
Where is he? Where's my husband? Now, don't tell me he isn't here, because I know better.
Just a minute, Lady Hay. Put down that bow and arrow.
Excuse me, Mrs. Matthew.
I think you're a louse, Barton Drake. Don't stand there like an idiot. Tell me where my husband is.
Idiot, you whacked me with that thing again. I'm going to...
Something wrong, Inspector?
So you're him. You're the one who put the ad in the paper. You're the one who made my
Just a
husband...
minute, madam. I don't know whom you mean by him. My name is Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Now, don't try... Oh, the police.
Yes.
Oh, got here ahead of me, huh? Now, that's what I call service.
Look, lady, stop talking in riddles. What are you doing here? Who are you looking for? What's your name?
Fallsby. Beatrice Fallsby. Arthur, that's my husband, and I had a fight, see? He'd been drinking again. I told him unless he quit, I'd kill him.
Well, now, how did you make out?
I haven't found him yet. That's why I came here.
What made you think your husband was here, Mrs. Fallsby?
The ad. It was in the paper, see? He underlined it and then threw the newspaper away, and, well, I found it. So I called the police.
You didn't call the police just because your husband answered an advertisement.
You bet your life I did. He took the money, all of it. It was hidden in the pantry, and I'd spent years saving it up.
He left a note saying I'd never see him again.
I say, what's going on here? Oh, here, I'll go remove that raincoat. Well, you're dripping all over the floor. Frightful, man.
Isn't that just too bad? I'm not removing nothing till I find Fallsby.
Fallsby? Oh, the dead chap, you mean?
Fallsby dead?
Oh, Matthew, you talk too much. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fallsby. Your husband was accidentally killed an hour ago.
Fallsby killed? Oh, no.
With a bow and arrow, like the one you've got in your hand. Where did you get it?
We can't be dead. Not Fallsby. He wasn't much good, but he was mine.
I say, that bow and arrow the old girl has, it's Pringle's.
Pringle's? Are you sure?
Sure, well, I know it anywhere.
Inspector, I think we'd better have a talk with Kenneth Pringle.
You can say it now, Drake. Start talking.
Pringle.
Yes, and the beautiful Diane, which doesn't surprise me in the least.
How subtle you are, Mr. Drake.
I say, Pringle, old chap, put that gun away, will you? You know, it might go off and hurt someone, you know.
It's exactly what Kenneth has in mind, Paul. In a minute, it's going off and hurt everyone, including Barton Drake.
Drake? Let's talk about Drake. Who's Drake?
Now, see here. Just a minute, Matthew. I'm Drake, Barton Drake, private investigator, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
No, but look here, I thought
No, you didn't think I was the son of your old friend Tom Rogers. You knew who I was from the first. You all knew. And now I know the reason for your pretense. I also know who murdered Arthur Fallsby.
Give it to him, Ken. Kill him. He knows you murdered Fallsby. You'll go to the chair. You killed him. You killed my husband.
Hey, put down that bow.
Look out, Inspector. Your fun's over. Sit down on that chair. You too, Miss Matthew.
Drake, you're lucky. If that crazy woman hadn't come at Ken with a bow, you'd be dead now.
I say it was lucky. She knocked the gun right out of his hand. Bullet went into the floor. By Jove.
Matthew, keep quiet. From now on, I'll do the talking.
But look here.
Oh, Inspector, how's Mrs. Fallsby?
I left her with her husband. It wasn't the pleasantest scene I ever witnessed, and I've seen some tough ones.
Yes, whoever murdered Fallsby committed the most horrible of crimes.
I say, you talk as if it were deliberate. Accident, you know.
Oh, was it? Pringle, you're about as stupid as any man comes. A man of your reputation who'd let a woman...
Don't believe him, Ken. He's trying to trap you into admitting that you murdered Fallsby.
But I didn't murder Fallsby. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't murder him.
No, that's right, Pringle. You didn't. But Mrs. Matthews thinks you did.
What do you mean? I know. You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. You met Pringle outside tonight in the rain. Pringle had his precious bow and arrow concealed beneath his raincoat to keep it dry. That's what gave him an awkward look when he stood there holding you in his arms.
I say, Drake, that's rather a nasty remark. Diane wouldn't...
Yes, she would, and you knew she would. In fact, you knew she was going to meet Pringle tonight because she told you so.
That's a lie. Tell him it's a lie, Paul.
Go on, Drake.
Diane finally convinced Pringle that the only way that he could have her and her husband's fortune was to eliminate you, Matthew. She knew that you'd be tormented by thoughts of her being in the arms of another man, and sooner or later you'd come looking for her. Pringle was supposed to kill you as you stood in the lighted doorway. Am I right, Pringle?
Yes. You're right.
But the plans went awry. You didn't appear, Matthew. Diane went around back to see if you were in the kitchen, and then Pringle's courage failed him. He tossed his bow and arrow in the bushes, intending to get it back later.
That is the most ridiculous...
Sit down, Matthew.
No, please. I've something I want to say. Drake, that was clever of you. Tell me, when did you become suspicious that I was the murderer?
Yeah, when?
This afternoon, when you got in the way of Pringle's arrow. To make it appear as if Pringle were trying to kill you.
I was afraid of that. Diane, I loved you very much. Too much, I'm afraid. Sometimes I think I wasn't in my right mind.
Paul, you didn't...
Yes, I did. When Fallsby arrived, he was wet through from the rain. I gave him my jacket to put on. I sent him to answer the door. I knew Pringle would think it was I and shoot him.
And then you reasoned that Pringle would be accused of the crime and sent to the chair. With him out of the way, you hoped to regain Diane's love.
That's true. I must have gone completely insane. When Fallsby opened the door and Pringle wasn't there,
You shot Fallsby yourself?
Yes. My bow was in the kitchen. I wanted everyone to think that Pringle had tried to kill me, and now...
He's got a gun.
Oh, there's no need to be alarmed. None of you will get hurt if you do exactly as I say. Drake, to satisfy an old man's curiosity, how were you so sure?
It was your remark to Mrs. Fallsby that furnished the missing link in the chain of circumstances, asking her to remove her raincoat because it was dripping on the floor. If Pringle had shot Fallsby, he would have had to step into the hall because the location of Fallsby's body, where he fell. Now, it was raining hard, you remember? Yet when the inspector and I came downstairs, the floor on the hall was absolutely dry.
I see. Very clever. Goodbye, Diane. I did love you, you know. So much.
Hey, he's gonna... He shot himself right through the temple.
Yes. Well, it's probably best. But sometimes it isn't pleasant to have mystery for a hobby. Mystery is my hobby. For more than 2 years, a pair of top-flight radio comedians, Kit Fairfax and Jay Hardy by name, have been delighting millions of listeners from coast to coast with a friendly feud which they've been carrying on over the air. On the afternoon our story opens, Inspector Noah Danton had called at my apartment and said that he'd received a mysterious phone call in which some unknown person had told him that Kit Fairfax was to be murdered during his broadcast scheduled for that evening. Now, Noah Danton isn't the type of man to be taken in by crackpot telephone messages. And so, when he urged me to accompany him to the broadcasting studio, I readily agreed.
All right, just to show you I'm no cheapskate, I'm getting a cocktail party up in my room after the broadcast, and you're all invited. The only thing is, you'll have to bring your own liquor.
Bring your own liquor. That guy kills me.
You and about 20 million others, Inspector. By the way, did it ever occur to you that Hardy and Fairfax might be serious about some of those insults they hurled at each other?
Bart, you're smart enough to know that's exactly what Hardy and Fairfax want people to think.
Maybe.
That they are serious. They work at it. That's why it's such a good gag.
Exactly. It's a very convincing routine, almost too convincing.
Huh? Say, nobody's tipped you off to anything, have they?
No. Just making idle conversation. You know, Inspector, I was a little bit surprised to find you waiting outside the studio with a couple of tickets in your hand when I arrived tonight.
Well, now, think of that. That's what I call gratitude. Here, I go to the trouble of getting you a free ticket to a
Oh, thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hardy and Kit Fairfax will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a serious question. Have you put a black mark against every suggestion of black marketing? We've set up price controls to protect ourselves against runaway, uncontrolled price rises.
Hey,
then
that was a shot.
Then let's
Probably
keep
part of
those
the sound effect.
protections.
Not while the commercial is on. There wasn't anything phony about that.
Mr. Fairfax has been stopped. Mr. Fairfax has been stopped.
Holy smoke. Come on, Bart.
Right with you, Inspector. You better keep the crowd from leaving till we find out what the score is.
Yeah.
Hey, you ushers, lock those doors. All right. Take it easy now, folks. One side, big away.
Here we are, Inspector, through the store.
Which way now?
This door here opens onto the stage, I think.
Please, will everyone please be quiet? My sergeant guard of the police will be here in a moment. Please, will everyone please be quiet?
All right, mister, all right. I'm Inspector Noah Denton, police headquarters.
Well, my sergeant guard, how did you get here so soon? I mean, how fortunate that you are here.
Yeah. Suppose we take a look at the body.
Now, just a moment, Inspector, please. I must caution you. I will not tolerate any publicity. It would be very bad.
Look, Bub, do you take us to the body or do I arrest you for obstructing justice?
Arrest? I? What such language? Oh, very well. This way. Through the door here.
The spot to hold a murder.
You said it, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Mr. Flagg, it's terrible.
There,
All right, folks, all right. I'll take over. Stand back, please. Let's have a look, Bart.
All right.
Dead, all right.
Through the heart. Killed instantly, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yep. Hey, you.
Are you addressing me?
Yep. What's your name?
Me? Why, I'm Gregory Flagg, of course. My stars and garters, everyone knows me. I'm Kit Fairfax's manager.
Okay. Look, call up my office and tell them to send medical examiner Jim Ryan out here.
What?
Also a squad car.
Well, I'm not
Now, get going, will you?
Oh.
All right, the rest of you people. Let's have your names. You first. I guess you're Hardy.
That's right, Inspector. Jason Hardy. It was I who discovered the body. You see...
Never mind that now. You, ma'am, you must be Amanda Gale, the singer on Fairfax's show?
Yes, that's right.
I'll just write that down here. Now, you.
Me? I'm Gabby.
The bodyguard, eh, Gabby? What?
Nobody never called me nothing but Gabby.
You got a last name, haven't you, Bub?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, what is it?
Goebel.
Spell it.
I can't.
Oh, smart guy.
Inspector.
Let's get... Yeah, Bart?
I think you'd better take charge of this.
A gun, huh? Where'd you find it?
Under Fairfax's body. Keep my handkerchief around it. There'll probably be some fingerprints.
Hey, that's my gun. Jeepers, how'd Mr. Fairfax get hold of it?
Maybe he just borrowed it to shoot himself.
No, he didn't. He ain't gonna pin this on me. Mr. Hardy shot him.
Oh, so Mr. Hardy...
Cut him out, Gabby.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Now, Hardy shot him. I seen him do it.
You what?
Why, you dirty liar. You hands off me, Hardy. I can tell a lot more. Don't forget that.
Hey, what is this? Break it up. Get away from him, Hardy.
Slap happy. Bodyguard is nuts.
Yeah.
Kit was my best friend.
It's ridiculous to think that Jake could do such a thing.
Well, now, think of that. Just one big, happy family, eh? Everybody loves everybody else.
Inspector, perhaps it would be better if we adjourned to Hardy's dressing room. I'm sure his description of how he discovered the body will make interesting listening.
Good idea. Okay, everybody, in you go. Might as well go there as anywhere else. Okay, Hardy, let's hear it. And don't leave out any details. The rest of you keep quiet.
Well, there isn't much to tell. After we finished our turn, Kit and I came off the stage. Kit is an inveterate tea drinker. Thinks he does no more cups a day. Says he gave him a lift. Formed a habit of sneaking back to his dressing room for tea during the band number. The commercial follows the band, so he had about 2 minutes. Gabby here always had a hot cup ready just at the right time. Here's about the way it happened.
Show's going all right, isn't it, Jay?
Yes, well, rolled him in the aisle with that last gag.
Oh, it was the build-up you gave me, boy. Hey, how about a spot of tea?
No, thanks. I've got to make a phone call. See you in about 2 minutes.
All right.
Right. Hello, operator? This is Jay Hardy. Yes. Would you get me the passenger agent of the American Airlines, please? Yes, that's right. I'll hang on. What the devil? Good heavens, Kit. Holy smoke, he's been shot. Here's a gun.
Hey, what's the matter?
Gabby, Kit's been hurt. Get hold of his leg.
Jeepers, he's been shot. There's blood all over.
Take it easy. Getting excited won't help. Just do as I say and...
You shot him.
Oh, don't be a dope. I didn't shoot him.
You done it. You got the gun in your hand right now. You shot him. Mr. Fairfax been shot.
Oh, come back later, crazy lug. Well, that's all there was to it. Gabby lost his head and went running out onto the stage yelling like a wild man.
Okay. Now, Gabby, what's this story of yours about seeing Mr. Hardy shoot your boss?
Oh, he's lying. Gabby hated Jay because Jay wouldn't give him a job.
Please, Miss Gale, your turn will come. Well, Gabby?
Hardy had the gun in his hand. He was standing over the dead body. Ain't that enough?
Hardly. Inspector, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Go ahead, Bud.
Mr. Hardy, did you have the gun in your hand?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You see, it was quite a shock finding Kit like that. I was dazed. I didn't realize what I was doing.
But you weren't too dazed to hide the gun under the body. Is that correct?
Well, knowing that Gabby thought I shot Kit, I didn't want to get...
Oh, this is utterly ridiculous, cross-examining poor Jay. But you men don't seem to realize that Jay's an awful...
By the way, Miss Gale, weren't you supposed to be engaged to Fairfax?
Why, well, not really. It was a sort of a publicity stunt to build up the show.
I see. Where were you when the shot was fired, Miss Gale?
Why, I was in my dressing room.
I'll bet.
Miss Gale,
A moment ago you mentioned that Gabby hated Mr. Hardy because Mr. Hardy wouldn't give him a job.
Yes, I did. And it's true.
But why?
Because Kit Fairfax fired Gabby just before tonight's broadcast. Gabby asked Jay for a job, and Jay turned him down.
Is that right, Harvey?
Yes, it is. You see, tonight was Kit's last night on the air.
You mean Kit Fairfax was going off the air?
When did this happen?
Well, he planned to make the announcement at the end of tonight's show. Not many people knew it. But Kit's been suffering from heart trouble. His physician ordered him to take a long rest.
I see. Then tonight was the first time the public would know that Fairfax's program had been canceled, huh?
Yes. Kit was also going to announce that from now on, Amanda would be singing on my show.
That's a lie. Miss Gale was supposed to be in love with Mr. Fairfax. When he told her he had to quit the radio account he was 6, she begins to make passes at Hardy. I won't. I'm going to tell what happened.
Is that coming, Rat? One more yip out of you.
Hardy, I told you once to lay off that rough stuff. Now I'm going to
Just a minute, Inspector.
Yeah, what's eating you, Bart?
Before you do anything drastic, do you mind if I ask our friend Gabby a few questions?
Well, no, I suppose not, but...
Gabby, tell me, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in Mr. Fairfax's dressing room where I was supposed to be.
And you heard the shot quite plainly.
Sure, you could hear it all over the place.
And what did you do?
I already told you. I run to the door, flung it open, and I
And did you run to the door and fling it open immediately after you heard the shot?
Why, sure I did.
Inspector, I'm afraid that Gabby is the man you should arrest.
What do you mean, arrest me? What for? I didn't do nothing.
Fairfax's body was found in the hallway between his dressing room and the stage. That's right, isn't it, Inspector?
Why, yes, but...
The room we're in now is Mr. Hardy's dressing room. It's located farther away from the stage. So that means Gabby had about half as far to go to reach the body as Hardy.
Bart, you got something there.
Yes, if Gabby ran out of the door immediately after the shot was fired, he'd naturally be the first to reach the body.
Holy smoke, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, why didn't you? Well, maybe when I get through, none of you'll wish you had.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down when I get ready. You ain't gonna arrest me. You think just because I'm a punk you can hang this murder on me, huh? I know your game. You don't want the public to know it was that pantywaist Hardy that murdered Kit Fairfax. You don't want them to even think that Hardy and Fairfax was good friends because it would be bad publicity. So you're going to pin the rap on me. Well, you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
Stop by, Sergeant Goddard.
Just in time as the flag come in.
Gabby, what are you doing with that gun? Put it away, put it away. I hate the sight of guns.
Well, you're going to hate the sight of this one more than most. I suppose you think that I killed Mr. Fairfax, too.
I think that you killed... What? No such thing, Gabby. On the contrary, I know you didn't.
What the devil do you mean, Flag?
Precisely what I said, Inspector Danton. Your friend, Medical Examiner Ryan, has arrived. He's examined the body, and he states positively that Kit Fairfax was dead before the bullet penetrated his heart. He was poisoned.
We practically have the murderer on ice, then the medical examiner throws a monkey wrench in the works by telling us that Fairfax was poisoned.
We can't expect all the breaks, Inspector. Here's Fairfax's dressing room. Let's take a look.
Quite a place. Looks just like all the others.
But what did you expect? Burning incense and a gorgeous blonde reclining on a chaise lounge?
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me any. What have you got there?
Fairfax teacup. Yes, it smells of poison, all right. Strychnine, I think.
So what does that prove? Nothing. Any one of a dozen people could have dumped poison in that mug of tea.
That's not quite true, Inspector. You know, Fairfax had only a few minutes. He probably gulped the tea without tasting the poison.
So what does that add up to? Did Gabby dump the poison in?
No. It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, remember? If he poisoned the tea, he wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
About the way you tricked Gabby into showing his hand.
Tricked? Why, Inspector?
Well, if it had been Hardy who did the shooting, he would have had to leave his room before Gabby heard the shot. And that would have placed him in the corridor exactly as Gabby described.
Yes, it certainly would.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Drake speaking. What? Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That was a studio switchboard operator. I asked her to check any calls made from Hardy's dressing room tonight.
Yeah?
Hardy put through a call at 7:16 to American Airlines.
He broke off in the middle of it.
So that means he was telling the truth. He wasn't in the corridor when the shot was fired. Gabby was lying.
It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, all right. After Fairfax drank his tea and left, Gabby probably opened the door, took a quick shot at him, ducked back into the room, and waited until he heard Hardy running along the corridor.
Well, But Fairfax was dead on his feet when Gabby plugged him. Poisoned.
Yes, and I think the answer to that poisoning is right here in this room.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure yet. There's something here that shouldn't be, or there's something missing that should be here.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Inspector, poisons are usually kept in some kind of container. They're not carried around loosely.
What are you driving at?
Just this. Whoever put that poison in the tea must have had a box or a bottle of some sort. Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Oh, there is there? I'll just get out my gun and, Okay, come on out and with your hands up. Oh, so you're going to play hard to get, huh?
Bart, flatten yourself up against the wall and jerk the door open.
Right, Inspector.
Well, my Sergeant Garters, you've certainly got a nerve.
Well, if it isn't Paddy Waste himself, okay, Flag, what's the gimmick?
I won't talk to there.
Won't? Hey, this guy's been reading too many books. Look, Angel Eyes, don't make me sore, will you? I'm just a poor cop trying to do his duty. What were you doing in that closet?
Don't yell at me like that, you thing.
Perhaps I can answer your question for you, Inspector. Probably as Fairfax's manager, Mr. Flagg wanted to look over some of his papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it's simply wonderful of you for thinking of it, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yeah? Then why did you hide in the closet when you heard us coming?
Because I like to listen to other people's conversations. I adore eavesdropping.
I give up.
I didn't poison Kit Fairfax, though, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I simply hate people who poison other people. So you needn't accuse me of it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, of course not, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. As Mr. Fairfax's manager, I suppose you handled all his affairs.
Naturally.
You'd see that he had comfortable accommodations, attend to his needs, things like that?
Of course.
Then, of course, you'd provide him with a teapot and cup.
Hey, that's an angle. Nice work, Bart. All right, Angel Eyes, how about it?
My Sergeant Garters, what a silly question. Of course I'd prepare... Oh!
Well...
Oh, it's a trick. Oh, you're trying to trap me into saying that Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm furious at you. I'm simply furious at you. Well, I'll not see you another minute. I'm going to leave this in.
Hey, come back here. And me, standing here with a gun in my hand watching him walk out.
Well, he can't get very far, Inspector, but I'd track him down if I were you.
You bet your sweet life I'll track him down.
Operator, this is Barton Drake. I'd like to be connected with my office, please. Yes, that's right. The number is 20... Come in. Why, Miss Gale, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. You've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to me, so I arranged to be here alone. For a talk, right?
Why, yes.
You want to assure me that it wasn't Jay Hardy who poisoned Fairfax?
Yes, Well, I did. Well, how did you know?
It's quite obvious that you're in love with Hardy, Miss Gale. You'd hate to see his career ruined by the publicity he'd get if you were arrested.
Why, that's it exactly. Well, you do understand, don't you? I was afraid you wouldn't. But Jay couldn't have murdered Kit. He's an artist and an idealist. He couldn't murder anyone. Oh, I think this whole thing is terrible.
Oh, there, Miss Gale. Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is all stained and wet. I guess this isn't the first time you've broken down tonight.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't. I've tried to pretend that I wasn't upset for Jay's sake.
I know.
I guess I haven't been very successful at it.
I think you're a brave girl. Could you tell me, Miss Gale, did Fairfax and Hardy dislike each other as much as they pretended on their shows?
Why, of course not. It was all a gag to arouse public interest.
I see.
A month ago, Kit's doctors told him he'd have to quit radio. Well, Kit and Jay and I talked it over. We didn't tell anyone else. Tonight, Kit was going to announce that Jay had won me away from him. In the feud, I mean, and that was the reason he was quitting radio. We wanted to keep the gag running until Kit was well enough to come back on the air.
I see. Sure, people have a curious way of doing things, but...
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, it came from the direction of Jay's dressing room.
Come back here, you!
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, that dumb truck of a bodyguard took a pot shot at Hardy. That guy must have an arsenal.
Jay! It's Jay!
No, Gabby missed him a mile.
Oh, that fat-headed bodyguard.
Oh, Jay, are you all right?
Sure. I'm okay, honey. Did you get Gabby?
It certainly appears so.
He's not hurt. I only winged him.
You dirty copper. I'll get you for this. I'll get you
for... Oh, that's what they all say.
Well, what happened, Jay?
I was calling up American Airlines to make my reservations. I saw Gabby's reflection in the mirror.
You were making your reservations, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
You used the singular pronoun. Weren't you taking Miss Gale with you? Didn't you tell her she was to sing on your program in Chicago tomorrow night?
Why, yes, but...
I see. Inspector, I think you'd better inform Mr. Hardy that he won't be taking any airplane tonight.
Another dressing room. Holy smoke, how do these actors stand such lousy cubby holes?
They love it.
What the devil are you looking for?
I'm playing a game, Inspector. Button, who's got the tea leaves?
Tea leaves?
Yes. There weren't any in the cup that Fairfax drank from. You'd see most anywhere around here, I suppose.
No one would be dumb enough to throw them in a wastebasket.
On the contrary, Inspector, if the person were smart, he'd throw them away in the most obvious place. Thinking, of course, we'd never look there.
Yeah, I can't see what a handful of tea leaves is going to get us.
Possibly nothing. Let's see now. Some old press clippings, theater programs, a couple of letters.
What's the matter?
I found it.
Say, what the... See, that looks like a tea bag.
That's exactly what it is, Inspector, a tea bag. Some of the tea leaves had been removed and poison substituted.
Well, then that's how...
Yes, this tea bag could have been prepared by the murderer days ago and placed in a box with other tea bags. Inspector, now I know who murdered Kit Fairfax.
Done, eh? Fairfax unknowingly put the poison tea bag in the cup himself.
Yes, he gulped down the tea, then headed back for the stage. He was probably just about to collapse when Gabby shot him.
Okay. Now, who was it that...
Don't move, you love. I've been standing outside listening. Clever of you, Drake.
The blonde singer, and she's got a gun, too. Well, now, think of that,
Neither of you are going to be able to think of anything in about a minute. Drake, it's a pity I have to do this. I was really beginning to think you were an all-right guy.
I'm flattered, Miss Gale.
Sticking your nose into crimes that don't concern you is bad medicine. Say, by the way...
How did I know it was you who poisoned the tea bag? Oh, woman's curiosity can always be depended upon.
Never mind the cracks.
I'm sorry. It was like this, Miss Gale. First, there was something missing from Fairfax's dressing room. Remember, Inspector?
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't realize what had happened until I saw Miss Gale's stained and moist handkerchief.
My handkerchief?
Yes, your tears touched me, Miss Gale, but it occurred to me that a woman as charming as yourself would not carry about a handkerchief that was stained an ugly brown.
Now I get it. The babe here sneaked into Fairfax's dressing room, wrapped up the tea bag in her handkerchief, and took it away. That's how she destroyed the evidence.
Yes, that was what bothered me. Tea cannot be made without tea leaves. I could find neither a tea bag nor loose leaves anywhere in the room. It was Miss Gale's stained handkerchief that made me curious. So I had my office check up on your past, Miss Gale.
Why?
I wanted a motive for your murdering Kit Fairfax. Miss Gale, why didn't you divorce your first husband?
He wouldn't give me a divorce, the rat, so I left him. I changed my name and I got a job singing with Kit. Sure, I made passes at Jay when I found out that Kit was leading radio. I was on the way up and I wanted to stay there. Well, how did I know Jay was going to fall in love with me and want me to marry him? Well, I didn't do any more than the other dame would have done who wanted to get somewhere. Well, I would have married Jay if he'd insisted. Then that lousy husband of mine turned up and got the Kit. Kit and Jay were friends. Good friends. Kit didn't want to see Jay getting mixed up in anything that would harm his career. He told me that unless I laid off Jay, he'd spill what he knew.
So you decided the Kit had to be eliminated?
Yes, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if you hadn't interfered. I'm still going to get away with it because right now...
Hi, Sergeant. Got us another gun.
Grab her, Inspector.
Yep.
Miss, I got her. Grab the gun.
Sergeant, look. Oh, this is dreadful. We simply can't have this sort of thing, you know.
Okay, Bart. You can let her go. I got the bracelets on her lily white wrist.
Right.
Well, if it hadn't been for that dumb manager...
Why, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. My Sergeant Guard.
And look, Bart, the next murder that comes up, let me handle it, will you?
Inspector, how can you ask when you know that mystery is my hobby? Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month. Inspector Noah Danton and I had gone up to the Saranac Lake country to do some bird shooting. On the third day of our vacation, we started out early in the morning, and before noon found ourselves some distance from the lodge where we were staying. Getting tired, Inspector?
Me? Tired? Heck no. I never get tired. Phew. Let's stop and rest a minute.
All right, Inspector. There's a log we can sit on.
Yeah, good idea. This is better. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
How far do you figure we've walked since morning?
Oh, not very far.
Well, we've certainly come a long way.
Yes, and I think we might as well face it now as later.
Huh? Face it. Face what?
The fact that you're lost, Inspector.
I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute, Bart, my boy. You're here, too, you know.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. But it was you who said you knew this country like your own backyard.
Did I?
Yes.
Bart, I've a confession to make.
Oh, have you, Inspector? What?
I haven't a backyard.
Very amusing, Inspector. Well, let's get going.
Get going? Where? If we're going to be lost, I'd rather be lost sitting still. We could build a fire.
We cut through that heavy growth over there. Looks like good partridge cover.
Well, all right. But I still think we ought to send up a smoke signal or something.
Inspector, I'm beginning to think that you're a pioneer at heart.
Yeah. I'm Daniel Boone without the whiskers.
Here we are, Inspector. You got your gun ready?
Yeah. Hey, this is a regular jungle, isn't it?
Yes, but it's excellent bird country. There goes one, Inspector. Take him.
Yeah, I'll take him.
You missed him, Inspector. What was that?
Huh? Oh, easy, boy, easy. It sounds like someone's behind that clump of bushes.
Yes, and it was toward that clump of bushes that you shot. Come on, Inspector.
There he is. It's a guy on horseback.
Yes, and by the way that horse is acting, something's radically wrong.
Down, boy. Jumping Judas, Bart. Look at him go.
It's no use, Inspector. We can never catch him.
No, I guess not. Say, you don't suppose I hit him, do you?
I don't know, but I think we ought to find out.
Find out? How?
There must be a habitation somewhere near. I think if we follow that horse's hoof marks, we'll come to it.
Say, that's an idea. If I hit that guy, I want to tell him it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Well, he'll probably doubt that statement when you explain that the bird you were aiming at was 10 feet the other side of that clump of bushes.
Very funny, very funny. Jumping Judas, Bart. My dogs are so tired they're going to begin barking in a minute.
Don't get discouraged, Inspector. It can't be much farther.
No?
No.
You've been saying that for the past 2 hours.
There it is, Inspector. You can tell those dogs of yours that it won't be necessary to bark now.
What? Oh, a house, eh?
That's right.
Say, that's quite a place, isn't it? Big enough to be a hotel.
Yeah, it looks to me more like a private residence. Some rich man's hunting lodge, maybe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Those buildings in back must be the stables.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt this is where our horseman lives. Shall we go up and make ourselves known, Inspector?
Good idea. I hope they got an automobile.
Listen.
Huh? sounds like someone's in trouble.
Mark! Oh, who are you?
Is there something wrong, miss?
Yes. Will you help me, please? Something's happened to Chris.
Chris?
Chris Pomeroy. He's a friend of ours. He shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, now, that's right up our alley.
Never mind, Inspector. Lead the way, miss. We'll be glad to do anything we can.
Oh, thank you. Come with me.
When did it happen, miss?
I don't know. Not very long ago. Mark and I were out for a walk. When we got back, I found Chris.
Well, was it we or was it I?
It was I. This is the room here. He's over there in the chair.
Yes, I see. You, please stay here, miss. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Got through the temple. Do you recognize him as our horseman, Inspector?
Could be. He must have been sitting here by the window reading. There's a book in his lap.
Yes, and there's the gun on the floor.
It looks like suicide, all right. Doesn't it?
Do you really think so, Inspector?
Naturally. Don't you?
I'm not sure yet.
Not sure. But look, Bart, there are powder burns on the guy's face. That
proves that the gun was held very close to Pomeroy's head when it was fired, doesn't it?
It sure does, yeah. It also proves that he pulled the trigger himself.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Why? Because here's the guy sitting in a chair reading a book or looking out of the window or something.
Yes?
Well, he isn't going to be dope enough to let somebody with a gun get close enough to him to shoot him so the powder marks would show.
Suppose Pomeroy were asleep.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, a young guy like that. Oh, come, Bart, my boy.
Excellent, Inspector. Your deductions are not only logical but brilliant. However,
Ollie, what the deuce has happened? I heard you yell.
Mark, I'm finished. Mark, it's awful.
What's awful? Who are these men? Who's that in the chair?
Chris, Mark. He shot himself.
Chris shot himself. Who are you?
Come on, Inspector. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves before now. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi. Drake, the criminologist?
Yes, that's right. The inspector and I were out bird shooting. We became temporarily lost.
Temporarily, he says. That guy killed me.
But I still don't understand what... The inspector fleshed a partridge, took a quick shot, and a horseman galloped out of the cover. We followed the hoof marks.
A horseman? Oh, then it must have been Chris.
Chris, that man over there, Miss Essex?
Yes. How did you know my name?
I'm afraid your publicity has caught up with you. You're Polly Essex, this gentleman's your brother Mark, and your father is Calvin Essex, the publisher.
That's right, but how did you know?
Oh, Drake knows everything.
That's entirely untrue, Inspector, but your pictures appear frequently in the society columns of the newspapers. By the way, are there other guests staying here with us?
Yes. Glenn Douglas is here. He's a friend of Mark's. Dad and Mother are coming up tonight. Why do you ask?
Because one of you murdered Chris Pomeroy.
I've got the kids out in the living room waiting like you said, Bart. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just looking around, Inspector. According to the bottles and jars on Pomeroy's dresser, he was rather a vain young man.
What's that got to do with his being murdered?
Vain young men usually leave dramatic suicide notes when they take their own lives, Inspector.
Yeah. Is that the only reason you think the guy was murdered?
No. I have others. The fact that Pomeroy's chair is facing the light, for one.
I don't get it.
Well, when a man sits down to read, Inspector, he doesn't face the light. He allows it to come in over his shoulder.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, Inspector. Well, suppose we go out to the living room and have a talk with the youngsters.
I'm telling you, Drake, I don't like this.
Well, neither do I, Essex. Nobody likes murder.
It's absurd to say that Chris was murdered. Inspector Danton proved by his deductions that it wasn't murder.
That's right, I did. Didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Inspector Danton was merely stating facts that seemed obvious to him at the time. I have every respect for his opinion.
That's mighty fine of you, Bart, old boy.
But in the excitement of the moment, Inspector Danton overlooked a number of things.
Such as what?
That's a good question, son.
Before I answer it, I'd like to ask a few questions myself. Do you mind?
Yes. I think you're letting your imagination run away with you, Drake. It's pretty obvious what happened.
And just what do you think happened, Essex?
I think that Chris went out for a ride this morning. Returned early and decided to read an hour before lunch.
Yeah, but the book became boring, so he decided to shoot himself, eh? That I can understand. Some of the books I've read lately...
Inspector, tell me, Essex, why do you think Pomeroy shot himself?
How should I know? Now, look, Drake,
what's the use? Why don't you tell him, Mark?
Tell me what, Miss Essex?
No, Polly, you keep out of this. It doesn't concern you at all. Chris shot himself. Why, I don't know or care. But I do care about dragging our name through a murder trial.
I'm afraid your name is going to be dragged through a murder trial, whether you like it or not, Essex. Now, Miss Essex, what was it you were about to say?
That Chris and I were engaged.
Aha! Here it comes, the old love motive. Blast it, Polly, I told you to keep quiet.
But, Mark, dear, if Chris were murdered, we can't just ignore it. Wouldn't it be better to do what we can to help?
Why? We're not even sure who these men are. Why should we answer their questions? What right have they even to be here?
Well, those are fair questions, Essex. If you say so, we'll leave immediately. However, it'll be our duty to report Chris Pomeroy's death to the police.
Then see what happens to your precious name.
On the other hand, we can stay and perhaps save you a lot of unpleasantness by solving this murder.
Solving it?
Yes, solving murders is rather a hobby with me.
He writes books about it.
Mr. Drake's right, Mark. If the police come, reporters are sure to follow, and Dad will be furious.
Okay, you win. What do you want us to do, Drake?
Thank you. Miss Essex, you say Pomeroy was in love with you. That's hardly a reason for murder.
We were engaged, but last week something happened.
Oh?
Glenn Douglas came home. He'd been reported missing in the war. It was a surprise to us all.
I see. And you and Glenn Douglas had known each other before the war.
He was in love with me.
And you with him?
I don't know.
Oh?
We weren't engaged, but I told him that I'd wait.
Well, that makes a nice little situation, doesn't it?
Glenn didn't kill him. He wouldn't do a thing like that. He's my best friend.
The soup is getting thicker, Bart.
Yes, you're so right, Inspector. Where is this Glenn Douglas now, Essex?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere. You've got to take it easy with Glenn, Drake.
Really?
Yes, he was in a prison camp for a long while. He's in bad shape.
Oh, I understand. Please don't worry about it. Miss Essex, was it you who discovered the body?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell me about it, please?
There isn't much to tell. Mark and I went out for a walk this morning. When we got back, Mark stopped at the stables, and I came on to the house alone.
I see. Did you hear the shot?
No, I didn't.
Then how did you happen to discover Pomeroy's body?
Why, I went to his room.
And you found him sitting in the chair dead?
Yes.
And you began screaming for help?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes, why?
I think you're lying, Miss Essex.
How dare you?
If you'd come directly up from the stables to the house, Inspector Danton and I would have seen you.
That's right. We came up that way ourselves.
Also, I do not believe that you took a morning stroll with your brother when two young men, both of whom were in love with you, were eager for your company.
I concur. Very unnatural indeed.
And lastly, Miss Essex, I don't think you went to Pomeroy's room unless you had some definite purpose in mind.
I resent your saying that, Mr. Drake.
I'm sorry, Miss Essex. Frankly, I think you know who murdered Chris Pomeroy. I think you saw whoever it was, and you're trying to shield him.
You're still looking for clues, eh?
Afraid so.
I should think you'd begin to feel like a corpse spending so much time with this one.
The corpse is about to be removed, Inspector. I've contacted the local coroner.
Well, look, Bart, I don't get this. If you're sure that the girl knows who murdered Chris Pomeroy, why don't you make her tell?
How, Inspector?
How what?
How would you suggest I make her tell?
Ask her. Make her talk.
Well.
Oh,
Inspector, you're terrific. Did you ever try to make a woman talk when she didn't want to?
No, but I've tried to shut him up without much luck.
Yes, and I'm afraid we'd have similar results with Miss Essex.
But look, there's ways.
Yes, such as the so-called third degree, Inspector.
Well, we're cops.
No, Inspector. We're on vacation. Remember, we're not acting in an official capacity at all.
I guess you're right at that.
Besides, you wouldn't undertake the third degree anyone. Not if your life depended upon it. You're too soft-hearted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle our thumbs waiting for Polly Essex to fall into a talking jag?
No, hardly, Inspector. We're going out to the stables, and we're going to look for a horse. A horse that has buckshot buried in its hide. I guess this must be the stables, Inspector.
Yeah, looks like it. I'll open the door. It's kind of dark in here, isn't it?
Yes, our eyes have become accustomed to the darkness in a minute.
Hey, there's a horse right over there.
Yes, and someone's with it. Let's get over there, Inspector.
What the devil's he doing with that jackknife?
Unless I'm greatly mistaken, he's picking buckshot off of that horse's
Come on,
hide.
there. Come on over.
Guess I haven't met you two men. My name's Glenn Douglas.
Oh, yes, Douglas. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
I'm glad to know you. Are you guests of Polly and Mark, too?
Well, not exactly,
The
Bob.
inspector and I were out bird shooting, and we just dropped by.
Oh, I see. Say, then you were the ones who
We're responsible for the buckshot you're picking out of that horse. I'm afraid we are. Did the horse suffer any?
No, didn't do him a bit of harm.
Good.
I just wondered why he hadn't been attended to before this, that's all.
Well, if you were riding the
Oh, I wasn't riding him. It was Chris Pomeroy.
You mean you don't know what happened?
Just a minute, Inspector. Are you sure it was Chris Pomeroy who was riding that horse, Douglas?
Oh, yes. Both Polly and I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Did he see you?
See us? I don't think so. Why?
It might be important. Douglas, I'm going to tell you this because you're bound to find out sooner or later, and there's some questions I want to ask. Chris Pomeroy is dead.
Dead?
Yes. Polly and Mark Essex think that he committed suicide.
The poor devil.
But we happen to know
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Douglas, you don't act particularly surprised at Pomeroy committing suicide. Do you know of any reason why he should take his own life?
No, that is
We'd appreciate anything you can tell us.
But if he committed suicide, I don't want to say anything that would besmirch his character.
Then there is something.
Oh, well, not exactly. I don't see how it could be important.
Can I say it now, Bart?
Yes, just go ahead, Inspector.
Thanks. Bob, Chris Pomeroy didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Murdered?
The
Yeah.
inspector wouldn't make that statement, Douglas, unless we had conclusive proof.
No, I don't suppose he would. That changes things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry we had to tell you like this, Douglas. Mark Essex explained to us about your war experiences.
Yes, it was pretty dull.
Dull. That isn't the word I've heard the boys use to describe those prison camps.
Prison camp? I wasn't in any prison camp. I wasn't even overseas.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't the way we heard it. Young Essex told us that you had a heck of it.
That's just one of Mark's stories. He doesn't like to admit that his best friend spent 3 years of the war sitting behind a desk in Washington.
I see. Very interesting. Well, now let's get back to Chris Pomeroy. What are your reasons for thinking he might commit suicide, Douglas?
They're probably not important. I happened to overhear Mark and Chris talking yesterday. I think Chris was trying to borrow some money from Mark.
There they are again. Money and love. The same old motive.
And Mark refused to lend Pomeroy the money?
I don't know. I got out there. It wasn't any of my business. All I know is that Chris seemed pretty desperate.
Mm-hmm. Douglas, will you come up to the house with the inspector and me, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Inspector, I think that now we can be pretty sure who it is that murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Understand me, Drake. I want to do everything I can to cooperate. But I can't see your point in herding us all into this room while you search the house. What do you expect to find?
A letter, for one thing, Essex, addressed to you and mailed by someone in New York. The letter, I think, will concern Chris Pomeroy.
So you know about that?
Yes. Yes, your war veteran friend overheard a part of your conversation between you and Pomeroy, and I guess the rest.
Glenn, what the devil do you...
I'm sorry, Mark. I thought Chris had committed suicide, and they wanted a reason.
Yes, but eavesdropping on...
I wasn't eavesdropping. I happened to be passing this room yesterday, and you and Chris were in here talking. I couldn't help but overhear what you said.
Well, you could help writing it to Drake.
What difference does it make now? Mark, what was in the letter?
You know what was in the letter, Miss Essex. Your brother Mark told you this morning.
You're pretty clever, aren't you, Mr. Drake?
That's what I'm always saying. That guy knows everything.
It wasn't a matter of being clever, Miss Essex. It was merely common sense.
Oh?
Your family have always been very proud, quite concerned with whom they married.
What's so terrible about that?
Nothing, except that you, Essex, believed that your sister was going to marry Chris Pomeroy, and you took the precaution to check on Pomeroy's background.
Okay, so I checked. So I found he didn't own the shirt on his back. So what?
So you tried to persuade Chris not to marry your sister. He refused. So you tried to influence your sister.
And how did she react?
I don't know. And I can tell by the expression of her face that she isn't going to tell me. However, what she said or did doesn't matter. I'm trying to solve a murder, not solve family problems.
And so far, you're no nearer to solving the murder than you were when you started.
Oh, on the contrary, Essex. Inspector Danton and I are going to leave you people here. In less than 15 minutes, we'll return with the evidence that will positively prove who murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Well, Bart, here's the last bedroom. And so far we found nothing.
Patience, Inspector. I can practically guarantee that what we're looking for is in this bedroom.
Whose bedroom is it?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Then when we find what we're looking for, how are you going to know who owns it?
Fingerprints, Inspector. Now, just take a look in this closet.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I'm probably kind of dumb, but I still don't see why Chris Pomeroy let anyone get close enough to him to press the barrel of a gun against his temple.
Nothing in the closet. You're not dumb, Inspector. Let's take a look in this wardrobe.
Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Look, the door to the hallway's opening.
By Jove, so it is. I didn't expect this. Look out! Look out! He's got a gun!
Come on, Bart. He banged the door and beat it. We can catch him.
No, Inspector, wait.
Huh? What's the matter?
That's exactly what he wanted us to do, chase him so he could come back and... By Jove.
Now what?
Come with me, hurry.
You say, what is this? First, you say not to chase the guy and
Leave the door open, Inspector.
Open? Well, all right, only...
Here we are.
Look, this is just another bedroom across the hall.
Get inside. Quickly now.
But look, Bart. We were in this room a little while ago.
Keep quiet, Inspector. We'll peek through this crack in the door.
What's going to happen?
Keep quiet.
Okay.
Coming now.
Yeah. Someone's coming along the hall. I'm not saying anything.
He's crossing to the other bedroom.
Yeah. And the doors are all open for him.
Come on, Inspector. Don't make any noise.
Oh, don't worry about me.
The hall's empty. He's gone into the other room and closed the door.
Who is it anyway?
The murderer, Inspector.
You don't say.
Have you your gun ready?
Yeah, I got it right here in my hand.
Good. Come on. All right, Douglas.
What's
that gun, Douglas?
Oh, you like it, big...
Oh, no!
Come in, Essex. How's your sister?
She'll be all right, I guess.
I'm glad.
It was quite a blow to her, finding out that it was Glenn who murdered Pomeroy.
Yes, I imagine it was, especially when she thought the real murderer was you.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Isn't it true that when you and Polly were out walking this morning, you told her that you learned about Pomeroy's financial standing?
Yes. How did you know?
I guess, but my guessing was based on certain facts I had acquired. For example, you also told Polly that you were going to speak to Pomeroy, ask him to break off his engagement to her.
What it amounts to that?
I thought so. Polly wanted to talk to Chris, too, you know. She knocked on his door. When no one answered, she opened it.
I see. And when she found out he was dead, she thought that because of what I'd said that I had killed him.
Yes. So naturally, she couldn't tell the inspector and me.
But I still don't understand why Pomeroy allowed Glenn to get so close that he could press a gun against his head.
Well, that was easier than you might think. Pomeroy was quite madly in love with your sister. He was jealous of Douglas.
Well, that was obvious.
Yes. This morning, Pomeroy went out for a ride. He suspected that Polly and Douglas were together.
Well, they weren't. Polly was with me.
I know, but Pomeroy didn't know that. He went back to his room. From the front window, he could command a view of the entire valley.
I get it. He saw Polly and me and thought it was Polly and Glenn.
Yes, but he wasn't sure, so he got out a pair of binoculars and he sat there watching you.
Say, that's the reason.
That's it, Essex. With those binoculars glued to his eyes, he wouldn't be aware of anyone creeping up behind him and holding a gun close to his head.
Well, I'll see.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Come in, come in. Is Douglas safely installed in the local jail?
Yeah. He's taken care of.
Did you check the fingerprints on the binoculars?
They were his, all right.
What about Douglas's wound?
Wound? Heck, I only shot the gun out of his hand. Wound. He's not wounded.
Oh, of course, Inspector. I should have remembered what an excellent shot you are. Marksmanship is sort of a hobby with you, isn't it?
Now, wait. I know what you're leading up to.
Yes, I know you do, Inspector. You know I'm going to say that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well,
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne,
Yes, Harry?
you love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on.
Oh, silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time. I'm practically back here now. Here, let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
So long, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. Name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me. You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, your brother Milt, honey.
You're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while, and said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, that's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie. That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell him I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt says you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
And Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Oh, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then, so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
Well, it wouldn't work. I've guests coming for dinner. There's Harry.
For dinner, huh? See, that's perfect. So you introduced me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't gonna risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's gotta have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's fine.
I can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry will...
Hey, open up. We're leaving. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, Anne. Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce us, Anne?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim, my husband.
Your husband?
Anne.
Oh, Anne, quit kidding. Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago, Jim. He's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be. Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody?
This is disgusting.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. Let's give Anne a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Anne.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Anne, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You effort. Why, you cheap. Here, get it out, you two.
Right. Harry, Anne, turn on the lights. Somebody turn on the lights.
Inspector. Yeah, Bart. What makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin?
I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin?
At least the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is?
Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid.
Huh?
Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse?
Nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around.
Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while.
Very well, Inspector. Move on.
Thanks.
All right. Get along, boy. Come on. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place?
No, he's given me complete charge of the deal.
That seems odd.
Huh?
I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York.
Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Anne Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Anne Wheelock's husband?
Well, ghosts from the past, huh?
Yep, ghosts from the past, only this ghost got a bullet through his gizzard.
I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place.
That's it. So we know that one of the four people in the room shot Jim.
Well, it sounds simple.
Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead.
Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the two convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary?
Huh? Well, what about it?
One of them was named Milton Wheelock.
What of it?
His sister is Anne Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here.
No, wait a minute, Bart.
Inspector, I'm surprised to think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader.
Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't
I'm hurt,
going to do
Inspector, deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along.
Very funny.
Well, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector.
That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you.
He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And now, introduce me to these other people.
Yes. This is Fanny Shepard, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello.
Where's the girl?
Anne? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened. Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know
I'll let you know when you can go home, Bub. Hey, Bart.
Did you want me, Inspector?
Found anything?
Oh, a good deal, Inspector.
And what do you mean, a good deal? You only been here 5 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Well?
Well, what?
What have you found?
A corpse, Inspector.
Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found?
In that bedroom over there.
Oh, that's Jim, Anne's husband.
Anne's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened.
Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was the corpse of Anne's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Well, so this is Anne Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Anne Wheelock. I suppose you're the two policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the four of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderess.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused, so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes. A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
I kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Anne. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, Bart. I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty.
Well,
doggone it. If they're guilty, they aren't just going to sit around home until we come after them.
Don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh?
That's right.
That's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice?
Mm-hmm.
Have we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector. I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other hand...
Which might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
Since no one knew that Jim was here except Anne Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Well, is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well, how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, she can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Goes up the dust, too. Women are sure funny.
Imagine, keeping this room closed up.
Sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No, just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear 'em tick. Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
By Jove, Inspector, I've got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boy?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
Yes. 4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 13 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector. Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it did mean everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Drop it.
Drop it? Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. It was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. Down deep, he was good.
Sure. I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace.
Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend.
I'm sorry, Fanny.
Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy, am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Hey.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny? I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come along in, Inspector. Oh, you are back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were out.
The lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady? Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepard, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court.
Miss Shepard, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was a left. I'm sure it was a left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Why, well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot him?
In the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the... The corpse isn't there.
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burns?
Yeah, and there weren't any.
You see, Miss Shepard, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with her left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepard. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
But I saw her.
The gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband?
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told the man.
You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parson. Chuck and Ann's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded, and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Ann?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Ann, is this true? Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes.
But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Ann had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother. And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then why was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson? Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Horace. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Yeah, poor Ann knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence. She just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
To get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on back. This is it. Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector. Yeah. I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Darvin. Get along, boy.
Well, Darvin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Ann.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Ann said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arno, the lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the Drake Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Roberts, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. It's nibs there, I might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, Madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, Madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, huh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony,
thinking
no.
that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this panty waist.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said,
Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double cross nobody.
I didn't double cross you, Tony.
Sure, you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double cross nobody.
Glad you feel that way.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told him. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a birdie-chew dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Yeah. Huh. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off
Come
me.
Come here. Just us two.
No.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Oh, Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what do you think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Huh. Wasn't I at your going away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look, Bart.
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside it with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that plane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't say...
Keep your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with the safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here,
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep. He says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No. He only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. A Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Fine.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
Well, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on that.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Oh.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Darnell could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying,
Nonsense.
he might...
Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling, come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt. That's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane and...
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we've that points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
No, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkling with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
You want to see me, sir?
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda, come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspecter. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the light went out, please.
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'll cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen, Bart.
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Danton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I get when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
Look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the door to the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Roberts, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
The guy has got a gun in his hand. Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you.
Why doesn't somebody turn off the light?
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through
this door. Come on.
Right.
Let go of me!
Hit Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Stand back or I'll shoot.
So will I.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
That's me, brother. All right, Roberts, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha. Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Maybe they won't think that we're so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby.
Inspector Danton had gone up to investigate, and had phoned for me to join him. I just stepped from my car when a voice called to me.
Just a minute there.
Oh, hello. You must be Officer Culver. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Inspector Danton's waiting for you inside.
Thank you.
How are you, Bart? Come on in.
Hello, Inspector. Got something interesting?
Could be. At least it's messy. Want to see the corpse?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Over here on the couch. I'll just hold back the sheet.
Oh, face completely blown away. Go ahead, Inspector. Cover her up again.
Yeah. That'll make me happier, too.
You're sure she's Mrs. Luther?
Sure, I'm sure. The ring on her finger checks, so does her dentistry, also a fingerprint.
Fingerprint?
Sure. I had them taken off the pots and pans in the kitchen. Also a toilet article.
I see. From what you told me over the phone, it's generally agreed that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory.
Oh?
She didn't commit suicide.
You sound sure of yourself, Inspector.
I am. Come over here.
Right.
You see a double-barrel shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shotgun with which Mrs. Luther was supposed to have killed herself.
Oh.
When Polly Randall, a neighbor, came in, she found Mrs. Luther sitting with the gun across her knees. One barrel of the gun had been discharged, and Mrs. Luther's face was blown away.
So it was Polly Randall who decided that Mrs. Luther committed suicide, eh?
Why not? Polly isn't a detective.
People who aren't detectives just jump to conclusions about these things.
Naturally. Did Mrs. Randall have any other reason for her conclusion jumping?
Oh, sure. There was a note on the floor written by Mrs. Luther stating that she had decided to take her own life.
Well, have you the note?
Natch? Here. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Ethan, I cannot stand this any longer. Every other woman in our crowd has a mink coat. I'd rather commit suicide than to have to face them again. Norma. Well, is Ethan her husband?
Yeah, he's a traveling salesman. Right now, he's on a trip up in the northern part of the state.
I see.
It sounds screwy, eh, Bart?
Yes, it certainly does, Inspector. A woman who will actually commit suicide because she can't have a mink coat is a rare woman indeed.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it. Now, here's the switch. She didn't.
Didn't what?
Commit suicide because she couldn't have a mink coat. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Well, a mink coat.
That's right, a mink coat, and it belonged to Mrs. Luther.
Are you sure, Inspector?
Yeah, Bart, don't keep asking me if I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. We found the box in which the coat came. We checked with the department store where the coat was bought.
Well, who bought it?
They don't know or care. The clerk who sold it had an acute attack of appendicitis and was taken to the hospital last night. He's still groggy from the ether. He doesn't remember anything.
So Mrs. Luther craved a fur coat and got one and still committed suicide.
Nope, I just got through telling you she didn't commit suicide. Look, don't you remember? I said Polly Randall came in and found Mrs. Luther sitting in a chair with a shotgun across her knee.
Yes, I remember that, Inspector.
Well, then, let's face it. Nobody could blow their brains out with a shotgun and then face the gun across their knees, now could they?
It doesn't seem likely, does it, Inspector?
No.
On the other hand, it's possible that the gun could have fallen into that position when Mrs. Luther pulled the trigger.
Yeah. There's about one chance in a zillion that could have happened.
Well, we mustn't overlook that zillionth chance, must we, Inspector?
No, and we mustn't overlook the fact that it's physically impossible for anyone to point a shotgun at his own noggin and pull the trigger.
All right, Inspector, you've got me. This is murder. Now tell me, you've figured everything else out and done a very good job at it. Who murdered Mrs. Luther?
Bard. Sometimes, very often, in fact, you kill me.
But why, Inspector?
Why do you think I got you up here? Look, I don't know who murdered Mrs. Luther. If I did, I'd let you read about it in the newspaper. Now, do you want to work on this case, or do you want to?
All right. Suppose we go over and have a talk with this neighbor, Polly Randall. I think she might have some interesting answers to our questions, Inspector.
Certainly. I've known Norma and Ethan Luther all my life. They lived over there, and I've lived over here. And up till the time Craig Mackey came to town, they got along fine.
And who is this Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Oh, he's just a fellow who came to town and got smitten with Norma and kept pestering her for dates.
Well, what's he do for a living? Where can we find the guy? Was he around here yesterday?
Now, don't go getting your dander up at me, mister. I don't have to answer your questions, and I won't. Unless you keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, you won't? Well,
yeah? Take it easy. Miss Randall, we'd appreciate it very much if you would answer our questions. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Mrs. Luther was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but I thought...
Yes, we all thought it was suicide at first, but the evidence pointed the other way now. You see, that we have clues that turned up since that indicate foul play. Now, will you be good enough to tell us what you can about Craig Mackey?
You mean you think Craig did it?
Look, lady, we don't know who did it. Maybe you did it. Now,
Why, the very idea. How dare you?
All right, so you didn't do it. Now, are you going to tell us where we can find Craig Mackey, or do we stay here trying to get you to admit that you did do it?
I'll never admit it. It was Craig. It must have been Craig. He was here last night, and that must have been him.
What do you mean by here, Miss Randall?
I mean right here in this house. He spent the evening here. He left about 11 o'clock, and right after that I heard the shot.
Well. Why didn't you tell me that this morning, lady?
Because Craig asked me not to mention it, that's why.
But now that you think we might suspect you of the crime, you decided to tell the truth. Is that it, Miss Randall?
Of course that's it. Maybe I'm in love with Craig, but I'm not enough in love with him to take the rap for a murder he committed.
But isn't it surprising the things that people say at times like these? Someone yells murder, and everyone else begins dreaming up motives for everyone else.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Inspector. Well, Miss Randall, where can we find this Craig Mackey?
Down at the Monte Vista Dam. He's a construction engineer.
Oh?
And while you're talking to him, you can tell him that I know all about the fur coat. He makes me sick thinking he can get away with that.
Are you referring to a mink coat that belongs to Mrs. Luther, Miss Randall?
Of course I am. Craig bought it for her. I know one of the girls who works in Hobson's department store, and she told me.
What? We'd be wasting our time talking to anyone else. This paper's got all the answers right here.
It does seem so, doesn't it, Inspector? Miss Randall,
Does Mrs. Luther's husband know that Craig Mackey bought her a mink coat?
Well, if he doesn't, he will as soon as he gets back from his trip up north. Norma's been yowling for a mink coat for years.
But won't he be a bit annoyed that another man bought it for her?
Are you kidding? He wouldn't even ask where it came from, so long as it shut Norma up and he could have a little peace.
Now I've heard everything. Lady, if you've got any more tidbits of information, you're going to spring on us. Get him over fast, will you? I'm getting a little dizzy.
I told you I wasn't going to answer your questions, and I'm not. You're not fooling me. I know how you policemen are always incriminating people.
Well, I'll be...
Miss Randall's been very helpful, Inspector. Let's not bother her anymore. I suggest that we go down to the Monte Vista Dam and have a talk with Craig Mackey, shall we?
Right now, anything seems like a good idea. Let's get out of here. You know what I think, Bart?
No, what, Inspector?
That babe was lying in her teeth. She found herself in a spot and began thinking them up as she went along.
Well, if you're right, we won't find her at home when we get back. She knows we can easily check her statements.
I don't know how we're going to check screwy statements like she made. What's the matter?
I think that shack must be the field office of the construction company. Let's go up and find out.
Okay. I hope this Craig Mackey won't be as nutty as the dame he's been playing around with.
Yes, the sign on the door says Mackey Construction Company. Well, let's go in.
Hello. Are you gentlemen looking for me?
If you're Craig Mackey, we are.
I'm Mackey. What can I do for you?
We're from police headquarters, Bub. We got a few questions we want to ask you.
Police headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, then you must be investigating the death of Mrs. Luther. Routine checkup, I presume?
You might call it that. What's your story, Mackey?
Story? I haven't any story. If Mrs. Luther wants to shoot herself, that's her business. It doesn't concern me.
Well, now, how do you like that?
Mrs. Luther didn't shoot herself, Mackey. She was murdered.
Murdered? Well, that makes things... Are you implying that I murdered Norma Luther?
We're not that subtle, Bub. Why'd you shoot her?
Why did I... Come, gentlemen. Do you think if I murdered Norma Luther, I'd be sitting here at this desk now?
It'd be smart of you to do just that, Mackey. I suppose you can account for your whereabouts last night.
Of course I can. I spent the evening in town playing poker with some of the boys who work here in the dam project.
Mm-hmm. You didn't call at the Luther home at all?
I'll give you an indirect answer to that question. As I understand it, Mrs. Luther died between 11 and 12 o'clock last night.
That's correct.
From 10 o'clock last night until 2 this morning, I was playing poker. Where I was before then is nobody's business.
Oh. I'm afraid we'll have to make it our business, Mackey. Polly Randall claims you spent the evening with her.
Yeah. She says you left her place around 11 o'clock. And right after that, she heard the shot.
She knows darn well I wasn't at her place last night, and she knows why.
Why, Mackey?
Because someone else was there, that's why.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Who was it, Bub?
Ethan Luther.
Luther? Norma Luther's husband?
Yeah, Norma Luther's husband. They've been playing around together for years.
How do you know that?
Norma told me. She also told me she was through with him.
Well, Bart, it looks to me like we stumbled on a true romance. So you arrived at your sweetie's all unsuspecting last night and found her in the arms of a next-door neighbor. Is that right, Bub?
Crudely, that's right.
Tell me, Mackey, did you have any particular reason for going to Miss Randall's last night?
I don't get it.
Apparently Miss Randall wasn't expecting you, or she wouldn't have been entertaining Luther. So I wondered if you had a surprise for her. A present, perhaps?
Yeah, to be more specific, a fur coat.
How do you know about that?
Oh, we know lots of
The fur coat was found in Mrs. Luther's home, Mackey. We think it was because of that coat that Norma was murdered.
Oh, that's crazy. I bought the coat yesterday at Hobson's. What's wrong with that?
You bought it for Polly Randall, didn't you, Mackey?
So what if I did?
But when you found her entertaining Luther, you decided to give it to Norma. First, however, you let Polly see what you had, thereby making your revenge sweet.
You're pretty clever, mister.
My guess is, Mackey, that Luther was hiding in another part of the house while you were showing the coat to Polly. You knew he was there, but he didn't know you knew it.
You still haven't got anything on me.
One more question, Mackey. Is your father, David Mackey, president of this construction company?
Sure he is. Why?
Nothing. Thank you. Come along, Inspector. We've an errand to do in town, and then we're returning to the Luther home.
Look, Bart, how is leaving that suicide note at the local police department for analysis going to help us any?
Oh, it might not help us at all, Inspector. However, we've a lot of loose ends to clear up before we solve this case.
It's all solved as far as I'm concerned. Craig Mackey's our man.
Oh, then you think Mackey was lying, too?
Sure I do. They're all lying. Look, this guy Mackey comes to town, see? He's a good-looking kid, and the babes go for him. He gets acquainted with this Norma Luther and falls for her, only he doesn't know she's married.
And then hubby appears on the scene. Craig, being the jealous type, decides to kill her, eh?
Sure, it's simple.
I think perhaps you're right, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, I do. Well, here we are. Hey, that's odd.
What's odd?
There's not a light in the place. Didn't you tell Sam to stay here?
Sure I did, but I didn't tell him to sit under an arc light. Come on. Sam won't be far away.
There's something strange about this, Inspector. I don't like it.
Oh, you're always thinking there's something strange about something. Sam! Hey, Sam!
Sam must have fallen asleep, Inspector.
Not Sam. He's one of the best boys I got. Sam! Sam Calver! Let's go around back.
Right. Inspector.
What's the matter?
Get out your flashlight. There's something here in the grounds.
Come on. Okay, here we are. Jumping Judas, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam. And with a bullet through his head.
With a dirty cop killer.
All right, gents, get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out. Get your hands up, both of you. One false move, and I'll blow your brains out.
I think we'd better obey. The gentleman sounds as though he means business.
That's smart talk, mister. Trouble is, it's going to take more than smart talk to get you out of this murder rap.
Murder rap? What? Did you hear what the guy said?
How could I help but hear?
Well, I reckon this proves that old saying that murderers return to the scene of their crime. All right. Inside the house, both of you.
Now, just a minute.
Let's not argue. The man with the gun is always the boss.
Well, mister, like I said before, you got sense. All right, you. There's a light switch just to the right of the door. Turn it on.
Do as the gentleman says.
Okay. That's better. Now, let me get a look at you two. I always wanted to see what a couple of murderers looked like. Yeah, you're the type, all right. Especially you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Close the door, mister.
Glad to. Well, now that you've caught us, Luther, what do you plan to do?
How'd you know my name?
Who else would be so familiar with the location of the light switch in this house, except the man who lives here? Unless, of course, you or your wife are used to having male visitors.
Hey, you sound kind of sure of yourself, mister.
I'm very sure of myself, Luther. By the way, when did you get back from your trip up north?
Up north? Who said I'd taken a trip up north?
Your girlfriend, Polly Randall.
My girlfriend? Look here. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a respectable married man.
Oh, well, then you won't mind explaining.
Go off it, Luther. Drop the gun. Stop it. My arm.
That's better. Okay, Bart, pick it up.
Right. Nice work, Inspector. I have it.
All right, Luther, sit over there. So you're Ethan Luther, eh?
Murderous. I suppose now you're going to shoot me in cold blood the way you shot my wife. Well, go ahead. Nothing matters now that Norma's dead.
Before we go into this any further, I think we'd better explain who we are. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton from Police Headquarters.
Police Headquarters?
Yeah, Police Headquarters. And don't give us any of that malarkey about you didn't know it. I hate a cop killer.
Cop killer? I didn't kill that officer. He was dead when I got here. Naturally, when you two came in,
Yeah, sure. You thought we were a couple of murderers returning to the scene of our crime. That gives me a pain. Now, I suppose you're going to tell us you didn't spend last evening with your girlfriend next door.
Well,
aye. Everybody says aye when they can't think up some kind of new fish story. Now...
That was Polly. She must have discovered the policeman's body.
You're probably right, Luther. Let's find out.
Ethan, there's... Oh, it's the policeman.
That's right, Miss Randall. How do you happen to be standing outside here?
I wasn't standing outside. I saw a light in the window and knew Ethan must be home, and I came over to comfort him.
Comfort him. Now, there's one for the record. Look, lady, as far as we can figure, you did enough comforting last night to last for...
Last night? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Ethan in weeks.
Polly, they know about last night.
Know about last night? Well, then they know.
Know what, lady?
Nothing. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to.
Fortunately, Miss Randall, it won't make any difference whether you answer our questions or not. We know who shot Mrs. Luther, and we also know who murdered Officer Culver.
You know who killed my wife?
Of course.
I don't believe it. If you know, why don't you make an arrest?
That'll come in good time, Miss Randall. Both of you are at liberty to come and go as you like for the present. Inspector, we're wasting our time here. Come along with me.
Look, Bart, weren't you being a little optimistic when you told those two last night that you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, well, possibly, Inspector. However, I think we justified my optimism with that inquiry at Hobson's department store.
Yeah, I know it was about the fur coat.
Yes. I was just wondering how many fur coats a store of that size carried in stock.
So the coat was ordered especially for Craig Mackey from New York.
Yes, and paid for by him in cash.
So now we know young Mackey bought the coat.
Inspector, in a town of this size, there wouldn't be many $5,000 coats carried in stock at any store. It was just reasonable to suppose that if a sale were made, the front office would know about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You got some other plans in mind?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm going to stop at the police headquarters now and pick up that note we left for analysis.
And what am I going to do?
You, Inspector, are going out to the dam project and pick up young Mackey and bring him out to Polly Randall's house. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, we'll find both Polly and Ethan Luther waiting for us there.
I told you, I don't have to answer your questions.
Look, lady, put on another record, will you? You've given us that routine so many times I'm beginning to get a headache.
Well, I don't have...
All right. Nobody's asking any questions. Now, keep quiet, will you? Okay, Bart, let's get this over with.
All right, glad to, Inspector. Mackey, we've checked and found it was you who bought that mink coat at Hobson's department store. And so what? I've already admitted that I bought it. But you didn't tell us you paid cash for it. Your father has an account at Hobson's. You've always used it before. Why didn't you use it this time? I didn't want to. Well, that's fair enough. You didn't want your father to know that you were buying $5,000 coats for your girlfriends. In a moment, I'm going to prove that that's an important piece of evidence. That I've got to see. You will. Luther, you admitted that you came here to Miss Randall's the night before last instead of going home after you returned from your trip up north.
If it's any of your business, yeah. We're making it our business, Junior. Answer the questions and never mind the ad-lib.
You don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to, Ethan.
There she goes again. Hey, keep quiet, will you?
I won't keep quiet. I'll talk if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and talk then. Who's stopping you?
I won't talk. I don't have to.
Oh, my gosh. Bart.
Miss Randall, perhaps you'd like to explain to us why we shouldn't accuse you of murdering Norma Luther.
Accuse me?
That's right.
Well, I certainly will explain it. I was right in this house every minute, that's why.
And how do we know that?
Because these two men were with me, that's why.
Oh, both of them? All the time?
Ethan came first. He dropped in to say hello on his way home.
Just sort of neighborly-like, eh?
Yes, just sort of neighborly-like. While he was here, a knock came at the door. Luther stepped into the next room.
Why?
Because he thought it might be someone who'd get the wrong impression. That's why.
Oh, my.
Was this new arrival Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Yes, it was. Craig had a mink coat in a box. He showed it to me and said he was going to give it to Ethan's wife.
And what did you say?
I said, isn't that nice? Oh, I thought it was very sweet of him.
Well, I'm a cross-eyed woodchuck.
And then what happened, Miss Randall?
Craig put the coat back in the box and left. Ethan came out of the other room. We talked a while, and then he went home.
And then?
Craig came back.
How long did Craig stay, Miss Randall?
Until 11 o'clock. I went to the door with him. As we stood there talking, we heard a shot, or thought we did.
Yeah, the last time you told that story, you were sure.
I was sure, only Craig said he thought it was the backfire of an automobile or something.
But you didn't think so?
No. After Craig left, I went over to the Luthers and found Norma dead. I screamed.
I'll bet. Was Luther there?
No, I ran home and called the police. And that's all I'm going to tell you, so you needn't ask me any more questions.
Can we count on that?
You've told us quite enough, Miss Randall. Well, Mackey, what have you to say?
There's nothing more to say. Polly's told it all.
I see. Luther, how about you?
Well, what about me?
Did you get home before Mackey left your wife?
No.
You found her then, trying on the fur coat. You became raging mad and asked her who'd given it to her. She laughed in your face, so you picked up a shotgun and shot her.
Oh, that's a lie. I didn't. You can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can prove it. In the first place, that suicide note that we found on the floor lying beside your wife's dead body was written a year ago.
What? How did you know?
That was easy to prove. By a chemical analysis at local police headquarters. She wrote that note a year ago hoping that you'd break down and buy her a coat.
Smart guy, huh?
Yes, smart guy. But you laughed at her. However, you kept the note. It came in handy the night before last after you'd shot your wife. You reasoned it would serve well to plant the suicide theory.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, Danton. 3 murders are no more than one. This gun... I hate a cop killer, Luther. Drop that gun. Stand back, you fool. No, you won't do anything. Take this.
He killed him. He killed him.
No, Miss Randall. Even though the inspector hates a cop killer, he knows the law will take care of Luther. And you. That was a mighty brave thing for you to do, jumping Luther when he was holding that gun.
Well, I hate a cop killer.
Yes, so do we all, Inspector. And Luther was more than a cop killer.
Yeah, to my dough, none of that bunch was much good. And that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector.
You told Mackey that you were going to prove that the fact that he paid cash for that link was important evidence. And you never did.
I didn't have to.
Huh?
However, if you'd like to know why I thought so, I'll be glad to explain.
I hate to seem curious, but go ahead.
The way I looked at it, Inspector, the solution to the whole case hinged on that mink coat.
Why?
If Mackey had charged the fur coat to his father's account, it wouldn't have been terrifically important to him. But since he paid cash for it out of his own pocket, it was tremendously important.
I don't get it.
Well, Inspector, it's like this. A man who pays $5,000 for a mink coat isn't going to give it to someone he doesn't expect to live very long, especially when there was no chance of him getting it back.
Say, that's right, isn't it? If Mackey had figured on murdering Norma Luther, he wouldn't have given her the coat. By golly, that's a fact.
You have it, Inspector. So when both Luther and Mackey confirmed Polly Randall's story that she was at home until after 11 o'clock, I knew it had to be one of those two men who had murdered Norma. And since Mackey had bought the coat, it was reasonable to assume that he wouldn't murder the one he gave it to.
That's terrific. You know, sometimes I think you ought to warn people in advance. They'd give up more easily.
Warn them? About what, Inspector?
About what, he asked.
Oh, you mean warn them that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story began in New York shortly after Christmas. I'd received a phone call from an Ambrose Carlton, and had asked him to come to my apartment for a consultation. Yes?
You are Barton Drake?
Yes, and you're Ambrose Carlton. Will you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. Mr. Drake, I asked especially...
Yes, I know. You asked especially to see me alone. However, since if I decide to take your case, Inspector Danton would work with me, I thought it would save time and bother if I asked him to come to my apartment to listen to your story.
This, then, is Inspector Noel Danton, your co-worker?
That's right. And how are you, Mr. Carlton?
Good evening, Inspector. Well, Mr. Drake, have you given any thoughts to my proposition?
I have, and I'm in favor of it.
Splendid. And you, Mr. Drake?
Well, I share the Inspector's enthusiasm for a trip south, and yet...
Yet you doubt the credulity of my story?
No, not at all. I don't for the moment question the value of your original paintings, or the fact that someone's trying to steal them.
Oh, Bart, why not forget for once that murder's your hobby? Let's go down to Florida and sit in the sun and watch the bathing beauties bathe.
Florida bathing beauties, Inspector. Never bathe.
Never bathe? Now, wait a minute,
I
Bart.
mean, of course, in the ocean, Inspector.
Oh.
Mr. Drake, the man who is attempting to steal my paintings is Brian Quirk.
You're sure of that?
Brian Quirk? Hey, that is something. He's the most famous international cook out of captivity.
You're quite right, Inspector Danton. He would stop at nothing to obtain possession of my Rembrandts.
And what makes you so positive, Mr. Carlton, that it's Quirk who's attempting to steal your paintings?
Quirk himself has told me so.
Quirk told you so?
Yes. On several occasions, Brian Quirk has called me on the phone and stated flatly that he intends to possess my paintings.
Quirk is noted for that sort of thing. He's a shrewd operator.
3 days ago, Mr. Drake, one of my servants was murdered.
Murdered? Well, now you're talking our language. Shall I make our reservations, Bart?
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Have you reported this murder to the police, Mr. Carlton?
Of course. They investigated and learned nothing except that Leopold was shot by a man who was attempting to steal the paintings.
How do you know that?
Leopold was not killed instantly. He lived long enough to explain that he had been attacked while on guard in the very room where the pictures are kept.
I see. And the police have been unable to uncover any clues that might lead to the identity of the murderer?
The identity of the murderer is already known, Mr. Drake. Brian Quirk left his calling card. A note pinned to the floor with a dagger.
Say, I saw that gag work in the movies once. It was called The Clutching Hand or The Hooded Terror or something like that.
I assure you, this is no movie, Inspector Denton.
Oh.
So the police have abandoned any further attempts to run down Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I can't blame them. They did what they could. Obviously, this man Quirk is shrewd beyond human conception.
No man is that shrewd, Mr. Carlton. All criminals are possessed with at least one weakness. I imagine that weakness with Brian Quirk is his vanity. Eventually, it'll lead to his downfall.
Well, I hope you're right. Frankly, Quirk's attitude is something of a challenge. I dislike to think that he can outsmart me.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have your other servants to consider. If more murders result from Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings, you will feel personally responsible.
Mr. Drake, It will be worth $10,000 to me if you'll come to Florida and take over my case.
$10,000, that's a lot of dough, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector.
If at the end of a week's time you feel that apprehending Brown Quirk is beyond your ability, I will pay you the $10,000 and you may return to New York.
Hey, that's fair enough, Bart.
And what of your paintings, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I suppose I shall have to dispose of them. I can't continue to be responsible for the lives of the people in my employ.
Splendid. Inspector, make reservations on the first available plane to Miami.
Hey, Bart, for gosh sake, can't you drive easier?
Sorry, Inspector. These swamp roads here in the Everglades weren't built for automobile travel.
Well, what were they built for? And what does Carlton have to live way out here in the jungle for anyway? And why didn't he meet us at the airport?
Inspector, I think you're annoyed because you didn't get a chance to watch the bathing beauties.
I'm not annoyed. I'm doggone sore about it.
Hey, Inspector, you're magnificent.
Yeah? Well, why didn't Carlton tell us he lived way to heck and gone out here instead of in a nice, cool stucco bungalow on Miami Beach like any sensible man would?
I suspect that Mr. Carlton didn't want to discourage us, Inspector.
Discourage us? I've been discouraged ever since we stepped off that plane.
I guess this is it.
Well, for crying out loud. Look at that wall with the barbed wire on top.
Yes. And Mr. Carlton said he had his home protected against thieves. I guess this was what he meant. There's the house beyond the wall.
Yeah. You can barely make it out in this dim light. Listen. What's that?
It's the voice of the swamp, Inspector. Come on, let's go up and announce ourselves before it gets completely dark.
I don't know why Carlton couldn't have left that iron gate open so we could drive up to the house.
I imagine Brian Quirk was disappointed also, Inspector. The gate seems to be locked.
Yeah, there's a rope hanging through the slot. Shall I give it a yank?
Yes, it's probably a latch string.
Here goes. The jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounds like an alarm bell. Here comes someone.
Yeah, he come out of that little house. Hey, he's got a gun.
He's probably one of Mr. Carlton's guards. He's a regular giant, isn't he? Hello there.
The alarm bell, she rings, and Carlo comes quick.
Yeah, well, shut it off. It's getting on my nerves.
Si, senor. You are senors Drake and Danton, si?
That's right. We're Drake and Danton. Mr. Carlton's expecting us.
Si. I will open the gate.
Thank you.
Be careful, senors. There are many traps about.
Traps? What does Carlton take us for, a couple of wolves?
The wolves are all over on Miami Beach, Inspector.
Very funny.
You will follow me, senors, please.
Hey, Bart, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it, Inspector?
It's spooky.
Oh?
Look at the way those vines are crawling over the house. And listen to those noises. They're not real.
Come, Inspector. Let's not allow our imagination to run away with us.
Hey, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
Now, don't tell me that's my imagination. That's organ music.
It certainly is, Inspector.
You will follow me, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Hey, there's someone coming from the house.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. Carlton. Are you disappointed because it isn't a spook, Inspector?
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Hurricane Manor. I must express my regret at not being able to meet your plane.
You're not half as regretful as we are. Look, Mr. Carlton, why didn't you tell us you lived way out here in the swamp?
For the very reason that unhappy expression is on your face, Inspector Danton.
Unhappy? Me?
You're disappointed in my home. If I'd explained where I'd lived, you might have refused to accept my proposition.
The inspector's only disappointed, Mr. Carlton, because he was unable to see the bathing beauties of Miami Beach.
Well, that will come later. Very well, Carlos. Return to your post.
Si, senor.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He looks like a zombie.
Carlos is my most reliable servant. Come along, gentlemen. Dinner is waiting. And then I want you to see my paintings.
Well, I got to admit that your cook knows how to put together a meal, Mr. Carlton.
Thank you, Inspector. Jose will be pleased. Are there any questions you'd like to ask before we look at the paintings, Mr. Drake?
Yes, several. Just as a matter of curiosity, we heard organ music as we came up the wall.
That was Laura. She's my secretary.
Uh-huh.
She plays beautifully, doesn't she?
Yeah, but sad. What's the matter? Is she unhappy about something?
I'm afraid that the atmosphere of Hurricane Manor creates a sad mood, Inspector.
That I can understand.
Laura is very young and beautiful. She doesn't like it here, and I can't blame her.
Then why does she remain?
The answer to that is simple. I need a secretary. Laura needs money. And I can afford to pay her a large salary.
I see. I suppose that living in this remote section of the Everglades is part of your plan to frustrate Brian Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings.
That's exactly right, Mr. Drake. Frustrating Brian Quirk has become an obsession with me. I will stop at nothing to capture the man.
And Quirk will stop at nothing to obtain possession of your paintings.
Correct. It's become a sort of game with us.
I see. That's why you brought the paintings to this old house and challenged Brian Quirk to steal them.
Yes, and he will accept the challenge, too. This is to be the showdown between Brian Quirk and myself. Come along. I want you to see my paintings.
Look, Mr. Carson, how many more of these halls have we got to walk down? I'm getting tired.
Inspector Danton, you flatter me.
Flatter you? What do you mean? I only asked a simple question.
Yeah, but a very pointed question. Would you believe that this is the third time we walked down this same hall within the past 5 minutes?
Are you kidding?
Oh, not at all. Rooms and corridors are so arranged that a stranger can easily become lost. Walking you down this same hall 3 times was the test.
I suppose that's all part of your plan to confound Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Felton?
Exactly. And here's another.
What? That door? What's confounding about that?
I'll show you. Open the door, Inspector.
Huh? Open. Okay. Jumping Judas.
You see?
Well, that's very ingenious. I suppose all of the doors in the house are equally well equipped with burglar alarms.
Not only the doors, Mr. Drake, but the wire atop the wall that surrounds the place. And all of the windows.
With that kind of a setup, what are you scared of?
Brian Quirk succeeded in getting over the wall once, Inspector Danton. He murdered one of my servants. It was only because he touched off one of the alarms at the downstairs window that he failed to get inside the house.
Yeah, but...
The alarms on the windows ring bells all over the house and in the guardhouses. They also switch on automatic floodlights.
And still Quirk got away. The man is a genius.
There's one thing that puzzles me, Mr. Carton. If all the doors in the house are equipped with alarms, why is it that they don't ring when you or someone else opens them?
Because of this. You see, it is possible to open the doors without touching off the alarm.
But your servants?
I alone know the combination. Whenever I wish the servants to move about the house, I temporarily disconnect the system. Except for the one in this room.
Oh, then it's here where your paintings are kept.
Yes. Step this way, please.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lights. There they are, hanging on the wall.
By Jove, they are beautiful.
Not bad at that. Say, the guy who painted those things must be a comer, all right.
Rembrandt was the greatest master of them all, Inspector.
You're fortunate to have such valuable possessions, Mr. Carton.
Well, I hope that the time will come when I can feel fortunate, Mr. Drake. Since I bought them a year ago, they've brought me nothing but grief.
I see what you mean. By the way, did you install the indirect lighting system that brings out the rich color tones?
Yes. You see, the wall paneling being dark, it was necessary...
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a scream.
There it goes again.
Good heavens, it must be Laura. She... Good Lord, gentlemen. Brian Quirk has arrived. This way. Scream came from the organ room.
Better get out your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I got it out.
Here we are.
Jumping Judas, there's a girl lying on the floor.
It's Laura. Laura. Laura.
I don't think she's hurt, Mr. Carton. Probably fainted.
Yeah, she's breathing all right. Whoever fired the shot must have missed.
Lift up her head, Inspector.
Okay.
Mr. Carton, I think you'd better get back to your paintings of Brian Quirk.
George, you're right. What am I thinking of? Take care of Laura.
Turn off those goddamn alarm bells.
Careful, Inspector. Here, you'd better carry the girl over to this couch.
Yeah, good idea. I wonder what scared her.
Never mind that now. Put her down easily.
Yeah, putting her down easily. Well, thank gosh those bells are stopped.
The girl's eyes are opening, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, she is good looking, isn't she?
She's beautiful. Feeling better, Laura? You are Laura, aren't you?
Oh. Where am I? What happened?
You're safe now. You better not try to get up just yet.
Just lie back and take it easy, lady.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Keep away from me.
Just a minute.
Don't touch me. Let me go.
Don't try to get up, Laura. You're still weak.
Let me up. Keep your hands off me. Oh, I hate you. I hate you all.
Okay, so you hate us. Now, look.
Look out, Inspector. She has a gun.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I know how to use it, too. Now stand back, both of you.
Okay. We're not arguing.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do. I promise you I will.
Never mind promising, lady. We'll take your word for it.
Well, Inspector, she's gone.
Yeah, shall we go after her?
I don't think it would help much even if we caught her.
No. If we found that one bullet had been fired from that gun she was holding, it would.
Why?
Why? Well, for Guy's sake, we'd know it was her who fired the shot, wouldn't we?
And how would that help us?
Well, we could ask her questions. Maybe she saw somebody. Maybe firing the shot was a gag.
I doubt if it were a gag, Inspector. Obviously, the girl had fainted, and just as obviously, she was frightened of us.
I'll say she was. I wonder why.
I think I know the answer to that one, Inspector. Come on, let's look around this room a bit.
You know the answer to that one. Hey, what the heck do you mean?
Here's the organ. It's a beauty, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I asked you a question.
These windows are all equipped with the burglar alarm system. The wiring is plainly visible up there.
Okay, the heck with the alarm system. What do you mean you can answer that one?
The windows are all bolted on the inside, Inspector. How do you suppose the person who frightened Laura got into the room?
Doggone it, Bart, now
Or perhaps it wasn't a person. What do you think, Inspector?
Bart, for the last time... What'd you say, Bart?
I said perhaps it wasn't a person who frightened Laura.
Huh? What do you mean, not a person? What else?
Spooks, Inspector. Remember you were worried about spooks a little while ago.
Mr. Drake! Inspector Danton! My paintings, they're gone! Someone has stolen my paintings! You must see for yourself. I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. It simply cannot be. There. Look.
Those. They're gone all right.
Yep, they're gone. The walls as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
How could it have happened? How could it? Every door and window was protected with alarms. There were guards everywhere. When could it have happened?
I'm afraid the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Carlton. It happened when we ran down the hall to investigate the shot and scream.
Say, that means that the babe must have been in on the deal. No wonder she acted so screwy.
That reasoning is ridiculous, Inspector Danton. Laura's characters are absolutely impeccable. I had her investigated.
And what about your other servants, Mr. Carlton?
They're all beyond reproach. Besides, there is one thing that both of you have overlooked in your reasoning.
Yes, what's that?
It would be foolish of any of the servants to steal the paintings. They're too rare, too valuable. If offered for sale, they would be spotted immediately.
Wouldn't the same theory hold true if Brian Quirk...
No. Quirk is a man of culture and taste. He wants the paintings for their own pleasure, not for their monetary value.
I see. Well, Mr. Carlton, I don't think you'll have to worry about the loss of your paintings.
I'd worry about them? What the deuce are you saying, man?
Just this. Quirk apparently got into your house, but not without setting off the alarm system. Could he get out without causing a similar disturbance?
By George.
Say, he couldn't, could he? That means that guy must be floating around here somewhere.
Exactly. Now, I propose that you spread the alarm, Mr. Carlton. And, Inspector, we conduct an immediate search of the grounds. A man with two large paintings in his arms would have little chance of escaping unnoticed.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I thought we were going to hunt for Brian Quirk. Doggone it, all you've done since we got out here is to walk around peering into windows.
I'm not peering into windows,
No?
Inspector.
Well, then what are you doing?
I'm, checking the burglar alarms,
Checking
Inspector.
the burglar alarms. For God's sake, why? We know they work.
Well, there might be one that doesn't. Suppose one of Carlton's servants were in cahoots with Quirk. He might have disconnected the system on one of the windows.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. That isn't what you're doing.
It isn't? Why, Inspector?
Because we know that one of the servants didn't disconnect the system. How do we know it? Because the whole doggone system went off when Quirk entered the house.
You caught up with me that time, didn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, I caught up with you. Now, what the heck are you up to? What do you mean,
I found it.
Found what, for crying out loud?
I found it. Inspector.
Huh? What's the matter?
Someone's coming. Step back into the shadows.
Okay. Hey, it's the girl.
Yes. She looks more frightened than ever.
Yeah, look at the way she's sneaking along.
Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake.
She's calling you, Bart.
All right, Laura. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, that's him and me, too.
Oh, thank heaven. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Now, there's one for the book. The last time we saw you, you couldn't get away fast enough.
Why, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're sorry, too, but look, lady.
Inspector.
Huh?
What was it that you didn't know, Laura?
I didn't know who you were. Not really.
Oh, you didn't? Well, how do you know now?
I heard you and Mr. Carlton talking in the room where the paintings were kept.
Oh, eavesdropping, eh? Well...
Inspector, will you stop your prattling for a minute and let Laura talk?
Now, listen, Bart.
Keep quiet.
Huh?
So when you found out who we were, you came looking for us. Why, Laura?
Because... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I thought you might help me.
What were you frightened of, Laura?
I don't know. The very atmosphere of the place. There's something dreadfully wrong.
Yes, but something particular must have happened to make you afraid.
It did. 2 weeks ago, Leopold was murdered. And then tonight when I was playing the organ...
Yes, exactly what happened when you were playing your organ.
I'm not sure exactly. I felt that someone was behind me, just standing there, and I was petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I kept on playing with one hand and tried to reach into my pocket for the gun that Mr. Carlton had given me. And just as I turned, the alarm started. I fired the gun, and then I guess I fainted.
But you didn't actually see anyone.
No. Oh, I don't know. There might have been someone. It was terrible.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, look, there's just one more question I'd like to ask, Laura.
Yes?
Why hadn't you given up your job and gone back to Miami before now?
I wanted to, but Mr. Carlton begged me to stay. He raised my salary and gave me the gun and showed me how to use it. He was awfully nice. He said that if another attempt were made to steal the paintings, he wouldn't try to hold me any longer.
Well, Laura, I think that after tonight, your troubles will be over. Inspector. Inspector.
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, what the deuce is the matter with you?
Oh, you mean I can speak now?
Do I mean you could... Inspector, you're magnificent. Now, see here, both of you.
Yeah, what is it?
This is the spot where the wires connecting Mr. Carlton's alarm system enter the house.
So what?
So in a minute, Inspector, I want you to get out your jackknife, bare the wires, press them together, and set off the alarm.
You want to hear the bells ring again,
Don't
eh?
get sarcastic, Inspector. Laura, the minute the alarms start, the guards will come running. I want you and the inspector to pretend that you saw someone running through the shrubbery toward the wall and give chase with them.
Well, I'll do my best.
Fine. And you, Inspector?
Okay. But what is the great Barton Drake going to be doing all this time?
Believe it or not, Inspector, the great Barton Drake is going to be returning Ambrose Carlton's paintings to the spot where we first saw them hanging.
Just a minute, Mr. Carlton. It wasn't our fault Brian Quirk got away.
Whose fault was it then? You were both outside the house when the alarms went off.
Well, you were outside, too, and so were all your guards.
Laura, there's no point in you staying longer. If you'll come up to my study, I'll give you your check.
All right, you can ride back to town with us.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Danton.
Very decent of you, Denton.
Thanks.
I suppose your Mr. Drake will expect me to pay him the $10,000 I promised, even though my paintings have been stolen.
I'll expect you to pay me the $10,000, Mr. Carlton. But not because your paintings have been stolen.
Where the devil did you come from, Drake? And what do you mean by that remark?
Which remark, Mr. Carlton? About your paintings? They haven't been stolen, you know.
Haven't been stolen? Nonsense. You saw with your own eyes.
Come in here, please. This is the room where the paintings were kept, isn't it?
How the devil did you know?
Your complicated system of rooms and hallways isn't as complicated as they at first seemed, Mr. Carlton. Look over there, please.
Good heavens. The paintings.
Hanging right where they were before. Well, I'll be an oversized crocodile. Bart, how did you do it?
Before I answer that, Inspector, I want to explain how I solved the 2-week-old murder of Leopold, Mr. Carlton's servant.
Solved? Drake, you don't mean that you know...
Yes, I do mean, Mr. Carlton. I'll explain by asking a few questions. First, why didn't Brian Quirk steal the paintings on the day when he gained admission to the grounds and murdered Leopold?
Well, I can answer that.
I prefer that you didn't, Mr. Carlton. I have my own answer.
But look here.
The reason he didn't want the paintings stolen is because he couldn't dispose of them if he did steal them.
But I've already explained...
Not to my satisfaction, you haven't, Mr. Carlton. Second, how did Quirk gain admission to Hurricane Manor? You've made the place impregnable, Mr. Carlton. You were too thorough.
What do you mean? The alarms did...
The alarms had nothing to do with Quirk's visit. Quirk was already inside.
Ridiculous.
Not ridiculous, Mr. Carlton. Clever. There's only one man who would benefit by the theft of your paintings. He could do so only if the paintings were insured against burglary. And the only burglar who would attempt to steal them would be a man such as Brian Quirk, who would keep them for their beauty's sake.
I see. And I suppose you know the identity of Brian Quirk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Carlton. You are Brian Quirk.
Oh, Mr. Drake, it's so good to get away from that terrible place. I can hardly believe it.
Yes, I can appreciate your point of view, Laura.
I think it's wonderful the way you figured out that Mr. Carlton was really Brian Quirk.
Thank you, Laura.
And I also think it was wonderful the way you took the gun away from him when he tried to shoot Inspector Danton.
Thank you again, Laura.
There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh? What's that?
How did you know the paintings were hidden in the false panels behind the real panels where they were originally hung?
There are several reasons. Carlton, or Brian Quirk, had gone to elaborate plans to have his paintings legitimately stolen. The murder of Leopold and the soundings of the alarms, they were all designed to give an impression that someone was definitely after them.
And Mr. Carlton knew that even he couldn't get the stolen goods out of the house, so he decided to hide them in the house itself.
That's right. You were part of the plan to make everything seem logical. Because of all that had happened, you were certain that someone was actually trying to get into the house and steal the paintings. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes. I'd become so jittery that I kept imagining things. How did you know the paintings were hidden behind the panel?
Well, for one thing, when pictures are removed from the wall on which they've been hanging for some time with light on them, there's always a faint outline of their shapes.
And there were no outlines on the false panel?
That's right. Also, the pictures were hung from brackets in the molding above. And there was no sign of a bracket when the false panel appeared. I was quite sure that Brian Quirk would never stop to remove the bracket.
Oh, Mr. Drake, you're simply wonderful.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, well. You're still there, are you, Inspector? Gotten over your gripe yet?
No.
No? Well, you will, I'm sure, when we reach Miami Beach.
Are we going to stop there?
Of course, Inspector. We've got to have a look at those bathing beauties.
Hey, Bart, that's swell.
But, Mr. Drake, I thought that...
Not at all, Laura. Not when I have such charming company as you. Not when there are bathing beauties to observe. It's going to be a pleasure to forget that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
This story began only last week. Inspector Noah Danton and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Well, I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the Page Boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Telephone for Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers. 327 of St. Andrew's Circle.
Yeah?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake, even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector, I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh? The police?
Oh, is something wrong?
We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, please. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Marcy?
Hello.
Barton Drake? Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect there's something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Marcy, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently, she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Marcy.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Marcy?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Marcy, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Well, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing.
Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in years? The first room on the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerate this. Joel, stop them.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there?
Are you worried, darling?
Worried? Why would I be worried?
Search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar.
Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until...
The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Oh, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake?
And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Thousands of dollars. What nonsense. Well, the 5 and dime store... But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times. Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Oh, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left the house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
Question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
Now, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, what that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
Despicable of you to even think such a thing. Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived. Well, so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Bart, you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Oh?
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Morrissey, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
Bart, what the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspection. I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Here's what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I have a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
You can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah, are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior. What? Did you say something, Bart?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes. I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, sir. If you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm. Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the two bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered...
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything, Edwards?
But it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our three guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, do you know what I think?
Know what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, come, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Morrissey.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector, coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
Police! Help!
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Upstairs, Dorothy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Morrissey?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake.
That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Withers. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting.
That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, where the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Oh.
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What happened? Joe. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joe, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened?
Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Morrissey?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Morrissey, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
Well, I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't.
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me that.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
town on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Noah Danton and I have been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city. For Basil Fleming.
I am Basil Fleming.
And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler.
Oh. You, Duke Hensler.
That's right. Surprised, huh?
Yes, I am. Very much surprised.
They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer.
Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please.
Oh, nice place you got here, Fleming. You must be a rich man.
Far from rich, Mr. Hensler.
Retired, aren't you?
Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years.
With an annual income of approximately $11,000.
You seem to know considerable about my private affairs.
I have to. Part of my business to know.
Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me?
No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean.
Clean?
Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are troubled with blackmailers.
Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services.
Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Now, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off?
Bumped off?
Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yes, it is.
Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch.
There are, then, jobs that you won't touch?
Definitely. Man in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular.
Boys? Then you don't do it yourself?
Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am.
I see.
I only make the contacts. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful.
But you guarantee results?
Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions. Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest.
It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special.
Yeah? Who?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife.
Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if...
No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old days.
Wait, please. You must listen to me.
No soap pop. In my business, a man has his ethics, just like in any other.
No, Mr. Hensler, my wife is very ill.
Sick? Well, then what the devil
You
do you
must
want?
let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctors say she can't live more than a few months.
Well, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months...
Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off, and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible.
Yeah, it must be.
Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law.
Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? A mercy killing.
I love my wife more than life itself, Hensler. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll pay you anything, everything I possess, if you'll end Lottie's suffering.
Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before.
Then you will do it?
Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Well, I find your wife.
She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yes?
You'll be gentle.
She won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boy's a professional. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler.
Yeah, Pop.
When?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have some visitors, see?
Oh.
Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop.
Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me.
Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bart, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, come, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Hanson. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you, your grandfather?
Now, just a minute,
Relax, Grandpa. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, Hanson?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean, was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, that hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Oh, Gil didn't die natural, see? Geez, just looking at him give me the screaming memes. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And, who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. He'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous?
Hmm.
Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, Hanson? Anyway, As soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to pick me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Benton.
Hiya. Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Danton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did.
Why do you say that, Inspector Danton?
Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you
I
jerk.
think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there.
This room here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room.
Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie
Well,
might...
you should have.
Yes, Inspector Danton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey, yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Yeah, that's just what you got, brother.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent for Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't marry him.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poisons lying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened, but Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
Where'd that scream come from? From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest.
It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is lying on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
You recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen.
Come on, Dave. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Charlie.
Charlie, why did you come here?
Now, Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago, and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed, and then I must have fainted. I don't know.
Now, Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, he makes for the wisecracks. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton,
Well,
did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
what?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector,
Uh-huh.
kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you dumb brat, would I...
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored.
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, handsome. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Sure.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that door.
Hey, back up. You're off the beam, handsome. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why, I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell you...
Or he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work? We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
The babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave, my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door. Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind a floor lamp.
You kill me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know. Just tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. I got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Get the cuffs on him, Inspector.
Yeah, I got
All right, copper, quit shoving me.
Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time.
Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead. Dead?
Yeah, you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the babe?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming. But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cuts.
Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly.
Yeah?
That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition. We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York only last week. K.O. Brown, lightweight boxing champion, was defending his title against a virtually unknown contender named Lefty Ross. The inspector and I were lucky enough to get ringside seats.
No doubt who that round went to, eh, Bart?
Not a question, Inspector. Young Lefty Ross doesn't seem to be doing so well, does he?
Well, I said right along the kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. Brown.
Yeah, you're right.
That fat head manager of his, what's his name? Niles Sampson, yeah. Knows as much about boxing as I do about flagpole sitting.
Was flagpole sitting the chief sport when you were a boy, Inspector?
Oh.
Look, Inspector, there comes Sampson now.
Yeah. I suppose he's going to give young Ross some fatherly advice.
Probably.
You know, if I had Sampson's reputation, I'd crawl into a hole and I'd just pull it in after him.
You don't think much of Sampson, eh, Inspector?
I'll say I don't. Hey, Hey, what's going on over there in K.O.'s corner?
It looks as though a private fight of its own has started among the spectators. Here comes a policeman. They'll have it settled in no time.
Sometime I'd like to go to a prize fight and see all the fighting done in the ring.
Here we go, Inspector. Round 2.
Yep. Hey, you want to make a little side bet on who takes it?
Right. 10 even says Lefty Ross takes it.
Are you kidding? That's a sucker bet.
10 even, Inspector. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal, sucker.
That's all right. We'll see.
Hey, what's the matter with K.O.? He's laying down on the job.
You've got that twisted, Inspector. Young Ross is waking up on his feet.
Look at that. Hey, you bum! Get in there and fight!
You tell him, Inspector, he needs all the support he can get.
My golly. Samson must have given the kid a shot in the arm or something.
Either that or K.O. was up late last night. Don't let that boy slap. Come on, Lefty. My money's on you.
Yikes, what a sight. K.O.'s driving. This is something I never expected to see.
You and 2/3 of the crowd, Inspector. Look, K.O.'s down.
He's not only down. He's out. Like a light.
Get back to your corner, Lefty. Let the referee count.
He's counting. He's counting. Don't worry about your goal.
Stop hitting me.
If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it.
Wait a minute. There goes Lefty back to his dressing room. Hey, they're certainly putting him out of the ring in a hurry.
Well, there isn't going to be any hurry about K.O. leaving.
No.
He hasn't moved since Lefty hung that right hook on his jaw. Come on, Bart. Let's get out of here. I still can't
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Here's your dough.
Never mind the dough. Look up there.
Where? Oh. So you want me to look at my boy, eh? You got to rub it in,
Inspector,
eh?
K.O. is more than knocked unconscious. Come on, man.
Good gosh, you're right. Follow me, Bart. Hey, make way there, will you?
Pardon me,
One side, you
Pardon
guys.
me,
Here we are, Bart. Climb up under the rope.
Right. That's Doc Stanley bending over K.O. now.
Yeah. By the expression on his face, I'd say things weren't so good.
Hello. How's the story, Doc?
Hello, Mr. Drake. This is bad. K.O.'s jaw is broken. He's dead.
Look, Bart, if you think you're going to smell a murder out of this one, you're crazy. The fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is
The
enough.
fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is the reason why I'm suspicious, Inspector.
I don't get it. Look, if the kid could
This is
hit
K.O.'s
hard
dressing
enough...
room. Let's go in. What?
I'll take care of that. Open up. Come on, open the door.
They don't seem to hear you, Inspector.
Oh, well, they better hear me. Hey, open this door in the name of the law. Who is that? Well, how do you like that? Who is it, they want to know? The police! Open this door, That's about time. Oh, the devil...
There's Lefty on the rubbing table, Inspector. Let's go over to him.
Yeah. There's Samson with him. One side, Bob.
Hello, gentlemen. What's on your mind?
Plenty. What's the matter with the kid?
Well, what do you think? A couple of rounds of being slugged by a pug like K.O. don't do a kid like Lefty here no good.
You mean that Lefty's up?
He was out on his feet when we took him from the ring.
By the look of those red welts on his body, he took more of a beating than I thought.
Oh, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Is that the reason you hurried him out of the ring, Samson?
Sure. Don't do no good to let them things get wrong.
Oh, I figured right, eh? The kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. But you shoved him in just the same. He got in a lucky punch and...
Take it easy, Flatfoot. You stick to your snooper and I'll stick to my prize fighting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what the devil reason you got busting in here anyway?
Plenty. Now,
Inspector, please. Samson, would you mind stepping over here in the corner a minute? Bring along those gloves, Inspector.
Sure.
All right, Samson, let's go.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? Look, I got to tend to the kid.
It'll be just as well if the kid doesn't hear what we have to say for the moment.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Doc Stanley just finished examining K.O. He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean he's dead?
He stopped breathing. What do you think we mean?
Now, wait a minute. What's it got to do with me? What do you needle me for?
K.O. died as a result of a beating he took from your boy, Sampson. His jaw was broken.
What do you mean beating he took from my boy? That's a laugh. It was K.O.'s fight right from the first gong until Lefty got in that lucky punch.
Yes, it was. That's what made us think that something might be wrong. Inspector, have you examined those gloves?
Yeah, they're okay. Nothing wrong there.
Say, look, what is this? What are you examining the gloves for? If you think I had anything to do with this, you're crazy. Lefty couldn't hit anyone hard enough to kill him. Anybody'd know that.
That's just the point, Sampson. Lefty couldn't hit K.O. hard enough to kill him. And he couldn't hit hard enough to break K.O.'s jaw. That's why I think that K.O. was murdered.
Lefty.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Lefty, you didn't win.
Yes, I won. I'm the new lightweight champion.
Oh, darling. Darling, now we can have... Lefty, what's wrong?
But you haven't heard?
Haven't I heard what, honey? I've just been sitting here waiting.
K.O.'s dead.
Dead? Darling, what are you saying?
He's dead. He died because I hit him too hard.
Honey, you're joking. How could he die because you hit him too hard? That's ridiculous.
They think I had my gloves padded. They think I murdered him. They let me go because they couldn't turn up any evidence, but I can't leave town.
The idea. Well, the very idea thinking that you...
They're coming up here to ask me questions. They think I did it. They think I'm a murderer.
Oh, darling, don't. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not a murderer.
I must be. They said K.O. died from blows he received in the ring. They examined my gloves. They thought the gloves had been padded.
Look, darling, be reasonable. You couldn't have hit him that hard. And even if you did, it wouldn't be your fault. Lefty, your gloves weren't padded.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's all confused in my mind. Maybe they were padded. Oh, there they are now. I've got to get out of here.
You're doing nothing of the sort. You stay right where you are. This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Yes?
Sorry to intrude, Mrs. Ross. You are Mrs. Ross, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ross. If you're the police, Lefty has already
I'm Barton
told me...
Drake. This is Inspector Noaden.
Hi.
Hello, Lefty.
Hello, Mr. Drake.
Now, see here, Mr. Drake. It's utterly ridiculous to think that Lefty could have hit that.
Yes, I know. We don't believe Lefty's capable of delivering a blow hard enough to kill any man any more than you do.
But still, you've accused him of murder.
Not yet we haven't, lady. It's like this. If K.O. died as a result of the blows he received, the gloves had to be padded.
Padded?
Yeah.
Are you accusing Lefty of padding his gloves?
What does Lefty have to say about it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't pad them myself, but suppose someone else did.
Someone else? That's a hot one. Look, son, don't stand there and tell us. You wouldn't know whether or not you were wearing gloves with a hunk of lead in one of them.
Well, I suppose I'd know.
Sure you'd know, and the referee would know when he looked the gloves over.
That's just the point. The referee would know. Lefty, tell us exactly what happened from the time you left your dressing room until you returned there after the fight.
Well, I don't know exactly what... That is, I'm not sure. Everything's so confused.
You don't know? Now, look, son, you don't expect us to believe that.
And why not? Lefty was excited. It was his first big fight. Naturally, he's confused about what happened.
You remember the fight, don't you, Lefty?
Yes, I remember that. I remember taking a beating in the first round. I remember the roar of the crowd and Sampson yelling at me, calling me a coward, telling me to get in there and fight. Then the gong rang, and I remember thinking it would have to be now or never.
So you got in there and slugged, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Lefty, K.O. must have worked me over pretty badly. I guess I was out on my feet when they took me from the ring. I'd gotten in one lucky punch, and that was all.
Well, I got to admit it was a beautiful sock. Now, I don't think you were so confused, Bob.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I think he was.
But look, Bob, if he can remember getting in there and slugging...
Inspector, I'm going to change my opinion about K.O. Brown being murdered. I think his death was accidental.
Accidental?
Yes. Tell me, Lefty, This was to be your last fight, wasn't it?
Well, yes, Mr. Drake. Well, that is, if I lost, it was.
And you had every intention of losing. I mean by that, you knew you weren't ready to meet K.O., and you didn't think you had a chance of licking him.
That's right. Samson didn't think so either, but he offered me big money to take K.O. on.
Look, Lefty and I want to buy a farm. Neither of us have any relatives, except Lefty's brother Mike, who isn't much good. Fighting was the only way Lefty knew of earning enough money before we got too old. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him, Mrs. Ross. One more question, Lefty. Suppose K.O. hadn't died. Suppose you just knocked him out, thereby making yourself champion. Would you have stuck with Samson?
Well, if I got to be champ, I don't suppose I could have let Samson down until after I had at least one more fight.
Exactly. Inspector, I think we'd better get down to Niall Sampson's gymnasium. We're going to work a little bluff on Mr. Sampson that should definitely pay off.
Oh, it's you, Drake. Still snooping around, huh?
That's right. Still snooping around, Sampson. Well, are these two hairy gentlemen your bodyguards?
That's it, Drake. My bodyguards. They get paid to see that no harm comes to me. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Drake, you're smart. All right, boys, relax. Now, what's on your mind, Drake?
A little matter of murder, Sampson. That's rather a new line for you, isn't it?
Let's say it's out of my line entirely, chum.
I see. Meaning, of course, that you didn't murder K.O. Brown.
I didn't lay a hand on him. And I can prove it.
Can you prove that you didn't pad one of the gloves worn by Lefty Ross with a pair of brass knuckles or worse?
Ah, that's a laugh. I suppose next you're going to tell me I had the referee in my pay.
I think you would if you could, Sampson. Failing on that, you resorted to the next best thing. You padded the glove yourself. You did it between round 1 and 2.
Sure, just walked up, stuck a hunk of iron in the glove with everyone looking on at me.
No one was looking at you, Sampson, because everyone's attention was attracted to the fight among the spectators that started near K.O.'s corner.
You're reaching for something that ain't there, Drake. Can I help it if a couple of drunks get to slapping each other around?
You helped this one. You paid the drunks to do it. Inspector Danton just took them down to headquarters, where I feel reasonably sure he'll persuade them to confess.
What? Why, you could...
Well, now that we've cleared up that point, perhaps you'd like to confess to patting Lefty's glove.
Look, Drake, you're too smart for your pants. Why don't you go have a talk with Lefty?
I just came from there.
And I suppose he told you that between round 1 and 2, I come up and stashed a slug in his glove.
No, I'm sorry to say he didn't.
Which blows your theory wide open, don't it? Listen, that kid's on the level. He wouldn't let me pull a fast one like that even if I wanted to.
I'm quite aware of that, Sampson. That's the reason I'm going to hunt through your desk for a bottle of scopolamine tablets.
Are you saying I drugged the kid?
That's what I'm saying, Sampson.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I drugged the kid so he wouldn't know I was loading his glove. But he was still in good enough condition to knock out K.O.
You sound triumphant, Sampson.
Yeah, triumphant. Yeah, that's a good word. I think you're a little bit wacky if you expect anybody to believe that crackpot story. Now get out of here. I got things to do.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the things you have to do, Sampson.
Keep away from that desk, Drake.
Afraid of what I might find, Sampson?
I'll show you how afraid I am. Boys, lock the door.
I wouldn't do it, boys. Inspector Danton will be back here any minute, and he won't be alone.
So what if he is? I'm telling you to get out of this office or else.
Sorry, Sampson. You've been training fighters for years. You ought to understand this.
What? Why, you lousy... Get him, boy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, come on. Oh, you will, will you?
Open the door. Take care of Drake. Come on, boys. Let's get out the back door. What Danton don't know won't hurt him. Hey, you get back out of sight. Open up or I'm shooting this lock to place.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll let you in.
Something Judas spot. Look at your face. They did a job on you, eh?
Yes, it feels that way, Inspector.
Oh, what did you let them lock the door for?
I was busy at the moment.
Well, anyway, the bluff worked. Sampson thought sure as heck I was working over some of his boys down at headquarters.
I'm afraid our bluff missed fire entirely, Inspector.
What do you mean? I heard every word Sampson said.
The trouble is you didn't see what I saw.
You see something special?
Very special, Inspector. Just as Sampson and his boys reached the rear door, it opened and a man came in. Sampson yelled at him to get back out of sight.
Well, who was it?
Lefty Ross.
Bart? Muggs had done something to your thinking apparatus. That couldn't have been Lefty Ross you saw.
Well, possibly you're right about Lefty, Inspector, but there's nothing wrong with my thinking apparatus.
Who are you calling? Every minute we waste here gives Sampson more time to get away, you know.
Sampson won't go far, Inspector. As soon as he realizes that running away will amount to confession, he'll be back.
Hello?
Hello, Lefty. This is Drake.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake.
Lefty, have you been away from your apartment since Inspector Denton and I were there?
No, Donna and I have been right here all the time.
Good. Now listen carefully, Lefty.
I wish I had your faith that Muggs Sampson would stick around when he knows.
That's right, Lefty. Now, if you'll follow those instructions, I think you and Donna will be able to buy your farm. You think you can handle it, Lefty?
Sure, Mr. Drake. We'll do anything you say. What time do you want Donna and me to leave the apartment?
Oh, in about 15 minutes. Inspector Denton and I will have everything under control by then.
Okay, Mr. Drake. We'll be there. You can count on us.
Fine. Goodbye, Lefty. See you later. Well, Inspector, do you think my plan will work?
It'll work as far as we're concerned, but suppose Sampson doesn't play ball.
He will, Inspector, I'm sure of it. We're giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence that will prove him guilty of murder, and I doubt if he'll fail to bite. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going out the front door of the gymnasium and walk down the street as though we were leaving the place for good.
You figure that Sampson's watching outside for us to do just that, eh?
That's exactly what he's doing. As soon as he's sure we're gone, he'll return to his office. After all, he feels reasonably sure that we haven't got a thing on him. Now, if he can destroy certain evidence that is probably hidden around this gym somewhere, he's going to feel pretty smug.
Okay, I only hope those kids don't get themselves into a jam.
They won't, Inspector. We're going to be on hand to see that they don't. Come along.
Lefty, what if Mr. Drake's plan doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work, Donna. Drake knows what he's doing. It's the only chance I have of escaping a murder charge. Oh, this is Sampson's office here.
Aren't you going to knock?
No, let's surprise him.
Hey, what the... Oh, it's your kid. And a little woman, too. Well, come right in. Come in.
Hello, Niles. I dropped by to tell you I was quitting the ring.
Oh, you did? Now, just a minute, kid. You ain't walking out on me just when I made you champ, are you?
Yes, I am. That fight wasn't on the level, and you know it.
You better back that statement up with a few facts, kid. I don't like it.
I didn't think you would, Niles, so I got the facts. All the facts I need.
Yeah? Such as what?
Well, I talked to some people who saw the fight. They said I took quite a beating in the first round.
They said it? Don't you know yourself whether you did or not?
No, I don't. That's what I wanted to ask you about, Niles. Everyone I talked to said K.O. lambasted me all over the place. They said that mostly he went after my face and head.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And when I heard that, I began to wonder why I didn't have any marks or bruises on my face at all.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, now, ain't that a shame? Kid, it's just a lucky thing my boys are here. They can just take care of your predicament without no trouble at all. Boys, the kid here figures he ought to have some marks on his face and head to show he's been in a fight.
Lefty, look out. They're going to beat you.
Now, Mrs. Ross, don't you worry. My boys will give Lefty what he wants, and then we'll all sit down and have a nice little talk about whether or not the kid's going to walk out on Niles Sampson.
No, leave him alone.
Give it to him, boys. He asked for it. Keep away from me, you nutbag. Get out.
Shoot, punks. Get away from him. Sit still, Sampson. Bart, go over there and frisk him, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
In case you're really wondering, Sampson, we'll let Lefty's brother Mike give you the details.
Why, you can't prove a thing by him. Not a thing.
What's my brother Mike got to do with this, Mr. Drake?
Quite a lot, son. It was Mike who fought K.O. Brown yesterday, not you.
That's impossible.
No, that's not as impossible as you might think, Mrs. Ross. You see, before the fight, Lefty was given a scopolamine tablet.
Scopolamine? What's that?
It's a new drug, Lefty. It puts the patient in a semi-conscious state. Some psychiatrists use it as a substitute for hypnotism.
Well, I can't believe I wasn't actually in that ring.
You don't remember the fight? You said so yourself.
Well, it's all confused.
I'll tell you why you can't remember it, Lefty. Sampson had a loudspeaker rigged up in your dressing room. You heard the fight, and Sampson kept yelling at you to get in there and slug.
And someone else kept whacking you with a wet towel, which accounted for the welts on your body.
It was your brother who was actually in the ring. He looked enough like you so that no one noticed the difference.
And between rounds 1 and 2, Sampson came up and patted one of Mike's gloves while everyone's attention was attracted to the fight near K.O.'s corner. Mike had been training for weeks. It wasn't much good, but he had enough stuff to last 2 rounds, which was all Sampson wanted.
Yeah, but why?
why did Sampson go to all that trouble?
The answer to that is obvious, Mrs. Ross. Lefty was going to quit the ring, but Sampson knew if he won the championship, he'd feel morally obligated to stick for at least one more bout.
And maybe Sampson could work the same gag again.
Okay, boys, you got me. That's just the way it happened. I should have figured I couldn't get away with it.
Huh? What? Did you hear what I heard? The guy actually admits it.
I know when I'm licked, Stanton. I got that box of Scopolamine bills in this drawer in case.
Watch him, Inspector. There's a gun in that drawer.
You bet there is. Take care of Drake, boys.
The boys better take care of themselves. Drake. Hey, pull up here, Inspector. The Rosses live in that apartment house.
I know it. I've been here before.
That's right.
I don't know how Lefty and I can ever thank you two for all you've done
Don't
for
try, Mrs. Ross. It's the sort of thing that the Inspector and I enjoy. Eh, Inspector?
Oh, sure. We had a heck of a time. Say, look, Bart, I've been figuring...
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Were you going to say something, Lefty?
Well, yes, I was. Well, what if no one had noticed, Mr. Drake? Well, I mean, Sampson never let me have much publicity. Do you suppose
That he
was
kept you undercover on purpose? Yes, I do. The fewer times your picture appeared, the less likelihood of anyone recognizing Mike when he stepped into the ring.
I guess you're right. Mike and I look almost exactly alike. Did you know it wasn't me in the ring, Mr. Drake?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Oh, then how did you guess? What gave you the idea that something was wrong?
It was your name, Lefty.
My name?
Of course. You got your name for being left-handed, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but...
K.O. Brown was knocked out by 2 rights to the heart and a right hook to the jaw.
That's it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Bart, hand me over $10.
$10, Inspector?
Sure, you bet me 10 even on that second round.
I don't understand, Inspector. I bet you 10 even that Lefty would take the second round, remember?
Well, sure I remember. But Lefty didn't take it. It was his brother Mike who took it. You proved it yourself. Now, give me my $10.
You will. All right, you got me, Inspector. I stuck punching out on that one. Here you are.
Thanks. Glad I happened to think of that. By the way, Bart, there's a fight at the Gardens next week.
So?
Now, look, I'll bet you 15 buckles.
No, you don't,
huh?
Inspector. Not a chance. From now on, I'm betting on only one thing, and that is... mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Our story began on a warm summer evening last month. Estelle Wainwright, wife of the young Playboy millionaire Tony Wainwright, sat in her room in their palatial Long Island estate, writing a letter.
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain, and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided... You! How dare you come into my room? What are you going to do with that gun? No, keep away from me!
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided. Well, it sounds like a suicide, all right, Bart.
Yes, doesn't it, Inspector? I suppose that's why Tony Wainwright asked us down here.
What do you mean by that? Yes, doesn't it? You got some doubts about it being suicide?
Against such evidence. Why, Inspector... No... Oh, I'll take it. Hello. Yes, Clancy, this is Drake. I see. Thank you very much. Clancy says that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were the only ones on the gun.
Well, that clinches it. We found the powder marks, Clancy found the fingerprints, and here's a suicide note. Come on, let's go back to the Lamplighters Club and finish our game of chess.
Just a moment, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
What's the name of that young lady who discovered Mrs. Wainwright's body?
Jenny Austin. She was asleep in a room down the hall a couple of doors. The shot woke her up.
Yes, that checks all right.
Sure. So, let's be on our way.
One moment, Inspector. I want to take another look at the corpse. She's over here.
What do you want to look at the corpse for? We've already...
Here she is, Inspector. Now, please note that Mrs. Wainwright was apparently ready to retire.
How do you know that?
Well, her hair is done up in curlers. She's wearing pajamas. There's cream on her face. No lipstick.
I suppose you ought to know about those things. So what?
No woman, Inspector, as lovely as Mrs. Wainwright would think of committing suicide in such a condition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Women, you may have heard, Inspector, are vain. If Mrs. Wainwright contemplated suicide, she would never do it with her hair in curlers and cream on her face. No, quite the contrary.
Well, I'll be... Hey, maybe you got something there, Bart.
I'm sure I have, Inspector. This isn't suicide. It's murder.
Drake, you kill me. Listen, if Stell decided to commit suicide wearing a gunny sack, she'd do it. That gal didn't care a hang for anything or anybody.
Including you, I'll bet.
Take it easy, copper. Just because you're a gumshoe doesn't give you the right to be insulting.
Mr. Wainwright is quite right, Inspector. Even though we suspect murder, we
Murder? Are you kidding, Drake?
Hardly. Someone murdered your wife, Mr. Wainwright, and was very clever about it. The fact that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were found on the gun proves that.
But who the deuce would want to murder good old Stell?
That's what we're here to find out, Sonny.
That's good. Murder, drama, just like you read about. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait here. Jenny.
Yes, Tony?
Come here a minute.
What is it, Tony?
Drake, old man, this is Jenny Austin.
Oh, yes. We've already talked to Miss Austin.
Watch out for a gag, Bart. This guy's a funny man.
Just helping you boys out, trying to make your sleuthing worthwhile. Jenny and I are getting married tomorrow.
But, Tony...
Tomorrow?
Now, wait a minute. Your wife...
Her corpse is hardly cold, Inspector? You see what I mean? That makes it look as though Jenny and I were just waiting for Stell to kick off. Provides a motive, helps you chaps along.
Yeah.
Boy, what a story. I can hardly wait to see it in the papers.
Look, Bart, we've been up all night, and so far we haven't gotten to first base.
That's because the murderer is even more clever than we thought at first, Inspector.
Yeah, if there is a murderer. This guy Wainwright is making us look like a couple of monkeys. Maybe we better...
Fall back on the suicide theory and let it go at that.
Well, it certainly looks as though...
No, Inspector, we'll just have to do our best to act like a couple of monkeys until we can prove ourselves otherwise.
Yeah? What are we going into this room for?
We're not going in, Inspector. I just wanted to examine the woodwork of this door.
Examine the woodwork. What the heck do you want?
You know, this Long Island home of Wainwright's is quite famous, Inspector. They say he spent more than $1 million building it.
Well, who cares? Look, I'm sick of playing the part of a monkey.
$1 million is a lot of money to spend on a house, Inspector. Look at the structure of this door.
Yeah.
I dare say it could withstand a tremendous amount of pressure if anyone were attempting to break in.
Now, that certainly is going to be a big help in finding out who murdered Estelle Wainwright.
You'd be surprised how much it's going to help us. Well, come along, Inspector.
Huh? Where are we going now? To examine more doors?
We're going to find Mrs. Austin, Jenny Austin's mother. She was the only other person in the house last night besides the servant. Here we are. This door opens onto the veranda.
There's someone sitting in the hammock.
I think that must be she. Good morning. Are you Mrs. Austin?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Austin.
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh, yes, the police. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Pleasant spot you have here.
I'm tired enough to sit a week.
I want to thank you for not disturbing me last night. I rather thought you might. The police, I heard.
Real tough characters, eh?
Well, yes. However, I'm happily disappointed.
Oh, we have our moments.
Tell me, Mrs. Austin, when did you first hear of Mrs. Wainwright's death?
Well, this morning. What a terrible thing to have happen. Stella was such a lovely girl.
Yes, but tell me, you heard none of the disturbance that went on last night.
No, I'm a very sound sleeper, and I can't imagine why she should ever think of doing such a thing.
You can't?
Well, no, I can't.
Well, we can.
Well, what do you mean?
Mrs. Austin, did you know Mrs. Wainwright well?
Well, yes, I did very well. She was a sweet girl, and I was very fond of her.
Now, for the first time, I'm really beginning to smell something.
I beg your pardon?
Inspector. Mrs. Austin, you are aware that your daughter, Jenny, and Mr. Wainwright are planning to get married soon?
Well, of course. Everyone in our crowd knew it.
Well, I'll be...
That doesn't make sense, Mrs. Austin. Everyone in your crowd knew it, and yet Mr. Wainwright was already married. We've learned that Mrs. Wainwright had refused to give her husband a divorce.
You see what we mean, lady? A guy can't be married to two dames at the same time. And if Mrs. Wainwright wouldn't give Mr. Wainwright a divorce, there was only one other way to make things convenient.
Well, of all the outlandish...
Try to see our side of it, Mrs. Austin. A man brings his fiancée into his own house under the same roof with his wife. He invites his fiancée's mother along as a sort of a chaperone. During the night, the man's wife is murdered.
It just doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't, does it? Oh, dear you, policeman.
What do you mean, us policemen?
You're so dramatic. You do insist on imagining things. Say, I have it.
Have what?
A motive for you to work on. Jenny and I are very poor, you know. I've been wanting Jenny to marry the Wainwright million for years. Why couldn't I be one of your suspects?
I'm beginning to feel like that monkey again, Bart.
Tony, haven't you had enough to drink?
Take it easy, baby. Little old playboy Tony doesn't like taking orders from his wife.
I'm sorry, Tony.
Sorry. Here. Have a drink yourself.
No, thanks.
Okay. All the more for little Tony. Good stuff. Pre-war. Lady,
Yes, Tony?
come over here.
Yes, Tony.
Sit down. Oh, here are my lads.
All right, Tony.
Atta girl. You know what?
What, Tony?
You're a cute-looking little number.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Tony. I want you to think so.
How will us finish off this drink, huh? There. Yes, sir. A cute-looking little number. Little old Tony can pick him all right. Every doggone one of his wives have been good-looking.
Oh, Tony, please don't talk about the others.
You don't want to hear about it, huh, baby? A little jealous, maybe?
I guess I am, Tony.
That's wonderful. Love me, baby?
Yes, Tony.
Say it.
I love you, Tony.
Say it again. Like you mean it this time.
I love you, Tony.
Yeah, that's true. Now kiss me. Oh, not like that.
Tony, let's...
Come on. Yeah, girl. Baby, you're all right.
Tony.
Yeah?
Well, when are we going to get married?
Tomorrow. Did you hear me tell Drake?
Yes, but...
But what?
Well, it's rather soon, isn't it? I mean...
Oh, so now you're going conventional on me.
Oh, it's not that, Tony. Only...
You want to wait a decent interval, I
No.
suppose. Listen, sweetheart, either we get married tomorrow or not at all.
All right, Tony, all right.
Plenty of dames will jump at the chance to marry little old Tony. I got millions, that's why...
Oh, Tony, please.
Every time Tony Wainwright gets married, something to read about.
Tony.
Yes, sir, something to read about. You know how many wives I've had? Five. Count them now. 1, 2...
Oh, Tony, it doesn't matter. I'll marry you anytime, please.
Get out of here.
Tony!
I don't know as I'll marry you after all. You're after my dough just like the others.
Oh, Tony, please. You're drunk. You don't know what you're saying.
I'm not drunk. I will be in a minute, though. Women. Always after your dough. Well. What do you know? Look who's here. Little Flatfoot himself.
Come on in, Drake. Come on in. Have a drink.
No, thanks, Wainwright.
Oh, particular, huh?
Very particular. Wainwright, I want to talk to you.
So you won't drink with me, huh? Okay. I'm particular, too. I drink by myself.
Wainwright, Inspector Denton and I have enough evidence to prove that you were deliberately responsible for your wife's death. Unless you care to answer my questions, you could...
I don't like you.
Well, I'd be bitterly disappointed if you did.
Oh, smart guy. You've got something over here. I don't like you one bit, Drake. I don't want you around here anymore. Now get out.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Get out of here or I'll blow your brains
Put
out.
down that gun or
Get
I'll...
out of here.
Tony!
Stand back, Drake. I'm a dangerous man. Keep away
Give
from
me that gun, you...
Tony, you've killed him.
Jumping Judas. You're all cut up.
What happened?
That's what I want to know. Here, take my handkerchief. I'll pour you a drink.
Thank you.
Here. Here, drink this.
I need it.
You feel better?
Yeah, I'm all right. Where'd he go?
Where'd who go?
Wainwright. He pulled a gun on me and I jumped him.
Why, the dirty... Say, it's a lucky thing you got him before he had a chance to pull the trigger.
He did pull the trigger. He was too drunk to shoot straight, but he socked me with the gun and went out like a light. Didn't you hear the shot?
No. I must have been standing right outside, too. Say,
Inspector.
Now, look,
By Jove.
you can't keep me out.
Hey.
I am going to.
Who's that?
I don't know. Let's find out.
I don't care if you are Jenny Austin's mother. Tony Wainwright murdered my sister, and that's utter nonsense. Your sister wasn't murdered. She committed suicide. Oh, there you are, Mr. Drake. Will you please tell this person that
Just a minute, Mrs. Austin. Who are you, please?
I'm Lenore Barrows, Estelle Wainwright's sister. I want to see Tony. Well, you can't see Tony. He's busy.
You mean, don't you, Mrs. Austin, that you don't want Miss Barrows to see Tony because you intend that nothing shall interfere with your marriage to his daughter?
Well, Mr. Drake, since when did you and your flunky decide that you had the right to come
Ever since you decided to be funny, lady, and told us with a merry ha-ha that you'd like to be a suspect.
Well, I don't know what all this is about. I don't care. I'm going to see Tony.
Yes,
and...
exactly why do you want to see Tony, Miss Barrows?
Why, I want to ask him some questions.
What about?
Well, that's my business.
You believe that Tony's responsible for your sister's death. Is that it, Miss Barrows?
I know he is. He tortured her and tormented her.
One moment, Miss Barrows. How did you know your sister was dead?
Why, There, Mr. Drake. That was very clever of you. Now I guess we know what happened to Estelle.
Do we, Mrs. Austin?
Well, of course we do. This sister of Estelle has practically admitted I admitted nothing. I know that Estelle is dead because she called me last night. And told you that she was dead, I suppose. A likely story. Mr. Drake, I demand that you
Then I
arrest him.
demand that you stop talking, Mrs. Austin, and let me handle this.
Well, I'll do no such thing. If you let this person see Tony, why, she'll murder him, too.
Inspector, will you please...
Okay, bye. All right, lady.
No.
Come with
Take your
me.
hands off of me. You fool.
Lock her up in her room, Inspector, and keep her there.
There isn't much more to tell you, Mr. Drake. Tony asked Estelle to give him a divorce more than a year ago. She refused, so Tony began flaunting other women in front of her.
He thought that she'd break down and give him the divorce, huh?
Yes. Bad as he is, Estelle loved him. She called me last night and said she couldn't stand it any longer. If she didn't give Tony the divorce, she was afraid of what might happen.
I see. If you knew that your sister was contemplating suicide last night or believed herself in danger, why didn't you come here at once?
Well, I came as quickly as I could. My home is in Rayburn. That's a long ways from here.
Of course, you realize I can check with the telephone company and find out if Estelle did make that call.
Of course. Mr. Drake, do you think that
Your knowledge of Estelle's death, Miss Barrows, is based only on supposition resulting from that phone call. However, the proof of your innocence would depend wholly on an experiment I plan to conduct within the next few minutes. Now listen carefully to what I have to say to you. can't leave the room, Inspector.
Not unless she jumps out of a window. And if she does that, she'll break her neck. And that's all right with me.
It's Wainwright's room, Miss Williams.
Well. Look who's here.
Yes, Wainwright asleep on his bed and Miss Austin applying cold cloths.
How dare you come in here?
When a guy takes a shot at somebody, just for practice, we cops will dare anything.
Wake him up, Inspector.
I'll wake him up all right.
Mr. Drake, you should know that Tony wasn't responsible for what he did.
Come on. Snap out of it, sleeping beauty.
Oh, go away.
I'll have to ask you to go to your room, Mrs. Austin.
Oh, come on. Get up. We got some experimenting to do.
I'll not go to my room. Tony...
We'll take care of Tony. Come along now.
Oh, what's he doing to Tony?
I'm dumping this pitcher full of water on him, lady. Watch.
Drake, you got a nerve shoving me around like this?
Listen to him, Bart. We got a nerve, he says, after he tried to murder you in cold blood.
I was drunk, I tell you. I didn't know what I was doing. Why have you got me in my wife's bedroom?
It was in here that your wife was murdered. You remember, Wainwright?
If you think you can pin this on me, you got another thing coming, Drake.
You sound quite sure of yourself, Wainwright. According to your sister-in-law, you killed your wife by remote control, as it were.
My sister-in-law? Hey, what is this?
She arrived about half hour ago, after receiving a telephone call last night from your wife.
A telephone call? That's a laugh. Listen, Drake, you're getting farther off the beam every minute. Lenore's hated me ever since Estelle and I were married. She's trying to sell me down the river.
Perhaps. However, you and I have another angle to settle, Wainwright.
What do you mean?
I don't like being shot at and hit over the head with a gun. Inspector, lock the door.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Bart.
Now, wait a minute, Drake. Take it easy. I'm a sick man.
Oh, you're well enough for what I have in mind. Inspector, let me borrow your gun.
Oh, no.
Well, now look.
Your gun, Inspector.
Well, okay, Bud. Here you are, only...
Thank you, Inspector.
Drake, what are you going to do?
What do you think, Wainwright?
No, you can't. Not in cold blood.
Why can't I, Wainwright? You did.
But I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Look, Bart, old boy.
I'll handle this, Inspector.
Don't, Drake, don't. I'll do anything. Anything at all.
It's too late, Wainwright.
Don't, please. For the love of heaven. You can't shoot a man in cold blood.
Jumping Judas, Bart. What's the idea? You shot right into that log in the fireplace.
Yes, missed Wainwright by about 4 feet.
Missed him? You weren't even aiming in his direction.
He thought so. Look at him. He's off like a light.
I guess he thinks he was shot.
It'll do him good to know how it feels.
I still don't get it.
You will in a minute. Come on, Inspector.
No, of course I didn't hear any shots. Mr. Drake, you let me out of this room at once. No, I didn't hear any shot, Mr. Drake. Has someone else been murdered?
Here we are, Inspector. This is it.
If this is a game we're playing, I'd like to know the name of it.
Well, Mr. Drake?
Well, Miss Austin?
Is something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. We're just a bit curious, Miss Austin.
Curious? What do you mean?
We were wondering why you didn't come running down the hall when you heard the shot.
Shot? But I didn't...
You didn't hear any shot. Is that what you were going to say, Miss Austin?
Wait a minute. Look, Bart, if she heard the shot last
That's
night...
it, Inspector. Miss Austin heard the shot last night, but not from this room, as she told us. This house is so well constructed that the rooms are practically soundproof.
Well, I'll be... Say, that's the reason I didn't hear the shot when Wainwright fired at you and I was standing up the hall.
Exactly. Miss Austin was the only one who heard that shot last night because she fired it. She entered Estelle's room when Estelle was writing a letter to her sister, probably explaining that the time had at last come when she felt it necessary to go to the police. Now, isn't that right, Miss Austin?
Yes, that's right. I told Estelle. Tony and I had tried to goad her into getting a divorce. We'd even threatened. I knew she was going to the police. I didn't intend to lose my chance at the Wainwright millions. It seemed like a fair gamble at the time.
Yes, that's the pity of this sort of thing, Miss Austin. Because now even the Wainwright millions can't help you. Your move, Inspector.
Yeah. I'll just move my knight over here. Hey, you know what? Chess is a relaxing game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very relaxing, Inspector. Now, let me see. If I move this pawn...
Bart.
Come on, Inspector.
I was wondering why you didn't plant Wainwright in a room like you did the others to see if he could hear the shot.
Oh, that. Well, you see, Inspector, Wainwright could have heard the shot. His room was next to Estelle's with a connecting bath between.
I see.
And if he did hear the shot, he ignored it. However, I'm sure that if he had anything to do with his wife's death, he would have confessed when he thought I was going to shoot him.
Yeah, he was that type, all right.
Well, here we are, Inspector. I'll move my queen there and say checkmate.
What? Wait a minute. Well, I'll be... checkmate it is. Say, I thought your hobby was...
It is, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Denton and I had arranged to spend a few days at a resort called Southern Hot Springs. At the last moment, I was detained in New York. Inspector Denton went on alone, and I entrained 2 days later to join him at the resort. Why, I beg your pardon. I thought this was...
It is your section, Mr. Drake. You are Mr. Drake, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid you have the advantage.
I'm Monica Michaels, Mrs. Rex Michaels.
Oh, what a pity that...
Please, I'm in desperate trouble, Mr. Drake. I need your help. I haven't dared go to anyone else. They'd think me crazy.
Why would they think you crazy, Mrs. Michaels?
Because I believe my husband is trying to kill me.
Oh, and just what makes you think that?
Oh, it's rather a long story. I have no proof, no evidence. To all appearances, we're both very happy, very contented.
Then you're still in love with your husband?
Still in love with him. I could no more stop loving Rex than I could stop breathing.
You intrigue me, Mrs. Michaels. A woman who is sure that her husband is trying to kill her and just as sure that she loves him is rare.
But don't you see, that's why I haven't dared go to any of my friends. What if I'm wrong? What if Rex should find out about my fears? What if he is ill?
Yes. Can you think of any reason why your husband might want you out of the way, another woman perhaps?
No, I'm positive. Though, for a reason, it'd be almost a relief. There's nothing on which I can base my suspicions except...
Yes?
My husband's a writer, Mr. Drake. Perhaps you've read some of his things.
Yes. Rex Michael's stories have a rather psychological flavor. I was wondering if you were the same man. I admire his work very much.
Rex would be flattered to hear you say that, Mr. Drake.
When did these suspicions first appear in your mind, Mrs. Michael?
They began one evening about a year ago. Lucille and Neil Parker, our best friends and neighbors.
Hey, wonder what's happened to Monica. I've never yet met the woman who could powder her nose in less than half an hour.
Oh, don't be impatient, Neil. She'll be along. Cigarette, Rex?
No, thanks. Oh, he was right. Only a woman could quit a bridge game with a final rubber hanging in the balance. I'll call her. Monica, we're waiting.
Oh, don't bother her, Rex.
She's been gone long enough. Monica!
Did you call me, Rex?
Yes, for heaven's sakes, where are you?
I'm coming right down.
There, you see? All she needed was a lift. Good heavens, what was that?
Well, it sounded as though Monica fell down the stairs.
Good Lord, how could that have happened?
There she is, lying at the foot of the stairs. Monica! Monica!
Be careful, Rex. There might be some bones broken.
Oh, Monica. She's white as a sheet. Neil, she isn't dead.
Darling, speak to me.
Of course she is. Now get hold of yourself, Rex. Suppose you call a doctor.
But if she's...
Neil's right, Rex. Call the doctor and try to get hold of yourself. We'll take care of Monica.
All right, be careful of her. I'll get Dr. Howley. Is it any better, darling?
I don't know. Pain doesn't go away. There's something we can do.
Rex, suppose I run across the street and look at our medicine cabinet.
No. The ambulance will be along any minute. We might give her the wrong thing.
Hey, it's been over an hour since you called. I'm going to give him a ring and see what's going on.
Tell him to hurry.
Why don't they get here? Why don't they get here?
Oh, if she could only faint, it would be so much better.
Monica isn't the fainting kind. Here, dampen that cloth again. Let me bathe her face.
All right. Here.
Thank you. There. Does that feel better, darling?
My arm hurts terribly.
She's getting delirious. The pain must be frightful.
Is the pain frightful, Monica? Tell me. Is the pain frightful? How does it feel? Tell me exactly how it feels.
Rex, what are you saying? That expression on your face.
Tell me exactly how it feels, Monica. Tell me.
Oh, Neil, what's the matter?
I just got hold of the county hospital.
Well, what did they say? Why isn't the ambulance here?
They said that they'd received no call to send an ambulance out here. They checked the switchboard and found that there'd been no call from a Rex Michaels tonight.
I'm not sure that I quite understand what you're trying to tell me, Mrs. Marshall.
I'm not sure either. That is, I wasn't sure then.
But you became sure later on.
I think so. I did faint before the ambulance arrived that night, but when I returned to consciousness, I was in bed at the county hospital.
Oh, Lucille, what happened?
You're all right now, darling. You fell down the stairs and broke your arm.
Oh.
Yes, I remember. Where's Rex? Neil took him across the street for a drink. He was terribly shaken.
Poor Rex.
Must have been terrible for him watching me suffer.
Yes.
I remember how he kept asking me how I felt, how the pain felt.
Poor dear.
Yes. Sometimes I think Rex suffers in this. Lou, something wrong? Oh, no, dear, nothing. Nothing at all. But you're looking at me so strangely. Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing, really. Lou, is anything wrong with Rex? Did my accident upset him? Lou? Darling, I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say? Lou, whatever in the world are you talking about? Tell me. Monica, your fall wasn't an accident. Wasn't an accident? No. You see, before we left the house, Neil went upstairs to get our things. He slipped on the rug at the head of the stairs. Then that's how... Yes, that's what caused you to fall, darling. You know, it's a small scatter rug placed at the top of the stairs. Yes, I know that, but it'd be impossible to slip on it. Both Rex and I were careful to put non-skid rubber mats underneath. Lou. The rubber mats had been removed, Monica. One of them fell from Rex's pocket while they were carrying you to the ambulance.
Are you trying to tell me that your husband resorted to such a crude attempt to take your life, Mrs. Marshall?
No, not then.
Not then?
It's very difficult for me to explain this, Mr. Drake. It's too much like a nightmare. Oh, good heavens, if it only were a nightmare.
Yes, that you were upset, Mrs. Michaels. If you'd rather...
No, I want to tell you I must. Lying in bed at the hospital, I had plenty of time to think. The absurdity of the thing struck me. Rex came every day. He was most kind and considerate. I convinced myself that it had been an accident, that the hospital had been mistaken about not receiving the telephone call, that the rug had become loose and Rex had absent-mindedly picked up one of the rubber mats and put it in his pocket.
In other words, you wanted to convince yourself that Rex wasn't trying to kill you.
He wasn't. Not then.
You said that before. What was he trying to do then?
Rex is very intense, Mr. Drake. He's very much in love with his work. He demands realism in his characters.
I see. Go on, please.
He was writing a story at the time in which his chief character was suffering intense pain. The character tried to describe how she felt to her husband.
Good heavens, you don't mean that...
I don't want to mean what you're thinking, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't permit the thought to enter my head then. But later, after I came home from the hospital, Rex and I and the Parkers went on a picnic at a place called White Rocks Beach. The Parkers had also decided to forget the incident of my fall. There was a tiny cove at the beach that Rex had discovered sometimes earlier.
Okay, here it comes. Now, let's see you catch it.
Nice work, Lou. Throw it here.
Okay, watch it.
Wow, I had to reach for that one.
Throw it to me, Rex.
You bet. Get ready, darling. There she goes. Oh, shucks. Sorry, honey.
That's nice going, Rex. It only went above her head about 4 feet.
Land in the water.
I'll forget it.
No, let me. I haven't even got my bathing suit wet yet.
Okay, darling, take it easy.
Be careful, Monica. There might be an undertow. I'm all right.
Don't worry about Monica. She can outswim any of us.
Sure, she's... Hey, look. The ball's being carried out. There must be a current there.
Monica doesn't realize it.
Good heavens. Monica, come back here.
She can't come back. The current's got
She's
her.
being pulled under.
Come on, we've got to help her. Monica.
Come on, Monica.
Obviously, they reached you in time.
There was a dory pulled up on the beach. They used it to rescue me.
And what happened that time, Mrs. Michaels?
They brought me back to the beach and used artificial respiration. It was hideous.
The same thing happened?
Yes. I can still see Rex's face, the way he looked at me, the almost avid expression in his eyes.
And you were convinced that Rex deliberately threw that ball over your head?
What else was I to think? It was Rex who suggested eating our lunch at the Cove. Later, Neil made some casual investigations and learned Rex had arranged to have the dory there.
Well, which means, of course, that Rex wanted you to be rescued.
Yes, he... Oh, it's terrible to think of, but the next week I saw the manuscript of Rex's latest story. In it, one of his characters almost drowned.
Amazing. Were there other incidents after the drowning episode, Mrs. Michaels?
Yes, many of them. During the weeks that followed, I ran the gamut of every emotional reaction possible for Rex to study.
And you think that Rex was responsible for all of them?
I'm not sure. I didn't want to think so.
And now you think he's trying to kill you?
Yes. Death. The agonies of a violent death, the only emotions he hasn't been able to observe at my expense.
And you believe that he'll make this attempt in your life at Southern Hot Springs?
2 weeks ago, Rex began to work on a new story. The setting is a Southern health resort. Rex suggested we all go down to Hot Springs so that he could pick up some local color.
All of you?
Yes. He invited Neil and Lucille. I'm afraid he did it deliberately so as not to alarm me.
So, then the Parkers and your husband are on the strange room?
No. 2 days before we were to leave, I read in the papers that you were going to Hot Springs also, Mr. Drake. That's why you found me sitting here in your section when you returned from the dining car.
But the fact that your husband and the Parkers are already in Hot Springs...
I told Rex that my sister in Connecticut had suddenly become ill, that I wanted to run up and see her. I urged him to go on with the Parkers. He couldn't very well refuse without arousing my suspicions. Mr. Drake, you will help me, won't you?
Help you? But what can I do? You have no evidence. You're not sure that you believe half of these things that have happened yourself, I'm afraid.
You're right, Mr. Drake. Rex admires you very much. He'd be flattered if you'd call on him.
But I have
You could question him without arousing his suspicions. I must know. I must.
Questioning people who are obviously neurotic, Mrs. Michaels, is out of my field. I'm afraid
I have plenty of money. I could pay you. Please, help me.
Very well, I'll do what I can. Inspector Danton will be at the station to meet me. I'll ask him to come along. Well, I'll leave with him, Mrs. Michaels. Will your husband be here to meet you?
I imagine so.
Carry your bags, sir?
Thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Hey, Bart.
That's Inspector Danton.
Hey, Bart, hey.
Hello, Inspector.
Bart. Am I glad to see you? And me figuring I'm coming down here for a vacation.
Inspector, I want you to meet Mrs. Rex Michaels. Mrs. Michaels, this is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Look, Bart, the doggonest thing... Michaels. Did you say your name was Michaels, lady?
Yes, Mrs. Rex Michaels. Why?
Anything wrong, Inspector?
Wrong, I'll say something's wrong. A man named Neil Parker was found shot to death at the Surf Hotel yesterday, and I'm holding a guy named Rex Michaels for his murder. Well, Bart, those are the facts of the case. This is the room where Parker was found dead. That's the gun that killed him lying on that table.
38, Inspector?
Yep.
Fingerprints?
Sure, there were fingerprints. As nice a set as you want to see. Michael.
Well, naturally, they would be if you came in here and found him holding the gun.
Not only holding the gun, but standing over the corpse looking smug.
Smug, eh?
Yes, smug, eh?
All right, Inspector. What did Michaels have to say for himself?
Oh, the usual stuff. He and Parker had been sitting here talking. Michael stepped across the hall for a minute. While he was gone, he heard a shot, came running back, found Parker with a bullet through his heart.
He saw the gun on the floor and picked it up without thinking, eh?
Yep, that's it.
Who owned the gun, Inspector?
Michaels. He said he'd carried it around with him for years, but never even had it loaded. I found a box of cartridges in his bureau drawer with 2 bullets missing.
Well, Are these things on this table Parker's personal effects?
Yep, nothing important there, though.
Let's see. Billphone, keys, silver, watch. Hey, what's this?
What is it? What's it look like? It's a picture of a babe.
It's more than a picture of a babe, Inspector. It's a picture of Monica Michaels.
Huh? Well, what about it? They were all good friends, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Well, what else is there?
Nothing much. That pile of papers there is the story Michaels was working on.
Oh? Did you read it, Inspector?
Yeah, dull as dishwater.
Oh.
It's a yarn about a private detective who solves a murder after the regular police have failed. Imagine that.
I can't imagine that, Inspector. By the way, tell me something, will you?
Glad to, Bart. What's on your mind?
Why do you think Michaels is innocent of murdering Neil Parker?
Why do I?
That's right.
Doggone it, Bart. Haven't I already told you that I've had the guy arrested? Haven't I shown you that all the evidence points to his guilt?
Stop being so proud, you old codger.
Huh?
There's a doubt in your mind that you wouldn't have asked me even to look at the corpse. Now, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, it's like this. In the first place, Parker was wearing a jacket he'd borrowed from Michael.
Oh.
Yeah. So it could be that whoever murdered Parker meant to get Michael.
What?
In the second place, I haven't been able to scrape up a motive for Michael's murdering his best friend.
Consider it's necessary that you do so, Inspector?
Well, I like to be thorough about these things, you know. Then there's another thing.
Yeah?
I talked to Mrs. Parker, and she told me a lot of things about the way Rex Michaels has been acting lately.
Oh? Such as trying to kill his wife?
Yeah. How did you know?
Mrs. Michaels told me.
Well, then that's it.
What is it?
Mrs. Michaels had a motive, and Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs at the time the murder was committed.
What?
Right. Mrs. Parker saw her. So did a couple of other people.
Can that be possible? Could she have...
Yeah, she could have. I checked the plane schedules. She could have flown back as far as Washington and picked up the southbound limited there.
I just, Inspector, you may be right. It was after we left Washington that I came back and found Mrs. Michaels waiting in my section.
Sure, I'm right. I'm always right. But wait a minute. We can't just go galloping into Mrs. Michaels' room and arrest her without any evidence now, can we?
No, but we can go galloping in and find that evidence. Inspector, send down to the police station and have Rex Michaels brought up here.
But, Lou, why would Rex want to kill Neil? Why?
The answer to that seems pretty obvious to me, Monica.
What do you mean?
I mean, he must have found out that Neil realized what Rex was doing to him.
Oh, that silly Rex wouldn't have shot him. He couldn't have.
Oh? Your attitude toward your husband seems to have changed.
It hasn't changed. I think Rex is ill, but not ill enough to commit murder.
And yet you believe that was the very reason he wanted you to come to Hot Springs, to murder you?
No, I didn't think that. Not really. Oh, I don't know what I thought. Perhaps I imagined all these things. Perhaps it's I who's ill.
Perhaps it is, darling. Perhaps that's why you were here yesterday.
Lucille, what are you saying?
Oh, darling, I don't want to alarm you, but you were here yesterday. I saw you, and other people saw you. Suppose you are ill, Monica.
You don't mean... You can't.
I'm afraid, Monica. Afraid for you. Could it be that you've imagined these things about Rex?
No. I'm not ill. I'm not.
You're afraid of Rex. You thought he was going to kill you. Neil was wearing Rex's jacket when he was shot. Oh, Monica, could we have been mistaken all these months?
Oh, hello. Oh, I imagine you're Mrs. Parker. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, yes, Barton Drake. You're the criminologist.
That's right.
It was you to whom Monica wanted to talk about Rex.
Yes, we rode down on the train together. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Michaels?
No, I'm all right. I think I'd like to sit down.
Monica and I have been talking, Mr. Drake. Something happened that she doesn't seem to remember.
I couldn't have been here yesterday. I couldn't have.
Oh, this is dreadful. You see, Mr. Drake, Monica was here in Hot Springs yesterday.
Yes, I know. You saw her and some other people saw her. Who were the other people, Mrs. Parker?
Who were they?
That's right.
Oh, some casual acquaintances whom we met here at the hotel. Does it matter?
It matters a very great deal. What were their names? Are they at the hotel now?
No, as a matter of fact, they aren't. They left this morning. I don't remember their names. It didn't seem important.
Not important. Where was it that these people met Mrs. Michaels?
Monica? Why, they never... Oh, of course, they must have met somewhere, mustn't they?
In order to recognize her, they certainly must have. Come, Mrs. Parker, why did you want to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here?
Why, then I wasn't here.
I'm not going mad.
Of course you're not going mad, Mrs. Michaels. Mrs. Parker, do you mind if I search your room?
Yes, I do mind. I resent your attitude, Mr. Drake. You tricked me. What are you doing at that fireplace?
I was wondering about these charred fragments of photographs. Have you been burning photographs, Mrs. Parker?
No, yes. They were some old pictures I decided to destroy.
Pictures of whom? Pictures of Mrs. Michaels? Do they belong to your late husband? And these bits of metal, they seem to have come from the binding of a book, a diary, perhaps?
Mr. Drake, this has gone far enough. I will not tolerate
All
this.
right, Michaels, in you go.
Rex!
Monica, when did you get here? Why didn't they tell me?
Rex,
Oh,
darling.
there, honey. Everything's going to be all right.
But you didn't.
Shoot Neil? Of course I didn't. Why in the world would I want to shoot old Neil?
Because he was in love with your wife, Michaels.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
The name is Drake, Barton Drake. What was Neil Parker doing in your room, Michaels?
I asked him to come. I wanted to talk over my new story with him. Neil always had good ideas. He was an excellent critic.
Really? Did you always talk over your ideas with Parker first?
Mostly always. Why?
Rex, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I? It wasn't important, and besides, Neil asked me not to.
What reason did he give for asking that?
The obvious reason. He didn't want to take any credit for my story.
How did he happen to be wearing your coat when he was shot?
He was cold and put it on while we talked.
So then you stepped across the hall, and while you were gone, you heard a shot and came running back.
Is this some kind of a trick to get me to lie?
Why don't you leave him alone? Neil was his friend.
The kind of friend, Mrs. Michaels, who plots against him, who tries to destroy him so he can have his wife.
I don't believe it.
You mean, Mrs. Parker, that you didn't believe it? It was quite a shock to you when you came across photographs of Mrs. Michaels among your husband's things, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the diary. There must have been some shocking bits of information in that diary. It came over you all of a sudden that for years your husband was in love with your best friend.
That's a lie. It's not true.
You were furious. You knew about Michael's gun. So you got it from his bureau and shot your husband through the heart.
No, I didn't. You can't prove a thing.
Your fingerprints weren't on the gun, Mrs. Parker. You wiped them off. But did you wipe your fingerprints from the cartridges that you took from the box that was in Michael's bureau drawer?
All right. I shot him. Doesn't matter now. After I learned that all this time he'd been in love with another woman, nothing mattered. Nothing mattered at all.
You know something, Bart?
What's that, Inspector?
This is the first time I've had a bathing suit on in 5 years.
I never would have guessed it, Inspector. I knew it looks good.
How do you know? You haven't looked at me once since that blonde babe sat down over there under the beach umbrella. Well, are you going to tell me?
Tell you? Oh, yes, of course. But I'll have to make it fast, however, Inspector, because the blonde is rather attractive, isn't she?
Okay. Look, just answer me one thing. Was that guy Neil Parker nuts?
Let's say he was neurotic, Inspector. He knew that the only chance he'd ever have of winning Mrs. Michaels was to have her fear and hate her husband.
So he planted the idea in Monica's mind that Rex was using her as a guinea pig for his stories, eh?
Roughly, that's it. But Parker went further by suggesting incidents for the stories and then causing them to happen to Mrs. Michaels.
And then pointing out to her that the stories and her accidents were the same.
That's it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, how did you know that it was Mrs. Parker who shot her husband?
Elimination, Inspector, and motive.
Oh, elimination and motive.
Yes. You see, Rex had no reason for murdering Neil. Right up until the last, he claimed that they were friends.
Uh-huh.
And Mrs. Michaels couldn't have done the shooting because she was on the train with me.
But I thought...
No, Inspector. Trying to sell Mrs. Michaels the idea that she was here in Hot Springs without knowing it was a pretty absurd piece of business. It didn't make sense.
So that left Mrs. Parker, eh?
Yes, but Mrs. Parker didn't have a motive, so I grabbed the most obvious one and hit the jackpot.
Pretty far-fetched. Must have been a gimmick.
A gimmick?
Oh, sure. Now, don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, Inspector, I won't. You see, Mrs. Parker tried to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs when the shooting took place. She knew that Mrs. Michaels had a motive for shooting her husband. She knew that Neil was wearing Michaels' jacket. And therefore, it could have been a case of mistaken identity.
Well,
Parker was shot through the heart, wasn't he? That means that he must have been facing whoever shot him.
Say, so if it had been Mrs. Michaels, she couldn't have failed to recognize him, could she? Hey, where you going?
Blondes, Inspector, are notoriously impatient. See you later.
What are you going to tell her?
Anything, Inspector, except that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. Just wait a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What?
They'll work. They can't help it work. Now, Peggy, don't start crying, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all our weeks of planning.
But now the time is here. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
You're right. You're always right.
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be wanted, Dad. After this is over, it'll be all right. Tell me it will, Dad.
Sure it will, Peggy. I've already told you. Now, go on. Get out to the kitchen. He should be here. Make him come to you in the kitchen.
All right, Dad.
I'll be behind the dining room door. You'll never know what hit him. Oh, don't worry about a thing.
This way you want me?
Yes. Sit there. Oh, pretend to be reading. Call to him when he comes in. Make him come to you.
All right.
Here he is now. Smile at him, honey. Make your voice sound natural.
Is that you, Peter? I'm out here, out in the kitchen. Peter. Peter, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. Aren't you coming out and kiss me? What are you saying?
What you... That'll take care of him.
Daddy.
Get hold of yourself. Now, unplug that gas hose in the floor heater while I move this body. Go on. There. That ought to do it. Peggy, close the door to the living room.
All right.
Okay. We'll go out through the kitchen and down the back way. Oh, wait. Let me look around now. Make sure everything's all right.
Never forget the way she did it. Never. This is a canoe. I couldn't believe it. The way...
Quit it. Quit it, I say. Think of the way he used to look at you before you met me. The way he used to knock you around.
You're right.
Hey. Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see now. Book open on the table. Half-filled glass of liquor. Good. Honey, it's a perfect setup. Perfect. Why, we haven't got a thing to worry about.
Can't we go now, Chad? Why do we have to stay here any longer? Suppose Peter comes through.
Sure, honey, sure. We're leaving right now. Wait for me over there near the back door.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn on the gas. Go on now.
All right.
Here we go, Peggy. This is it. That does it. Come on, Peggy. Let's get out of here. What drive is this, Peggy?
11:15.
Another 3/4 of an hour and we'll go back. Dance?
Rather not.
How about another drink?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be a sap. Have a drink. You need
I
it.
don't want another drink, Chad. I've had enough.
Cut the act, Peggy. Waiter. 2 more bourbons. Come on, hurry 'em up.
Chad, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, Peggy. Time to go. Old Pete ought to be dead as a herring by now.
Don't talk about it.
Why not? We gotta talk about it sometime. Say, what's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. I'm scared I wish we didn't have to go back.
Yes. So do I.
Chad, you're not really drunk.
Of course I'm not drunk. I just wanted to attract attention. Now listen. As soon as we find Peter, you scream. That'll bring some of your neighbors running. And then on, I'll take over.
What are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to show him how Peter was sitting at a kitchen table reading and having a drink when the telephone rang. He got up to answer it, tripped over the gas heater in the living room, hit his head when he fell, and pulled out the rubber tube that feeds gas into the heater.
Oh, Chad. You think they'll believe us?
Of course they'll believe it. What's to stop them? It's perfect, honey. Perfect. Let's put on the final act and finish it up. Steady, Peggy. This is it.
I'm all right.
Shall we
ride up in the elevator? It's only 2 flights.
Sure we will. You always do, don't you?
Sometimes I walk.
Here we are. Tonight you're riding. It'll look more natural.
Chad, I'm scared.
For God's sake, quit saying you're scared. I'm sick of hearing it. Here we are. Go ahead.
There's a light under the door. Someone's in the apartment.
Nonsense. You probably left the light burning in the living room.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. What'd I do? Oh, what'll I say?
Just act natural. Remember, you don't know anything. When they tell you about Peter, put on an act. Start crying. Carry on.
Right, I'll try.
Now, come on. That's the stuff. Come on now.
There's someone here.
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I am. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment? Where's my husband?
One question at a time, lady. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
The police.
Police? What's wrong? What happened?
Who are you, if I may ask?
Well, I'm Chad Pennington, a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Standish here.
Oh?
We were supposed to meet Pete tonight at the Golden Glow nightclub. He didn't show up, so I brought Mrs. Standish home.
I see. I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mrs. Standish.
Has something happened to Peter?
Yes. Your husband's dead, Mrs. Standish.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
Peter's dead. I can't believe it. How did it happen?
Gas fumes. He apparently tripped over the hose that connects the floor heater to the wall plug in the dining room, hit his head somewhere, knocked himself out, and inhaled enough of the escaping fumes to asphyxiate him.
Peter can't be dead. He can't be.
Steady, Peggy. Are you sure that's what happened? How did you find out about it? Where's Peter now?
He's still in the dining room. Would you like to have Inspector Danton explain what probably happened?
Oh, yes. It seems incredible that such a accident could have occurred.
Come this way, please.
I can't look at him. No, I can't.
Just not to. Come on.
He's in here.
Oh, Peter.
Steady, Peggy, steady. Hold on to yourself. Inspector. It's terrible. When did you discover it?
About an hour ago. A neighbor came to the door and knocked. No one answered, but since the neighbor had seen Standish coming up in the elevator, they knew that someone was home.
What a pity. I suppose old Pete must have been sitting at the kitchen table reading and having a drink.
Why do you say that, Pennington?
Oh,
Peter always said he'd drink before going to bed. It was a habit he had.
Yes.
He'd sit out in the kitchen for an hour or more, reading and thinking.
Oh. Was it his habit to read a cookbook, Mrs. Standish?
Cookbook?
Yeah, the book we found on the table near the glass of liquor was a cookbook.
Well, but that doesn't surprise me. Pete didn't care what he read. The book was lying there, and he probably opened it and just flipped the page.
I see. That probably accounts for the fact that he was sitting in the dark.
In the dark?
Yeah. When we arrived on the scene, there wasn't a light on in the place.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Peter wouldn't sit in the dark.
Of course he wouldn't. But, George, I know. He didn't want anyone to know he was home, so he switched off the light when he heard the knock.
Yes, he knew you two were expecting him at the Golden Glow, and he didn't want anyone to suspect that he'd come home instead.
Of course, that must have been it. It must have been.
Sure. I told you somebody could answer all those questions for us, Bart.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's that business about the heater being on.
Heater being on?
The inspector was disturbed, Mrs. Standish, when the neighbor who came in told us that the button near the wall plug that turns on the gas was in a non-position.
Yeah. You see, that means that the heater must have been lighted. Otherwise, of course, no gas would have escaped when Standish accidentally tripped over the tube and pulled it out.
But why shouldn't the heat have been on?
No reason, Pennington, except that this is an unusually warm evening for anyone to have a floor heater going.
Oh, Peter was like that. It was always cold.
Yes, I see. Always cold. Well, Inspector, I guess you'll have to turn in a report of accidental death.
Of course. Accidental death. What a pity. Well, thanks for dropping in, boys. I suppose you run into cases like this frequently.
Oh, all the time, Bub. Wait a minute, Bart. I just thought of something.
Yes, Inspector.
What do you figure it was that Standish hit his head on when he fell?
Why, Inspector, the heater, of course.
Yeah, but if that happened, the heater would be behind him. And here's the guy turned around just as though he'd crawled up to the gas outlet and stuck his nose into it.
Yes, possibly you have something there, Inspector.
That's nonsense. He could have fallen sidewise.
Yes, Inspector, I think what you say should be given some thought. For example, if Standish did strike his head against the heater, there'd be blood on it, wouldn't there?
Yeah, no, that's the way I figure it.
What is this? He could have hit his head against the floor.
Well, if he'd hit his head on the floor, Pennington, the wound would be in the front of Standish's head and not on the back, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Oh?
He probably fell backward.
Oh, now he probably fell backward. That guy must have been a contortionist. Bart, I guess we better switch that accidental report.
What do you mean?
I think the inspector means, Mrs. Standish, that he feels your husband didn't die accidentally. He was murdered.
Murdered?
No. Peter wasn't murdered. He couldn't have been. You mustn't think that. You mustn't.
We not only think it, lady, we know it.
I'm afraid the inspector's right, Mrs. Standish. But please don't alarm yourself. You're in no danger. Even though the murderer should return, Inspector Dutton and I will be here to protect you both.
Well, Bart, what do you think?
I think we have a couple of murderers in the next room, Inspector.
Well, then, what are we waiting for crying out loud?
We're waiting for one of them to break down and confess, Inspector.
Confess? Are you kidding?
No, not at all. It'll save us a good deal of trouble and will save a lot of money if either Mrs. Standish or Pennington confess wanted.
It sure will. It'll also save me a lot of headaches if you can tell me why either one of them will be sucker enough.
Well, let me put it this way, Inspector. So far, we've succeeded in establishing the fact that Peter Standish was murdered.
All right, then. Let me go in and arrest the guilty party.
On what grounds?
Huh?
Have we any proof that Standish's wife and Pennington are guilty? No, we haven't. The best you could do is bring them down to headquarters and hold them on suspicion. My plan is much simpler.
Plan? What plan?
Sitting here and waiting.
Huh?
Letting them wonder what we're doing, how much we know, when we'll finally present them with the evidence that will prove them guilty.
You think one of them will break, huh?
I'm quite sure of it, Inspector. You see, those two are not unlike a lot of other people who think they're clever enough to commit a crime and fool the police.
We kind of made them look silly, didn't we, Bart?
Yes, we did, Inspector. Pennington and Mrs. Standish, being novices of the art of crime, overlooked all the less obvious clues. But my guess is they were careful to provide alibis for what they thought would be the clues we'd check on first.
Such as what?
Well, they probably made sure they were seen at the Golden Glow nightclub.
And I imagine if we checked, we'd find that Standish had actually arranged to meet them there.
So you figure we'd be wasting our time if we checked all those things, eh?
Yes, definitely. Our two suspects are not hardened criminals, Inspector. They're just a couple of ordinary human beings. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Maybe not. But when medical examiner Ryan's report comes, and when we hear from the fingerprint boys, I figure we ought to do something.
Oh, we will, Inspector. We will. But in a psychological manner.
Psychological manner?
We'll play what is known, Inspector, as the waiting game.
Sounds like fun. I only hope it'll work.
It'll work, Inspector. Don't worry. It will work.
Dad,
Yes?
how long has they been in there?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Why don't they come out? Why don't they question us some more? Waiting's got to increase.
Forget it, Peggy. I've told you 100 times. We haven't anything to worry about. Now relax.
What are they doing? Why are they holding us here?
Why not? Look, honey, those two are human beings just like you and me. Even if they are cops, they've got their reputations to think of.
But if they don't know it was us...
Shut up. Look at they're listening. Now, take it easy, honey. If they want to play a waiting game, we'll play it too.
I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. They haven't got a thing on us. Which is smart for them, Peggy. Too smart.
Look, Bart. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired.
Well, Inspector, go over on the couch. Take a nap.
Oh, I'm not that tired. I want to know what's going on, you know.
But there's nothing going on at the moment, Inspector.
Yeah, that's just the point. What if this psychological manner deal of yours doesn't pay off?
It will pay off.
Yeah?
What if you were the murderer, sitting there in the next room? Wonder what's going on in here.
Yeah, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, Inspector.
Huh?
It'd be a big relief to me if you would take a nap.
Yeah, but I just told you. I'll go to sleep.
Inspector, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get any fun out of this business at all.
That's what I like about you, Bart. Sometimes you don't seem to know up from down.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, that sounds like maybe your plan is working, Bart.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. As a matter of fact, I think you'd better put off that nap for another 15 minutes. Fool. What if they heard you say that?
I hope they did. I hope they did. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I hope it...
I had to. Get hold of yourself. That's what they're waiting for. For one of us to break.
Not knowing what they're doing. Perhaps they found some more evidence.
There isn't any more evidence. That's what I keep telling you, Peggy. They haven't got a thing to go on. Not a thing.
You said that before. You said you'd taken care of everything, and then they found all those clues.
So now it's my fault. It was you who wanted him murdered, and now because I tell you...
It wasn't I. You found out about the insurance money. You made all the plans. You forced me to...
You little double-crossing cheat. It was you who first put the idea into my head. And now you're trying to sell me down the river.
That's not true. I'm not... Oh, Ted. Let's not quarrel. Quarrel.
Don't need a telephone. All right. I'll take that, Pennington. Thank you.
Just sit down, Bob, and relax.
Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Ryan. I see. He was, eh? No traces? Well, that's odd. His wife? I see.
What about his wife? Who is it? What's he saying about him?
Now, lady, what are you getting jumpy about?
Nothing. I'm not jumpy. Why should I be jumpy?
Maybe plenty of reasons, maybe none. What's the story, Bart?
This looks serious, Inspector.
Yes?
Mrs. Standish, are you quite sure you were at the Golden Globe tonight?
Of course we're sure. We were both there. We can prove it. You hear me? We can prove it.
How, Pennington?
Because we were seen. I got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at us.
Well. So you got drunk and made a lot of noise, and people looked at you. Well.
What do you mean? Well. Oh, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Bob. Nothing. What are you getting excited about? You haven't a thing to worry about, remember?
That's the fingerprint expert, Inspector. I'll answer. Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Mac. What did you find? Is that so? On the swinging door between the kitchen and the living room, eh? By Jove. I can't believe it. Okay, thanks, Mac. Pennington, were you here earlier in the evening?
Yes, why? I came up to get Peggy.
Whoops, wait a minute, Bob. You told us that you met her at the Golden Globe.
I didn't. I said we all arranged to meet here.
You'd better check that with your notebook, Inspector.
Yeah. Let me get up my little black book here.
I don't care what your little black book says. I know what I said.
Who got to the Golden Globe first, you or Mrs. Standish?
She did. She was there when I got...
But you just said you called to Mrs. Standish here.
I did. I mean, we left here together.
Nope, my little black book says otherwise.
I don't care, I tell you. Those fingerprints couldn't have been mine. They couldn't.
What fingerprints, Pennington?
The ones in the swinging door.
Why couldn't they have been yours? Did you wipe yours off?
I mean, there weren't any to wipe off.
You mean, Pennington, that you were here, but that you didn't go out into the kitchen?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Then how could you leave by the back way?
The back? Who said we left by the back way?
Peggy, she just told us.
I didn't say a thing.
But you did leave by the back way, didn't you, Mrs. Standish?
Yes, but what difference does it make? Sad did...
Shut up, Peggy. Don't answer them. Don't say a word.
Was the swinging door to the kitchen open or closed, Pennington?
When? I don't know. I didn't go out there, I tell you.
Sure you did. You wiped off your fingerprints. You said so.
You tricked me into saying that. It doesn't prove a thing.
Let me see your handkerchief, Pennington.
Why?
If you wiped off your fingerprints, there'll probably be a smudge on your handkerchief. Hand it over here.
Something wrong, lady?
What's the use? What's the use?
Shut up, Peggy.
Well, Pennington.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Oh, you haven't?
What if there are smudges on it? They could have gotten there some other way.
We can check that easy enough. Let's see your handkerchief.
I haven't got one, I tell you.
Sorry, Pennington. You also left your fingerprints on the button of the gas heater.
No, he didn't. He couldn't have. It was I.
It was you who what, Mrs. Standish?
It was her who turned on the gas, of course.
She didn't. Don't let him trick you, Peggy. Keep quiet.
So that's how it was. Pennington slugged the guy and the babe turned on the gas.
Who pulled the tube from the wall socket?
And who swung Standish's body around after he was knocked out?
What did you hit him with, Pennington?
It was a lead pipe. I found a pipe.
You're a liar. It wasn't a pipe.
Oh, so it wasn't a pipe.
Then what was it, Pennington?
None of your business. It wasn't anything. You haven't got a thing on me.
Did you know that Standish was dead before the gas reached his lungs?
He wasn't. He was breathing.
Who says so?
I do.
How do you know?
No, stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We did it. We killed him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, I'm going to tell him. I've got to.
Shut up, I said it.
We murdered him. We thought we could get away with it. We wanted him to. Dad said we wouldn't find out. He said he'd take care of everything.
Shut up. Grab him, Inspector. Grab him.
Stop.
I'll kill you, too. The killing days are over. Stop putting on that gun. I'll kill everybody. Look out, Barton. Down there.
Out at the corner, Inspector. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Okay. You're tired. Practically daylight. Say, Bud, I was wondering about those telephone calls.
The one from Ryan and the one from Mac?
Yeah. What did they find?
Not much more than we already knew, Inspector. The autopsy showed that there was no trace of alcohol in Standish's system.
So he hadn't been sitting there drinking, eh? How about the fingerprints?
No fingerprints at all, Inspector. Pennington must have worn gloves, a fact which he'd probably forgotten.
It seems to me like he forgot a lot of things.
One of the main things he forgot, Inspector, was that he was new at the business of crime. He had the usual layman's lack of respect for the police, and we used it to advantage. You know, when this story breaks in the newspapers, a lot of people might learn a lesson.
I doubt it. Well, I guess that about winds up everything.
Yes, guess it does, Inspector. Well, good night.
Good night. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
What are the folks who read this story going to think when they realize that you're not a cop either?
I guess we'll have to tell them, Inspector, that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 112 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it 2 Hours to Live.
Come on, Andy, hurry it up. We've only got a half hour to get to the airport.
Planes don't wait, you know. They don't wait.
You through in a minute, George. Just want a final word with this precious brother of yours.
Look, Andy, I don't like your attitude. Why...
No, careful, Ken. You're out there. Why, I ever had dealings with a shyster like you? I ought to have had my head examined.
Look, I brought your case to court and we lost, that's all.
You mean I lost?
Come on, Andy. We'll miss the plane. We'll miss the plane. We'll miss the shooting. Mr. Shooting?
If you ask me, I lost because the other side paid you off.
I don't care what you think. And I'll expect my fee. It'll be $5,000.
Oh, yeah? Try and get it.
Look, Andy Fisher, there's a law that says...
Too bad there isn't a law that allows a man to exterminate rats like you. Come to think of it, one of these days I just might take the law into my own hands.
Don't you dare threaten. Oh, my ulcers. Bill. Gotta have a bill.
And that reminds me, Ken, I refilled your prescription. I have it right here.
Give me one, quick.
With pleasure, dear brother. With pleasure. Here.
Glass. Water. Desk.
What did you say?
Desk.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, quick. Fiddling with it. Bring it here.
Keep your shirt on. Here.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. I hope you choke.
Now tell me, Inspector, what is all this about? First you tell me to pack a few things and not to forget my shotgun. And now, from all the signs, you're driving me out to the airport.
You're going hunting.
I am?
Yep, at the expense of the city.
Oh, well, now, Inspector, that's the kind of assignment I like. But I know you too well to think you're just packing me out for fun. So give, Inspector, give.
Lawyer by the name of Kenneth Slocum, dropped dead today.
Huh? That's Shyster?
Oh, you've heard of him?
Yes.
Well, I've got an idea he was, poisoned.
Oh? What kind of poison? By whom?
Well, we don't know what kind. Haven't had the autopsy yet. As for who did it, might have been any one of a million people.
Had a lot of friends, huh?
And a brother who didn't like him either. Now, this brother and a friend left this morning for Pembroke Lodge. That's a couple of hours northwest of here by plane.
I know.
Now, I want you to go up there and nose around a bit. See what you can find out. Will you do it?
Is the shooting good up there?
Oh, the best.
Then I'll do it. What are you going to be doing in the meantime?
I'm going to have a talk with a Mr. Elliott and his daughter. They were with Slocum when he kicked the bucket.
Fine, Inspector, fine. Good hunting.
Good hunting. Hey, you're the one who's going hunting.
And that's the way it all started. No one ever had to ask Barton Drake twice if he wanted to go hunting. So a few hours later, we find him standing deep in a wooded solitude. Suddenly, there's a thunder of beating wings as a whirring grouse breaks cover. And in a split second, with perfect timing, Barton Drake's gun is at his shoulder.
Got him.
Good shot, fellow. Splendid.
Thank you, friend.
One shot. Wow. I wish I could do that.
Well, I'm afraid if you don't drop these fellows with the first shot, you'll never get another chance. Any luck?
Well, only a couple, but not too soon, too. How long have you been out?
Oh, I just flew in. I've only been out about a half hour, sort of looking the ground over.
Well, guess the shooting's over for today. Sun will be down in a few minutes.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, we'd better be starting back to the lodge.
Mind if we walk along with you? Walk along?
Certainly not. It'd be a pleasure.
Good. Figure we might as well know each other. My name's George Slocum. Druggist to trade. Druggist. My friend here is Andy Fisher.
Glad to know you, gentlemen. I'm Barton Drake.
Howdy.
Did you say Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the writer, the detective?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm guilty. Well, hadn't we better be starting back?
Yeah, better head.
Well, now, this is interesting. Yes, indeed, it's interesting. Fancy meeting you in person, yes, fancy that.
I hope you're not being disillusioned.
On the contrary, I'm fascinated. Yes, indeed, I'm fascinated.
Well, thanks. Yes, indeed. Thanks.
Of course, I don't agree with the slip that you fellows so often make, that there never was such a thing as a perfect crime.
No? Why don't you agree?
Because I have a plan for a perfect crime. A plan that's absolutely foolproof. Yes, it's foolproof.
Well, now I'm the one who's fascinated. Go on, my friend.
Hey, if it's your brother Ken you're thinking of bumping off, George, Let me in on it, will you? I'll be glad to help.
Well, yes, that would be a good example. Now, let's suppose that I did want to kill my brother Ken. Just supposing, sir. Do you know how I'd go about it? Do you?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, I would arrange a hunting trip. Just such a hunting trip as this. I'd bring Ken along, we'd go shooting together. I'd stop to tie him a shoe or something and drop behind him, and then, when he wasn't looking, I'd shoot him in the back. Claim it was an accident. There, now, what's wrong with that? Ask you what's wrong with that? What are you laughing at, Mr.
My dear Mr. Slocum, it's as full of holes as your poor brother would be if those slot-chun slugs were in his back.
It is?
Yes, of course it is. Well, that trick is tried at least 10 times every hunting season.
And they never get away with it, eh?
No, certainly not.
Well, why couldn't I? What's wrong with it?
Well, in your case, Mr. Slocum, you just read. And you did it in front of two witnesses, Mr. Fisher here and myself. That would be remembered most assuredly after the crime. Also, in such cases, we always look for a motive. A bit of investigation would turn one up in your case, I'm sure. Mr. Slocum, if you're contemplating the murder of your brother, I sincerely advise you against that method. Because, in a sense, you've already made your confession.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Drake is right, George. We'll have to figure out some other way to kill him.
Nothing like a good meal and a good stretch in front of a warm fire after a day in the woods, eh, gentlemen?
You're right, Drake. You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to turn in early. Want to get at those birds by sunup.
Drake, forget about what I said this evening, will you? I said I'd like you to forget about it.
Oh, yes, you mean your plan for the perfect crime?
Yes, I was talking through my hat. Talking through my hat.
You know, you interest me a great deal, Mr. Slocum. A man doesn't think criminally without some good and sufficient reason. Civilization has gentled people over the ages to the point where murder is the last resort. Except, of course, in crimes of passion.
Yes, I know. And I repeat, I was talking from my hat.
Mm-hmm. You must hate your brother tremendously, Mr. Slocum.
Oh, not any more than a dozen other people.
Of which I'm proud to be one.
Oh, do you mind telling me why?
As long as we've gone this far, Mr. Drake, you might as well know the rest. That is, if you care to listen.
I believe I brought up the subject.
Well, George's brother, Ken Slocum, beat him out of his entire inheritance. Every bottle of pills and every dollar.
Bottle of pills?
Yes, their dad used to own a drugstore. Ken, the older boy, studied law, while George here studied pharmacy in order to carry on in the old man's footsteps.
Suppose you let George tell it.
Sure.
Well, my father was confined to his bed for the last 2 years of his life. Last 2 years. And Ken, being the oldest and a lawyer, was given the control of his business. I carried on in the store. Yes, indeed, I carried on.
Mm-hmm. Your father, of course, had made a will.
Yes, he had. And he had given me to understand that in the end, the drugstore was to be mine.
Well, that's quite understandable. But, well, now, I'm only guessing, but, when the elder Mr. Slocum finally died, you discovered that a new will had been made, disinheriting you completely.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, exactly.
The beneficiary, naturally, being your brother Ken.
And leaving me $1. And a job as prescription clerk in the drugstore that rightly belongs to me. Yes, indeed, belongs to me.
Yes, that's easy. Now you understand what I meant, don't you, Mr. Slocum, when I said that if you killed your brother, a bit of an investigation would turn up a motive. Many men have been slain for less. Well, this has been an interesting discussion, gentlemen, especially in view of the fact that, perhaps you don't already know, that your brother Ken, Mr. Slocum, died early this afternoon.
Ken? Dead?
Yes.
Well, what do you know?
Good Lord. Ken?
Well, it's 8 o'clock. I suggest that you both go to bed and get a good night's sleep. Because in the morning, Mr. Slocum, I'm going to ask you to go back to New York with me. I'm quite certain that the good Inspector Danton will want to arrest you for your brother's murder.
And now back to Glenn Langdon for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Oh. You, Inspector Danton?
Yes, Oscar. Have the Elliots arrived yet?
Yes. They're waiting in Mr. Slocum's office. Come in, won't you?
Thanks.
This way, Inspector.
I know where it is.
This door.
I tell you, I know where it is.
Father, it's Inspector Barton.
Yes, Helene, I see. My daughter's very upset, Inspector.
You are upset, aren't you, Helene?
Yes, Father, of course.
Well, she's going to be a lot more upset before I get through with you. All right, now, I want to ask you a few questions.
We'll answer them. You'll answer some questions, won't you, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Now, you told us before that you two were with Mr. Slocum when he, died.
Helene?
Yes, he will. But careful. Poor man had a heart attack right before our eyes. Toppled over on the desk there and stopped.
What makes you so sure it was a heart attack?
Why, of course it was a heart attack. What else could it have been? That's right, isn't it, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Yeah? Did either one of you say something that might have brought on this heart attack? Did Slocum fly into a tizzy or something like that?
Helene?
Well, you might call it that. You see, Father had just demanded an accounting from Mr. Slocum.
An accounting? Accounting for what?
An accounting of the trust fund which was left in Mr. Slocum's care by my mother when she died.
Oh, and you think maybe Slocum had been misappropriating the funds?
We have reason to believe that he has exhausted them completely.
Well, now, if that ain't a motive for murder, I never heard one.
However, you must remember that Mr. Slocum wasn't murdered. He settled that question himself by dying naturally.
It isn't quite as simple as that, Miss Elliott. You see, Mr. Slocum didn't die naturally. He was poisoned.
Poisoned? Why, that couldn't be. We were right here. We were right here with him all the time. Weren't we, Helene?
Yes, Father.
And that's just as good as a confession. However, I'm trying to be fair. I still got a few more questions to ask. Now, when did Slocum have this attack?
I can tell you to the minute. It was just 2:30.
Hey, how can you tell as close as that?
The clock in the hall had just struck the half hour.
Oh. Now, Mr. Elliott, at any time while you were here in the room with Slocum, was anything served? Anything to eat?
Well,
Well, how about it, Mr. Elliott?
Helene?
I'm afraid not, Inspector. Nothing was served.
Did you have any drinks?
No, Inspector, not a thing. The meeting was strictly business.
Did either of you offer Slocum a cigarette? Maybe lit a fresh cigar.
The fact is, Inspector, I did offer Mr. Slocum a cigarette.
Huh. Now we're getting somewhere.
But he refused it. He said he didn't smoke.
Now, think this over. Very carefully, Miss Elliott. Your answer will prove whether this is suicide or murder.
Yes, Inspector, I'll do my best.
The autopsy shows that Slocum had ulcers. Now, did he at any time in your presence, and particularly just before he died, did he put his hand to his mouth or take a pill of any kind?
I'll answer that. No.
You're absolutely sure?
Helene?
Father's right, Inspector. He didn't.
Inspector Danton, why all this fiddle-faddle? Mr. Slocum died of heart failure. That's what I think. And I'm glad he did.
And I think you're lying. That's what I think. Come on, I'm taking you both down to headquarters and sweat the truth out of you. I'm arresting you both for murder. Just 8 o'clock.
Inspector. To sate the jaded appetite of a tired and weary man, there's nothing like a plate of good old Mrs. McClarski's goulash.
Just like Mother never used to make. Now, Bart, can I bring you up to date on all that's happened?
Of course, Inspector. But before you start exuding pearls of wisdom, I think you ought to know that I brought George Slocum back with me.
Yeah? Well, what did you do that for?
Well, you wanted him, didn't you?
What did I want him for?
For murder, of course. He did murder his brother, you know. Inspector, what are you laughing at?
Oh, for once they put it over on the great Barton Drake.
Yes, and just how did you put it over?
George Slocum didn't kill his brother. He couldn't have killed him.
Why couldn't he?
Because we held an autopsy, Mr. Drake. And the autopsy showed that Ken Slocum had enough cyanide inside him to kill an elephant.
Oh, then the poison used was cyanide.
Right, Sherlock. And cyanide is one poison that works instantaneously. Just a little swallow, bluey, the angel thing.
Yes, it does work instantly.
So how could your friend George give his brother cyanide when he was 300 miles away when it happened?
I see what you mean, Inspector. You've got a point there. Well, I guess you might as well have George turned loose. And I thought I had a beautiful case.
Oh, don't feel bad about it, Bob.
I don't feel bad. It's just that
I've got the guys who did it all safely locked up in the clink.
We have Inspector who?
Mr. Elliott, and his charming daughter, Helene.
Oh, I suppose you have a complete confession.
Well, no, not yet.
I see, and just what makes you so certain that they did it?
Because they had to, that's why. It had to be somebody in the room who gave it to them. They were it.
Did you possibly consider the theory that it might have been suicide?
You bet I did. I asked the Elliots. They said Slocum didn't take a pill of any kind.
You say that Slocum didn't take a pill?
Right.
And it was the Elliots who told you that he didn't?
Right.
Well, Inspector, right goes your whole case right into an old cocked hat.
Right. What do you mean?
When you asked the Elliots that question, you gave them a perfect out.
An out?
Yes, Inspector. All the Elliots would have had to do to clear themselves completely of any charge of murder would have been claimed that they had seen him take a pill. The verdict would have then been suicide. And all the sweating you could ever do would never prove it different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Listen, my suggestion, Inspector, is that you turn the Elliots loose immediately and save yourself a suit for false arrest.
Yes, I will, but... Bart, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm afraid for once in our bright young lives, we're completely and irrevocably stuck.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Here's your change for the aspirin, man. Here's your change.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
Sure. Hope your husband will be all right in the morning. Oh, well, hello, Mr. Drake. Hello. Oh, and you too, Inspector.
Good evening, George.
Howdy.
How are you progressing in your investigation of my poor brother's death, General?
We aren't.
Oh, no, isn't that just too bad? That's just too bad.
Well, the signs you should be the murderer, George.
Yes, I know. Really, it's a good thing for me that I was far, far away when it happened. Now, isn't it? Yeah, I say, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
By the way, George, when did you last see your brother alive?
Why, at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. Yes, that's when it was. Andy Fisher and I dropped by his house just before we left for the airport.
At 8:30 in the morning?
Mm-hmm. That must have been about it. We just caught the 9 o'clock plane, and my brother lives exactly a half hour from the airport. Just a half hour.
Just why did you call on your brother so early, George?
Well, Andy wished to see him on business, and I wished to deliver a prescription he'd ordered.
Prescription?
Ken had ulcers for a brother, suffered terribly.
What was in that prescription, George?
Well, sodium bicarbonate, 10-grain tablets. They're very commonly used for intestinal disorders. They're excellent. Oh, they're really excellent.
Yes, I know. Did your brother by any chance take one of these tablets while you were there yesterday?
Yes, I believe he did. He had an attack, in fact. I gave him one, and Andy handed him a glass of water. I remember distinctly that I see what you're getting at. You think perhaps it was I who slipped my dear brother his lethal dose?
Could be.
Oh, now, you know better than that. I left my brother's house at 8:30, and I was out shooting 300 miles away when my brother died. Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't pin this one on me. No, indeed.
You might have slipped a poison pill in with the others, and he didn't take it until later.
That might have been true, Inspector, except for the fact that 2 witnesses have sworn that Ken Slocum positively did not take a pill just before he died.
Well, that alibi of his is entirely too good to suit me.
Yes, I agree with you, but still, you can't break it down, Inspector. So come on, let's be on our way. I don't think we can accomplish anything further by staying here.
Well, I'd like to have an ice cream soda.
You'd like to... Right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car.
Oh, sure. You sure you don't want one?
On top of that goulash, Inspector, what are you trying to do? Kill me?
Well, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. Suppose we just drive around and think. What's the matter, Inspector?
Stomachache. How about that Andy Fisher, Bart? Maybe he slipped the cyanide into the glass of water he gave Slocum.
Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Slocum didn't die until he was 300 miles away, too.
That's right.
His alibi's just as good as Brother George's. Tell me.
It's too bad you haven't some sodium bicarbonate. Slocum says that it's excellent for things like that.
I have. When I was having that ice cream soda, I bought a bottle.
Well, Inspector, I never knew you had ulcers.
Well, it ain't nothing I'd rave about.
Well, as long as you have them, you might as well take one.
Yeah, I think I will.
You better give me one, too. Mrs. O'Farrisky's goulash wasn't just quite up to par tonight. Well, Well, I guess we might as well turn in, Inspector. We've been chasing around for 4 hours now, ever since we left the drugstore, and we aren't any nearer to a solution than we were before we started.
Yep. This is the worst case I ever tackled. The coroner must be wrong. He must have done an autopsy on the wrong corpse.
I wish I could believe that, Inspector. If it just hadn't been cyanide, something else that didn't act so quickly. Oh.
Why, what's the matter? Still got a stomachache?
Yeah, I have. That pill you gave me didn't do me much good.
Well, why don't you take another?
Well, maybe I'd better at that. Give me the bottle.
Here. Big things, are they?
Sodium bicarbonate, 10 grains. Oh, smoke.
What's the matter? Anything wrong with them?
Inspector, turn around.
Huh?
We're going back and arrest George Slocum for murder.
Bart, are you crazy? You said
No,
yourself
wait a minute. Don't turn. We'll send somebody else out to do that. You'd better get us down to headquarters as fast as you can drive this wreck.
But
hurry, Inspector, hurry.
Okay, you're the doctor.
I only wish I were. And if we don't get a doctor and a stomach pump in the next few minutes, we've got just 2 hours to live.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
You feeling all right now, Bart?
I'll live, I guess. How about you, Inspector? It's not much fun tangling with a stomach pump.
Oh, I'm all right. Doc says you got the pills all right. Had enough cyanide in them to kill a horse.
That's exactly what I was afraid of.
But, Bart, that just isn't possible. You said yourself, when any guy swallows cyanide, he'd drop. Plunk. Right now. How could we have all that cyanide inside us for 4 hours and still be alive?
The science of medicine never stands still, Inspector. It is always advancing on to newer and better things.
Yeah?
Now, take that enteric seal, for instance.
Enteric seal? What's that?
That's the stuff that those sodium bicarbonate tablets you bought from Brother George were coated with. It said so right on the label.
Yeah. Well, I still want to know what it's good for.
You see, Inspector, ulcers are not only found in the stomach, they're quite often found on and beyond. So in such cases, they give the patient these N-Seal tablets. They're made with special coatings called enteric seal, which take exactly 6 hours to dissolve. Do you follow me?
Yeah, but I still don't get it.
Inspector, use your imagination. Our druggist friend simply took some cyanide, coated it with enteric seal, gave it to his brother, and went hunting. When the 6 hours were up, the coating dissolved, and Ken Slocum dropped dead, leaving George with a perfect alibi.
Yeah, but how did we happen to get it?
You asked me that, Inspector?
Well,
I have a notion that friend George got a bit panicky when you started to question his alibi.
Huh?
And then when you blundered right into his lap by buying those tablets, he slipped you some of his very special brand. He probably put something extra in your soda, too, so that you take the pill right away.
Why, the dirty little skunk...
Come to think of it, we should have cracked that alibi long before this, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Because Brother George was only told that Ken died of poison, remember? And most poison works rather slowly. So if he didn't know it was cyanide, how could he be sure he was 300 miles away when his brother died?
Hey, how about your stomachache?
My stomachache? Oh, I'm afraid that was just coincidence and goulash.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, you'll have to admit, the little guy was clever.
That he was, Inspector, that he was.
He came the closest I ever saw to committing the perfect crime.
And I'm afraid he would have succeeded, too, Inspector. All but for one thing.
Yeah? What's that? What's that?
Because mystery is my hobby, Inspector. I say, a mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Today's story began here in New York. I'd received word that a suicide had taken place at the home of Senator Asa Clark at 123 West Cameron Street, and that murder was suspected. Knowing that Inspector Noah Danton was also aware of the tragedy and would probably get in touch with me sooner or later, I decided to beat him to the punch by arriving on the scene before he did.
Miss Alice Clark?
Yes? Oh, are you the police? Thank heaven you've come. Please hurry.
Oh, I'd better explain, Miss Clark.
Just wait, please. In there.
Well,
a pretty sight, is he? Bullet hole between his eyes, gun still clutched in his hand with the finger crooked around the trigger, dried blood all over his face.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, it's... Yes, well, so...
What is it?
I've just recognized your corpse, Miss Clark. Imagine finding him here.
Who is he?
You don't know?
Of course not. I never saw him before in my life.
But what's he doing in your living room?
Well, I don't know. I came in about an hour ago. I heard a noise in this room and opened the door and... Oh, it's horrible.
Incredible. A man of Moxie Ramon's caliber entering Senator Asa Clark's house.
Moxie Ramon. Is that his name?
Yes, he's a small-time racketeer and gambler. I don't suppose your father ever mentioned the name.
Oh, no. Dad's been in Washington for months now.
And the name means absolutely nothing to you.
No.
Something off color here somewhere. It doesn't add up.
Well, there must be some reason why he should come here to commit suicide.
Suicide?
Why, yes. That's what happened, isn't it?
I'm afraid not, Miss Clark. Everything is against it.
What do you mean?
To begin with, Moxie Ramon wouldn't have the courage to shoot himself. Second, when a man shoots himself with a revolver, there are always powder marks because of the closeness of the gun.
I suppose you're right.
And lastly, the wound is directly between Moxie's eyes. There's hardly a case on record in which a suicide shot himself between the eyes. As a matter of fact, it's practically impossible.
Then what did happen?
The answer to that is obvious. Someone else shot him.
You mean he... murdered?
Yes. And as soon as Inspector Danton gets here...
Inspector Danton? Are you Inspector Danton?
No, I'm afraid not. And I doubt very much if the inspector would feel flattered.
You're not the police. Then you must be one of them.
One of whom, Miss Clark?
So that's it. It was all a trick to get me to talk and to show it.
Go on.
I won't go on. I won't. I know why you're here. I know exactly why you're...
Must be the inspector now. Suppose we let him in, and then you can continue with your story.
I'm going to have you arrested. You told me that you were the police, and... Are you Inspector Danton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank heavens. This man is an imposter. I want him arrested.
Great. Good evening, Inspector. I've just been accused of impersonating a rather well-known police officer.
Say, what is this? Are you Alice Clark?
Yes, I am. A few minutes ago, this man came here and said he was you and tried to get information from me.
Said he was me. This man here said he was me. No, Miss Clark. I believe anything but that.
Why, Inspector?
Do you know him?
No, and sometimes I wish I didn't. He's Barton Drake, writes books on crime. Yes, I know him.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Clark.
And now that we're all one big happy family, someone called up and said there'd been a suicide.
Oh, that was I guess I made a mistake. Well, Mr. Drake says it wasn't suicide. It was murder.
Murder? Not Senator Clark.
No, Inspector. Our corpus selecti is an old friend of yours, Moxie Ramon.
Moxie Ramon?
Hmm?
Murdered in this house? Now, wait a minute. Jumping through the what was that?
It came from the living room.
Maybe Moxie wasn't as dead as we thought he was.
No. Not another.
Keep back, Miss Clark. That's no sight for a lady.
Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah, yes, all right. Two bodies with bullet holes right between the eyes. Hey, the window's open.
Oh, good. Let's go over and take a look.
This is the way he got in, all right.
And got out, too.
Got out, but...
The shot couldn't have come from the outside, Inspector, because victim number 2 was out of line with the window.
Yes, that's right. Moxie?
Moxie, Inspector, is as dead as a marinated herring. I made sure of that.
Yes, but...
What is it, Miss Clark?
What? Who? The one on the floor? Something to this. But we certainly stepped into something. Checking these footprints outside the house isn't getting us anywhere, Bart. It's too dark to see anything anyway.
I believe you're right, Inspector. However, it does give us a chance to talk without being interrupted by Miss Clark's aunt.
That's busy, Jane. The way she acted a couple of murders is something you buy tickets for. Who is she anyhow?
Her name is Sissy Aiken. She's Senator Clark's sister. She's staying with the kids while the senator's in Washington. It is a fortunate thing, though, that there was a woman around to take care of Alice.
But you know something?
What?
I got the idea that Alice wasn't so upset over her brother's death as she tried to make out.
Yes, you know, I had that same feeling, Inspector.
So what's the answer?
I wish I knew. Nothing about this case rings true. Alice thought, or said she thought, Moxie shot himself. She said she didn't know him. And when she found out I wasn't a policeman, she accused me of being one of them.
And what does she mean by Jane?
I haven't the slightest idea. Now we both feel that she was putting on an act when her brother was shot.
So perhaps the answer's right under our nose, eh? As soon as the boys finish checking the fingerprints.
You mean that we'll find out that Alice is guilty of both murders, Inspector?
I wish, and I'm afraid I could have found it quite as simple as that. Why would Senator Asa Clark's daughter shoot two men and one of them is her own brother? I'm afraid we've got to dig up a motive to make such a theory even worth considering.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
What is it, Inspector?
There's someone come up the walk.
Yeah, I see him. Walking with rather a business-like stride, too.
Yeah, maybe that's our man. Come on.
No, wait a minute. Inspector, wait. Let's see what happens. He's on the porch now. Walking right in as though he owned the place.
Maybe he does. Maybe Alice has got two brothers.
No, there are only two children. That young man certainly doesn't act as though he expected to find a house full of policemen. Perhaps we'd better go in and introduce ourselves.
I'm tired of listening to you.
Like an argument.
That dizzy dame's probably throwing her weight around again. I'm going to see Alice, and you're not going to stop me.
But you can't see her. She's ill. Oh, Inspector, please.
Okay, Miss Aiken, all right, Bub. Who are you? None of your business.
Then say it. Don't you dare talk to the
I'll talk to him any way I want. You keep out of this, Miss Aiken. I came to see Alice, and nobody's going to stop. Oh, is that so? Well, now, we'll see about that. Take your hands up. That's the fast, Bub. Sit down in that chair and behave yourself. What's your name?
His name is Ben Taylor, and he's a horrible young man.
Suppose we give the young man a chance to answer for himself, Miss Aiken.
He won't answer. He's too stubborn. I can't
Miss Aiken, please.
If I were Alice, I'd never kiss him as long as I live.
Yes, but...
I can't imagine ever being in love with him.
Stop.
Oh, I expect to dance it. Oh, you're so nasty.
That's fine.
Inspector, why don't you and Miss Aiken continue in the library while I ask this young man some questions?
Well, I think that would be wonderful, Inspector. Let's see the library.
So you're Alice's boyfriend, are you, son?
None of your business who I am.
Now, look, that kind of attitude isn't going to get you anywhere.
Okay. Now, let me ask a few questions. What are the cops doing here? You don't have to answer. I know why they're here. Alice called them, didn't she?
Yes. Matter of fact, you did.
Yeah, sure. I told her if she let that punk come here again, I'd kill him. And I will, too. He's not going to have her. She's in love with me. I'll kill him.
Now, wait a minute. Just who is it that you're so set on killing?
As if you didn't know. Look, Hopper, you're not kidding me. Maybe you got to jump on me this time, but if that punk Moxie...
Moxie?
Yeah, Moxie Ramon. I know he's here. I was waiting outside. I saw him through the window.
Oh, Ben, would you mind stepping this way for a minute?
Well, what for? Say, you can't order me around here. I'm not one of
your friend Moxie's in that room.
What?
If you don't believe me, take a look.
You mean, why, the dirty... If he's here, Hey, there's a couple of...
See, someone else had the same idea about Moxie.
But that's Eddie. That's Alice's brother.
Yes, it is. I think we'd better step back into the hall. Was Eddie a friend of yours, Ben?
Why, sure. I mean, well, no, not exactly. He wasn't her real brother. Senator Clark adopted him. Nobody liked Eddie very much.
I see. Did Eddie approve of Moxie seeing her sister?
Well, he said he didn't care. It was all right with him. I asked him to talk to her, and he said, well, she was having fun. Why not let her?
Having fun?
Yeah, she used to go down to Moxie's Golden Swan nightclub a lot. Said she got a kick out of it. She seemed to think a girl ought to see all sides of life. Slumming, she thought.
I see. Then Alice had seen Moxie before tonight.
Oh, yes. Why? Say, I haven't said anything to get Alice in trouble, have I? Look, she wouldn't do anything really wrong if she did.
Perhaps not. Look here, Ben. You're in love with Alice, aren't you?
Why, sure I am. I'm not kidding anyone about that.
Splendid. Now, I want you to listen carefully to what I have to say.
So, Miss Aiken, you're Senator Clark's only relative except for his children.
Oh, yes, I am, Inspector Dad.
And if the children were to die, you'd inherit all the money?
Yes, I would, Inspector Dad.
Even if the children were, shall we say, murdered?
Well, that wouldn't make any difference at all, Inspector Dad.
How much money would you inherit, Miss Aiken?
Oh, around about $10 million.
Miss Aiken, do you realize that this places you in a very unfavorable position?
I'm a suspect.
Well,
I might be arrested and face on trial.
Well, now,
that's
only a...
Mr. Dad. I think you're wonderful.
All right. Something, Judith, listen to that. Where did the girl come from?
It comes to my hand.
Inspector, where are you? Someone quick. Yeah, the girl, I think. It must have been Alice. It comes from upstairs. Huh?
That's right. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Follow me.
room is it?
This one.
Jump in through this. She's all crumpled up on the floor.
It's all my fault. Poor Alice. Angel will never forgive me.
Listen, pipe down, will you? Alice isn't hurt.
Isn't hurt? But you said she'd been shot.
I said she didn't shot. Listen, I
Yes,
knew...
you did, Inspector Gadget. I heard what you said.
Quiet. Coming out of it.
Catherine.
You're all right, Miss Clark. You must have fainted.
Oh,
What is it?
how's it going? That terrible face.
Who was it, Miss Clark? What happened?
They came in from the balcony. I was lying here with my eyes closed. There was a squeaking sound made by the window, and I opened my eyes, and there he was coming toward me. That terrible leering grin on his face.
So then what did you do?
I screamed. Jumped from the bed and ran toward the door.
And then you fell?
I'm not sure. Everything went black. Perhaps I remember those.
Hey, Bob.
What's wrong, Inspector?
Where's the kid?
Who? Oh, Ben Thayer.
Yeah, where is he? He was with us when we started up the stairs.
Well, he must have gotten away in the excitement.
Just like that. He got away during the excitement. Listen, Bob. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Do you mind stepping over here, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, what are you opening and closing those windows for?
Not so loud.
Huh?
I want to find out if either of the windows in this room squeak.
Squeak?
Yes.
Hey, the girl did say she heard the window squeak, didn't she?
Either one of them squeaked.
And the girl was lying. The fainting business was an act. I ain't going to...
Inspector, wait. It's quite possible she only imagined the squeak. She seems fully recovered now. Come on, Inspector. I have an idea. Are you feeling better, Miss Clark?
Yes, much better, thank you. Did you find out anything?
Only that the intruder escaped through the window. Miss Clark, under the circumstances, I know that this may seem a little out of place.
But Mr. Drake...
I'd like to have you accompany me, Inspector Batten, and your aunt on a visit to Moxie Ramon's nightclub immediately.
Yes, ma'am. Most of them spent the morning in the electric chair, then they go to the gas chambers. And well, she asked a dumb question, she gets a dumb answer.
Oh, Inspector, I think you're cute. I wish we hadn't come here. I hate this place. Oh,
What's wrong, Miss Clark?
there he is. Over near the door. The man with the horrible leering face.
Yes, I see him. He's staring straight at us.
Hey, that's dog-faced pilot.
Exactly. Moxie Ramon, first lieutenant. You're sure he was the one who entered your room, Miss Clark?
I'm positive. Oh, please take me out of here.
It's all right. He's gone now. There's nothing to worry about, Miss Clark. Dogface has a healthy respect for the police.
Don't talk about no mistake. You know, this is my favorite too. Come on, Inspector, let's put it on, eh? Come on, stupid, I'm in the groove. Borrow my plane and let's see a gruesome scene.
Hey, wait a minute. What the devil kind of language is that?
Inspector, I'm afraid you've made a sound question.
Oh, you're falling down and I'm on the beat. Oh, now, honey, throw me in it.
Now, wait. Bob.
No use, Inspector.
It's my fiddle. Yes, let's go.
Oh, Gaffer, he doesn't know what it's all about.
I think it's awful the way Aunt Sister can act so unconcerned when there have been 2 murders committed practically before her eyes.
Possibly. She's not as unconcerned as she appears. I'm going to step outside for a moment, Miss Clark. I think you'd better take this.
What? Your revolver?
Yes, here. You keep it out of sight, behind your purse.
But why should I have
There's no need for alarm. I merely want to... No, Miss Clark. Take hold of it like that. That's it.
It's Ben.
Yes, and he has a gun.
I was afraid this would happen. But they're winning.
Miss Clark, come back here. Miss Clark!
All right, Drake, get your paws up.
Dog says Tyler. And with a gun, too. Well.
Yeah, with a gun. It works too, chum. Okay, Drake, what's the gimmick?
Gimmick?
Let's quit being nice. Your little trick didn't work, see? I knew you were up to something the minute I saw you here. So when the kid came in and started that fight, you were the baby I set my eye on.
Dog face, you're amazing. I had no idea there was such a clever brain lying behind that handsome profile.
Oh, you dirty cop is so
Yeah, so before you do, tell me something, Dog face. How are you going to beat the rap for murder?
Beat the... What do you mean, murder rap?
Yes, 2 murder raps, in fact. Your late boss, Moxie Ramon, and young Ed Clark.
Now, you're nuts. I wasn't even near the place.
What place, Dog face?
Clark. Now, that's it. You lousy rat. You're trying to hang those 2 murders on me. Well, look, you...
Yes, it wouldn't be difficult at all, Dog face. You were at the Clark's place tonight. Miss Clark saw you.
She never
Oh,
said
yes, she did. So I give her your description of what she calls your visage?
Visage? What's that?
Terrific. Further, the Marway have fingerprints on the window that you forced. I'm afraid, Dog face, that we'd have no trouble at all hanging the 2 murders on you. Especially since it's common knowledge that you and Moxie weren't getting on too well.
It's a frame-up, eh?
Yes, and it's one that'll stick.
What do you want, Drake?
The note that young Ed Clark signed for money he lost at Moxie's gambling table.
I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about.
you do. You and Moxie were using the note to blackmail Alice Clark.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. Senator Clark's name is coming up for re-election next fall. You knew he couldn't stand unfavorable publicity. Especially since he's one of the most important military committeemen in Washington. So you worked on his daughter.
You can't prove that, and if you try, all this stuff will come out in the paper.
I won't have to prove it, Dog face. Because you're going to give me any and all papers that Ed Clark might have signed. Either that or you're going to face a murder charge, Dog face, and that's something I can prove.
Ah. Drake, you're a sucker. There's one little bet you overlooked. Suppose you aren't around to do any of that proving you're talking about.
No, I wouldn't be a fool to try that, Dog face. Inspector Danton would have...
So I'd be a fool, will I? Well, get this, you two-timing detective. You're going to get it right now. And
Inspector, you shouldn't have done that. Inspector, we've got to move fast now. Everything depends on speed. Come on, man.
I'll get it. Johnson speaking. Yeah, hello, Ryan. I'm at the Clark place now. You got the report, eh? Dead about 2 hours before you arrived. Yeah. What? The girl's fingerprints? Don't think you did. Okay, thanks.
Well, Inspector.
There were 3 sets of prints on the gun. Moxie, Ed Clark, and Alice Clark.
Mine?
Why, that's crazy. How could Alice's prints get on the gun?
Inspector Danton, you're positively off the beam.
On the contrary, the inspector is right on the beam.
Oh, no, I don't see how. The possibility
Alice has
that
done many things during the past few days that one wouldn't suspect her of. Such as telling us so many lies she almost got herself facing a murder charge.
Why, you...
No, Ben, please. Mr. Drake is right. I have been in there. But I was so desperate and so frightened that
Yes, I know. Alice made the mistake that so many other innocent people have made. She didn't go to the police at once.
They said if I did, they'd tell about Ed.
Yes, it's a blackmailer's threat, Alice. The papers we found in Moxie Ramon's office tonight would hardly create the scandal they promised. You didn't know that, of course. You knew that Ed had been gambling, so he could have been mixed up in other things.
Yes. They said that Father could never live down the publicity. Being reelected was so important to him, and to the government, too.
When you found Moxie dead on the floor, you suspected that Ed had killed him. A worse scandal than ever. So you placed the gun in Moxie's hand, called the inspector, and said someone had committed suicide in your living room.
But I couldn't think of anything else to do.
Dan here thought you were carrying on an affair with Moxie, because he saw Moxie coming from the house. And you couldn't tell him otherwise without explaining about Ed.
Is that true, Alice?
Yes, it's true.
I was dumb enough to...
Things kept building up until the situation was almost intolerable. Tonight's dramatic conclusion must have been, in one sense, a relief.
This is all very nice, but we still got a couple of murders to solve. Who killed Moxie?
Ed Clark. Alice, I think, saw him do it. Ed probably came in when Moxie was trying to force some money out of it. He must have realized what a heel he'd been, so he decided to square everything by killing Moxie.
Then he beat it, leaving his sister holding the bag.
Yes, he probably stood outside, watched Alice pick up the gun, and place it in Moxie's hand.
So he knows that Alice's prints are on the rod, and she might be accused of murdering Moxie.
That's right. He came back to get the gun.
Okay. So Clark comes back into the room, and someone plugged him. Who was it?
Moxie did.
You know what I thought you said, Bart? I thought you said Moxie shot Clark.
I did.
Now, wait a minute. Moxie was already dead. What kind of a gag is
It's
this?
no gag, Inspector. Alice picked up Ed's gun, placed it in Moxie's hand, crooked his finger around the trigger to make it look like suicide.
Stop making sense, Bob. I got 2 murders to solve.
Alice knew nothing about guns, as I discovered when I tried to get her to take mine at the Golden Swan tonight. The fact that the safety catch was off meant nothing to her.
I still don't get it.
Alice placed the gun in Moxie's lifeless hand. Our old friend Rigor Mortis went to work.
Rigor Mortis? Now, Bob...
Rigor Mortis, Inspector, steps in from 1 minute to 2 hours after a person dies. If you read a book written by a certain well-known private detective, you'd know that rigor mortis is a slow stiffening of a dead person's muscles.
Could that well-known detective be a guy named Barton Drake?
Yes, it could, Inspector. Rigor mortis immediately began tightening the finger that was crooked around the gun in Moxie's hand.
Jumping Judas. Now I get it. Moxie's finger kept tightening around the trigger.
And when Ed lifted up Moxie's hand to remove the gun, it exploded in his face.
Well, I'll just nudge him right between the eyes.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll bet this is the only case on record where a dead man committed murder. By golly, we were certainly smart to figure that one.
Oh, Inspector Gadget, I think you're simply rotten.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Satan.
Solid, you're super. You're a roasted policeman's clover.
Hey, Bob. Sorry, Inspector, but mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 118 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death Paints with Purple.
Now, back to Glenn Langan and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Don't you think you better skip this one, Johnny?
Yeah, maybe I should.
You know, I can't get over how much better you look since you came back from the desert, Johnny.
Yeah, it did me good in more ways than one. The desert's good for the eyes.
You mean you can paint better?
I mean I can see better. See who my real friends are.
Oh?
And who some of them aren't.
Does that include me?
Yeah, Bill, I know where you stand.
How are you coming on Andy's picture?
Andy McAndrews can take that picture and go to blazes.
Well, Johnny, what has Andy done?
Well, if you'll take a good look, you can see what he's doing now.
Oh, that's nothing. Everybody does.
That's what I mean about my eyes. Well, I'm going to put a stop to that right now.
No, Johnny, don't start anything.
Come on.
I'm sure Johnny's grateful for all you've done, Andy.
Oh, I've really done very little, my dear.
Take your arm from around my wife's waist, you heel.
Why, Johnny, shame on you. Andy's only...
What's the matter, Johnny?
Don't think because you buy my pictures that you can love my wife.
Johnny, you don't mean that.
I don't allow anybody to love my wife but me.
Henley, I ought to knock you down for that.
Well, why don't you try it? I'm standing up.
Oh, by George, I think I will.
Okay, you asked for it.
Why, you swine! Cut it out.
Don't, Andy, please.
No one takes a poke at me without Andy. Stop! Now stop! I'll kick his head in. Now, that's enough, Andy. You've already knocked him down.
You shouldn't have done that, Andy. I wouldn't give you that picture now if you were the last guy in the world.
Boys, what's the trouble?
Oh, Andy and Johnny had a little argument.
I was out in the kitchen and heard the...
That heel was making love to my wife.
Andy, you weren't.
Of course not, Verna. I think Johnny's a little drunk.
Well, I won't stand for fights in my house. Andy, you and John had better leave. But Johnny picked the fight, Verna, honestly. And he hit Andy first, and Johnny, you'd better go.
I wouldn't stay under any circumstances. Come on, Cora, let's get out of here.
I'm not coming. I'll stay here and come home later in a cab.
Well, have it your own way. Good night, folks.
Johnny, when you get home, you'd better take a couple of aspirin. Bill, go along with him, please. He's in no condition to be alone. I've seen him in these fits of temper before.
Oh, sure, Cora. I'll be glad to. Well, how about it, Johnny?
Sure, Bill, come on. I've got some things to talk over with you, too.
Johnny. Tucked in all nice and cozy. Right here in the couch, right in your own studio.
Thanks, Bill. I don't feel so good.
Yeah. You want anything?
No, just want to sleep.
Yeah. Only 11 o'clock. Well, I'll turn off your light. I'm going back to the party. Now, you just leave everything to me, huh? Say, this the picture you're painting for Andy McAndrews, this desert scene?
One was a painting for Andy. You can't have it. It's my masterpiece. Andy's heel.
Yeah, you feel differently in the morning. You'll think it's a... Sound asleep.
Oh, 3 o'clock. Oh, what a head. Glass of water. Gotta get a glass of water. Bathroom. Slippers. Glass by the water basin. Oh, here's a glass. Water. Nothing like good old water. Good old water. No. It's something. Water. The water's poison. The phone. Light. That phone. My Andy's picture. Masterpiece. Oh, no. The cooler. Hello. Oh, Bill. Bill, tell Cora. Poison. Tell Andy. I've finished the masterpiece. Now get paint. Paint? No.
Barton Drake turned into the little white picket gate and walked across the flagstones to the whitewashed brick cottage, which was the home and studio of John Henley. Bart was an admirer of Henley's work and wished to commission him to do the illustrations for his new book. He took the 2 tile steps and reached out to ring when the door opened.
Bart, what are you doing here?
Oh, Inspector Noah Danton. Inspector, are you, having your portrait painted?
Don't be funny. I asked you what you were doing here.
I came to see John Henley. Why?
What for?
He's going to do some illustration for me if it's any of your business, which it isn't.
Look, don't give me that.
I get it. You've been posing for Henley. He told me he was going to do a group for the museum on Neanderthalic men.
Whatever that is, it's not funny. Well, as long as you're here, you might as well come on in.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
Body's in the studio.
Body? Inspector, what?
Still kidding, huh? And you didn't know that John Henley committed suicide?
Henley? Suicide? Inspector, with God as my judge, I didn't have the slightest idea.
Might be curious.
I came here to talk to John about some work he's going to do for me.
Well, maybe, but if that's the case, you might as well go on back home. He squeezed his last splotch of paint from a paint tube.
Suicide? Oh, I can't believe that Johnny wasn't the kind to commit suicide.
Why not?
He'd rather drown his troubles in a bottle.
Well, that ties in. He wasn't quite himself last night.
How do you know?
Look, Bart, I've investigated this case. I've talked to all the people connected with it. That's how I know. And I'm all through with it, and I'm going home. Just as soon as the wagon comes to take away the body.
Well, couldn't you be persuaded to give me just a teeny bit about this, Inspector, please? Pretty please?
Oh, all right. Now, look. Henley was at a party last night, a party that was thrown by Mrs. Verna Billings, a widow.
Was his wife, Cora, with him?
Of course she was, and so were a couple of other people, a fellow by the name of Bill Royal and another guy by the name of Andy McAndrews. Well, Henry proceeds to get nasty and starts a fight with this McAndrews guy. Makes a complete ass of himself,
So the hostess, this widow, orders him out of the house.
I see. Did he leave?
Sure. This Bill Royal drove him home here and put him to bed.
Bill Royal? What was the matter with his wife?
Because it was only 11 o'clock and she wanted to stay at the party. She was mad at him besides.
Uh-huh. Then what did this Bill Royal do?
Went back to the party. About 3 o'clock, Henley gets up, goes to the bathroom, mixes himself a glass of poison.
Oh, wait a minute. Just a minute, Inspector. How do you know this happened at just 3 o'clock?
Because he called the folks at the party right after 3 and told them he'd taken poison.
Huh?
Also made some crazy remark about finishing a masterpiece. Something he'd been painting for this McAndrews guy.
Did you say the body was still here?
Yeah, in the studio.
Mind if I take a look?
No, I suppose not. Come on.
Thank you, Inspector.
He isn't very pretty. The kind of poison he took did things to him.
Was it quick acting?
I'll say. Couldn't have lived over 3 minutes. Well, there he is. Just as we found him, lying there right in front of his easel.
He certainly ruined that picture, didn't he?
Yeah. I wonder why he did that.
Stuck his fingers in some purple paint and dragged them clear across the painting.
That's what he must have meant when he said that he'd finished the masterpiece. He finished it, all right.
Inspector, I believe that Henley was trying to tell us something. Oh, did you happen to find out for whom he was doing this painting?
Sure, the McAndrews guy. Hey, I got you, Bart. He and McAndrews had a fight and he... Come on, we're going to have another little talk with that guy.
You sure McAndrews is here at Mrs. Billings?
Yeah, they're all here. McAndrews, Henley's wife, and Bill Royal.
Didn't any of them go home after the party?
Sure, they all did, but they came right back again. Been slopping up drinks and consoling the widow. I'll ring.
It's a rather peculiar thing to do, isn't it?
Yes? Oh, how do you do, Inspector?
Good afternoon, Miss Billings. Meet Barton Drake.
How do you do?
Won't you come in?
Yep.
What brings you back? I thought you'd finished your investigation.
I got a couple of more questions I want to ask McAndrews.
They're in the other room.
Barton Drake.
How do you do, Cora?
Why did he do it, Bart? Why did he do it?
Do what?
Commit suicide.
He didn't.
Really?
Your husband, Cora, was murdered.
Now, see here, Bart, I didn't
John Henley was murdered. And I believe he was murdered by one of you people in this room.
Well, that's a very serious accusation, Mr. Drake.
Murder is very serious, Mr. McAndrews.
Oh, no. My name's Royal. That's McAndrews.
Oh, my mistake.
But he couldn't have been murdered. At least not by any of us. We were all here all evening. That is, all except Bill, and he was only gone for half an hour when he drove Johnny home at 11.
Yes, and we were still here at 3 o'clock in the morning when Johnny phoned and told us he'd taken poison.
Yes, I know. Inspector, didn't you want to ask Mr. McAndrews some questions?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Hey, how about that fight you had with Henley, McAndrews?
Fight?
Yeah.
Oh, it was perfectly silly. Johnny accused me of making love to his wife.
Were you?
Of course not.
Who came off second best in that fight?
Johnny did. I'm afraid I knocked him down.
Mm-hmm. And that made you mad? Mad enough to kill him, maybe? No, that isn't right. He'd be the one that'd be mad.
Now, look here. It was nothing more than a drunken brawl. I was very fond of Johnny. I bought most of his pictures. Besides that, just recently, I financed him to a trip to the Southwest where he could get the proper atmosphere for a special painting I wanted.
You're sure it wasn't to get Henley out of town so you could have a clear field with his wife?
That's a nasty remark, Inspector. I'd advise you to watch your tongue.
Oh, yeah?
Inspector, there just might be something to the inspector's remark, Mr. McAndrews. For instance, did you see Cora at any time while Johnny was gone?
Well, yes, a couple of times. I took her to a few shows. It didn't mean anything. I just didn't want her to be lonesome.
That isn't quite true, Bart. I've been having to fight Andy off for some time.
What? Why, that's a dirty, deliberate lie.
Tell me more, Cora.
He's been constantly asking me to leave Johnny.
So? Did you consider it?
Certainly not. I was very much in love with Johnny.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that going out with another man while your husband is out of town is being a good and loving wife?
I only put up with Andy because of the things he was doing for my husband.
Why, you lying little wench.
Shut up, you.
Cora is telling the truth, Mr. Drake.
So? Mm-hmm. Mr. Royal?
We all saw what was going on. In fact, I took it upon myself to warn Andy that Johnny would kill him if he ever found out.
Well, I don't know what your reasons are for saying these things, but there isn't one word of truth in anything any of you have said. They're nothing but a lot of libelous, vicious lies. I'm deeply in love with Verna Billings here. In fact, we're going to be married. Isn't that right, Verna?
Well,
Well, what's the matter with everybody? I couldn't have killed anybody. I didn't leave this house for a single instant last night. You'll back me up on that, I'm sure, Verna.
I'm sorry, Andy, but I can't.
What? What do you mean?
About 2 o'clock, you said things were getting stifling in here, and you went out for a walk, remember?
Yes, but
Looks like you're cooked, McAndrews. Besides all this, Henley pointed the finger of guilt right at you just before he died. He smeared your pretty new picture all over with a gob of purple paint. Come on, you're under arrest for murder.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the second act of
Mystery is my hobby.
I don't see why you had to come up here to McAndrews' office, Bart. I've already got enough evidence to hang him.
Hang who?
McAndrews.
Well, you see, I'd rather hang the murderer.
Huh? Say, are you nuts? McAndrews is a murderer.
Well, I've got some different ideas, Inspector. Take a look in the file cabinet, will you? See if you can locate John Henley's file.
Okay.
Hurry up, will you, Inspector?
They're right here.
All right. Give them here.
What do you expect to find in here?
Letters, I hope. Here's something. A letter written to McAndrews from Henley when he was in the Southwest.
I can't see how that could have anything to do with it.
Listen to this, Inspector.
Well?
Dear Andy, sure want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to paint the desert. I'm enjoying every minute of it. You were right. The sun has boiled out the you-know-what. I think I've cured myself completely, but I'm beginning to experience the awful loneliness that an alcoholic feels in sobriety. To keep myself from going crazy, I'm doing a little prospecting. What do you know? Funny that a painter should do anything like that, isn't it? Don't fall over in a faint if I should happen to find something, and if I do, I'll be able to repay you very substantially for all your kindnesses. Sincerely, Johnny.
No motive for murder there.
No.
Another bit of love and kisses.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Here's another one dated 6 weeks later.
Now, don't tell me he found a gold mine.
Yeah. It looks like he did. Listen. McAndrews, heard through a friend of mine that you've been fooling around with Cora. Too bad for you, my friend, that you didn't stay in your own backyard. Incidentally, I've nearly finished the picture that I came here to paint, but you'll never get it. What? Also, incidentally, I found out what I was looking for in the hills. But you'll never get any of that either. Instead, you're going to get a good stiff poke in the jaw, Henley. P.S. Pass the bottle. What do you think of that, Inspector?
Oh, Bart, you kill me.
Do I?
Sure. What you've just found cinches the case against McAndrews. If ever there was an airtight motive for a murder, there's one.
Yeah? Just how do you figure it?
Henley goes prospecting with McAndrews' money, finds a gold mine, and then refuses to split. Guys are getting themselves killed every day for pulling double crosses like that.
Yes, I'll have to admit that was the motive for the murder, all right?
Oh, well, you don't have to feel too bad. Guys got to guess wrong once in a while.
Thank you, Inspector. Would you do me a favor?
Sure, glad to. What do you want?
Would you mind rounding up that gang and bringing them up to John Henley's studio?
Okay, but I don't for the life of me see what for.
Well, you see, Inspector, I want to apologize to them for all my nasty thoughts.
Well, come on, let's get this over with. What more do you want with us?
Oh, I just feel as though I should do the inspector a favor. I got him into this, you know. He had the case all solved. Suicide.
You've already done me a favor, Bart. You put me on to McAndrews.
Yes, but I'm afraid you've gotten off on a detour.
Huh? Why, you said...
Mrs. Billings, yes? Andy McAndrews was quite right in saying that he intended to marry you, wasn't he?
Well...
In fact, you intended to marry him. That is, until Bill Royal here started lavishing his attentions on you. Then you decided that you two would make a better team.
Well, that's a lie. I never...
Bill, how could you... Why, you and I were going to...
Thank you, Cora.
Hey, Bart, how'd you know that?
I didn't. I pulled that one out of the blue, Inspector, but it got the desired result. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready to tell you who killed John Henley, how, and why.
We know who did it. Andy McAndrews.
No, Cora, you're wrong, and you know it. Johnny knew what he was talking about when he said that somebody was playing around with you. Only he didn't accuse the right party. It was you, Bill Royal.
Me? Why?
Don't deny it. Cora's already given it away. It'll do you no good. At the same time, you were still seeing Verna on the side.
Bill, I never would have believed...
Well, you're well rid of him, Mrs. Billings. It was only your money he was after. He only switched over to Cora when he learned that Johnny had discovered a gold mine.
I don't believe it. Bill really loves me. I love him. Love is something nobody can help. It just happens.
Yes, unfortunately. Now, Mr. Royal, in order for you to get your hands on this mining property, it was necessary for you to marry Johnny's wife.
Hey, Bart, he couldn't do that. She was already married.
Yes, indeed, Inspector, and you can't just wish you were single again, can you? Also, to make marriage a profitable occupation, it was necessary for the property to come into Cora's hands completely with no strings attached. How would you arrange such a situation, Inspector?
Easy. Henley had to die.
Correct. And so, Bill Royal, you killed him.
Yeah. What radio program have you been listening to?
Still not ready to admit it, huh?
Don't be silly. I have a perfect alibi.
So?
John was alive at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was at Verner's party at 3 o'clock in the morning, and everybody who was there will have to swear to it, whether they want to or not. Now, how are you going to get around that, Mr. Smart Detective?
And these same people will swear to the fact that Johnny was drunk.
Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm. They'll also swear to the fact that you drove him home, that you were gone only about a half an hour, just long enough to tuck him into bed and to get back here.
Yes, I'll swear to that myself.
It's been established in the autopsy that John Henley died by a very quick-acting poison, that he must have died within 3 minutes after he took it.
Well, all the more reason why I couldn't have given it to him. No, Drake, you're barking down the wrong hole.
Oh, no, Mr. Royal. I'll show you how you could have given it to him. In fact, how you did give it to him.
If you can do that, I'll take some of the stuff myself.
Thanks for the tip. Inspector, you better take steps.
Right, Mark.
Hey, no, you don't.
Shut up or I'll swat you.
Leave me.
Stand still, will you?
Better be thorough, Inspector. It wouldn't take very much of that, you know.
Yeah. Here's something. Hey, Bart, you're right. This is the same stuff.
Well, that still doesn't prove I gave any of it to Henley.
No, but I'll tell you just what happened, and maybe that will convince you, Mr. Royal. You see, when you brought John Henley home, you tucked him into bed in the studio. The studio, by the way, has its own individual bathroom. You knew that he'd had too much to drink and that he'd wake up and be thirsty. So, what did you do?
You tell me.
My pleasure. After putting him to bed, you quietly slipped into the bathroom and dropped a small amount of this poison into a drinking glass that was on the stand by the wash basin. That's all. Then you went back to the party and waited. At 3 o'clock, John Henley woke, just as you figured he would, went to the bathroom to quench his thirst. Drew himself a glass of water and drank it. By the way, am I doing all right?
It's your story. Go on.
Thank you. The stuff you used, Bill Royal, has an amazing effect. It counteracts the effects of alcohol right now. In 2 seconds, Hanley was as sober as a judge. He knew what had happened to him and who had done it. No doubt his subconscious mind remembered seeing you go into the bathroom. Anyway, he rushed to the phone and called Mrs. Billings home, hoping he'd be able to speak to his wife and tell her what had happened. The poor guy. He never did know that you, too, had double-crossed him, Cora. But again, he was out of luck because you, Bill, answered the phone, and at that time it wouldn't do him any good just to accuse the man who murdered him.
Great story, Drake. A great story.
Thank you.
I can see why your books sell so well. However, in this case, I'm afraid you've forgotten one very important thing.
Well, please tell me what it is, Mr.
You've forgotten that anybody could have done the very same thing. You haven't one iota of evidence that ties me up with the case. All you've got is a lot of pretty theory.
Well, you see, I don't have to supply that evidence, Bill Royal. John Henley did it for me. He not only pointed one finger at you, he pointed 5.
What do you mean?
He was determined that his murderer wouldn't go unpunished, but he had such a little time, just seconds. So he grabbed a tube of paint and squeezed it on his fingers. And even as he fell to the floor, he managed to pull his hand across his latest picture, that painting, incidentally, that's standing in front of you.
What does that prove?
That, my friend, proves that you are the killer. Because those 5 marks, Bill Royal, are purple. Royal purple.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of...
Mystery is my hobby.
I'll just take that man, Bart. Your move. Funny how you figured that was a murder. Sure looked like suicide to me.
It was a paint, Inspector.
Yeah?
When I saw that he'd smeared his masterpiece with purple paint, I knew it must have some definite purpose.
Uh-huh.
That move laid you wide open, Inspector. I'll take these 3. Call me, will you?
Yeah, Janice.
Then, of course, Bill was the only one who had the opportunity to do it. Aren't you going to move, Inspector?
Oh, yeah, sure, there. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Inspector. That's 2 more.
Ah, nuts. Yeah, but why couldn't the McAndrews have done it when he went out for a walk?
If he went out for a walk, you mean, Inspector.
No?
But after that fight, John Henley would never have let him in. And, of course, Cora Henley showed her connection with the deal by going back to her friends right after the murder. No true or loving wife would do that. After the people who started a violent quarrel with her husband just after his death. Well, why don't you move, Inspector?
I can't. You've got me all sewed up. Oh, gun, you, Bart, you beat me at everything I try to do, whether it's checkers or murder. Here I had the most beautiful suicide I ever saw, and you have to go and make a mystery out of it.
No, but of course, Inspector, of course. You certainly should know by now that mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 68 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Blackmail. Far out in the suburbs, a man walked along a quiet street. He seemed preoccupied. He passed the entrance to an apartment building, turned, he traced his steps and entered. Like an automaton, he moved to the door at the end of the corridor and knocked.
Hello, Vera.
Oh, it's about time you got here, Roy. Come on in. Did you bring the money? Did you bring the money?
No.
Why, you... I told you what would happen if you didn't bring it.
Now, wait a minute, Vera. I can get it if you'll just give me more time.
More time. That's all I've been hearing for a week, and I'm sick of it.
You don't understand, Vera. $5,000 is a lot of money.
Are you kidding? Roy's hinting beefing about $5,000 when he's worth millions? Oh, look, sucker, I wasn't born yesterday.
That's not true, Vera. I'm not worth millions. Whoever told you that was lie. I've given you all the money I can raise.
Oh, stop blubbering. You always were such a whiner. But this time it isn't going to do any good.
I haven't got the money, Vera. You must believe me.
Oh, yeah? I'll show you how much I believe you.
Vera, what are you going to do?
Listen and find out.
Vera, don't. Put down that phone.
Think you could make a sucker out of me? Roy.
Put down the phone, Vera.
Roy, you mustn't point that gun at me. It might go off.
It is going off, Vera, and no one's going to know it better than you.
Roy, you're going to kill me?
That's right, Vera, I am. You were too greedy, you know. You should have been satisfied with what I was willing to give you. That's the trouble with blackmailers, Vera. They become too greedy.
Oh, don't, Roy, don't. I don't want the $5,000. I don't want anything, honest, Roy.
You should have thought of that before. I honestly hoped you would. I hoped I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh, listen to me, Roy. For old time's sake, listen to me.
It's too late, Vera. Nothing you can say will change my mind now.
Roy, you can't. You can't get away with it. You'll burn for it, Roy.
No, I won't. No, I won't. I've got everything set up for this, Vera. You had your chance, and now it's too late.
Oh, listen, Roy, please. I'll go away. You'll never see me again. I'll do anything, Roy, only please.
Who's that?
Heaven. Now you can't.
Who is it?
You can't shoot me now. You can't. Steve will know it was you. He'll tell the police.
Here, open the door. What's the matter?
All right, Steve, I'm coming. Just a minute, darling.
Don't open that door. Do you want him to find me here?
Can't shoot me now. You don't dare let him find you here with me.
Here, open this door. I'll break it down.
Don't you see, whoever Steve is, he'll be sore. How are you going to explain my being here with you alone?
You don't want to be found here, do you, Roy? You're afraid of your precious reputation.
Well, it's just as bad for you. This Steve sounds as though he won't like it.
All right, Roy. This is one time the chips are evenly divided. Go out that door. There's a back way.
Here!
I'll be back, sir. Don't forget that. I'll be back.
Here, if you don't open
All right,
the door.
Steve. Steve, I'm so glad to see you.
I'll bet you are. Where is he?
Steve, what are you talking about?
Don't give me any of that stuff. Where's the guy who was in here with you?
Guy? Oh, Steve, you know
I know you're a double-crossing little cheat. But he's pulling a double cross on Steve's camera.
There's no one in there, Steve. I don't know why you should think I'd do a thing like that.
You don't, huh? Well, let me tell you why. I've had a private dick watching this apartment for the past 2 weeks.
Steve, you haven't.
No? Why do you think I came back here today? What's his name?
You're wrong, darling. There's not a...
What's his name?
Steve, don't.
What's his name?
Steve, please.
His name. You tell me, I'll beat it out of you.
Don't, Steve. Don't hit me again.
No, not hit me.
I'll tell you. Steve, all right, I'll tell you.
That's better.
I'll tell you, Steve. Just don't hit me again. Steve, look.
Hey, that door's opening.
Someone turned off the light. Steve, look out!
All I can tell you, Inspector Danton, is that I was standing in the alleyway out back at this apartment house when I heard someone holler, "Shoot!" And then I heard a shot. It seemed to come from the first floor.
Okay, Mike, what'd you do then? Why, sir, I ran in the back way, started toward the apartment where I figured the shot come from.
Did you see anyone at all, Mike?
Sir, I did, Mr. Drake.
Huh?
As I came up the steps into the back hallway, I saw someone disappear around the corner at the other end.
But you have no idea who it was?
No, sir, I don't. I don't even know if it was a man or a woman.
What do you mean? You don't know whether it was a man or a woman, for gosh sake?
I only got a glimpse, Inspector. The hallway was only dimly lighted. It could have been a small man or a woman wearing them slack things.
And you didn't give chase, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I figured that finding out where that shot came from was more important. So I came in here.
I see. And what did you find?
Just what I told you, sir. This lady was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. I could see the bullet hole, and I sort of figured that she was dead.
So you call headquarters and then a doctor?
Yes, sir. Did I do wrong, sir? I didn't touch a thing.
You did exactly right, Mike. Inspector, I suggest that Patrolman Mike O'Connor be commended for his behavior in the monthly bulletin.
Sure. I'll take care of that. Only, right now, we haven't gotten anywhere on this case.
I think we've gotten a long ways on this case, Inspector. First of all, we know that a man who came here quite often was called Steve, and that's important evidence.
It is, eh? What good is it?
I think that sooner or later, Steve is going to return to the scene. I suggest that we leave Mike on duty here. I'd like to talk to this Steve.
But for crying out loud, you don't believe that stuff about the murderer returning to the scene of his crime, do you?
No, but I believe Steve will return, Inspector. Mike, how about taking up your post outside the door while the inspector and I look around a bit more?
Okay, but me.
Is that all right with you, Inspector?
Sure. Anything's all right with me. Stand outside the door, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What do we do now, Mr. Drake?
Now, Inspector, we take a final look at these articles.
I'll get it. Hello, Dayton speaking. Yeah, Jim? Wait a minute. Let me write that down. Okay, go ahead. Flower Street, eh? Yep, I got it. Thanks. Jim checked the laundry marks on the dead woman's dress. Her name's Mrs. Roy Vinton, 222 Flower Street.
Well, that's interesting.
Why, for crying out loud? What I want to know is who murdered her.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Inspector. Now, look. This little black box with the figures written on it. What does it indicate to you?
Nothing. I hate figures. Oh, I get it. You mean somebody was blackmailing somebody else, eh?
That's exactly what I think, Inspector.
Some babe was blackmailing Vincent. So his wife found out about it and came up here to ask a few questions. Then the babe shot her, huh?
That sounds logical, Inspector, but I don't think it's accurate.
Why not?
In the first place, these figures are written in a man's handwriting. In the second place, why would the babe, as you call her, shoot the wife of the man she was blackmailing?
Maybe the wife threatened her. Maybe it was self-defense.
But why would Mrs. Vinton threaten her? She'd be more apt to threaten her husband. No, Inspector, I think that theory's all wrong.
Yeah? That surprises me. Well, what's your theory?
I'm afraid you think my theory was even more inaccurate, Inspector. Let's get going.
Going where?
Up to the Vinton home, of course. It's our duty to break the news to Roy Vinton that his wife is dead, isn't it? Come along. That's Roy Vinton's house there, Inspector.
Yeah, and there's someone turning in at the gate. Maybe it's Vinton.
Call to him, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Vinton. Vinton, all right, he stopped there.
If you gentlemen want to see me...
That's right. Your name Roy Vinton?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
Well, this sounds rather official.
I'm afraid we've some bad news for you, Mr. Vinton.
Bad news? What kind of bad news?
It's, your wife. She's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
My wife? Come, gentlemen. This must be some kind of a joke.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vinton, it isn't a joke. Your wife was shot to death 2 hours ago in an apartment on Waycross Street.
Waycross Street? This is really amusing. Excuse me for laughing, but... Well, come with me.
Might as well go with him, Bart. I want to know what he thinks is funny.
I've a hunch that we're not going to like what he thinks is funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, but I think you men must have the wrong Roy Vinton. However, come in. The second door on the right there. Here we are.
Is that you, Roy?
Yes, it's I, darling.
You're home early, dear. Were these men with you?
Holy smoke, Bart, look. Yes, I see, Inspector. Mrs. Vinton seems to be an invalid.
Mrs. Vinton, gentlemen, has been confined to this wheelchair for 10 years.
Roy, you haven't introduced me to your friends. The light is so poor, I can't see their faces. Are they someone I know?
No, dear. This is Inspector Noah Danton and Barton Drake. Someone mistook the victim in a shooting accident for you, dear, and they came to make inquiries.
Shooting accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Is someone hurt?
It's unimportant, Mrs. Benton. Come, Inspector, I think we'd better go.
Yeah.
We're sorry to have troubled you, Mrs. Benton.
Oh, that's quite all right. Roy, darling, will you put the screen in front of the fire? I'm afraid the sparks might burn the rug.
I'll do it. Nice bright fire. Feels good on a day like this. Well, let's go.
I'll see you gentlemen out. Be back in a minute, dear. Well, gentlemen, sorry I couldn't be more of a help.
Guess we got the wrong victim, all right. Well, everybody makes mistakes. You don't have to feel bad, Bart.
Oh, I don't feel badly, Inspector. I feel fine. I might add that this is one mistake that's going to save us a lot of time and effort.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is. Mr. Vinton, have you been home since 4 o'clock this afternoon?
Since 4 o'clock? Yes. No. Why?
Mrs. Vinton is alone all day, then. You have no servants.
Oh, we haven't had for the past week. The health situation is... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Roy Vinton?
Yes?
That's fine. Is Inspector Noah Danton there?
Inspector Danton?
I'll take it, Vinton. Hello?
Hello, Inspector. This is Officer O'Connor.
Yeah, Mike, what's on your mind?
It's about that guy named Steve, Inspector. Mr. Drake said he'd returned to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I know. What about it?
He didn't return, Inspector. He was already here. I found him under the bed. He was shot.
You know, Bart, I hate the smell of a hospital.
Yes, it is. Rather depressing, isn't it, Inspector? Oh, look, there's Mike.
Right here, Inspector. He's in this room.
Hello, Mike. How is Steve?
The doc says he lives. Bullet missed his heart by an inch.
Can we talk to him, Mike?
Well, you sure can, Mr. Drake. He isn't very strong, but he can talk.
Good.
Come on in. The doctor just left a minute ago.
Has anyone else been up here, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't let nobody introduce him. Here he is.
Oh, this is Steve, eh? What's your last name, Steve?
Who wants to know?
I do. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, cops, huh?
Yep.
Well, you're wasting your time. I don't know anything.
Who shot you, Steve?
I don't know. Someone turned off the lights. I didn't see anyone.
Who was in the room with you when it happened?
Here? Who's there?
My girlfriend.
Why? Oh?
Oh, look, quit needling. I don't know anything.
You know you were shot, don't you? You know you didn't shoot yourself. Where did the shot come from?
I don't know. I heard a noise and turned around, and the lights went out. Next thing I knew, I woke up under the bed and began yelling.
Did you ever hear of a man named Roy Vinton, Steve?
Vinton?
That's right.
No. Hey. Wait a minute.
Well?
What do you want to know for? Was he up in the apartment?
His wife was. We found her body there.
Body?
Yeah.
You... Let me get this straight. You found the body of a babe named Mrs. Vinton in Vera's apartment? Then it wasn't Vera.
Go on, Steve.
Well, that's a hard one. Look, Topper, do me a favor, will you?
We don't do favors for anyone.
Do me a favor, will you, Topper? Where can I find this Roy Vinton? Just tell me where I can find him.
What do you want to know that for, Steve?
He's the guy I've been looking for. I better get out of here now.
He's fainted. Yes, I'm afraid the excitement was too much for him, Inspector. Mike, call a doctor or a nurse.
I do that.
Inspector, you and I are going back to the scene of the crime.
That you, Roy?
Yes, it's me.
Well, why didn't you say so? I'm not going to sit in this wheelchair forever, you know.
You'll sit there till the heat's off in this deal and like it. Either that or you'll be sitting in the electric chair.
Don't try to be funny, Roy. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't? And what are you going to do about it?
So that's it. You think you've got me where you want me for a change, huh?
For a change, yes.
Roy, you're still a dope. You couldn't prove a thing without my help. You couldn't even protect yourself.
No?
No. It's I who has the certificate, you know.
Have you?
You're darned right. Hey, what do you mean by that crack?
You figure it out. You're so smart.
Did you find...
Find the certificate? Yes. Don't you believe me? Here, take a look.
Why, you double-crossin'
Take it easy,
little...
Vera. Sit back there. Now, you see, I'm much stronger than you, Vera. If I wanted to,
No,
I
Roy,
could...
don't.
No, my dear, I won't. Not until I'm quite sure I'm free from suspicion. This certificate is my safeguard.
And Then?
Who knows? The future remains with you, my dear.
Meaning, I suppose, that you never want to see me again.
Meaning exactly that. You've hounded me for a year. It hasn't been pleasant. I've lived in constant fear. I'm not going on living that way, even if I have to kill you.
Help me move this bed, please, Inspector.
Sure, but why?
It was under this bed that Steve woke up and began to yell.
Sure, but he isn't here now.
There we are. I'd say those were blood stains on that carpet, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yep. I'd say they were all right, Bart. That proves that Mike and Steve were telling the truth.
Let me see now. Come over here by the window, Inspector.
Sure, anything you say.
According to Mike's story, he was standing over there, near those ash bales, when he heard the shot.
That's where he was standing.
Well, giving him a few seconds to locate the source of the shot, another few seconds to locate the back door of the apartment building, how long would you say it took him to reach the hall outside the door to this room?
Oh, maybe 3 minutes. Maybe only 2.
Right. Inspector, did it ever occur to you as strange that there were practically no items of identification in the murdered girl's handbag?
What of it? The laundry marks on her clothes positively identified her as Mrs. Roy Vinton.
Did they? Didn't we see Mrs. Vinton alive in her wheelchair less than an hour ago?
Yeah, but...
There's only one link missing in our chain of circumstances, Inspector. I think we'll find the answer to that in Roy Vinton's home. Here we go. Ring the bell, Inspector. And let's hope that our suspects are still sure enough of their ground to be waiting for us.
Oh, so you think that Vinton is our boy, eh?
I don't know, Inspector, but I think I can find out.
Well, gentlemen, back again.
Hello, Mr. Vinton. May we come in?
Yes.
Thanks. Is your wife at home?
Is my wife at home?
Yeah.
Well, naturally. Under the circumstances, she couldn't very well be anywhere else. Why do you ask?
Our reasoning may sound ridiculous to you, Mr. Vinton, but we feel if she'd been able to go to the scene of the crime, she might possibly have decided to take another stroll around town.
Scene of the... Are you out of your mind? Mrs. Vinton hasn't taken a step for years.
Hasn't she? Mr. Vinton, do you mind if we search your wife's bedroom?
I certainly do. Now, look here.
In that event, we'll have to place you both under arrest.
Place us under arrest? What for? What are the charges? Have you a warrant?
In this case, we don't need a warrant. Well, how about it?
You leave me no alternative. I can't subject Mrs. Vinton to the excitement of being arrested. This way, please. This is my wife's room here at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. You may join your wife if you like, Mr. Vinton.
I prefer to remain here.
We don't care what you prefer. Scram.
Very well.
What are we going to look for, Bart?
Frankly, Inspector, I hope we don't find what we're looking for.
You hope we don't? That makes sense. What is it that we are looking for that we don't want to find?
Several pair of ladies' slacks, Inspector.
Ladies' slacks. Well, now.
No, there isn't a pair of slacks in the closet.
Why should there be? Maybe Mrs. Vinton never wore slacks.
She was wearing them when we talked with her before.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, and if a woman buys one pair of slacks, Inspector, she usually buys 2 pair. Also, Mike said that the person he saw disappearing down the hall of the apartment house was either a small man or a woman wearing slacks.
Whoa, wait a minute. Back up.
Huh?
How could the lady that Mike saw running down the hall be Mrs. Vinton? Mrs. Vinton hasn't been out of a wheelchair for 10 years.
It wasn't Mrs. Vinton, Inspector. I think it was Steve's girlfriend, Vera. Well, don't look so puzzled, Inspector. Come on, let's go downstairs and ask Roy Vinton to supply the missing link in our chain. Oh, there you are, Vinton. And Mrs. Vinton, too.
Did you expect I'd have run away, Mr. Drake? Invalids don't just get up and walk whenever they feel like it, you know.
Yes, that's quite right, which prompts me to ask a question, Mrs. Vinton. Since your bedroom's at the top of the stairs, I wonder how you get up there every night if you don't walk.
How do I...
That's a stupid question, Drake. I carry her up.
You're a small man, Vinton. No, I don't question your ability to carry your wife upstairs, but it occurs to me that after 10 years of it, you'd have arranged a bedroom for Mrs. Vinton on the ground floor.
Now, that makes sense. All right, Vinton. Why didn't you do it?
None of your business.
I'll tell you why you didn't, Vinton. This lady in the wheelchair isn't your wife.
Isn't my wife? Now I know you're out of your mind.
Can you prove she is?
I certainly can. Here. There's our marriage certificate. We were married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
This is to say Roy Vinton and Vera Keith.
Vera. Say, that was the first name of Steve's girlfriend.
Vera. I don't know what you two are trying to prove. That marriage certificate's in order. If you don't believe me,
It'll be a simple matter to contact the Los Angeles City Hall and check their records.
Too simple, Vinton. Well, Inspector, this is our missing link. Now we know exactly what happened in the apartment, who was present and why, don't we?
Huh? Oh, sure we do. Tell him, Bart.
Yes, by all means. Tell us, Mr. Drake. If you can prove that Vera isn't my
I
wife...
can't prove that Vera isn't your wife, Vinton. But can you deny that you have or had a wife named Shirley?
What?
Let me recapitulate for you. 12 years ago in Los Angeles, you married Vera Keith. After a while, you tired of and left her. I suspect that the parting was agreeable to Vera, too. You came to New York, prospered, and in 10 years' time practically forgot you ever were married.
I know a lot of guys who'd like to forget that.
Go on, Drake. Then what happened?
Then you met Shirley and married her, neglecting the formality of divorcing Vera. Then Vera arrived on the scene.
You seem quite positive, Mr. Drake.
Yes, Benton, I am. Instead of charging you with being a bigamist, she decided to indulge in a bit of blackmail. Unfortunately, you loved Shirley. You had your reputation as a businessman to think of. So you had to comply with Vera's request for money.
So, Vera set herself up in an apartment and got acquainted with a gent named Steve. Only she didn't tell Steve about her husband.
You're making a grave mistake, Mr. Drake.
Am I, Mrs. Benton? Both Shirley and Steve, however, became suspicious that something was wrong. Both came to Vera's apartment tonight with the idea of demanding a showdown.
And that's when the fireworks started, eh?
That's when the fireworks started, Inspector. The only trouble was that none of those present knew which one was guilty of shooting the other.
Oh, so that's why Steve wouldn't talk.
Right, Inspector.
When he returned to consciousness, Mike told him that one of the babes had been killed, but since her body had been removed, Steve didn't know which one.
No, nor did he know whether or not he had shot her. The same circumstances confronted Vera and Roy Vinton.
We have laws to protect people from slander, Drake.
Vinton here had an answer to their problem, though, or thought he did. He had Vera hastily remove any identification articles from her own purse, exchange it with Shirley's, and then she and Vinton returned here.
Only they forgot the laundry marks, eh?
They forgot the laundry marks, Inspector.
Yeah.
Even so, they had the proof that they had been married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
Clever, Mr. Drake. Very clever. But not clever enough to figure this one out.
Hey, she's got a gun.
Netta, don't be a fool. You
Keep
can't...
away, Roy. If you don't, I'll shoot you.
It's like
I don't care if she does. Don't touch me, Drake. Give me that. I won't.
I won't. You can't stop it.
Got it, Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. How about Vinton?
I'm afraid Vinton is dead, Inspector.
Army. Nothing like a peaceful game of chess after an exciting evening, eh, Bart?
Right you are, Inspector. Which will you take, black or white?
Neither. I'll take these cream-colored ones.
You take the... Excuse me, they are cream-colored, aren't they, Inspector?
Yeah. You're always a fiend for accuracy, so I might as well be. Too bad about Vinton, eh?
Yes. Well, perhaps he's better off. Perhaps he really loved his second wife and didn't see much point in going on without her.
Yeah. Perhaps. Think it was him who shot her?
It's possible he thought he did. However, ballistics and the fingerprint department will have to determine that. It's your move, Inspector.
Right. Queen pawn up 2 spaces. How'd you know?
Know what? I'll move my queen pawn 2 spaces also.
That Vera wasn't an invalid.
Well, the fire in the fireplace, Inspector. It was burning brightly. Vinton said he hadn't been home all day. Somebody had to get up and replenish the fuel, Inspector. If Mrs. Vinton were really an invalid, she couldn't do it. No mystery about that.
Nope, no mystery at all. Not to guys like you. There's a reason, of course.
Oh, yes, there's a reason, Inspector. It's because mystery is my hobby.
Tonight that I was sitting in my study doing some research work on poisons for my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton. Coincidentally, the time was exactly 8:32 when the telephone rang. Yes, Drake speaking.
This is Stephanie Brett. Been shot. Dying. Pierre Chaminade Street, Westchester. It was...
There was no mistaking the sound which came to me over the telephone. Miss Brett had lost consciousness and dropped the phone. I hurriedly called Inspector Noah Denton, explained what had happened, and asked him to meet me at the Chaminade place. 45 minutes later, I drove into Chaminade's driveway and found the ground swarming with guests, most of whom were young and beautiful women.
Oh, look, a man. All right, you vultures, lay off. I saw him first. Go on, scat.
For a minute, I was scared.
Well, you should be. That was a terrible fate I rescued you from. You ought to be grateful.
I am grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm...
No, don't tell me. Let me guess. You're, Gary Cooper.
Hardly.
Walter Pigeon?
No, you're very flattering, but...
Frank Sinatra.
Now, wait, please.
Oh, well, I give up. Doesn't matter, really. Come on, let's go over and have a drink, shall we?
At any other time, I'd be delighted, Miss Brett, but now...
Oh, how wonderful. You know my name.
Naturally, a famous and lovely model like yourself could hardly expect to go unrecognized.
Oh, you're sweet. What did I ever do to deserve such gallantry?
Your beauty and charm inspire gallantry.
Would you mind mingling with the other guests and repeating that in a loud voice? And please call me Hala.
Thank you, Hala. And now I must insist that you know my name and why I'm here. I'm Barton Drake.
Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the crime expert.
The same.
Oh, this is too wonderful. All day long I've been wishing for a man. I mean a real one, and now...
Hala, my purpose in being here is to see your sister.
Sister? Oh, I have no sister.
Oh? The young lady who called said her name was Stephanie Brett.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Oh, dear cousin Stephanie. Little wretch. Well, that does it.
What does what?
Destroys the illusion. For a minute I thought that it was I you were interested in. And now this. Well, Hala, will you never learn?
May I see your cousin Stephanie at once, Miss Brett? Hala.
Why not? I'm sure one more won't make any difference.
One more?
Dear Stephanie is in the library, resting. An hour ago, she became bored and complained of a headache.
A headache?
Mm-hmm. The dear darling's way of announcing to all the men on the place that she will hold private audience in the library to anything in trousers who happens to wander by in the interest of her health.
Oh, I see. Which way is the library, please?
Just follow the male exodus. Oh, come along. A woman scorned is usually a sucker. We might as well get it over with. In a moment, you'll hear the sound of male voices raised in adulation. Here we are. Prepared to be fawned upon, Mr. Crime Expert. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. No men. Cousin Steph. Oh.
Is that your cousin Stephanie sitting at the desk?
Yes, only why she sprawled out like that. Stephanie.
Close the door, please.
Stephanie. There's blood on her face. She's been shot.
Please, wait here, Miss Brett. So, bullet hole through temple, gun on floor, telephone receiver off foot. Yes, there can be no question.
Oh, what happened? Is she dead?
Quite dead, Miss Brett.
Dead. And she...
Your concern surprises me, Miss Brett. A moment ago, I got the impression that you disliked your cousin intensely.
I did. We all did. Every model at the studio. She was so beautiful, so cold, so contemptuous of the rest of us. But now, lying there. Oh, I can't believe it.
But I said there's only one lady in this house, and I say there is. I saw his car out front. Now, look what's there. Stop bothering me. If this is the library, I'm going in. Oh,
Come in, Inspector Danton. Come in.
Ah, there you are. Uh-oh. You found her, eh?
Yes, I regret to say that I arrived too late. Who is this gentleman, Inspector?
Buster? I don't know. Someone important, I guess.
Hey, look, who are these men? Why are you crying? Stephanie said she was coming. Good heavens. Stephanie.
Stephanie, darling. She's been shot.
Yes. Were you a relative of Miss Brett?
Relative? Good heavens, no. I'm Orion Cooper. Stephanie and I were engaged.
I see. In that case...
In that case, I demand to know who you men are and what you're doing here and why someone doesn't call the police.
We are the police.
The police? But, Hayla, did you...
Don't be a fool, Orion.
Did she what?
Never mind. What a terrible shock. I can't believe it.
I think Mr. Cooper was going to ask Kayla if she had anything to do with the shooting. Is that right, Cooper?
Well,
Of course he was. The moment he'll accuse me of murdering my own cousin.
Since you brought it up, Hayla, did you have anything to do with it? You had good cause, you know.
No more than you.
I? Well, that's perfectly silly to...
Well, I happen to know Steph broke her engagement to you this morning.
That's a lie. You're saying that because Pierre Chaminade didn't take up the option on your contract. You begged Steph to use her influence, and she refused. You found out that a pretty face and a slinky figure wouldn't get you everything. So you resorted to murder.
Why, you lying rat.
Just a minute. Now, look. There's only one bullet hole, so only one of you could be the murderer. I'd like to make everybody happy by arresting you both. But that wouldn't be ethical. But what's the setup?
Just as you see it, Inspector. It seems there were some tennis matches this morning. Miss Brett, that is, Stephanie Brett, pleaded a headache and announced she was going to the library to rest.
Well, it was an old trick of hers. She knew that every man within earshot would sneak up here and pay homage to her.
Oh, she was that kind of a babe, was she?
She was worse than that. She loved the power she held over men.
Stop that, Hayla. What you're saying isn't true.
It is true, and you know it, Orion. Every man at whom Stephanie ever smiled knew it. She wasn't human.
Miss Brett, I don't suppose that you visited Stephanie while she was resting here in the library?
Yes, I did. Rather, I tried to. There was someone ahead of me.
A man?
Yes. Pierre Chaminade.
Chaminade?
Pierre Chaminade is an expert on beautiful women, Inspector. He acts as agent for about 50 of them, hires them out as models.
Sounds like a nice business.
Behind the back of Pierre Chaminade, you talk about him, eh? Monsieur and Mademoiselle, these I do not like. Explain, please.
Well, how do you like that? Listen, chummy, where did you come from?
Where did I come from? Such a silly question. In my own house, he asked me where I come from. Who are you? Explain, please.
Say, look, you...
Inspector, do you mind?
No, go ahead and tell him who we are.
Mr. Chaminade, I'm Barton Drake, a private detective. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
The police. Explain, please.
Miss Hayla Brett and Mr. Orion Cooper, you know, of course. The young lady there by the telephone...
Stephanie, with her I'm very well acquainted. She... Mon Dieu. What is this? She's shot in the head. She's dead, oui?
Quite dead.
Explain, please.
Listen, how about you doing a little explaining? We happen to know you were in here talking with a gal just before she was murdered.
Oh-ho. So the wind blows toward Pierre Chaminade, oui?
Yeah, right smack dab in your direction.
You think I did this thing, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Explain, please.
Now, look, Frenchy, suppose we ask the questions. Why did you shoot her?
Inspector, you're a fool. Shoot her? I did not do so. I think the man who shoot her is Monsieur Cooper.
Why, you know...
Take it easy, Cooper. What makes you think Cooper is the murderer, Chaminade?
Oh, it is simple. Stephanie is about to die because of some strange disease only I know about. Today, she tells this to Monsieur Cooper. From him, she has some letters for which she demands money. Monsieur Cooper does not like this. So, poof, in the head, he shoots her.
Hello, Evening Ledger. This is Barton Drake. Yes, that's right. What time does the first edition of your paper go to press, please? 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Well, Inspector, anything new?
No. I've been questioning the guests for 2 hours and got nowhere. I hate beautiful women, especially those long-legged, chassis kind.
Well, when we've got more time, Inspector, I'm going to find out just what your type is. But first, has a report come in from the fingerprint department at headquarters?
Not yet. You know, Bart, there's something screwy about this whole setup.
Oh, so?
Yeah. The girl was lying dead in this room for more than an hour. All that time, the telephone that she had used was off the hook.
Oh, I see what you mean.
There are at least a half a dozen extension phones on the same line.
Sure.
Stands to reason someone would have tried to call.
Yeah. And everyone swears he didn't go near a telephone. Now, that guy Chaminade...
You can take it from me, Inspector. That Pierre Chaminade is a phony.
Yeah. How do you know?
His so-called accent. Why, it's a cross between French Canuck, Spanish, and East Side New York.
Putting on an act, eh? Why?
I don't know. Possibly only to impress his clients. Well, let's get to work. The way I see it, we've got 3 suspects. Chaminade, Halebret, and Orion Cooper.
And all of them claim it was the other fellow that shot Stephanie. Nice people.
Well, let's begin with the most likely suspect first. Orion Cooper. He's up in his room now, waiting for us. Mr. Cooper, do I understand that you were here in your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30 this afternoon?
Yes, I was.
You were alone?
Yes.
No one entered or left the room?
That's right.
You stated earlier that you were reading your paper during that hour.
Yes, I was. Why? What are you trying to prove? If you think that I murdered Stephanie, you're wasting your time.
Well, we got plenty of it to waste. You had as good a reason as anyone to murder the girl, and we both think...
You're crazy. Right now I'm going to...
Come in, Miss Brett. And Chaminade.
Here we are all together again, just like dear familiar friends.
Yes, well, this I do not like. If you will excuse me, I'll be back.
We will please excuse nothing. Come back here.
We explain, please.
Explain, please, yourself. What was it you wanted Miss Brett to lie about?
Oh, it wasn't nothing. I make the big joke.
Okay. Or it didn't sound like a joke to me.
What was it all about, Miss Brett?
He wanted me to tell you and Inspector Danton that I was mistaken when I said I heard him talking to Stephanie just before she was murdered.
So that's it.
Please. It was the reputation of the great Pierre Chaminade of which I was thinking. It would not be good for business for me.
Oh, you wanted to make me out a liar to save your precious reputation. Why,
Please.
you...
I'm thinking only of my lovely girl.
Oh, shut up, Chaminade. What? What are you looking at that newspaper for?
I was just wondering if this was the paper Mr. Cooper was reading during the solitary hour he spent in this room. Is it, Mr. Cooper?
Yes? Why?
You see, this is today's issue of the Ledger. It went to press at 1:30 p.m. If you didn't leave your room between the hours of 1:30 and 2:30, and no one visited you, how did this newspaper get up here?
Why,
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Danton. How are you, Sam? What? 2 sets of prints, eh? Okay, thanks. That was the fingerprint department. There were 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. Stephanie Brett's and Hala Brett's. Miss Brett, you gotta talk fast to get yourself out of this one.
I didn't do it. I didn't.
No, of course you didn't. You only tried to. Stephanie saw the gun in your hand and grabbed at it. You struggled, the gun went off, Stephanie fell to the floor, and you dropped the gun and got out of there. It couldn't be any more perfect.
That's not true. We didn't struggle, and there wasn't a shot.
Then you do admit coming into the library.
Well, yes, I wanted to talk to Steph alone. It was the first chance I'd had since Pierre told me he wasn't going to take up my option. I knew that Steph could help if she wanted. Hello, Steph. Feeling better?
Why, Cousin Hala, this is a surprise. Were you really worried?
Oh, of course. It must be terrible to have those dreadful headaches.
Oh, your deep concern touches me, cousin. I suppose you skip the balderdash and tell me what's really on your mind.
Why,
Oh, don't look so shocked, darling. You came here to ask me to try and talk Pierre into renewing your contract, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Steph, you've got to help me. Pierre will do anything you say. You know what will happen if it gets out that he let my option lapse.
I know exactly what'll happen. You'll be washed up. Finished. Your dream of a Hollywood contract will disappear into thin air.
Then you will help me?
No. No. This is a moment I've waited a long time for, Cousin Hala. I hate you. I've hated you since the day I asked you to help me get a job with Pierre.
Oh, I did help you. I did everything I could.
That's a lie. You did nothing. You pretended to help, but all the time you were sticking a knife in my back. You were jealous and suspicious and afraid. Oh, yeah. Pierre told me how you helped.
Pierre told you?
Pierre and you were sweethearts. He told me that, too. Well, he's tired of you now. You're through, darling, and you might as well get used to the idea.
You can't do this to me, Stephanie. You can't. I'll kill you.
What are you doing in that desk drawer? Taylor.
It's a gun, darling. A beautiful, ugly little gun. I just remember that Pierre kept it here. How fortunate.
Oh, so that's it. You're going to kill me. Darling, that's a laugh. You haven't the nerve.
Oh, haven't I? Haven't I? Well, I'll show you.
Explain, please.
Stephanie was right. I didn't have the nerve to shoot her. Even if Pierre hadn't appeared.
So, then what did you do?
Well, I threw the gun on the floor and ran past Pierre out into the hall. The door to the den was open, so I went in. I wanted to be alone. I knew that nothing I could do now would change Stephanie's mind.
Well, now, think of that. I was wrong all the time, wasn't I?
How long were Pierre and Stephanie together in the library, Miss Brett?
I don't know. It didn't matter then.
Did you hear the shot?
Yes, but not until after Orion had come along the corridor.
Orion?
Now, look here, Haley.
Oh, what's the use, Orion? He'll get the truth sooner or later. I already know you were lying when you said you were in your room all the time.
That, Miss Brett, is good advice. Well, Cooper?
This is preposterous. I had nothing to do with it.
Then you won't mind telling us why you left your room and later lied about it.
I can explain about the newspaper easy enough.
That's what we're waiting for, brother.
Oh, very well. At 2:15, I went down to get the newspaper from the hall table. I heard angry voices coming from behind the library door. I knew that Stephanie had gone there to rest, so naturally I was in.
This thing you cannot do to me, Stephanie. The great lover.
Yeah, what is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting at Stephanie?
I'll tell you, Monsieur Cooper. You of all people should know.
Pierre, please.
So now it's Pierre, please. Very well. Perhaps now you'll listen to my proposition, oui?
Oh, yes, I'll agree to anything, only please.
Bon, the contract. Tear it up, please.
I haven't it with me. You should know that.
Look here, what's all this talk about a contract? I demand an explanation.
And an explanation you will have, monsieur. Mademoiselle Brett has...
Please, Pierre, please.
No, you're pulling the double cross, Miss Brett. Of these I'm sure. So Monsieur Cooper should know.
No? Know what?
That Mademoiselle Brett has a brain tumor. In 6 months, maybe less, poof, she'll be dead.
You despicable beast!
And now, with your lover, I leave you, Miss Stephanie Brett. Au revoir.
Is this true, Stephanie? Oh, my dear. My dear.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted just a few more days together. As we were before.
Of course, darling. Of course. Stephanie.
Yes, Orion.
Stephanie, darling. The letters.
The letters?
Those that I wrote you. Perhaps it would be better... would it be, discreet if we allowed them to be found among your possessions?
You too?
Don't misunderstand me, my dear. It's only that
I... You think it might injure your reputation as a great lover if the letters you wrote me were found?
That's ridiculous.
What a fool I was to believe you ever loved me. When it was only the fact that I was Pierre Chaminad's most promising model that attracted you.
Stephanie, please, you mustn't carry on.
You're all alike. All of you. Pierre demanded that I destroy my contract because if one of his lovely models were to tie it would harm his reputation. And now this from you.
Stephanie.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Nothing I could do for the poor thing, so I left her.
Very decent of you, Cooper.
Yeah, very. So what happened then?
I was halfway up the stairs when I heard the shot.
Well?
Naturally, I ran back down the stairs to see what had happened.
And what had happened?
When I reached the hallway, I found Hayla standing outside the library door. Pierre was just beyond her.
That's a lie, Orion. You were already in the hallway when I came from the den.
Ridiculous. I've already told you
I used to tell the grand lie. Pierre, I have to find out that...
And you were in the hall, too, when I appeared.
Oh, no.
Hayla was at the library door. I saw her.
Next
You'll say you saw me shoot Stephanie.
That I would not doubt.
Nor I.
Why, you unmitigated scoundrel.
Taylor, a murder suspect should control herself. Anything you say
Just a
might...
minute. I'll get it. Drake speaking. Oh, hello, Ryan. I see. That's just what I needed. Yes. Thank you. That was Medical Examiner Ryan, Inspector. Hatred and greed and an overabundance of beauty can be a dreadful thing, Hayla. Now I know beyond a shadow of a doubt who fired that shot, Inspector.
Okay, Bart. So, who fired the shot that killed Stephanie Britt?
I wish I could say that all three of our suspects had fired it. One is no less responsible than another for Stephanie's death.
Why, the idea...
I don't follow you, Drake.
Explain, please.
Selfishness, greed, and vanity, those are the true murderers. Hatred and suspicion and jealousy, those are the motives.
Yeah, Bart, but look, who fired the shot?
Stephanie did.
Stephanie? You mean she killed herself?
But I thought she couldn't have.
Can you blame her? You all hated her. We're all jealous of her. Stephanie hated you. She saw a chance for revenge. The gun was on the floor. It belonged to Pierre. Hayla's fingerprints were on it. She knew that Orion had been seen in the library a few minutes before. If it weren't for one little detail, she might have succeeded in sending you all to the chair.
One detail? What was that?
In order that the police would lose no time in apprehending one or all three of the murderers, Stephanie called me on the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
She said she'd been shot, was dying. I heard the crash over the phone as she fell. Naturally, I found her in the library with the phone off the hook. I assumed that she'd been murdered.
Yeah, naturally.
Working on this premise, not knowing the bitter hatred in her heart, it was not until Medical Examiner Ryan called me and said that Stephanie had been killed instantly that I realized she couldn't have been murdered.
Now I get it. If Stephanie was killed instantly, she couldn't have called you first. Dead people don't talk over telephone.
That's it, Inspector. Stephanie called me, put on her act, and then shot herself.
Bart, we're a great team. Now, if you hadn't called me and suggested...
Watch yourself, Inspector. Remember, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's drama took place in May of this year. Inspector Noah Danton had come up to my apartment for an evening of tests. Earlier in the day, a young man named Peter Sidney had received an important phone call at his home in Port Washington.
Hello? Yes, this is Peter Sidney. Who? Oh, the State Planning Board. Yes, of course. What? You have? Well, that's fine. $1.5 million. Just a minute until I make a note of those figures. All right. $1.5 million. Yes. For 520 acres of my land bordering on the Snake River in the upper Ammonoosuc Valley region to be used as a dam site. Splendid. Well, that agreeable to me. Oh, I should say it is. Very agreeable. Yes. Well, goodbye. Gosh, what a break. $1.5 million. Now Anita will be... Oh, Anita, come in. I was just going...
I want to talk to you, Peter. It's quite important.
Oh, and I want to talk to you, honey. Listen, the state...
Please, Peter. What I have to say can't wait. I'm afraid to let it wait.
Afraid?
Afraid I'll change my mind. Afraid my courage will fail. It's about our quarrel last night, Peter. I thought it all over. The things we said were...
Oh, is that all? Oh, forget it, darling. Look, I
Peter,
just...
please. I've decided our marriage was a mistake.
Oh? Oh, you have?
I don't want to be unfair or unreasonable. We're not children, Peter. It isn't right to go on pretending.
Have you been pretending, Anita?
I'm afraid I have. I didn't realize it until last night. I mean, all those vicious words we hurled at each other. Down deep, I'm afraid we meant most of them.
Oh, nonsense. We've both been drinking. Things said out of a bottle are never worth remembering.
But they are, Peter, they are. It was our real selves talking.
Well, it wasn't my real self. I love you, Anita. You know that. I've tried to give you everything I promised, everything any woman could possibly want.
That's what I'm trying to say, Peter. Don't you understand?
No, Anita. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Oh, Peter, please, let's not be difficult with each other. You promised me so much, and I believed you. Well, you've kept none of those promises.
Could that be the reason you stopped loving me?
I'm completely selfish, Peter. I admit it frankly. I like nice things. I like things that money can buy.
Anita, do you know what you're saying?
I'm sorry, Peter. I know it's cruel and unkind. I'm only trying to be honest with myself.
Honest with yourself? Isn't that a little ridiculous? If you weren't honest with yourself when you married me.
Thought I was. I was carried away. I believed everything you told me.
So, it was money you wanted.
Oh, don't make it sound so wicked, Peter. Am I so different from other women? I'm young and beautiful and desirable. I don't want to become a drudge. Well, you misrepresented things to me.
Yes. Yes, perhaps I did. Perhaps I had too much faith in myself. Perhaps my hopes were too great. I did believe I could keep those promises. You know I did.
Yes, I know you did. I was willing to wait to give you a chance,
Oh,
but...
don't say it, Anita. It isn't too late. Listen to me. My land in the Amanuensis...
How long did you think you could fool me with such a fantastic tale? I hate to have to tell you this, Peter. You probably think me rotten to have done it behind your back, but I investigated that mythical property of yours.
You what?
Yes. I found that it was worthless scrubland, owned jointly by your sister and yourself, valued at less than $1 an acre.
You did that?
Yes, I did. I wanted to give you every chance of being worthy of being my husband.
Worthy. Being your husband. So, that's the criterion. That's the deciding factor. That's what caused you to reach your decision?
If you want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, yes.
If I want to put it in such a cold-blooded way, that's good. That's rich.
Stop putting on an act, Peter. There's no need to have a scene.
Cold-blooded, she said. Me. Tell me, my dear. Just one thing. Who's the other man?
Other man?
Certainly there must be another man. You're not going to walk out on me unless you've got something better to go to. Not little Anita. She's too smart for that.
Oh, I see. You do insist on being obnoxious, don't you, Peter?
Yes, I'm obnoxious. Who's the boyfriend?
Nick Wilbur.
Nick Wilbur?
Yes, Nick and I are... Peter. Peter, what's the matter?
Nothing. I'm all right. Give me a drink.
Here. This whiskey will help. Peter, are you all right?
Yeah, that's better. For a minute, I thought I was a goner.
What's your heart again? Are you all right now? Shall I call a doctor?
No. I'm okay. So, you weren't satisfied just to run out on me, Anita? You had to take my best friend with you.
Oh, Peter, for heaven's sake, you're making me sound like a wanton woman.
You are.
I knew you'd act like this. I told Nick you would. He said you were adult, that you'd understand.
So, old Nick said I'd understand, did he?
Of course he did. He wanted to come here with me this afternoon to talk it over with me.
Oh, that was decent of him. But he is coming over tonight for dinner, isn't he?
Yes, we hoped we could make the final arrangements then.
Good. I'll be very glad to see my old pal, Nick. Yes, very glad.
Peter, what in the world are you doing with that gun?
Huh? Oh, the gun. Fill my glass again, will you, Nita? You don't think I'd do anything so melodramatic as to shoot you? Oh, not me, honey. People who shoot other people go to the electric chair. I'm quite comfortable where I am.
Peter, put it down. Guns frighten me.
Do they? What a pity. Perhaps you'd better leave. Yes. I think you'd better leave me alone, Anita, if guns frighten you.
There's your drink, but... Peter, I do wish you'd put that gun away.
Get out. Get out now.
All right, I'll go. Goodbye, Peter.
Afraid of guns, is she? Cold-blooded, she calls me. Me. $1.5 million. That's me. Old cold-blooded Pete. A millionaire. And Nick's coming to dinner tonight to apologize for stealing my wife. Oh, that's good. That's rich. My old pal, Nick, and Anita, who's afraid of guns. I drink to the lovebirds.
Sit still, Inspector. I'll answer.
Oh, sure. Just when I'm about to put you at a checkmate, the telephone rings.
Yes, Drake speaking. What? Who's calling, please? I see. You want to report a murder.
I knew it. Just when we get settled down for a nice, quiet evening of chess.
Quiet, Inspector. What makes you think it's a murder? I see. But there's no proof that... $1.5 million. Yes, certainly. That's an admirable motive for murder.
I've never heard of any better.
Yes, I do, but since you won't tell me your name, how do I know... I see. And tomorrow morning's mail. All right. We'll take the case.
We'll take the case, he says. Why the
Yes,
heck?
within an hour. Goodbye. Is your car outside, Inspector?
Sure, but...
Fine, let's get started. We're going to investigate a murder.
Wait a minute, Bart. How do you know?
I don't, Inspector. In fact, my informant, who refuses to give his name, says that when we arrive on the scene, we'll be told that Mr. Sidney died from natural causes.
Is that a fact?
But upon investigation, we will discover he died of unnatural causes.
Well. Was this informant of yours a man or a woman?
I strongly suspect that it was a woman trying to disguise her voice to sound like a man.
Sounds screwy. Did he or she tell you who was responsible for these unnatural causes taking place?
No, but he or she is willing to pay us for finding out. Inspector, get your hat.
Nick, is that you?
Anita, what's wrong?
Oh, Nick, I'm so glad you've come.
What's the matter, honey? What's happened?
Peter, Nick. He's locked himself in his study. He's been there since this afternoon. He won't speak to me. I can see him through the window, but when I call, he won't answer.
Did you tell him about us?
Yes, this afternoon. First, I thought he was going to be decent about it, and then he took a gun from his desk.
Gun? Peter? I can't imagine Peter with a gun. What did he do, threaten you?
No, I told him to put it away, that I was afraid of guns. He just laughed a sort of wild, maniacal laugh and told me to get out.
Well, in a way, I can't blame him. Telling him that you wanted a divorce to marry me must have been quite a shock.
I'm not so sure that it was. Sometimes I think he was almost glad. There was something strange about his attitude, Nick. It wasn't like Peter at all.
Did he know that I was coming to dinner tonight? And why?
Yes, I told him.
Good. Let's go up to the house. I think I can explain things so he'll understand. We've been friends a long time.
Let's go around this way. We can see Peter sitting at his desk through the window.
Yes, poor old Pete. He's always been such a mousy little character. Hard to imagine him objecting to anything.
Oh, he's weak. I don't know why I ever married him. There, look. You can see him at the desk in his study on the second floor.
Yeah. He has the reading lamp arranged as though he might be working. Peter? Peter? Funny, he doesn't answer.
Oh, he's just being stubborn like a spoiled child.
Is there any other way of getting into the study other than the door from the hall?
No, and he's locked the door on the inside.
I don't imagine we'll have much trouble unlocking it. Any key to the other rooms in the house will probably fit.
Oh, why should we bother? If he wants the sulk, let him.
I think we ought to settle this now. After all, Peter's still your husband. Come along. Peter. Peter.
Oh, let him alone, Nick. He's always thought that acting like a spoiled child will get him what he wants. Well, this time...
No. Peter might sulk, but he wouldn't go to this extreme. Let me take that key.
It probably won't fit. Here.
Well, unless Pete had a special lock put on the door. There, I knew it would. Still at his desk. Hello, Pete.
Nick, he didn't even look up. Oh, Nick, don't touch him.
Pete, what's eating you? Good Lord.
Oh, Nick, what's the matter with him? Why did he fall over like that?
Peter. Dead, Anita.
Dead? Oh, no.
He must have died while he was sitting at his desk. His heart.
Yes, that was it. He had a heart attack this afternoon when I told him I was in love with you.
It must have been more than he could take. Poor guy. Well, it had to come sooner or later, I suppose. What a pity it couldn't have happened before he knew about us.
Nick, what are we going to do?
Do? We'll summon a doctor, I suppose. There'll have to be a report.
Nick, look.
A note written in Peter's handwriting. Good Lord.
What is it, Nick? What does it say?
State Planning Board, $1.5 million for land in Ammonoosuc Valley. Anita, the State Planning Board is paying Peter $1.5 million for his land so they can build a dam.
Paying Peter $1.5 million?
Yes, read it yourself. $1.5 million, Anita. Now it's all yours.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Not for that old scrubland.
Peter. Peter, why did you do it? We could have been so happy.
And you believe your husband died of natural causes, Mrs. Sidney?
Of course Peter died of natural causes. He had a heart attack this afternoon. I was with him. Besides, Dr. Barry has already signed his report.
Did Dr. Barry perform an autopsy, Mrs. Sidney?
Well, of course he didn't perform an autopsy. Why should he?
To determine the real cause of your husband's death, lady. That's usually why autopsies are performed.
Hey, don't have to be sarcastic, Inspector Denton. We did everything we were supposed to do. It seems to me that your quarrel is with Dr. Barry, not with us.
Well, maybe you're right at that, son. We'll get hold of Doc Barry and have a talk with him.
Why should you do that? I'll not let you perform an autopsy on my husband's body.
I received a telephone call, Mrs. Sidney. We were told that your husband had been murdered. If when we arrived here, we would be informed that he died of natural causes.
And that's the way it worked out. So that's why we're suspicious.
Who made the telephone call?
We don't know.
I knew it. You're lying. This is some kind of hoax. I don't believe a word of it.
Is it true, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband received an offer from the State Planning Board of $1.5 million for some land he owned in the Ammonoosuc Valley?
Well, how did you know that?
Our informant on the telephone told us. You see, if he knew that much, it's quite likely he knew other things, too.
Especially when you failed to mention anything about that $1.5 million.
Well, why should I mention it? What business is it of yours?
None at all, Mrs. Sidney, except that we already checked with the State Planning Board, and we've learned that no such offer was made to your husband.
No such offer made? Well, it's nonsense. I saw the note myself.
What note, Wilbur?
Why, the note that Peter wrote. Must have taken it down over the phone. We found it lying on his desk.
Mm-hmm. May we see it?
Of course. Anita, show him the note.
No, why should I? Well, all right. Here it is.
Thank you. There's no doubt that your husband thought he was being offered a price for his land, Mrs. Sidney.
What do you mean, thought he was being made the offer? What possible reason could he have had for writing that note unless he'd been made the offer?
The way we figure it, lady, $1.5 million is as good a motive for murder as any.
Motive for murder? Well, who'd know about the offer besides...
Yes, besides you, Mrs. Sidney.
And, of course, your boyfriend here.
Now, see here, Denton.
Isn't it true that you two are in love with each other?
And didn't the lady tell her husband this afternoon that she was leaving him cold?
But how... could you know that?
Oh, we get around. Just answer me one question. Wouldn't you stand to inherit that $1.5 million if your husband should die?
Well, no, not all of it. Peter owned the land jointly with his sister.
His sister?
Yes, her name is Clara Sidney.
Thank you.
She lives on the other side of town. If you're looking for people with motives, why don't you talk to her? She hated me because she claimed I abused her precious brother.
Oh, we'll talk to her, all right.
Why should you? Why should you talk to any of us? If what you say is true, no offer for the land was made by the planning board, and therefore there wasn't any reason for anyone to want to kill Peter.
That's just the point. What we want to know is, was the note a scheme of Sidney's to give someone a motive for murder?
To give someone a motive?
Yeah, figure it like this. Maybe Sidney was suspicious of someone. Maybe he reasoned that if that someone had a strong enough motive, they'd try to knock him off. Then he'd know what the score was.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sure it is. Motives for murder are always fantastic. So we got to bring everything out into the daylight, understand? We want to know who it was called us on the telephone, and why.
But more important, we're anxious to learn whether or not Peter Sidney died of natural causes.
Of course he did. I see it all now. This afternoon I told him that I felt our marriage was a failure, and I was going to divorce him to marry Nick. Peter had a heart attack but recovered. It must have been more serious than I thought.
Pete knew he was going to die. He wrote that note to gain revenge on Anita. He wanted her to think he was rich.
And then he just sat there and waited to die, eh? Nope, we can't buy that. It doesn't add up.
Oh, I'll answer.
If you don't mind, Mrs. Sidney, I'll take it. Yes? Oh, yes, Dr. Barry. Uh-huh. I see. What? Are you sure? That's conclusive, then. All right. Thank you very much, Doctor.
What did he say, Mr. Drake?
Dr. Barry's analysis proves, Mrs. Sidney, that your husband died of a dose of cyanide poisoning. This is Sidney's study here, Inspector.
Yeah. This is it, all right. Too bad we couldn't have gotten here before the place got messed up.
Messed up, Inspector?
Sure. How do we know what the setup was? Doc Barry had the body moved. Mr. Sidney picked up the note. Everybody had plenty of time to arrange things just the way they wanted them.
Yes, because nobody suspected murder, Inspector. Death by natural causes. That was the doctor's first report.
Somebody knew it was murder.
Are we sure of that, Inspector? There's always a suicide angle, you know.
Suicide? Then who was it who called you on the telephone? And why did whoever it was say it was murder? And how did he or she know about the $1.5 million?
Yes, that's what we're out here to find out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see now. According to the stories we've been told, Sidney was sitting here at his desk.
You know, Bart, now that I think about it, maybe that suicide angle isn't so far off.
Apparently the poison was taken or administered with whiskey. There's still some whiskey in this bottle.
Yeah, just say, for instance, that Sidney was in love with his wife. All right. She gives him the brush. He decides to kill himself, and he does.
According to Mrs. Sidney and Nick Wilbur, the reading lamp was arranged so that the light came over Sidney's right shoulder. That would indicate he was left-handed.
Yes, sir, that's the way it happened. I'll bet 2 bits that telephone call was a gag.
People who are right-handed usually arrange the lamp so that the light comes over their left shoulder. Well, Inspector, that's odd.
Coincidence. That's what it was, coincidence. The sister called up, disguised her voice, and told Sidney that the planning board was buying the land. She knew that Anita and Wilbur were pulling a fast one. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over that window?
It occurred to me as odd, Inspector, that Sidney would sit there at his desk with the light burning and not pull down the shades. Most people don't like to be peered in at. However, I've found the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
The shade's stuck.
Well, there's no use looking around anymore. I got it all figured out. Suicide.
Suicide, Inspector?
Sure. Didn't you hear me figuring out why it was suicide?
No. Is that what you were doing all that time? Let me think a minute, Inspector. There's a false note here somewhere.
Let me think, he says. Look, Bart. I told you, you didn't have to think anymore. It was suicide. That telephone call came from the guy's sister.
Suicide. Here, hand me that phone, will you, Inspector? Quick. I think, yes, I'm almost sure.
Here's the phone. Now what's happened? Who are you calling?
Dr. Barry, Inspector.
Barry, does he figure in this? Say.
Hello. Dr. Barry. This is Barton Drake calling. Yes, that's right. I've one or two more questions I wanted to ask you. First, what time was it when you received your call from Mrs. Sidney? I see. And you came over immediately. Uh-huh. And when you performed the autopsy, how long would you say Sidney had been dead? 7 hours. I see. And you're sure it was cyanide poisoning? All right, fine. Thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Well?
Inspector, I think you're right. It was Sidney's sister, Claire, who called him on that $1.5 million deal.
Sure. Just like I said. Suicide. Coincidence.
Coincidence, Inspector, but not suicide. If you'll come with me, I'll prove it to you.
We've already told you how we discovered Peter's body, Mr. Drake. Is it necessary to go through all that again?
I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Sidney. What time was it that you talked to your husband this afternoon?
About 3 o'clock. Why, is that important?
Very important. You say he had a heart attack when you told him of your interest in Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, he took a drink of whiskey. That revived him.
Now, look here, Drake. Is all this questioning necessary?
Well, come in, Inspector. Did you talk to Sidney's sister?
Yeah, I talked to her, and I had the deal figured right, too. It was she who called Sidney and told him about the planning board buying that land for $1.5 million.
Clara called Peter. Why, for heaven's sake?
Because she wanted to give you a motive for murder, Mrs. Sidney.
Give me a motive for murder?
Sure. Sarah knew about you and your boyfriend here. She was figuring on tipping off her brother about how things stood. The thing is, she was betting that you'd missed the boat when you tried to knock off hubby.
Well, that's utter rubbish.
Of course it is. I didn't even know about the sale of the land until Nick and I found Peter.
So, can you prove that, Mrs. Sidney?
Prove it? Why should I? Isn't my saying it enough?
No, I'm afraid it isn't. Because it was you who murdered your husband.
I murdered Peter. That's very amusing, Mr. Drake.
Is it? Maybe you won't think so when Drake gets through telling you how he knows. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. When you came to your husband's study, Mrs. Sidney, you had the cyanide with you. You dropped it in his whiskey glass after he had his heart attack, knowing he would take another drink after he'd recovered. The cyanide works instantly.
I didn't. Why should I want to kill Peter?
That was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Later, after dark, you returned to the study, propped Peter up at his desk, and turned on the reading lamp so that anyone passing by on the street would see him sitting there, apparently working.
You're making that up. You haven't a shred of evidence.
Then you locked the door with a key from some other room and walked down to the corner store so that you'd have someone who could swear you hadn't been home while your husband was supposed to be dying of natural causes or committing suicide.
That's a lie. Tell him, Nick. Tell him I was with you all evening.
Anita, you didn't murder Peter, did you?
Of course not. How could I?
I was with you, Nick. You know I was.
Then you must have been with John Gray, too.
John Gray?
Yep. We checked up and found that Nick was with a guy named John Gray until he came here tonight.
Oh, no.
Sorry, anyway. You should have taken me into your company.
Oh, no. Oh, no, no. You couldn't have been with John Gray. You were with me, Nick. Tell him you were with me. Oh, please tell him, please.
Inspector, you were going to place me in checkmate when the phone call came. Go ahead and move.
Was I?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. What piece do you suppose I was going to move?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Neither have I. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Have I got to ask?
Ask? Ask what?
Oh, doggone it. You know what? Quit being so hard to get along with.
All right, Inspector. It was the light.
The light?
Yes, the reading light in Sydney's study. You see, Mrs. Sidney said she hadn't seen her husband since 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, Dr. Berry said he arrived at the Berry home at 9 o'clock in the evening. He performed his autopsy at 10:30 o'clock and found that Sidney had been dead for 7 hours.
Say.
That's it, Inspector. 7 hours from 10 1/2 hours brings the time of death to 3:30 in the afternoon, doesn't it?
That's right, by golly. And at 3:30 in the p.m., Sidney wouldn't have been sitting near a window with his reading lamp on, would he?
Naturally not, Inspector. So someone had to come in and turn on the light so Sidney would be seen from the street after it became dark.
Son, you amaze me, clearing up mysteries that way. Tell me, how you doing?
Oh, Inspector, I don't see why you ask. The answer to that is obvious. After all, you know, mystery is my hobby.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Raja Vidrami is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Brian.
Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
Oh, you want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Hey, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bart.
Why, Inspector?
A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a fake, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Vidrami has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Vidrami.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Vidrami. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. Tree. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. Tree, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. Tree is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. Tree. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. Tree, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage door, Bart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes. I'll attend to it at once.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? But Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to this spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well,
There. I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, this particular spike is hollow. There's a hole borrowed in the stage just under it. There are 2 other holes slightly larger right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barton.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and the homicide detail will be here any minute.
Good old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the resting rooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran in back of the mummy case.
I'll drag him out. Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
No Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
Uh-huh. And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks, it got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the props, I believe, Mildred.
Yeah, the Raja makes roses grow out of them.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
See one of these holes here in the ceiling? See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. I'll bet I'd find the gun, too, right here in this basement.
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll speak with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, do you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
Yeah, with me, love's everything.
It has its points. Just what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the inspector.
Thanks.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to go for yourself.
I'm in an awful jam, Bart.
Really?
Bart, kiss me.
Well, no. I never refuse a lady in distress.
When I get out of this mess, we'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What cooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of his environment.
Uh-huh. Something like I was a few minutes ago?
Oh, now, baby. Be nice.
Sorry.
After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing the Rajah's $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can I?
With certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to him.
In other words, you made a play.
Well,
and when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector made. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those things leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. No wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was bad once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd exposed the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He'd heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta, huh?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it, but he had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Tree made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
I thought... Dr. Drake said that?
Yes.
That the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. What? I thought that he...
Yes? What did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think? Yes, my dear. Tell us, what do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It is true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have a care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud and trickery? Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I am nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the middle of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Raja Vidrami. And especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Drake. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Then, besides, when this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public, will it not?
I'm afraid so, Raja.
Hold on!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Go! Where are you, Inspector? In here. In the mummy cave.
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Raja? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Oh, put me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Raja's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Carter, you don't let me out.
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You shot it out of my hand.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do so. Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who stayed in those things for thousands of years.
The dirty lug, he tripped me. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut. Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't tell.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome with shame.
Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here. I'd prefer it, Raja.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my word.
Yes. We'll take care of that in a minute, Raja. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upwards. It's just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this third hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. What didn't I think of that?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible. What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Oh, let the Rajah...
Hey, no, you don't. No, you don't. Give me that knife.
I'm afraid we're too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind. Where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Roger. Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Rajah? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is a tragedy unto itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta?
Hey.
He's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does. You know, Inspector, the Rajah was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Skip it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Now, don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage. He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
Well, certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Rajah's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector, the trunk that Dr. Tree used to hide and snice the little tin pail, which was attached to the trigger of the revolver.
That was easy.
Oh, I don't
It was you, though, who found a little pile of sand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bart, love's a terrible thing.
Oh, Inspector, don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife because he wanted a babe like Mildred.
Mildred isn't so bad, Inspector. You can blame greed just as much as love. Loretta hung on to the doctor not because she loved him. She only wanted a wife's share of his $100,000 racket.
Yeah, love and greed. Both of them are terrible. Hey, Bart, remember, you promised that you wouldn't tell the boys down at headquarters about me being locked up in that mummy case.
Oh, Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby.
Why, who's up there?
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Noah Danton and I had driven to Lake George for a few days' rest, and were returning to New York. It was early spring, and the mud season was at its height. Early in the evening, a young practicing physician in the town of Cranston had been attending to his last patient of the day.
All right, Horace, you can put your shirt back on.
Okay. Well, everything all right, Doc?
Oh, hello, Hala. Come in. We're all through.
Did you give the patient a clean bill of health, Doctor?
Doctor isn't talking. Look at him. He's disgusted because he can't find anything wrong. You know, it must be discouraging when a fine, healthy specimen like me comes in for a checkup.
I wish all our patients were as healthy as you look, Horace.
Yeah, Doc doesn't think so. He'd go out of business, eh, Doc?
Sometimes people who look healthy are actually sick.
Yeah, I suppose you're right at that. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
There isn't anything wrong with me, is there?
We've been friends a long time, Horace. You want the truth, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I want the truth.
It's your heart, old man.
My heart?
Yes, it's quite bad.
Oh, you're kidding, Doc. I mean, well, I'm not going to die, am I?
Not right away. That is, if you're careful. Very careful. Any unusual exertion would prove fatal.
What do you mean, careful? Look, Doc, I can't be careful. I'm an engineer. I can't quit work. You know that.
I'm afraid you'll have to quit your work.
Oh, no, I can't. What would be the good of living if I couldn't build things? Look, Doc, I don't know. You must be kidding.
Sorry, Horace. This is as tough on me as it is on you. Sometimes it isn't pleasant being a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. All right, Doc. If that's the verdict, I guess I can take it.
That's the spirit. Just take it easy and you might live to be 100.
Yeah, live to be 100. Well, so long, Doc. Good night, Hala. Thanks for everything.
Good night, Horace.
Good night. Oh, what a pity. Charles, are you sure?
Do you think I'd tell him such tragic news if I weren't sure?
But wouldn't it have been better to have let him go on thinking?
That he was in fine physical shape? Would that have been fair? If he's careful, he might prolong his life for years.
I wonder if Horace wants to prolong his life if he can't build things. Some men's work is more important to them than life itself.
Your interest in Horace seems somewhat unusual, my dear.
I've known him since we were children. Once long ago, he asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes. Oh, it was before you came to town, Dr. Morrow. After working as your nurse for a month, I knew.
Knew what?
Why I didn't accept Horace. It was because I'd been waiting for you.
Darling, thank heaven you did. I suppose you know that was why you got the job when I advertised for a nurse.
Why?
Because I fell in love with you the minute you stepped through that office door.
Oh, so you didn't think I'd make a good nurse. All you wanted was... Dr. Morrow, after all, do you kiss all your nurses during office hours?
Only those I happen to fall in love with. And since you're the only nurse I've ever employed, how could I have fallen in love with the others? Besides, office hours ended 15 minutes ago.
Then go and change your clothes and take me out to dinner. I'm starved.
Ah, me. Women and their appetites. Be back in a shake, darling. Don't go away.
I will if you're gone more than 5 minutes. The darling.
Hello, Hala.
Terry.
Take it easy, baby. I ain't a ghost.
Terry, it can't be you.
No. I'll take a good look, sister. A good look.
Terry, what are you doing here?
Well, for the past couple of minutes, I've been outside, listening to your sloppy conversation with your doctor friend.
Terry.
You know, honey, you sure know how to get 'em. Why, you got that sawbones eaten out of your hand. Just the way you used to have Horace Graham.
Stop it, Terry. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I had a little accident. Here, take a look.
You're wounded. You've been shot.
That's it, honey. Got into a little jam with the cops. Begun throwing lead around. I stopped one with my shoulder.
So, it was you?
Yeah, it was me who knocked off that payroll clerk. Now, look, honey. I gotta get this shoulder of mine fixed up. I was thinking that maybe your boyfriend...
You fool. Of course he won't.
You planning on making a telephone call, baby?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the police.
No, ain't that something? My own sister turning me in. I can just see the headlines tomorrow. Escape con captured. Doctor breaks engagement with jailbird's sister.
So that's why you came here.
That's why I came here. Figure some other doc might start asking questions about how I got this bullet hole.
And why do you think Charles won't ask you those questions?
Charles, huh? It's like this, honey. I was thinking you wouldn't want Charles to know that it was because of me you didn't marry Horace Graham.
That's a lie. It wasn't because of you that I didn't marry Horace. I didn't love Horace.
Oh, sure. Now, look, honey, you're not kidding me. So long as I was alive, you wouldn't marry nobody because you figured they might find out and object to having a jailbird in the family.
Horace knew. I told him.
No, you didn't. You never told nobody about me. Then you hear I'm dead. After a while, you go overboard about this doctor guy. You figure everything will be okay because there won't be a chance of me showing up.
Charles!
It's all right, Hala. I heard it all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well. If it ain't Doc Sawbones himself. With a gun, too.
That's right, mister, with a gun. And I know how to use it. Don't forget that.
I ain't forgetting nothing, mister. Least of all, I ain't forgetting my sister.
That's enough. I'm not interested in your opinion of your sister. Hala, there's just one thing I want to know.
Yes, Charles.
Did you refuse to marry Horace Graham because your brother was in jail?
No. Horace knew about Terry. I told him. The reason I didn't marry Horace was because I didn't love him.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, honey.
You're making a mistake, Doc. It ain't going to do you no good. It ain't going to do Hala no good when folks find out who I am.
He's right, Charles. It'll ruin you. People will ask questions. They won't patronize a doctor who's married to a sister of a jailbird.
That's it. Don't make a mistake, Doc. You got too much to lose. Or you might even lose Hala.
Hala?
Don't listen to him, Charles. It wouldn't make any difference. You're right about calling the police. I'm going to.
You ain't going to call nobody.
Look out, Charles.
Stand still, you fool.
No one ain't going to turn me over to the police.
The lights.
Terry, come back or I'll riot. You ain't going to...
You know, Bart, I'm kind of glad we decided to drive through to New York tonight after all. We ought to be there by dawn, eh?
I should think so, Inspector. What's the matter? Don't you like the country?
Oh, sure. I like it all right. Nice place to visit. As a matter of fact, I understand there are people who live here all the year round.
I wouldn't be surprised to find you were right. Say, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Look, isn't that a man lying up ahead beside the road?
Huh? Where?
By Jove, it is.
Hey.
Pull up, Inspector.
Yeah, okay. Probably some farmer got pie-eyed on hard cider. Good thing you saw him. We might have run over him.
Possibly he's a victim of a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah.
Let's go back and take a look.
Two-Bit says this means we don't get back to New York by dawn.
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
I got it out. There he is.
Yes. Lying in the mud beside the road. Hold the light steady while I roll him over. There we are.
How about a drunk or dead?
I'm not sure. There don't seem to be any bruises. I think we'd better get him to a doctor in any case.
A doctor? Where are we going to find a doctor in this wilderness?
There must be a town somewhere nearby, or else it... Listen, Inspector.
Huh? Listen to what? Hey, someone coming up the road.
Swing up your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Hello there. Something wrong?
Oh, yes. We were driving along and saw this man lying beside the road. Are you a native in this locality?
Yeah, I am. Oh, well, what's the matter? Say, is he dead?
We don't know yet. Know who he is?
Wait a minute. Throw your flashlight on his face. No? No, I never saw him before. Probably struck by a hit-and-run driver, huh?
Could be. What's your name, mister? And what are you doing walking along the road at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm Horace Graham. I live in the village down the road. Well, as far as what I'm doing, I was just out for a walk.
Well, how do you like that? Out for a walk at 2 a.m. on a pitch-dark night.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Is there a doctor in the village, Mr. Graham?
Yeah, there's a doctor there. His name is Morrow, Charles Morrow.
Good.
His place is at the north end of the town. You can't miss it. There's a sign.
Splendid. Grab hold here, Inspector. This man needs treatment badly. This must be the place. Yes, there's the sign.
Black as ink. Maybe he isn't home.
I think it more likely that he's asleep. All right. Help me lift up our friend, Inspector.
Okay. Let's go.
All right.
There's something screwy about this, Bart, and I think you know it.
We both know it, don't we, Inspector? All right. Ease him down here on the porch. Careful now. There we are.
I'll knock. Why didn't you say so back there on the road?
I didn't think it expedient, Inspector. Neither did you.
Huh? Well, as far as I'm concerned...
Hello? Who's down there?
Dr. Morrow?
Yes, I'm Dr. Morrow.
We've a patient here who needs immediate treatment.
Immediate?
Look, I've had a busy day.
This guy was struck by a hit-and-run driver. Come on down.
Hit and run. Very well, I'll be down. Wait until I put some clothes on.
Why is it that some people always have to stop and argue?
Are you asking me, Inspector?
What's that supposed to be? A wisecrack?
There's a light. All right. Let's lift up the body, Inspector.
Body? Who said it was a body? You don't call a man a body
Keep quiet. Bring him inside, gentlemen. My office is to the left. You can place him on the operating table.
All right, fine. Coming up. Sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but this looks serious.
Georgie is messed up, isn't he?
Well, at least there's a lot of mud on him.
Let me see now. Hit-and-run driver, you said. Gentlemen, I'm afraid your act of mercy came too late. The man is dead.
So? How would you say he died, Doctor?
How? Why, probably a fractured skull, or worse. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow I'll make out my report and...
Would you mind showing us where the car struck him?
Look here, gentlemen, I'm a doctor.
We're policemen, and we want to know a few things.
Policeman?
Yes. This man here wasn't struck by any hit-and-run driver. There isn't a bruise on him, and he was dead when we found him. Well, there's no use kidding anybody. We both knew it.
I see. Well, as policemen, you should know it's illegal to move a corpse without a coroner or a doctor. Now, if
the inspector spoke too hastily, Doctor. We weren't sure that the man was dead. It was reasonable to suppose that he was the victim of a hit-and-run driver until we saw the bandages.
Bandages?
Yeah, under his shirt. You better take a look, Doc. Make sure there aren't any bullet holes.
Well, there is a bandage, isn't there?
Yes.
Let me see. This is a bit irregular, but... By George, look there. There is a bullet hole.
Through the shoulder. I wouldn't say that such a wound would kill a man, would you, Doctor?
Oh, it's quite likely. You see, loss of blood...
But the wound had begun to heal. That means, of course, that the blood had stopped flowing. No, Doctor. I think you'd better unwrap the rest of the bandage so we can see the second bullet hole. The one that really killed him. Here we are, Inspector. The headlights are shining on the exact spot where we found the body. Let's get out and take a look around.
You think we're going to find something here, do you?
Naturally, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested that we come back.
Well, for my dough, we should be talking to a guy named Horace Graham.
Stop here, Inspector. And why should we be talking to Horace Graham?
Because nobody with any brains will be walking along a country road in the pitch dark at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because the bullet that killed the guy we found entered through his back and penetrated to his heart.
Yes, I think you're right, Inspector. However, let's look around here first. Yeah. There are the victim's footprints in the mud. There's the place where he fell.
Yep, and there are tire tracks where the car swerved off the pavement. Say?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing, Inspector. It almost looks as though a car had chased our friend off the road. Otherwise, the tire tracks would have swerved in the other direction.
But why? The guy wasn't hit by an automobile. He was shot. Remember?
And I strongly suspect that Dr. Morrow knew he was shot. By the way, Inspector, do something for me, will you?
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Follow that line of footprints made by the victim.
You mean you want me to walk through the mud?
Yes, do you mind?
I mind a lot, but I don't think it'll do any good. Here goes. This way you want me?
Fine. Come on back, Inspector. I think we've made a discovery.
Discovery? What did you discover about me walking through the mud?
Turn around and compare your own footprints with those of the victim, Inspector.
What's different about him? Say, Bart, look.
That's it, Inspector. You're a pretty big man, yet the footprints you made aren't nearly as deep as those made by the man we found lying here.
And he was a little guy.
Right.
Which means that someone must have carried him through the mud and dropped him beside the road to make it look as though a car hit him.
Which brings up another point. When we knocked at Dr. Morrow's door, he told us he'd be down as soon as he put some clothes on.
So he did. And when he finally got down, he was in his stocking feet.
Inspector, it struck me as odd that a man would fully dress himself and forget to put on his shoes.
He didn't forget. But I think we'd better go back and have another talk with Dr. Morrow.
Yes, but not right away, Inspector. As Sherlock Holmes used to say, let's smoke a couple of pipes on it first.
But look, if Doc's shoes are covered with mud...
They won't be, Inspector. The man isn't a fool. He probably wiped off his shoes long before he ever returned to the office. No, there's some other reason why Dr. Morrow came downstairs in his stocking feet. And I'm beginning to think I know the reason why.
Well, gentlemen, back again, eh? Did you make any startling discoveries?
Yeah, we made a few, Doc, that'll knock your eye out. Who's your girlfriend?
This is Miss Hala Knight, my nurse. Hala, Barton Drake, and Inspector Noah Danton.
Inspector
Barton
Drake.
And now, gentlemen, please tell me what you've discovered.
Would you mind if we looked at the corpse again, Doctor?
No, not at all. Just step into my office.
Thank you.
I've made out a full report on the happenings of last night, and I'll turn it into the police immediately.
You better hold it up a little bit, Doc. There might be some things you'll want to add to that report.
Oh?
Well, you seem to have changed the appearance of our corpse somewhat, Doctor.
Oh, you mean the mud? Yes, I cleaned him up a bit. He was pretty muddy.
Especially his shoes.
His shoes? Well, yes, I wiped them off, if that's what you mean.
I suppose that accounts for the peculiar odor.
Peculiar odor?
Yeah. Smells like burning cloth.
Did you burn the cloths with which you wiped off the shoes, Doctor?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
I see. Dr. Morrow, do you mind if Inspector Danton and I search your bedroom?
My bed? Now, look here, gentlemen.
You don't have to let us if you don't want to, Doc. Only if we don't, someone else is going to.
I'd like to know who. I can't possibly
Let
understand.
them, Charles. What difference can it make? We've nothing to hide.
That's very sensible of you, Miss Knight. Will you show us the way, Doctor? And these are the shoes you wore last night, Doctor.
Yes, why?
Dr. Morrow, you're a man of intelligence. Doesn't it strike you as a bit ridiculous trying to cover up your guilt?
My guilt? I don't know what you mean.
I'm sure you do, Doctor. You really should have studied the business of crime before attempting to commit one.
Now, look here, Drake.
You look here yourself, Doctor. Look closely at this shoe, the left one. There are still particles of mud buried in the crevices of the heel.
Well, why shouldn't there be? This is the spring of the year. There's mud everywhere.
Exactly. Can you explain why there's no particle of mud at all on your right shoe?
Why,
Perhaps you didn't wear both shoes at the same time. Is that it, Doctor?
Nonsense. Of course I did.
It does sound like nonsense, doesn't it? The idea of a man wearing shoes that aren't mates. I don't suppose you'd mind if we took these shoes out and tried fitting them into the prints that we found near where the body was picked up.
Of course not. In fact, I'd welcome such an experiment.
Yes, I think you would. You're too eager, Doctor. You fell into my trap very neatly.
Trap? What are you talking about?
Amateur criminals, Doctor, are always over-anxious. Shall I tell you what happened?
Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
The inspector and I found that the footprints were unusually deep. We reasoned that they had to be made by a very big man with small feet. Or a normal-sized man who was carrying someone else.
Well?
We decided that they'd been made by a normal-sized man carrying someone else. And that man was you.
If it were I, then these shoes would fit the prints, wouldn't they?
Oh, no. When you reached the spot where you decided to leave the body, you changed shoes with the victim, carried him to the side of the road, and then returned to your car. It's the victim's shoes that'll fit the prints, Doctor.
Of course they will. He was hit by that automobile.
It was pitch dark when you put your own shoes back on. You couldn't see what you were doing. You got one of the victim's shoes on by mistake. You came back here wearing one brown shoe and one black one, a fact that you didn't discover until last night when we knocked on your door.
Get it, Doc? You came downstairs fully dressed, but without shoes. That made us kind of suspicious.
I see. All right, I guess it's no use.
Oh, Charles.
There, dear. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
But it wasn't murder. It wasn't. It was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you notify the police instead of trying to pull this hit-and-run gag?
Because the man who was killed was my brother. He'd been in jail. He came here last night wounded. He threatened to tell who he was unless I influenced Charles into attending to his wound. I knew it would ruin Charles, so I refused.
I see. And then what happened, Miss Knight?
Charles had overheard our conversation. He stepped into the room. He was holding a gun. Terry tried to get out of the room. He switched off the lights and opened the door.
Was he facing you both when he switched off the lights?
Facing us?
That's right.
Yes. He made some remark about not letting us get away with it. Charles thought he was reaching for a gun and fired.
Hey, what's that?
Someone just went through the front door.
Whoever it is in a hurry. I'll take a look. Hey! Whoever it is swiping our car. Wait,
No, it's Horace Graham. He's got someone with him.
That isn't someone, lady. That's our corpse. Come on. Doc, can't you get more speed out of this jalopy of yours?
Sorry, Inspector. It's a pre-war model.
With a 5-minute start, we'll never catch him.
Doctor, can you think of any reason why Horace Graham would want to steal the body of Miss Knight's brother?
Yes, I can, but until I know for sure, I'm going to keep it to myself.
Look, there's a car up ahead.
That's our wagon, boss.
I see it is, Inspector.
Give her the gun, Doc.
I'm doing the best I can.
Look, he's turning into that side road.
That guy must be nuts. He knows we're behind him.
Perhaps he wants us to catch him, Inspector. Better slow down, Doctor. He won't get far on that gravel road.
Here's the turn here. Take it easy, Doc. This is nothing but a cart path.
There's the other car. He stopped at the foot of that embankment.
Jumping Judas, what's the guy up to? He's dragged the corpse out of the car. He's trying to carry it up the embankment.
Oh, the idiot, I told him.
Come on, Doctor, we've got to hurry.
Horace! Horace, stop that! Stop that, Horace!
Come on, let's go after him.
Now, there's something screwy about this. I don't get it at all.
We will in a minute, Inspector.
He stopped. Oh, Horace!
Horace, you fool. I told you that any strenuous exercise...
Sorry, Doc. I didn't want you to get into a jam for something I did.
Something you did? What are you talking about, man?
It was I who shot Ayla's brother.
What? Horace. Listen, Horace.
Charles, is he...
Yes. Yes, he's dead. Carrying that body was too much of a strain, as I think he knew it would be.
Inspector, we ought to be back in New York before dark.
Yep. Wonder if the old place will have changed much.
I imagine it'll look about the same as it would have looked if we got there by dawn.
I don't know. A lot can happen in 12 hours.
You're right there, Inspector. A lot certainly happened in the past 12 hours, didn't it?
For us, it did. You know, Bart, we should have suspected that Horace Graham guy right from the start.
Oh, my, Inspector.
Why? Why, just like I said at the beginning, any guy who'd go walking on a cold black night at 2 a.m. is a screwball.
Being a screwball doesn't make a man a murderer, Inspector. I can understand why he'd want to be out walking by himself, just having been condemned to death by his physician.
That wasn't why he was out walking. He just killed a man. He wanted to see if the hit-and-run gimmick was going to work.
Yes, I know. Inspector, men who are condemned to death have a curious attitude. Horace was once in love with Miss Knight, you know. When he came back and overheard their conversation and realized that her chance of happiness was being jeopardized by a black sheep brother, he decided to do something about it.
Figured he had nothing to lose, eh?
I suppose so. He hadn't planned on Doc tomorrow being accused of the crime. Couldn't figure out why.
So he stuck around, and when he learned that we'd tipped over the apple cart as far as Doc was concerned, he decided to swipe the body. Corpus delicti.
You know, Inspector, I think he had a dual purpose in trying to steal that body. It worked out exactly as he planned it.
Yeah, I guess it did. Now, how did you know that neither the Doc nor Helen Knight had killed her brother?
Did I know, Inspector?
Well, didn't you?
No, not until the very end. When Miss Knight told us that her brother was facing into the room when Charles shot, that just stood to reason that he missed and that the bullet went out the door.
Well, by golly.
By golly's right, Inspector. The bullet that killed Miss Knight's brother entered through his back, didn't it?
Yep, that's right. That's 100% right. Was Doc surprised when you told him that?
No, not particularly, Inspector. As a matter of fact, he only grinned and asked me to autograph a book he had.
Is that it? Fine. What was the name of the book?
Why, Inspector, what else but mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Dan and I were staying at the Welcome You Dude Ranch in Arizona.
A bandit named Mo Sylvanus had been terrorizing some of the guests. And Charlie Ames, the Welcome U's owner, offered the inspector and me a sum of money if we could capture the criminal. In an isolated section of the hill country, a young rancher's wife sat listening to a radio report. Outside, it was raining hard.
Attention, residents of the Saddleback Mountain Country. It is believed that Duke Orville, who was released from the state penitentiary 2 days ago, is the bandit who held up and robbed the Rygate National Bank yesterday. And escaped with $25,000 in currency. Orville is thought to be headed for the border to join up with the Mo Sylvanus gang. This man is desperate. He will probably...
Hello, darling. Oh, thank goodness you're home. This storm is so bad. Lee, is anything wrong?
Get your things together, Sandy. I'm taking you to town.
Oh, Lee, why? I don't want to go into town. I want to stay
You know
here.
why. You heard the radio broadcast. That man Orville is headed for the border. This is the only trail over the pass from Rygate.
Oh, darling, that's nonsense. Orville's probably 100 miles away from here. There's a chance
There's plenty of chance. That guy on the radio said he held up a bank in Rygate this morning. He'd have to come this way. I'm taking you somewhere where you'll be safe.
All right, Lee. In the morning.
We're leaving tonight.
Tonight? Oh, Lee, that's silly. This is the worst storm of the season.
That's exactly why we're leaving tonight. Look, honey, the bridge is washed out of a beaver dam. We're the only house within miles. Orville will have to hole up somewhere, and besides that...
Besides that, what, Lee? You're thinking of the money, aren't you?
Yes. Everyone knows I sold those cattle. Orville will hear about it, sure. He knows we're isolated.
But, Lee, you put the money in the bank. You did it yourself yesterday.
And who knows about that? Nobody but Ed Burnham, the bank president. Sandy, listen. Sometime you gotta learn that things aren't done out in this country the way they are back east. A rancher makes a deal, and it might be months before he gets the money to a bank. Orville knows that.
Oh, Lee, you're wonderful. You sound just like all the stories I've ever read of the Wild West. Rancher marries naive little school teacher and then regrets it because...
Don't say that, Sandy. I don't regret marrying you. I never have.
Then why are you sending me away? The moment trouble threatens, you pack me off the town as though I were a hindrance and not a help. It isn't very flattering, Lee.
This isn't trouble, Sandy. It's danger. I wish I could make you understand. If Orville stopped here and found...
I know. I'm a woman. I'd just be in the way, handicapping that big, strong husband. Well, I'm not going to town, Lee. I'm simply not.
Sandy.
How do you think I'd feel away from you and worrying and wondering if you're dead or alive? I won't do it, Lee. It isn't fair.
You will do it. I'll make you.
Then you'll come with me and stay with me until Orville is captured.
I can't do that. You know I can't. Someone has got to look after the stock.
Someone else has got to look after you. That's my job, and I'm staying.
You're not.
I am. Duke Orville isn't any different from any other man. I can take... Well, aren't you going to answer?
That's Orville, Sandy. I was a fool not to have taken you away sooner. Now it's either him or us. Get my gun from over the fireplace. That's Orville, Sandy. I was a fool not to have taken you away sooner. Now it's either him or us. Get my gun from over the fireplace.
Oh, no, Lee. That's the very thing you shouldn't do. I'll answer.
Sandy, come back here.
Good evening. Won't you come in? It's a terrible night. I suppose you found that the Beaver Dam Bridge was out.
Yeah, that's it, lady. The bridge is out. Who's that over there? I'm Lee Pete. This is my wife, Sandra. I suppose
Oh, you're wet through. Don't you want to take off your coat and dry yourself by the fire?
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. You two live here alone?
Why, yes. Come, I'll make you some coffee. Lucky you happened to see our light. Otherwise, you'd have had to ride back to Rygate.
Yeah, it's lucky. You sure there ain't anyone else here with you two?
My wife's already told
Lee,
you.
would you mind building up the fire? I'll put some water on to boil.
Okay.
Just make yourself at home, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't tell us your name.
Name? Oh, it's Coombs, Charlie Coombs. I'm on my way to Nogales. I've got a sister there who's sick. I thought I could make it, but the bridge...
Oh, what a pity. Well, you can stay here tonight. We've plenty of room, and tomorrow...
Sandy.
Look here, Coombs. My wife and I...
I'm delighted to give shelter to anyone on a night like this. We see so few people living way up here. There you are, Mr. Coombs. Drink that coffee. I'm sure you'll feel better.
Thanks, lady. Oh, say, this is nice. A snug, warm cabin, plenty to eat, raining outside. Jason, you're lucky.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Sometimes a guy doesn't know how well off he is.
Been married long?
About a year.
A year, huh? You and this sweet little girl living away off up there. What's that?
What's what, Mr. Coombs?
That thing over there on the table. It's a radio.
Sure, it's a radio. Why?
Does it work?
Of course it works. We would...
Mr. Coombs is probably wondering if we heard tonight's broadcast about Duke Orville robbing the bank at Reigate.
Who says that Orville robbed the bank?
The radio said it. That's good enough for us.
Yeah, that's good enough for you. It's good enough for everybody, just because the radio said it.
Don't you think that Duke Orville is the bank robber, Mr. Coombs?
Me? How should I know?
I was just wondering. Sometimes the newspapers jump to conclusions, and people get the wrong impressions.
Yeah, you can say that again, lady. A guy makes one mistake, just one, and he's licked for the rest of his life. He hasn't got a chance.
Of course it was Orville who robbed the bank. He was recognized.
By who?
The cashier.
Yeah, the cashier. Now, there's a laugh. This bank robber comes in wearing a mask so no one would recognize him. And then this cashier who's never seen Orville says he recognized him.
How did you know the bank robber was wearing a mask?
The radio said he was, didn't it?
Of course. We heard the broadcast, darling. The man said that the bandit was wearing a mask. Why should they suppose that it was Duke Orville?
I'll tell you why. Because Duke Orville is an ex-con. People don't forget when a guy's done time. The world's against him. He hasn't a chance of going straight, even if he wanted to.
Criminals run true to form. A leopard doesn't change his spots.
Maybe not. Maybe you're right. But does that prove that it was Orville who robbed the bank?
Orville was seen in the locality.
So what? Look, mister, why does an ex-con have to be the fall guy? Why don't they give him a break? Because most everyone thinks like you. That a criminal keeps on being a criminal. It's the only way he can live.
Mr. Coombs is right, darling. Don't you see he's right?
Of course I am. Now, you take this guy Orville. He paid his score to society for the mistake he made. And then this bank robbery occurs, and he's accused of being the guy. Why? Only because he's an ex-con. What chance has the guy got, I ask you?
Yeah, maybe you're right. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Give Orville a break. Don't force him to be a criminal by refusing to accept him as an honest man.
Darling, that's so true. Don't you see it is?
I see that you're an idealist, my dear. And this man...
Who's that?
Wait, probably someone else seeking shelter because of the storm.
I'll go.
Wait.
Well?
He has a gun.
Yeah, I've got a gun. I'm holding it right here in my lap under the table. Remember that.
What's your idea?
Listen, Payson, get smart. Whoever that is at the door, I'm a friend of yours, understand? We used to know each other down in Stansboro. And just up here on a little visit. See what I mean?
And if I don't see?
Then that'll be just too bad. I'm keeping this gun pointed at that sweet little wife of yours every minute. You just remember that.
So all that talk of yours didn't mean a thing. You are...
Don't, Lee. He means it. Please do as he says. I'm not afraid.
The little lady is smart, Payson. You ought to take lessons from her.
Open the door, Lee, please. Don't you see how foolish it would be not to do as he says?
Yeah, I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Joe, this is some storm.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting a party?
I said, who are you?
My name is Drake. Barton Drake. I'm staying at the...
Of course, you're Barton Drake, the criminologist. You're staying at the Welcome You Dude Ranch, over on the other side of the mountain.
Yes, that's right. How did you know?
There was an article about you and Inspector Danton in the Reigate cattle call.
Oh, I see.
How nice of you to drop in. Please take off your things, Mr. Drake. I'll make some coffee.
Thank you.
Oh, we haven't introduced ourselves. We're Mr. and Mrs. Lee Payson. This is my husband.
It's nice to know you both. I hope I'm not a...
Oh, of course not. Nothing's wrong. Just step up to the fire there. This is Mr. Coombs. Charlie Coombs. He's a friend of ours from Stansboro.
How are you, Coombs?
Hiya.
Mr. Coombs, Charlie is paying us a visit. We haven't seen him for a long time.
I see. You're from Stansboro, you say, Coombs?
Yeah, why?
No, nothing in particular. When did you come over the pass?
This afternoon.
That's odd.
What's odd about it?
I heard a report that the storm had caused a landslide. The road from Stansboro is impassable.
Charlie must have gotten through ahead of the slide. That's it, isn't it, Charlie?
I didn't see any signs of a slide.
Well, according to the report, it took place last night. Well, probably with some other road.
Sure, it could have been any road. In a storm like this, you hear all sorts of things.
Oh, of course. I'll make some coffee.
There's some here on the table. It's still hot.
Yes, sir. I forgot. Help yourself, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
By the way, Drake, how does it happen you're out on a night like this? I thought dudes stuck pretty close to the fire unless the weather was just right.
Yes, I guess they do. I happen to be on the trail of a murderer.
Murderer?
Yes. Haven't you folks heard that the bank at Reigate was held up and robbed this morning?
Well, sure we heard it, but there wasn't any murder. Oh, the way these
Did I say there was a murder, Coombs?
What? Well, sure you did. You just said that you were on
Yes, on the trail of a murderer. Duke Orville, the man who robbed the bank, is supposed to be on his way to join up with Mole Sylvanus and his gang.
Oh, so that's it. By trailing Duke Orville, you expect to get your hands on Sylvanus, eh, Mr. Drake?
That's it. Sylvanus has been wanted for a long time. Up to now, he's been out of reach across the border. Inspector Danton and I received a tip that he'll meet Orville on the state side.
Oh, that's crazy. You're wasting your time, Drake. Orville doesn't even know Sylvanus.
Oh? Well, how do you know that, Coombs?
How do I know it? Well, never mind how. I just know it. A friend of mine knew Orville before he was sent to the pen.
Oh, I see. Did you ever happen to meet Orville, Coombs?
Me? Well, no, of course not. Why?
Well, I was just asking. If you had, it would have saved us a lot of trouble.
What do you mean by that? Saved us a lot of trouble.
The inspector and me. You see, no one in Reigate had an accurate description of Orville, so the inspector went over to Carson to get some information from the warden at the penitentiary.
That seems like an awful lot of trouble.
Yes, well, police officers frequently have to go to a lot of trouble, Mrs. Faison. They can't afford to make mistakes.
Oh, no, they can't afford to make mistakes. They just accuse a man of a crime he didn't commit and unhound him for the rest of his life. They believe everything they hear.
Wait a minute, Coombs. That's the very thing we're trying to avoid. Arresting the wrong man.
I'll bet. Duke Orville made one mistake, and now he has to take the rap for everyone else's crimes. Where's this Inspector Danton now?
Well, I expect him to arrive here any minute.
Here?
Yes. You see, they told us at Reigate about this ranch house. We decided it would be a good place to meet. Since in Orville's attempt to reach the border, he'd probably be forced to stop here, too.
Oh, so that's thought of everything, didn't you?
Well, we tried to, Coombs. As a matter of fact, it occurred to us that Orville might have planned to meet Sylvanus here.
Very neat. Figure on getting them both, huh?
Yes, we hope to.
Will Inspector Danton have a description of Duke Orville with him?
Oh, yes. Not only a description, but the pictures that were taken of Duke while he was serving his time.
There'll be no chance, then, of mistaken identity.
I'm afraid not in the least.
Is Danton coming alone?
Oh, no. He'll have a posse with him.
Oh, now, isn't that nice? That's just the prettiest setup you ever heard of. A couple of slick city coppers come out here to the sticks and set a trap for two bad boys with the wide open spaces. Drake, you've got a lot to learn.
Have I?
Suppose Duke Orville does get here. Suppose you get the drop on him. You think he's going to lead you to the hideout of Mo Sylvanus?
Yes, I think so, too.
Why, you dumb crook, haven't I already told you that Orville and Sylvanus don't even know each other?
Well, that must be Inspector Danton now. Shall I let him in?
No. Sit right where you are. Lady, get over by the stove.
What are you going to do?
Don't sleep. That's better. Oh, Drake, you ever see a gun like this before?
No, it is a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, a big one, and it shoots straight. Just remember that. All right, Payson, open the door. Inspector Danton's getting impatient.
No, you can't shoot him down in cold blood.
Can I? Oh, no, that's a fine thing. Up to now, you've been bleating about how criminals can do anything. Leopards don't change their spots, remember? Open the door.
Open it, Lee. Do as he says.
Just jerk it open wide, Payson, and then step back out of the line of fire, unless you want to get hurt. Look behind you, Coombs. There's someone at the window.
Who the devil are you?
It's Mo Sylvanus. I've seen his picture a dozen times.
Yeah, that's it, lady. Mo Sylvanus in person. Chum, thanks for throwing this guy off guard by telling him there was someone at the window.
It was a mistake, I assure you.
Hey, what's going on here, anyhow? One thing I didn't figure on was you two having visitors.
None of your business what's going on. What do you want of us?
Listen to him. What do I want of him, he asks. Ho. Now, ain't that something? Look, pal, skip the ike. Just give me the money and I'll be on my way and nobody will get hurt.
Money? What money?
The money you got for selling them cattle. And don't tell me you didn't sell no cattle or that you ain't got the dough. I happen to know better.
I haven't got the money. I put it in the bank.
Oh, sure. Now, give me that dough.
He hasn't got the money. He put it in the bank. I know. I was with him.
Oh, so you was with him. Now, think of that. What do you take me for? One more chance, Payson.
I haven't got it.
The next time I don't miss, Payson. Where's the dough?
Don't be a fool, Sylvanus. He hasn't got the money. Don't you think he'd turn it over if he had?
I don't know, mister. Sometimes these cowboys think they're tough and they get stubborn. We'll try it once more.
Oh, you hit him. Oh, you murderer.
Take it easy, lady. He ain't hurt much. Just a little flesh wound. Keep away from him.
You better do as he says, Mrs. Payson. This man has so many murders to his credit. Another one or two won't bother him.
Mister, you talk sense.
I'm all right, Sandy.
Sylvanus, you're a smart man. Use your head. If you kill Payson, then you'll never know where he's hidden the money.
No. I reckon the little lady knows where it's hidden.
Do you think I'd tell you if you killed my husband? Do you think I'd care what happened to me?
You see, Sylvanus, 2 more murders added to your list isn't going to gain you anything.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right at that. But there's other ways.
Other ways?
The trouble with you punks is you don't know Mo Sylvanus. Hey, you. What do you want? Get that rope off the hook and start tying up these punks. Well, get moving.
Don't do it, Coombs. We're 3 against 1.
Yeah. 3 against 1. And 4 bullets. Why don't you try rushing?
Throw the rope in his face. I'll jump him when you do. Yeah? How wouldn't I be a sucker to do that? Listen, maybe the rest of you are hankering to die, but I'm not. I'm tying you up.
Coombs, you're a fool.
Shut up, loudmouth. Okay, fellas. Start with him first. And make those knots tight. Riddle.
Okay, that's the last of them, Sylvanus. Now what?
Now? You sit down in that chair, pal, and I'll take care of you.
You don't have to tie me up.
Get up and sit down.
Okay.
You're making a mistake, Sylvanus. That money isn't here.
Of course it isn't. It's in the bank at Reigate.
Yeah. That'll take care of you, pal.
What you want to tie me up for? I got...
Shut up, all of you. Now listen, Pace. You get one more chance to tell me where that dough's hid.
I can't tell you. It isn't here. It's in the bank. I told you that.
Where is it?
It isn't here.
You leave him alone. He's telling you the truth.
Shut up, loudmouth, or you'll get some of the same.
How can he tell you? How can he? The money isn't here.
Yeah. You said that before. Mason, are you going to talk?
I tell you, What are you doing?
What's it look like, chum? I'm taking off your shoe and socks.
What are you going to do?
You'll see, lady. Maybe it'll give you ideas about the dough.
What are you putting that poker in the fire for?
Yes.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
Sylvanus, in the name of heaven, man.
The trouble is, you folks kind of underrated Mo Sylvanus. All right, Payson, here it is. All nice and red hot. Now, do you talk? Or do I tickle your feet?
I can't talk. I can't.
Shut up. Make up your mind.
Oh, please. Please.
Quit it, Sylvanus. Haven't you any feeling of human decency left?
No. I ain't got no feeling of human decency left. Okay, Payson. Are you going to talk?
I can't. I tell you, I
don't,
can't.
Please. We'll get the money somehow, but... Oh, please don't.
Shut up, lady. Okay, Payson. Where's the dough?
Stop it, Sylvanus. I'll see that you get the money if that's all you want. Leave the boy alone.
How about it, pal? Do you talk or do I...
I can't. You gotta believe me.
All right, you asked for it, brother.
Sylvanus.
Yeah, what's the matter with you?
I've seen a lot, but this is more than I can take. Let that kid alone. He hasn't got the dough. I've got it. I took it away from him just before you got here.
What was that, chum?
I knew he'd sold those cattle. I came up here and made him tell me where the money was hidden. I've got it. It's in a money belt around my waist.
Is that a fact? Pal, you'd better be telling the truth.
I am telling the truth. Look and see for yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that. Well, now ain't this something? A nice, fat money belt.
I told you you'd find it.
Yeah. So you had it all the time, eh, pal? Let me see now. 17, 18. Hey, there's more than 20 grand here. All nice, fresh new bills, too. Well, I'll just slip this around my own waist and Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You've got what you came after. Now get out and leave us alone.
Yeah, I got what I come after. What I want to know is why didn't one of these others tell me that that's where the dough was hid? What'd they have to lose?
They didn't know what I'd done with it. They didn't even know I'd taken it. I was here before they got home.
Yeah? There's something screwy about this. Something very screwy. And it don't pay to take no chances when there's a screwy deal afoot.
What are you going to do, Sylvanus? You got the dough.
I'm going to do just what you're thinking, pal. Dead men don't tell no tales. I'm going to bump you all. Hearing that, nothing anyone else, sucker. Drop that gun.
Inspector.
Why, you... Oh, see, stop it. You broke my arm.
Nice work, Inspector.
Sorry I was late, Bart. Got held up by the storm. Posse's outside. Say, you folks are all tied up.
That's right, Inspector. And before you untie us, I think you better tie up Mo Sylvanus.
Well. So this is the big bad man of the West, eh?
That's right, Inspector. And it was Sylvanus who robbed the bank at Reigate.
You're a liar. I didn't rob no bank.
Wait a minute, Bart. I thought it was...
Look at the money belt around his waist, Inspector. I think you'll find he has the exact amount that was taken from the bank.
Why, you dirty double-crossing rat. You're not going to pin that bank job on me.
Take it easy, bad man. Let me have a look here. Say, there's a money belt, all right, and there's dough in it.
Check the serial numbers with the list you have in your pocket, Inspector. I think you'll find that they agree.
I don't care whether they check it out. That money isn't
Do
mine.
you need any more evidence, Inspector?
No, that's enough for me. Caught red-handed with a stolen goods. Come along, bad man.
Your hands off me. I didn't steal that money.
Come on, quit stalling.
Better take him outside, Inspector, and tell the posse to take him back to Reigate and turn him over to the sheriff.
Yeah, good idea. Come on.
You know what's interesting, man. What you got to say?
Taken care of?
Yeah, the boys are taking Sylvanus back to town. It stopped raining, so I guess they'll get through all right.
Good work.
You know, the way that guy yelled his head off, I almost got sold that he didn't steal that dough from the bank.
So? Well, Inspector, that's nonsense. You checked the serial numbers, didn't you?
Yeah, they checked all right.
Well, then what other possible evidence could you want, Inspector?
None. If he didn't steal the dough, where else could he have gotten it, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Well, anyway, we'll let the sheriff take over from here.
Yeah, good idea. How's young patient?
Oh, he's coming along fine. He and his wife are in the next room.
Oh, say, we almost gummed the works when we sent that phony tip to Sylvanus, didn't we?
Yes, it's a pity it had to happen that way. Of course, we had no way of knowing there'd be a washout, and you and the posse would be late in arriving.
Imagine that guy Sylvanus. He had 25 grand tied around his middle, yet he couldn't resist coming up here and taking some more from these kids.
The men of his stripe are greedy, Inspector. They can't get enough.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Miss Payson. How's your husband?
Well, he's all right. He just said goodbye to Mr. Coombs.
Oh?
Coombs? Was he that other guy who was here?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to meet him, Inspector Danton.
Yeah, I am, too. Seemed like a nice chap. It's funny. He looked kind of familiar, too.
Familiar?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get a very good look at his face, anyhow. Like to have met him, though.
Well, you'll get your chance tomorrow, Inspector.
Yeah?
I'm meeting Coombs in Reigate. We have an appointment with the president of the bank.
Huh? An appointment with the bank president?
That's right.
What's that for?
Well, there's a matter we have to discuss. It concerns a leopard.
A what?
A leopard, Inspector. I'm going to prove to Ed Burnham that a leopard can change his spots, and I'm going to prove the same thing to Mr. Coombs. You see, it's 6 of one and a half dozen of another.
It is, eh? Well, it sounds like sixes and sevens to me. What's all this double talk about, anyhow?
Mr. Drake means, Inspector, that we've learned tonight that the old adage isn't true. A leopard can change his spots. All some people need is a fair chance to get started on the right road again.
Leopard, fair chance, right road. Pardon me if I see
Never mind, Inspector. I'll explain it to you on the way back to the ranch. Come along.
I wish you would. I certainly do. It sounds screwy to me.
It is screwy, Inspector. You see, for one thing, I discovered tonight that sometimes other things are more important than remembering that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For today's drama, I've selected case history number 63 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Mystery of the Burning Light. Kirk Orson, a friend of mine, had invited me on a cruise in his yacht. Among the passengers were a group of show people and their agents. We set sail in the early evening, and about 9 o'clock, something went wrong with the electric wiring system. So, without lights, we headed for a small cove where we planned to anchor until morning.
Oh, hello, Bart. Come in.
Hello, Kirk. Everything all right?
Oh, I think so.
According to my reckoning, we should be entering the cove right now.
You're quite a navigator. In this fog, I'd be lost in no time.
The answer to that is a good compass, a chart, and being able to recognize the sound of certain bell buoys and foghorns. I've been here a good many times before.
It's a pity the lights had to go out. Rather ruined your plans for the weekend, didn't it?
Oh, I suppose so. Still, I'm not too unhappy about it.
Oh?
I'm just as well pleased we're not going out. This gang we have aboard aren't as congenial as they might be. I guess I invited the wrong combination of people.
Yes, I've noticed a certain restraint among them.
Restraint?
Mm-hmm.
All I've heard since we started is a series of violent outbursts of anger.
What's the answer, Kurt?
Oh, it's this Dixie Randolph business. Gavin Trist, who handles the advertising account for Mallory T., signed Dixie for the Pinky Michael show just yesterday.
Oh, is that bad?
Well, I guess so. It seems that Gav had promised a job to Ellen Niles. And then at the last minute, Luke Mallory, who owns the tea company, saw a movie of Dixie and wired Gavin to sign her on.
That's tough on Ella, but if you're in show business, you have to expect that sort of thing.
Well, the only trouble is that Ellen Niles is a 100% better singer than Dixie, and everyone in the trade knows it.
Don't say. Then why did Gavin Trist hire her?
Oh, there are two answers to that. He wants to pacify Mallory. The Mallory account means a $5 million billing for Trist's agency. He'd do anything not to lose it.
I see. And what's the second reason?
Gavin hasn't got guts enough to stand by his own convictions and tell Mallory that Dixie Randolph would ruin the Pinky Michael show. Oh, well, I guess we're in far enough. I'll signal the engine room and fill the engine. Crew will take care of the rest. Let's go out and back, huh?
Right, sure.
That night air smells good, doesn't it?
Yes. Did a neat job of getting in here. I can see the outline of the shore through the fog.
Well, there goes the ankle. Yeah, we're in close. There's about 10 feet of water in low tide. We'll be safe here until morning.
Tell me, Kirk, is there any sort of town nearby?
Oh, there's a little place called Seaview about half a mile back. Why?
Seaview? Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought I might row ashore and root out an electrician to come back and look over your wiring system.
Oh, there's no need. Thanks, just the same. The crew will attend to it as soon as it gets light.
Mm-hmm. Kirk, is that the only reason you don't want me to go ashore?
What made you say that?
I think you're more worried than you pretend. What happened this evening, Kirk, that you haven't told me about?
Nothing. So help me. Everything's fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, then let me ask you another question. Aren't you rather an important stockholder in the Luke Mallory Tea Company?
Yes, why? Everyone knows that. Bart, I can't understand your sudden, suspicious attitude. In fact,
I think you can, Kirk. You know, I dislike being made a goat. However,
what's that?
It sounded like a door banging. It seems to have startled you considerably, Kirk. Someone's coming.
Kurt.
Ella.
Where are you, Kurt?
Ella, over here.
Oh, Kurt.
What's wrong?
Heavens, you're here. Oh, Kurt, it's terrible.
What's terrible? Speak up, girl.
Dixie. She's dead.
What the devil you...
Went to her stateroom to borrow a cigarette. No one answered my knock, and I opened the door, and there she was, lying in her bed. A knife in her throat.
Good Lord. She was murdered?
Are you so surprised, Kirk? Ella, you'd better show me where Dixie's cabin is.
Oh, no. I just can't go back there again. I can't.
Sorry, Ella. You'll have to. Come along, Kirk.
This is Dixie's cabin.
Very well. You can go back to your own cabin now if you like, Ella. Kirk, come inside with me.
All right. Oh, the light switch is just to the right over there.
Never mind that. The lights aren't working. I'll strike a match. Well, not a pleasant sight, is she?
Ghastly. Bart, this is terrible.
Yes, it is. That rather small knife could have belonged to a woman. Light another match, will you, Kirk?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Shall I light the candle?
No, never mind. Dixie's fully dressed. No signs of a struggle.
Don't touch that book, Kirk,
or anything else.
Look, I was only going to put it back on the table.
She apparently was reading and dropped off to sleep. Yeah, the candle's burned more than halfway down.
Bart, whoever murdered her must have blown the candle out. What are we going to do?
Right now, we're going outside and close up the stateroom. Come along.
But you're going to do something, aren't you?
Not now. Not until Inspector Danton gets here.
Inspector Danton? But look here, Bart.
Yes, I know, Kirk. Look, you rather suspected that this murder was going to take place, didn't you?
Of course not.
Is that why you invited me on this cruise? You hoped I'd be able to solve the crime without having the police in, Don't you realize, Kirk, I haven't the authority to do a thing without a policeman or someone connected with the police department?
Bart, so help me. You're way off the beam.
Yes?
Naturally, I don't want a scandal if it can be helped.
Naturally not. Tell me, Kirk, will your ship-to-shore radio work without electric current?
Yes, it's a battery set.
Well, that's good.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to contact Inspector Danton. In the meantime, I think you'd better say nothing about this to anyone. The fewer people who know about it, the less trouble we'll have in apprehending the guilty party.
What's the matter with this boat, anyhow? Don't they have any lights?
Something happened to the electric wiring earlier this evening, Inspector. That's why we anchored in this cove until morning. Down this corridor, Inspector.
Is that the reason they got lanterns hung all over the place?
Yes, the guest race has candles for their use in the cabins.
Bob.
Oh, hello, Kirk. We're coming up to see you in a few minutes. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Bart, there's something funny about all this.
Something funny about murder, Kirk?
No, I don't mean that. I've been down in the engine room checking over the electric wiring with the crew.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't anything basically wrong. But I have a feeling that someone cut the wires somewhere.
Well, possibly you're right. Daylight will probably reveal the damage.
Well,
Right
Bart,
now,
there's another thing that worries me.
Yes?
Look, you know what will happen if this gets into the papers.
I gotta keep it out of the papers. You see, son, it's always the first thing we're asked. Can we keep this particular murder quiet? And the answer is no. Murders make a bigger noise than anything. So you better make up your mind to getting a little free publicity.
Sorry, Kirk, but that's just the way it is.
I guess you're right. Well, just do as easy as you can, will you?
Of course.
Oh, is there anything I can do?
No, not just now. We'll want to talk to you later, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I'll be in my cabin.
Right?
The same old stuff. The only way I know to keep murders quiet is not to murder anyone.
Well, you can't blame them for trying, Inspector. Here we are. This is Dixie Randolph's cabin. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
But you said there were candles in here. Hey, they certainly did a job on it, didn't they?
Yes, they certainly did. She apparently was reading and... Say, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've messed things up for you.
Messed things up? What are you talking
The
about?
knife, it's gone. The murderer must have come back and removed it while I was helping you come aboard.
Fine thing. I thought
I'm sorry, Inspector. It's my fault completely. I remained on guard for over an hour, then I heard you coming, and I left my post.
Yeah. I don't know about this, but you don't sound natural to me. Now, look, what have you been up to?
Not a thing, I swear it, Inspector. Kirk Orson urged me to conduct an investigation at once, but I pointed out I had no authority to do so without you on hand.
Uh-huh. And you're sure you're surprised because the lethal weapon is missing?
Surprised?
Yeah, why didn't you lock this stateroom door and keep the key when you went out to help me on board?
Well, Inspector, I hate to admit it, but I never thought of it.
Oh, you never thought of that?
No.
But, look, if you're trying to pull a fast...
Inspector.
Okay. Now, who are the suspects and who on board knows about this lady being nice?
Well, let me see. It was Ella Niles who discovered the body, so she knows. Kirk Orson was with me when I investigated, so he knows. Yes, that's all.
You're sure of that, eh?
I'm never sure of anything, Inspector. All I have are ideas and theories. Well, now that you're here, I guess we can begin our investigation. I propose that we start at the first cabin, wake up its occupants, question him or her, and then go on to the next cabin, and so on and so forth until we find our murderer.
That's a good idea. There's only one hitch that I can see.
And what's that?
How are we going to know the murderer when we see him or her? Also, when are you going to give me the real lowdown on what you've been up to? Also, whom do you suspect of committing this murder and why?
Inspector, I'm afraid I've given you the wrong impression completely. I know absolutely nothing worth talking about. Come on, man. Let's get going. Cabin. I think we'd better question him first.
Yes? Who's there? What's the matter? Who is it?
It's Barton Drake, Gavin.
Who? Oh, Bart. Come on in. The door's unlocked.
Let's go in, Inspector.
Yeah. Wait a minute, Bart. I forgot about the lights. I'll light the candle. Blasted candle? Where is it?
Use your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm not used to groping around for candlesticks.
Oh, there it is. You accidentally knocked it over.
And bent the end around like a fish hook. Got another any place?
Well, I think we can use this one all right, Inspector. Here, I'll light it. There we are.
Well, thanks. What's up, Bart? Who's this with you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Inspector Noah Danton. Inspector, meet Gavin Triss.
Hi. Inspector? Do you mean a police inspector? Say, what's happened anyway?
Before I answer that, Gavin, I'd like you to answer a question of mine.
Sure. What is it?
What's going on?
Tell me exactly what you've been doing since 11 o'clock tonight.
You kidding?
No.
At 11:15, I crawled into this bunk drunk as a lord. The next I knew, you were knocking at my door. Yikes, was I drunk. So help me, Bart, I'm going on the wagon for keeps.
It's not a bad idea. But being drunk tonight has probably saved you a lot of embarrassment. Dixie Randolph has been murdered.
She's what?
Ellen Niles found her in her cabin about an hour and a half ago with a knife in her throat.
Good heavens. Does Kirk know?
Yes, he was with me when Ella told us what she'd found. I asked him not to disturb anyone else until the inspector here came.
Well, what do you know? Somebody got Dixie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be darned.
Something funny, Mr. Tripp?
I'm sorry, Inspector. You know, I couldn't help but think of what a hole this gets me out of.
How do you figure that?
Why, old man Mallory had told me to sign up Dixie for the Pinky Michaels show, which I did.
Well,
Dixie's not good enough for the Michaels show. Mallory would discover it after she'd been on once or twice. He'd blame me for hiring her. Not a good idea to argue with the old man.
he might even be so sore he'd fire you, eh?
Yes, right, he might. Why?
Nothing. I was just thinking that gives you a good motive for murder, that's all.
Why, you...
Don't get excited, Gavin. The inspector doesn't overlook any bets. That's why he's considered top man in the
Sure, but if
field.
he's accusing me
He's
of...
not accusing you of anything. Now, calm down. I want to ask you one more thing.
Yeah? What's that?
What were you and Kirk and Ella quarreling about earlier this evening?
Huh? Quarreling? What do you mean?
I think you know exactly what I mean. You'd be wise to tell me what you can. We'll find out anyway, the hard way.
Okay. It was about this Mallory business.
Mm-hmm.
I was alone in my cabin when Ella...
Well, Gavin, time we had a long talk.
Oh, hi, Ella. Come on in. All right. Now, tell me, what you're all steamed up about?
Oh, don't stall, Gav. You know what I'm steamed up about. Why'd you do it?
Do it? Do what?
Oh, quit acting, Gav. You're not fooling anyone. Dixie just told me you signed her for the Michaels show.
Well?
You fool. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. Why, Dixie won't last on that show 2 weeks. She'll make you and Luke Mallory the laughing stock of the trade. Why, she'll...
All right, Ella. That's enough.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm glad you came in, Kirk. I've got something to say, and no one's going to stop me from saying it. I've just learned that I'm the victim of the dirtiest double-cross...
No one's double-crossed you, Ella. I happen to know that Dad's telling you the truth. Mallory would...
And I happen to know that you're in love with Dixie Randolph, Kirk Orson. I happen to know also that she thinks you stink. You're handing her this Pinky Michaels job as a shut-up. I won't shut up. I'm going to have my say. I've strung along with you bums for over a year, being satisfied with 2-bit spots on second-rate shows. Then the Pinky Michaels job comes along.
No one
and when...
promised you anything, Ella. You were lucky that you got those 2-bit spots, as you call them. Now, wait a minute, Kirk. There's no need for us to begin insulting each other. Ella, be sensible. You know as well as I that Dixie won't last with Pinky. Plenty of time... What do you mean she won't last? She'll last or I'll pull my stock out of Mallory's lousy company, and he knows it.
See? I told you it was a sock. It's a dirty conspiracy to crowd me out.
Call it anything you want to, Ella. But Dixie gets the job, and she keeps it. So you might as well forget the whole thing.
Oh, might I? Well, we'll see about that, Kirk Orson. I'm not forgetting anything. No one's pushing me around. I know enough to push... I won't.
Shut up. Open your trap once more, and I'll knock those pearly teeth of yours down your throat. Take it easy, Kirk. You don't have to slap the poor kid around. No? And what are you going to do about it, big shot? Want to make something of it? All I said was there's no need to slap her around. You don't have to get tough. I thought so. Not going to run the risk of losing the Mallory account, are you, Daz? And you better keep your mouth shut, too. The trouble with you two is you don't know when you're well off. A little success goes to your head. Take my advice. Kirk, stay there. Hold us off for about 5 minutes. He doesn't often get riled up, but this time he really blew his top.
And you two just stood there and took it, eh?
Sure we did. Kirk's got an in with Mallory because of the stock he owns. And when he really gets tough, nobody argues, unless he's a fool.
And what was the ultimate result of all this, Gav?
Oh, nothing exciting. Ella burst into tears and ran out of the place. Kirk and I sat around having a few drinks and cooling off until the ship's lights went out. Then he left to see what was wrong.
This, light going out deal is something I don't understand. On a yacht this size, there should be someone who can fix them.
There is, Inspector, but Kirk and I thought it best to wait until daylight before repairing the damage.
Oh, you and Kirk...
Thanks for your cooperation, Gav. Inspector, shall we visit the occupants of the next cabin?
It's Kirk, Ella. Open up.
What do you want?
Just to talk to you a minute, darling. Drake and Inspector Danton are questioning everyone on board about Dixie's murder.
Well?
They'll be here in a few minutes. What are you going to tell them?
What do you mean? I've already told Bart all I know.
Have you? Bart's pretty sharp, Ella. Sooner or later, he's going to ask you, how come you could see Dixie when you went in to borrow the cigarette?
What in the world are you talking about?
The lights were out, darling. It was pitch dark. Yet you came running up to us and said you'd found Dixie lying in her bed with a knife in her throat.
Oh, you fool. What are you trying to do? Make me out a murderess now? You've done everything else to ruin me.
I'm only asking. It was pitch dark and...
So it was pitch dark. So I did the most natural thing in the world. I struck a match.
Sure you did. You struck a match. Very natural. What happened to the burned match, honey?
Oh, for goodness sake. I threw it away. Did you think I swallowed it?
Oh, so you threw it away. Where?
Kirk, in heaven's name, what are you trying to prove?
Nothing, beautiful, nothing. I'm just saying that Drake will go looking for that match and he won't find it. Why? Because you didn't strike a match. Because you knew that Dixie was lying on the bed with a knife in her throat. Because you didn't need a light.
You think that I...
I'm only thinking this. I was with you and Bart when you told us about Dixie. I went down to the cabin with you. And it was I who saw the match on the floor of the cabin and picked it up.
Well, then what are you talking about? What's all this...
Look, Ella, let's talk plain, huh? Dixie's gone. Mallory's going to be sore as a pup, but he's still going to want to sing her for the Michael show. Now, you're next on his list.
Oh, so that's it. Oh, you're afraid of Mallory, too. All your big talk was just a lot of pretense. Oh, and now you're afraid that now I won't take the job. Oh, and you're trying to bribe me with a burnt match.
Keep quiet, you fool.
And you think that I'm a murderess, but you're willing to let me sing on your radio show because Mallory will be sore.
Quiet.
Oh, Kirk, you're a dope.
What's all the merriment?
Oh, hello, Bart. Ella was having a little touch of hysterics, and I came in to comfort her.
Oh, that's a pity. I imagine the shock of finding her friend's body must have been quite a blow.
Which is nothing to the shock someone's going to get in about 5 minutes.
What was that, Inspector? Have you discovered something?
Plenty.
Inspector, would you mind stepping over to Gavin Triff's cabin and asking him to come here? I imagine he'd like to be in at the payoff.
You bet. Hold the phone till I get back.
Bart. Was the inspector kidding? Have you really discovered something?
The Inspector, Kirk, never kids. Are you feeling better, Ella?
Yes, I'm all right.
That's good.
What is it that you and Inspector Danton have discovered?
In just a moment, I'll be able to...
Here we are. Inside, Triff. Find a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, quite a gathering. Bart, you should be in radio. You have a sense of the dramatic.
I am in radio, Gav. I do a show called Mystery is My Hobby.
And a very good show it is. I'm in it. Okay, Bud. Let's show them how we pay these things off over the air.
Very well, Inspector. First of all, I want to tell you, Kirk, that we found it necessary to question only 5 of your guests before we found our man.
I suppose that means that one of us is the guilty party.
That's right, Gav. It does. And I'm sorry, all 3 of you are my friends.
So was Dixie, wasn't she, Bart? Come on. Get it over with. I'm anxious to see if my guess is correct.
Are you referring to the match that you picked up in Dixie's cabin when we went to investigate?
Yes. How'd you know that?
I saw you pick it up. So that clears up that point, doesn't it? Now, Inspector, would you like to explain about the knife?
Not much to explain. The guilty party came back and swiped it. We figure he must have tossed it over the side, which is fine with us. We're in shallow water here. Tomorrow a diver can find it easy.
Oh, well, then there'll be no doubt. The fingerprints.
I'm afraid, Ella, that the fingerprints will be obliterated. However, fingerprints won't be necessary in this case. Now, that clears up mystery number 2. Mystery number 3 is the fact that the lights went out at a most opportune time.
Now, don't tell us that had something to do with the murder.
It had a great deal to do with solving the murder, Gavin. If we hadn't been forced to put in at this coal, we wouldn't have been able to get hold of Inspector Danton.
And that was important. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you.
Bart. It was you who fouled up those lights.
Right you are, Kirk. I hate to have to admit it, but I eavesdropped on the conversation between you, Ella, and Gavin this evening.
But why did you disrupt the lighting system?
Don't ask him to explain that. Bart has hunches, and usually they pay off. At least this one did.
Let's stop beating around the bush. Who do you think murdered Dixie, Bart?
It isn't a case of thinking. It's a case of knowing this time. You all had strong motives. But since it was Ella who...
I didn't do it. I didn't. If you say I did, you're crazy.
Take it easy, Ella. Quit acting.
I was going to say, Ella, that since it was you who discovered the body and reported the murder, your innocence is fairly well established.
Oh, then you don't
Even
think...
as good an actress as you wouldn't have dared run such a risk. You would have taken time to compose yourself and study your lines.
So that reduces the group of suspects to Kirk and me. Bart, Don't let anyone ever tell you you're not a good showman.
No, never has, Bob.
Kirk, I don't admire your principles, but since you were with me from the moment you left Gavin's cabin after your argument with him and Ella, until Ella reported her discovery, you couldn't have been guilty of murdering Dixie.
So, I'm it, huh?
You're it, Gav. You want the proof?
No, I don't want the proof, wise guy.
You won't do anything. There we are. Keep your hands off. Hey! Yeah, hey! It's a gun buster, and it's sticking right into your ribs.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I quit.
It's better.
Nice work, Inspector. Thanks. Sorry, Gavin. Murderers always get caught, don't they?
Coffee, Bart?
Oh, no, thanks, Kirk. Inspector?
Yeah, give me a shot. I need something to keep me awake.
Are you bored, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm getting sick of sitting around waiting for you to make up your mind to tell us how you knew Gavin Twist was the boy.
My Inspector, I'm very sorry. I had no idea that's what you were waiting for.
Oh, you didn't.
No. How about letting us in on it, Bart? Of course. Inspector, when we questioned Gavin in his stateroom, he told us he'd gone to bed at 11:15 as drunk as a lord. Is that right?
Sure he did. So what?
He said he dropped off to sleep immediately and knew nothing more until we knocked at his door, correct?
Okay. Get to the point.
That point, Inspector, was on the candle.
Huh?
Gavin knocked it over in the darkness and it became bent. You remarked on it yourself.
Sure I did, but I don't
The fact
see...
that the candle point bent instead of broke when it fell over, Inspector, indicated that the tallow was warm. It was warm when I picked it up. And the only way the tallow could be warm was because the candle was burning before we knocked at Gavin's door.
By gosh, that's right, isn't it?
By gosh, it is, Inspector. And that meant that Gavin was lying, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, that clears up the last of the mysteries. All I can say is it's a lucky thing you were invited on this cruise, Bart. No telling how things might have turned out.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Why, because...
Oh, you mean because mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Mrs. Sally Anders had been found dead in the kitchen of her home in the town of Walkerville. An autopsy revealed that she died of poisoning. Fred Anders, her husband, accused of murdering his wife, had escaped capture. For the past 10 days had been a fugitive from justice. On the evening of the 10th day, I had an unexpected caller at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I'm Drake. Will you come in?
Yeah. You alone here?
Yes, I'm alone. Sit over there, please.
I'll talk from here.
As you like. Well?
Well, what?
You said that you talk from here. What would you like to talk about?
I guess you don't know who I am.
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware of who you are. You're Fred Anders, wanted for the murder of your wife, Sally Anders.
You're a cool one, Drake. I heard you were pretty clever. Now, you Fred Anders, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing at all. As long as you keep your hand in the pocket of your jacket.
That's smart. I've got a gun in this pocket, Drake.
I haven't the slightest doubt of it, Mr. Anders.
I guess I will. Sit down.
Fine. There's a comfortable chair. I'll sit over here where you can keep your eye on me.
Yes. It's a good idea. Maybe you're wondering why I dropped in on you like this, huh?
I suspect that your purpose is to tell me you didn't murder your wife.
Yeah? How'd you figure that out?
Didn't take a great deal of figuring, Anders. Obviously, there'd be no other reason why you'd pay me a call.
Well, that's what I call being real smart.
Thank you again.
Now, Drake, listen to me. I didn't do it. So help me, I didn't.
The police seem to think otherwise.
Oh, the police, those dumb, flat-footed cops.
Come, Mr. Anders. The police aren't always wrong. All the evidence pointed to your
What evidence? The fact that Sally and I had quarreled? The fact that I had threatened to kill her? Does that prove a man guilty of murder?
The fact that you ran away and have been in hiding ever since your wife's death doesn't help your case any, Mr. Anders.
It doesn't prove me guilty either. I'm not a fool. What would you have done?
Never having killed anyone, I don't know.
And I haven't killed anyone either. Drake, you've got to help me.
Oh?
Now, Drake, listen to me. You know what it's like to be hunted and hounded, to be afraid of your own shadow, to jump every time a car backfires.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I haven't slept for days, Drake. I haven't eaten. I can't stand it much longer. I think I'm going crazy.
I think I can appreciate how you must feel.
Help me, Drake. You've a reputation for shooting square. I've got money. I'll pay you.
That's hardly an inducement, Mr. Anders. If you're guilty, it would be impossible for me to prove you innocent.
But I'm not guilty, I tell you. Would I take a chance in coming here if I were? Would I be willing to risk everything on the one hope that you'd give me a break?
No, Mr. Anders, I don't think you would.
Well, then you believe me, huh?
For the moment, I'll withhold my opinion, and I'll give you a chance to prove your faith in me.
I'll do anything. Believe me, I will.
Then give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up?
Yes. If you know that you're innocent and you believe I can help you, there should be no objection.
So that's your game.
I haven't any game, Anders. You're a fugitive from the police.
Why, you dirty, double-crossing rat. So you want me to give myself up? You want to get credit for capturing Fred Anders by talking him into it? So that's the kind of a guy you are, huh?
Those are my terms, Anders. Take them or leave them.
Take them or leave them, huh? I'll show you what I'll do to him.
Put down that gun, Anders. A second murder isn't going to help you.
There hasn't been a first yet.
Now, look, Bart, let me get this straight. This guy Anders came up to your apartment and tried to get you to investigate the murder of his wife.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
You refused, and he took a swipe at you with his gun.
Yes, and naturally I grappled with him, and the gun went off.
The bullet missed, but he knocked you out by hitting you with the gun barrel.
That's right. He knocked me out, all right. What, Inspector?
I smell something.
Oh?
You know what you should have done the minute you came to your senses?
No, I don't. What, Inspector?
You should have called the police and reported what had happened. After all, Anders is a fugitive from
I did call the police and reported what happened, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean? You said yourself that you called me the minute you woke
I
up.
did, Inspector. You're a policeman, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, I guess I am at that. Yeah, but look now.
Oh, come, Inspector. You'd like credit for capturing the murderer of Sally Anders, wouldn't you?
Sure. You mean you know where Fred Anders is hiding?
I'm not interested in where Fred Anders is hiding, Inspector. I'm only interested in apprehending the murderer of his wife. That's where we're going now.
Oh, my gosh. Do you mean that Anders talked you into believing he was innocent?
No, on the contrary, Inspector. I talked him into talking me into it.
What kind of double talk is that?
Fred Anders, Inspector, had a chance to kill me. He didn't, even though I made him mad enough to want to.
So that proves he didn't murder his wife, eh?
While we were struggling for the gun, I warned Anders that a second murder wouldn't help him any.
Mighty decent of you.
Anders replied that there hadn't been a first yet.
You fellas didn't discuss the weather, too, did you?
So you see, Inspector, I did my duty as a citizen by trying to capture a fugitive, and I discovered that the fugitive was innocent of the crime as charged.
Now, that makes sense. That does. Look.
And now I've eased my conscience by reporting the incident to the police, and everything's fine.
I knew I smelled something. Somehow or other, I always turn out to be the fall guy in these deals.
No such thing, Inspector. When we return from Walkerville, you're going to be a hero who captured the murderer of Sally Anders.
What are we stopping here for? This isn't where Fred Anders lived. I saw pictures of the place.
No, this is the home of Miss Emma Bemis, Inspector.
Oh, the babe who discovered the body, eh?
Yes, that's right. That must be she working in that garden patch over there. Come on, let's go find out.
Well, she sees us coming. Say, she's as good looking as her picture.
Yes, I see she is. Good morning. Are you Miss Emma Bemis?
Oh, my goodness. You must be strangers around here. Everybody knows I'm Emma Bemis.
One of those.
Careful, Inspector. Yes, we are strangers in Walkerville, Miss Bemis. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noden.
Hi.
Barton Drake? What a wonderful name.
Well, what's the matter with that? And that name's been in our family for years.
Look out, you're stepping right in my petunia bed. Oh, you big
Now,
hungry...
don't get excited. I'm not stepping on your doggone petunias.
Oh, big feet. Now I'll have to plant the whole plot over
Well,
again.
for God's sake, how did I know?
Stand over there, Inspector. You'll be all right.
I'm all right anyhow.
Of course you are. Miss Bemis, would you mind...
Yes, Barton? You don't care if I call you Barton, do you?
Not at all. Emma?
Here we go again.
It's such a lovely name.
Yes. Miss, Emma, Inspector Danton and I are investigating the murder of Sally Anders.
Sally?
Yes. It was you who discovered the body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, yes. Say, wait a minute. Are you two gentlemen officers?
Well, yes. In a manner of speaking, we are.
And you've come on a wild goose chase. It was Fred, Sally's husband, who murdered her.
Who says so?
Ebenezer Pringle says so. He's our chief of police.
I see.
I guess I ought to know since it was I who discovered the body.
Well, look, lady, just because you discovered the
I was
body...
the most important witness at the coroner's inquest.
Yeah, but...
My picture was in every newspaper in the country.
So what? My picture's been in the newspapers, too.
But they called me the beautiful Miss Bemis, who lived next door.
I was known as Dandy Danton, the Beau Brummel of Delancey Street.
Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, would you mind telling us the exact circumstances under which you discovered Sally Anders' body?
Circumstances? There weren't any circumstances. I just went over there and found it.
Oh. Well, what was your reason for calling on the Anders that morning?
Reason? No reason. I just decided to call on them the way neighbors do.
That's no answer.
Well, it should be. Sally and I had a cup of coffee together most every morning of the week. Oh, poor Sally.
Why, poor Sally?
Why, poor Sally?
Yeah.
Well, how would you like it if your husband was always threatening to murder you?
I haven't got a husband.
Oh, dear Inspector. Emma, are we to understand that you knocked on the Anders' door? When no one answered it, you opened the door, walked in, and found Mrs. Anders lying on the floor?
Oh, no. No, it wasn't like that at all.
Oh?
The door was locked. That's what made me suspicious.
Well, I see.
No one ever locks their doors in Walkerville. Naturally, I knew something was wrong.
Naturally. And what did you do?
Do I have to tell, Barton?
I'd appreciate it if you would, Emma.
Would you, Barton?
Pardon me, if I'm in the way.
Now, just keep your big feet out of the petunias, Inspector, and everything's going to be all right.
Oh, is that so?
Now, as you were saying, Emma, what did you do when you found the door locked?
I looked through the keyhole.
Well, you little rascal.
And you saw Sally Anders' body lying on the floor?
Yes. It was right there in front of the door.
Oh. And then what did you do?
Well, I screamed, naturally.
I'll bet.
And I suppose somebody heard you screaming and summoned Chief Pringle?
That's exactly what happened. My, you're clever, Barton.
Yeah, clever. Emma, let me tell you about the time that...
All right, Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, thank you very much for answering all our questions. You've helped us immeasurably.
Oh.
Now, come on, Dandy Danton. Get your big feet out of the petunia bed. We've got work to do.
Now, look, Bart. We can't just go in and bust into the Anders home without a warrant. No one's living in the place, and...
Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
There is someone living in the Anders home. I just saw movement behind those curtains.
Huh? Where? I didn't see anything.
You didn't?
No.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Mistaken, you? Now, wait a minute, Bart. You're not admitting a mistake, are you?
I'm sure I was mistaken. You know, my imagination's been playing tricks on me lately.
Imagination, eh? Now, that's something I never expected to
Come
hear.
along, Inspector. Let's check and make sure, shall we?
Yeah, that's one way of finding out. Hey, where are you going?
Round the back door.
The back door, but look, the front door's right here, and it's only polite.
I think we'd better try the back door first, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Have it your way. Hey, the place is kind of run down looking, isn't it?
Yes. It hasn't been occupied since the day of the inquest. I'll knock.
Well, it looks as though you did make a mistake after all.
However, let's try the door and just make sure.
It's open. That doesn't mean anything, though. Emma the Beauty just told us that no one in Walkerville ever locked their doors.
Miss Bemis also pointed out that Sally Anders did lock her door on the day she was murdered. Come on, Inspector, let's look around.
Deserted houses always give me the creeps. What do they keep the shades pulled down for?
Inspector.
What do you want me to shush for? There's no one here. You said yourself that you...
Sir! No door! Inspector!
Yeah, it came from upstairs.
Take it easy, Inspector. This may be a trap.
Yeah, it might be at that. Well, the upstairs hall is deserted.
Expected it would be, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Whoever fired the shots must be behind one of those doors.
Yes. Let's try them one at a time. This one here will be number one.
Were you looking for someone?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Carol Anders. Who are you, please?
Who are we? Did you get that far?
I couldn't very well help but get it, Inspector. Miss Anders, you must be a relative of Fred Anders.
Of course. I'm his sister. Now, what is it you want?
What do we want? What do you think we want with everyone yelling and shooting off guns?
Shooting off guns? I don't believe I understand.
Don't believe you want... No, whoa, wait a minute. You mean you didn't hear any shots?
Of course I didn't. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'll be a monkey.
Furthermore, if you don't leave at once, I'll call the police.
The police? I'm the police now. Look.
Inspector, Miss Anders, I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Yesterday, your brother called on me in my apartment
You're
and asked
Barton Drake?
Yes.
But I thought that...
Well, you thought what?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Drake.
Now that the formal introductions are over, I'd like to know which one of us is nuts. I heard a shot. I heard two shots.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Anders, you can only have one purpose in being in this house. You believe your brother is innocent.
Oh, I do. I know he didn't kill Sally.
And you hope that if you spend some time here, you'll find something that will substantiate your belief?
Yes, there must be something. There must be.
Yes, there is, Miss Anders. There's a good deal. It just occurred to me what it is. Inspector, I want you to pay Chief Ebenezer Pringle a visit. Ask him to let us have a copy of the report on the autopsy that was performed on Sally Anders.
But wait a minute, Bart. There was a shot. Two shots. A scream. I heard him. You heard him, too.
Are you going to search the barn, Mr. Drake?
Would you rather I didn't, Miss Anders?
Why, I don't think there could possibly be anything in there.
All right, Miss Anders. I think we can skip the barn for the time being and take a look in this lean-to.
But there's nothing in there except odds and ends of farming equipment.
And trash barrels, Miss Anders.
Trash barrels?
Yes. Uh-oh.
What in the world are you removing that for?
Because I think it will help in proving who murdered your brother's wife, Miss Anders. By the way, was it raining on the day Sally Anders was found murdered?
Raining?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. We had a hard rain the day before.
The day before? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Why?
By Jove, Miss Anders, that's fine. Come along with me. Inspector Danton will be back in a moment, and we'll...
Oh, here comes Emma Bemis,
Yes,
the
I see.
busybody. I was hoping she wouldn't discover that I was staying here.
I know what you mean. Miss Bemis seems to be carrying something.
The pie. She's forever baking them. It gives her an excuse to call on the neighbors.
Oh, Barton!
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd like... Oh. Carol Anders. Well, I would have thought you'd have the nerve to come back here.
And why shouldn't I have the nerve to come back, Emma?
Why, she asked. Well, if my brother had murdered his wife...
Fred didn't murder Sally. He didn't, I tell you, and don't you dare say he did.
Oh, I like that. Telling me he didn't do it when I found the body. When I was chief witness at the coroner's inquest.
When your picture was in every newspaper in the country. Have you told Mr. Drake that picture was taken 5 years ago?
Why, you...
I suppose at this point it would be appropriate for me to make a noise like a cat. Meow. Now, suppose we go in the house and try one of Miss Bemis's pies. I'm sure it will
I'd
taste better
rather
than...
eat poison.
I can understand that. You and your brother should know all about poison, Carol Anders. Don't forget it was poison that killed Sally.
You're so right. And here comes Inspector Danton with the proof. Hello, Inspector. Did you get the autopsy report?
Yeah, I got it. That Ebenezer guy was kind of tough. Well, if it isn't Emma the Beauty.
Don't get fresh, Sandy Danton. What did the autopsy report reveal, Inspector Danton?
Just what the newspaper said, lady. Sally Anders died of HCN poisoning.
HCN. Are you sure, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. Here it is. Right here.
Death due to a dose of HCN poisoning. Traces of a mild sedative also found. By Jove, that's the answer.
Answer to what?
To the identity of the real murderer, Inspector. Miss Anders, may I have your handbag, please?
My handbag? Whatever in the world.
If you don't mind.
No, give that back.
Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. Take it easy, lady.
Go of me.
I knew you had something to do with this, Carol Anders.
Just as I thought. Miss Anders, have you a permit to carry this gun in your handbag?
It isn't any of your business whether I have or not.
So I wasn't nuts. I did hear some shots. And it was this babe who fired them.
That's right, Inspector, it was. She fired them to attract our attention so we'd rush upstairs.
Why? What did she want us to rush upstairs for?
Tell the Inspector, Miss Anders.
You're so clever. You tell him, Mr. Criminologist.
I'll be glad to, Miss Anders. There was someone else in the house with you, someone you didn't want us to see.
Someone else? Then it must
Miss
have been...
Anders shot her gun and screamed so that we'd rush upstairs and give that other person a chance to escape.
Fine thing. So we let the murderer run out from under our noses, eh?
You're so clever, Mr. Drake.
On the contrary, Inspector, the other occupant of the house didn't escape. Miss Anders made that obvious when she asked me not to search the barn.
I did no such thing.
And so, Inspector, I think it would be a good idea if you stepped over to the barn and placed Mr. Fred Anders under arrest.
Okay, Anders, inside.
Shoving me, Danton. Well, Drake, this makes your double cross 100%, doesn't it?
Sit down, Anders. Miss Bemis was just about to cut one of her famous pies.
Not for him, I wasn't.
Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
Never mind, Carol. It was no fault of yours. Well, Drake, go ahead and make a hero out of yourself by sending an innocent man to the chair.
I don't intend to send an innocent man to the chair, Anders. In fact, I don't intend to send a man to the chair at all.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Miss Anders, it wasn't a man who murdered Sally Anders. It was a woman.
Then it must have been Carol. She was the only woman mixed up in the ugly business.
Wait a minute, Emma, my beauty. You were around and you're a woman or you've been overacting.
The idea.
That's right, Inspector. Emma was around. It was she who administered the poison.
See?
How dare you say such a
Oh,
thing?
Bart's a great hand at saying daring things, eh, Bart? Sit still, Petunia. I mean, Emma.
Anders, before you left the house on the morning of your wife's murder, did you quarrel with her?
Well, sure. Yes. I'm not denying that.
What were you quarreling about?
Why, what difference does it make?
A lot. You'd been having a romance with Emma Bemis, hadn't you?
Hadn't
you?
Not really. Emma and I were just friendly. Sally was always nagging, and Emma and I...
Fred Anders, how dare you imply that
stop asking people how they dare things. Keep quiet,
You quarreled with your wife that morning, Anders, and left in a rage. Emma was outside listening. After a while, she came in and pretended to comfort Mrs. Anders. The two women sat down over a cup of coffee to talk the thing out.
Full of all the outlandish notions.
Emma had some HCN poisoning in a vial. Now, HCN has such a bad odor and taste that only a few drops would make any amount of food unpalatable.
Revere, how could I have forced Sally to take any?
By first dropping a mild sedative into her coffee, Emma, which made her drowsy. Then, pretending to revive her, you forced more coffee between her lips, coffee that contained HCN poisoning.
It's a lie. It's a black lie.
Then you took your own cup out to the trash barrel and disposed of it. So it would appear that Sally Anders had been drinking coffee alone.
Oh, he didn't. You can't prove it.
I think I can prove it, Miss Bemis. It had rained the day before. On the morning of Sally Anders' murder, you worked for a while in your petunia bed. Some of the soil clung to your shoes. You left tracks near the trash barrel.
Jumping Judas. I got some of that petunia bed soil on my shoes.
You are right, Inspector. You have, and we can analyze the contents and prove that...
All right, I did it. Fred said he wouldn't marry me because of Sally, even though he hated her. So I studied up on poison. It seemed easy. I didn't think they'd blame Fred. If Drake had known about HCN...
Well, Bart, here we are back at the Lamplighters Club.
Mm-hmm.
How about a game of chess?
No, Inspector.
No? What do you mean, no? We always play a game before...
Telephone, Mr. Drake. I'll plug it in here.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Hello. Yes, this is Barton Drake. Oh, hello, Miss Sanders. What? You've been wondering what aroused my suspicions when Emma told me she peered through the keyhole and saw Sally.
Yeah, I'd like to know about that, too.
Well, it was obvious she was lying, Miss Sanders. Did you ever try to peer through the keyhole of a Yale lock?
Well, I'll be...
What's that? Well, that sounds very nice. I certainly will.
You won't. Now, wait a minute, Bart. Don't forget...
Quiet, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, I'm only trying to say...
Well, thank you, Miss Sanders. I know I'll enjoy it.
Oh, you won't. It'll be a bust.
Oh, what a pity.
He's gone.
No, I can't do that. You see, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
Followed? By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? But there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call
Oh,
him.
no. A policeman would only make things worse. Come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I'd retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. There. That last telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
The murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want to cast in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around. And you men can be trusted.
Yeah.
See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would gum the works, eh?
Yes,